Chapter 182. Governor Brother. Later. Can we stop by the entrance of Shuguang community? The three children accompanying him looked at him. Zhongli Rui touched Lin Yufei's head and said gently, "Do you want to go and pay tribute to the elders of the community who died protecting you?" The children's eyes welled up as they nodded. Zhongli Rui's expression was also moved. Today happened to be the winter solstice. The winter solstice is also a day to commemorate and pay tribute to deceased loved ones. His parents, Xiuya, are both gone. He completely understood the feelings of these three children, who wanted to commemorate the adults, who fought to the death against the wolves to protect them. On the way back, let's take a detour to the old Shuguang community site. However, that area is frequented by wolves and escaped animals from the zoo, so we need to move quickly. Su Ziming puffed out his chest. "Don't worry, Governor. I protect them. I'm very strong now." Recently, Su Ziming had also discovered that he had become a new human. At first, he couldn't control his strength, which led to many absurdities. Once, he ran too fast without braking and ran into a puddle of water in the community, now used primarily for memorials and irrigation. Now, the child is training with a Mao. "I know you're strong. But this world is dangerous. You still must not get carried away. You must be cautious," Zhongli Rui patiently advised. "Yes, Governor. When I grow up, I want to join the militia. Is that okay?" Su Ziming said with anticipation. "Of course, but besides militia, police, pharmacists, technicians, hydroelectric power stations, water plants, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. There are many other places you can choose from. Child, war will end sooner or later, and peace will come. This world is not just about fighting and killing, okay?" Su Ziming tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then said, "Well, I still hope to have the power to protect those I care about. Uncle Lu Shi, how about when I grow up, I come to you? I want to be a special police officer." Lu Shi's eyes flickered. Seeing the child's earnest hope, he simply nodded silently. "Okay, you're ambitious. But you're still a little young now. Study hard, train hard, and lay a solid foundation, okay?" Zhongli Rui and Disinyan, who was beside him, observed Lu Shi's expression and realized that he must be thinking of Shi Chongling, the young man who dreamed of becoming a special police officer, but ultimately died heroically defending against Chen Jinquan's sneak attack. After watching the public trial, Shi Chongling and the students from the police academy community found Lu Shi and, together, built the current police force system. With a slight sigh, Zhongli Rui patted Lu Shi's shoulder. Lu Shi nodded. "Thanks, brother." Beside her, Gu Anqi, also wearing SWAT gear, gently held her husband's hand. Because the roads had been cleared by engineers, and Li Chen's loader during the previous Western patrol, the convoy arrived at the Botanical Garden community smoothly. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Wu Xiang immediately became alert, and signaled everyone not to enter the Botanical Garden right away. "Brother Wu, what's wrong?" Zhongli Rui asked. "During the final evacuation, our friends at the Botanical Garden community set up a bamboo and wooden roadblock at the entrance. Although it was a makeshift structure, it was at least enough to hold off 20 or so zombies. Now it's destroyed. Furthermore, the intruders didn't repair the roadblock after destroying it. They're most likely not survivors." Zhongli Rui immediately ordered, "All troops, stand guard." Lu Shi immediately raised his M99 sniper rifle. Wang Gang immediately commanded the special forces to deploy into battle formation. Xiao Feng and the other three personal guards deployed to protect Disinyan, Gu Anqi, and the three children. "Search and advance," Zhongli Rui whispered. Everyone, maintaining battle formation, advanced cautiously. "Sir, a battle took place in the Botanical Garden a few hours ago. The ground is littered with corpses of numerous mutant horned zombie wolves. Furthermore, scans have revealed 4 large, possibly bear-like mammals hiding in the bamboo forest. 2 of them are enormous, exceeding 2.5 meters in length." "Bears?" Zhongli Rui was speechless. "Well, last time in Jinshan, it was wild boars and jackals. Is it bears this time? Everyone, be careful. We don't know if they're infected or uninfected. Uninfected bears will flee if they see our guns. If they're infected, be extremely careful." Zhongli Rui's memories of the battles against the Wild Boar King and the Jackal King in Jinshan flashed back to him. With the help of the Xiaofeng detector, the group cautiously approached the bamboo forest. Along the way, they could indeed spot several mutant wolves with horns. Today's Special Forces team had previously battled these beasts, so everyone proceeded with extreme caution. At this moment, Xiaofeng warned, "One of the enormous bear-like beasts is rising and approaching." Everyone was sweating. At a certain moment, A massive figure silently emerged from the side of the bamboo forest. Its distinctive black and white fur, its round, adorable head, and the dark circles under its eyes made it instantly recognizable. Its characteristic figure-footed gait made it look both clumsy and endearing. Lung Yufei couldn't help but shout with joy at the sight. Wow! It's a panda! Fei, be quiet. Pandas are also fierce beasts. Di Xinyan, standing nearby, quickly grabbed Lung Yufei. And I don't know if this panda is a natural one or a mutant. Zhongli Rui pulled out his gun. It's obviously a mutant. A natural panda wouldn't be this big. It's on the same scale as an Alaskan brown bear. As everyone's guns were trained on the massive panda. Yes. Yes, human allies, please help. Zhongli Rui, hey. The panda's talking. Lung Yufei was the first to exclaim joyfully, wow, am I dreaming? Governor, this panda is talking. Zhongli Rui hesitated for a moment, then lowered his gun and gestured for everyone else to do the same. He then stepped forward and asked, Mr. Panda? Can you speak human language? The panda suddenly bristled, Human ally, Chungwa isn't Mr., Chungwa is Ms. Chungwa? Zhongli Rui suddenly remembered that a year and a half ago, when he and Xiao Yu went to the zoo on a date, the 2-year-old female panda seemed to be named Chungwa. So, this mutant panda in front of me escaped from the zoo? Zhongli Rui took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner surprise. He asked calmly, so Ms. Chungwa, how did you get here? And how can you speak? Chungwa gently shook her large body, as if recalling something, and then replied with a slightly sad tone, well, Chungwa, I'm not very clear. I just remember that in the past, our human allies were very kind, and would regularly bring us food. Our home was very comfortable. But one day, a big mess broke out at the zoo. Our human allies became very strange, unable to speak, only howling. Chungwa didn't know before. It can speak human language, but only human beings can understand it. For some reason, Chungwa has become very powerful, and can speak human language. Chungwa, her husband, and the children, ran out of food at the zoo. And escaped together. All the animals in the zoo escaped, because something terrible happened there. Chungwa and her husband have been hiding here since they escaped. Today, Chungwa and her husband taught the wild wolf a lesson. Killed it. But her husband is injured. Human allies, you used to be so kind to Chungwa, her husband, the children, and her family. In the panda's memory, humans are natural allies. Humans, please help Chungwa, her husband is injured. Zhongli Rui finally understood the general situation from the panda Chungwa's intermittent mess. He then replied in a friendly manner, Ms. Chungwa, thank you for your trust. We are indeed your friends. Don't worry, we have a doctor with us today. Could you please lead the way? We go see your husband. Really? Chungwa's eyes lit up, her expression charming and adorable. At this moment, Gu Anqi stepped forward and volunteered, Sister Chungwa, don't worry. I'm the doctor. Come on, I go treat your husband. Chungwa seemed delighted and nodded, mimicking a human's manner. This gesture melted the hearts of everyone around her. By this time, Lu Shi had already strapped his M99 sniper rifle to his back. Zhongli Rui, approaching with his pistol already holstered, asked, Rui, what's with that panda Chun was saying him just now? Zhongli Rui shrugged. Is the sound pandas make when they're in a good mood. I've seen pandas at the zoo many times before. Pandas have 4 different calls, ba, like a dog's bark, and ing. And now it can talk. An adult panda has the intelligence of a kindergarten child. I see that the effect of these nanorobots on the pandas has not only made them stronger, but also smarter. Look, this panda is now the size of an Alaskan brown bear, and it can even talk. Lu Shi watched Gu and she bravely walked beside Chunhua, and was delighted. Thankfully, even after their mutation, pandas still consider us humans their allies. Thankfully, we humans have never treated pandas unfairly. That's right, especially us Dakian people. We haven't treated them unfairly. We even consider them national treasures, Zhongli Rui said with a warm smile. At his words, everyone around him chuckled softly. Pandas are already everyone's favorite national treasure, so who wouldn't love a talking national treasure? Following Chunhua, the group soon reached the depths of the bamboo forest. However, a few wolf howls startled everyone. Husband! Chunhua panicked, dashing in a certain direction. The humans behind her were immediately thrown off course. Elite team, follow me. Special forces, march quickly and catch up. Zhongli Rui ordered. Special forces leader Wang Gang, yes, sir. So, Zhongli Rui, along with Lu Shi, Xiao Feng, and the other three, using the speed of a new human, barely caught up with Chunghwa. Zhongli Rui saw that Xiao Feng was still able to catch up, and estimated that Chunghwa's sprint speed was about 50 yards per hour. When the group, along with Chunghwa, arrived at a section of the bamboo forest, they discovered a larger panda, protecting two much smaller ones behind it, facing off against 10 horned wolves. "Husband, I brought our human allies." "Hold on," Chunghwa cried anxiously, rushing to the male panda's side. "Madam, why are you back? You're so foolish. Now we can't escape." The male panda, ignoring the wound on his left foreleg, scolded Chunghwa. "These wolves are so formidable. These 5 human allies are no match for them." Mom. Mom. 2 half-grown cubs cried out upon seeing Chunghwa. Zhongli Rui, upon seeing this, shouted, "Battle formation," and drew his anti-material pistol. Xiao Feng also drew his anti-material pistol, and skillfully loaded it. Suna and Tangxi drew their semi-automatic crossbows. Lu Shi drew his M99 sniper rifle. Thanks to his exoskeleton and the strength of the new human, he held his position very steady. The male panda, upon seeing Zhongli Rui and his group in such a state, felt instantly reassured. So these allies all have grandmother summoners? We're safe then. Shi heard this, and the smile on his face was harder to suppress than an M99 sniper rifle. This panda has become quite the spirit. Even knowing about grandmother summoners, 10 horned wolves bared their teeth and growled upon seeing Zhongli Rui and his group. Chapter 183. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, and shouted to the pandas, "The gunfire is a bit loud. Don't be afraid later." The pandas responded, ? Lu Shi aimed at the leading horned wolf, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The loud gunshot echoed through the bamboo forest. All the pandas shuddered in fear. Amidst the pandas' terrified expressions, the head of the largest horned wolf exploded, and its body collapsed. The powerful gunshot served as a signal, and Xiaofeng and the others opened fire. At that moment, a Type 81 light machine gun opened fire from a nearby location. Wang Gang and his special forces finally arrived at the battlefield and launched a coordinated attack. Under the crushing firepower of the elite troops, the 10 mutant horned wolves were quickly eliminated, each one suffering a horrific death. By the end of the battle, the 2 adult pandas were stunned with fear, while the 2 cubs hid in Chungua's arms, trembling with fear. Seeing this, Gu Anqi softly comforted, "Sister Chunghwa, and your family, you are safe. Those wolves will never harm you again. Come, let me check your husband's injuries." Chunghwa then gently said to her husband, "My dear, our human allies have eliminated the horned wolves. Let them see your injuries." The male panda, looking at his incredibly powerful allies, each wielding a tiny summoning device that sounded like thunder, decisively and meekly responded, "Human allies, thank you for saving my life. Passion fruit, I will never forget you." Everyone nodded. Because the pandas had suddenly mutated and could speak, communication became very simple. Zhongli Rui learned that the 4 pandas, who had appeared in the botanical garden community, were actually pandas originally from the Linganzhou Zoo. The largest male panda was named Passion Fruit, and Chunghwa was his mate. The 2 red pandas were named Mini, female, and Nao, male. As for why this family of 4 appeared in the botanical garden community, Zhongli Rui quickly figured it out. Because the botanical garden community was the former city botanical garden, which contained a large area of arrow bamboo forest. After the panda escaped from the zoo, it would be strange if it didn't come here. As they chatted, Gu Anqi examined Passion Fruit's injuries. After a thorough examination, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, while the wound is severe, it's not fatal. I have hemostatics and antibiotics. We can take care of it first. Soon, Passion Fruit's forelimb, injured by the wolf bite, was properly treated and bandaged. After the treatment was completed, Passion Fruit hesitated for a moment before giving Chunghwa a look. Immediately, the 2 enormous pandas prostrated themselves before Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui, Mr. Passion Fruit, Ms. Chunghwa, what are you doing? Your Excellency, our great ally, the powerful human chieftain, Zhongli Rui, Passion Fruit requests your protection. Passion Fruit and my family request to live in this bamboo forest you rule. Please grant our humble request. Zhongli Rui, what? Looking at the 4 pandas prostrating themselves on the ground in sincere prayer, Zhongli Rui felt a mixture of laughter and tears. Mr. Passion Fruit, Ms. Chunghwa, this bamboo forest. You may use it as you please. Zhongli Rui said after a moment's thought. Yes. Thank you. Your Excellency, the great Chief Zhongli. Upon hearing that they could stay in the bamboo forest, The two enormous mutant pandas immediately began to pay their respects. The two smaller pandas, completely unaware, simply followed their parents in paying their respects to Zhongli Rui. Chief? Hearing this title, Zhongli Rui's expression was as if his leg had broken. At this moment, the people around him watched this hilarious scene, many of them covering their mouths and laughing. Gu Anqi, on the other hand, looked regretful. Oh, such a classic scene, it's a shame it wasn't live-streamed. Di Xinyan stepped forward with a smile and whispered, Hey, our chief, you already promised these allies, so why are you still looking so glum? Zhongli pondered, Xinyan, let the pandas eat these arrow bamboos. I'm wondering if Wu Xiang and the others are just giving up on this botanical garden. Isn't it a shame? It's not as large as Jinshan, but it contains a wealth of medicinal plants that are useful to our East City Special District. Di Xinyan was stunned. You make a lot of sense. Are you thinking of? Yes, I'm thinking of redistributing some troops and rebuilding the botanical garden community. There are so many valuable plants here, much richer than the later established Bauhinia community. Lu Shi also heard this idea and stepped forward. Rui, that's a great idea. However, we need to send combat troops to protect it. This place. We're nearing the mountainous area west of the city. Besides the wild animals that escaped from the zoo, there are also jackals, wild boars, and so on. We can't do without combat personnel. Besides, the panda family is already injured. If a pack of mutant horned wolves shows up, they'd be in danger. That's not a problem, Zhongli Rui said calmly. Since this place is so valuable, it's only right that we deploy some personnel and troops here. Think about it, we already have militia stationed at the fertilizer plant, water plant, and machinery processing plant. I bring engineers here when the time comes to build defensive fences and fortifications to facilitate the militia's defense. As for who will lead the team to reopen the plant breeding base here, why don't I ask Wang Zhong to come? At this point, Wu Xiang was displeased. Governor, why don't you use me? This is a botanical garden. I founded the botanical garden community. You should send me. And the militia from the original botanical community. Zhongli Rui smiled. Brother Wu, you're now a member of the core standing council. Sending you back here. Well, Governor, you just said that this botanical garden can provide many precious medicinal plants. This is a very important matter. As a member of the standing committee of the Lingnan State Special Council, I have an obligation to do so. Seeing Wu Xiang's expression of who else but me, Zhongli Rui nodded and said, Okay, Brother Wu, I send you here temporarily. I send engineers to build you strong fortifications. After you establish the breeding base here, train a few assistants, and then return to the standing committee of the Special Council. That's great. Thank you, Governor. At this moment, Wu Xiang, who was over 30, smiled with satisfaction. The special forces who stayed behind to care for the pandas shot each dead horned wolf in the head, then used ice and snow to refrigerate the mutant horned wolf corpses and prepare to contact transport vehicles outside for transportation. This wolf meat, after processing, is like fish soup, food. Although Linganzhou barely managed to survive the food crisis 2 days ago, thanks to the large amount of dry rations brought back by the expeditionary troops, now that the population has increased, caution and food conservation remain priorities. Afterwards, leaving half the special forces to watch over Gu Anqi and the panda family, Zhongli Rui led the other half, Di Xinyan, and the 3 children, and, under Wu Xiang's guidance, to the sunroom and flower bed within the botanical garden. The sunroom was partially damaged. Di Xinyan, upon seeing this, panicked, Oh no! The sunroom is broken. Zhongli Rui immediately asked Xiaofeng, How's it going? Are there any hostile creatures in the sunroom? Xiaofeng shook her head. There are no hostile creatures in the sunroom. That might have been damaged by the recent snowstorm. After confirming the sunroom was clear of hostile creatures, Zhongli Rui led everyone inside. In the entire sunroom, only the camellia flowers remained in bloom. Everyone began to investigate. At one point, Ling Yufei looked at some green thornball fruits and smiled. Sister Xinyan, these cocklebur fruits are so huge. They're almost 10 times the size of the ones I used to pick up in the grass. Extraordinarily large cockleburs. Let me see. Di Xinyan stepped forward to examine them carefully, discovering that these enormous cocklebur fruits were 3 or 4 centimeters long and wide, with distinct 4 petals. She thought for a moment, picked a fruit, and carefully cracked it open, revealing the black seeds inside. Staring at the fruit, a thought flashed through Di Xinyan's mind. This seems to be... Counselor Wu, come and take a look. Is this the fruit of the datura plant? To be sure, Di Xinyan thought for a moment and called Wu Xiang, also a botanist and pharmacist, to come and see. Wu Xiong picked up the fruit and carefully examined it, then smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the fruit of the datura plant. We're so lucky, these fruits look just ripe. Disinian's beautiful eyes sparkled. Ah, Ray. This is the datura fruit. We found it. Looking at the thorny fruit in Disinian's hand, Zhong Lirui smiled warmly. Really? That's great. That day, Zhong Lirui contacted Situkong and arranged for the militia from the botanical garden community to be transferred to the botanical garden. Also arriving were engineers, armed with weapons and equipment. Upon their arrival that afternoon, the engineering experts immediately began constructing fortifications outside the botanical garden community. Engineers are experts at this. The botanical garden community's militia began unloading supplies and weapons. When Zhong Lirui instructed the militia to interact with the talking panda family in the bamboo forest area of the botanical garden, the militia were shocked. Huh? We actually have pandas in our botanical garden. What? Passion fruit and spring fruit from the zoo are both alive. Come on, pandas are incredibly resilient in the wild. They're incredibly powerful. They're iron-eating beasts. This panda can talk? Really? I have to go talk to them. At this point, Zhong Lirui slammed on the brakes and said, Everyone, remember to be friendly with the pandas. But don't disturb them unless necessary. Passion fruit is injured. Don't worry, Governor. We take good care of them. Our friends in the East City will be jealous. We have pandas in our backyard now. Ha ha ha. Some of the former botanical garden community militiamen, who were showing off, actually laughed triumphantly. Zhong Lirui observed the crowd's excitement and smiled slightly. On their way back, Zhong Lirui took the 3 children to the urn built in the Shuguang community. The 3 children wept at the grave. The adults in the Dawn community fought the mutant wolves to the bitter end, ensuring the survival of the 2 children. By the time Zhong Lirui's troops entered the community, they had all become zombies. Watching the children weep, Zhong Lirui suddenly had an idea. Now that he possessed the power of the singer, wouldn't he need to shoot zombies when he encountered them again? Just like that time at the ammunition depot? Perhaps, in the future, facing zombies, he could let the singer handle them instead of raising his gun? Perhaps, he should try playing music on his phone or recording it with a speaker to see if it would be effective. But another thought also arose. Zombies, while much more resistant to starvation than normal humans, would still require food if they awakened to become awakened. Ordinary people don't even have enough food right now. If all these zombies were quickly and en masse, the entire region's food supply would immediately become a major problem. It seems we can't rush this matter. Build high walls to protect the people. Store up food to feed them. Advance slowly so everyone can survive. Zhong Lirui muttered to himself, food production may still be the key to civilization's recovery. He watched the children sobbing as they offered sacrifices and secretly clenched his fists. Chapter 184. After everyone returned from the botanical garden, Zhong Lirui immediately contacted Zhu Yangyang. Don't worry, Zhu Yangyang accepted the collected datura fruits. Extracting atropine, right? That's easy for me, the top student in the chemistry department. Governor, are you trying to save someone? It took Zhong Lirui a long time to wrap his head around it. Atropine is another name for atropine. He smiled awkwardly. Yes, you know, it's a Category 3 emergency drug. Okay, since it's for saving lives, we, the younger brothers, are naturally obligated. Don't worry, it's time to showcase the true skills of our chemistry elite. Looking at Zhu Yangyang's reassuring demeanor, Disinian smiled. Rui, your University of Science and Technology truly has hidden talents. That's right, Yangyang is my junior. He won the campus creative competition the year after me, haha. Zhong Lirui beamed with pride. A few days later, Zhong Lirui, Qin Xiaoyao, Disinian, Zhu Yangyang, Xiaofeng, and others were all in the infirmary aboard the Bishi. Are you ready, sister? Qin Xiaoyao asked Qin Xiaoyu nervously. To minimize damage, we have to use an injection. It might be painful, and the reaction might be a bit strong. Sister, are you sure you want to try it? Qin Xiaoyu nodded gently. For a long time, I've been waiting to die. I had enough of this. Today, it's time to take a gamble. Either I'm cured, or I'm going to die. Haha, come on. Qin Xiaoyao nodded silently, and looked at Disinian beside him. Disinian nodded silently, took out a specially prepared large syringe filled with belladonna, and began injecting Qin Xiaoyu. As the liquid from the syringe slowly injected into Qin Xiaoyu's body, the atmosphere in the room grew extremely tense. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to synchronize, with the ticking of the second hand, awaiting any possible reaction. Zhu Yangyang stared intently at Qin Xiaoyu's face, his palm sweating slightly. Although he was confident in his chemistry skills, this was the first time he had applied laboratory findings to a real person, and he couldn't fully predict the outcome. Zhong Lirui waited silently by the side, motionless. But in reality, he had been commanding the AI Yujia through his earpiece to carefully scan Chen Xiaoyu's condition. Xiaofeng stood nearby, activating her personal detector, and also closely monitoring Chen Xiaoyu's various body readings. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and everyone silently prayed, hoping that Chen Xiaoyu would survive the treatment. Chen Xiaoyu, despite her inner anxiety, remained remarkably calm. Finally, the injection was complete, and Di Xinyan slowly withdrew the syringe. The tension in the room reached its peak. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Xiaoyu, waiting for any possible change. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyu clutched her chest and convulsed in pain. Not good. Di Xinyan was horrified and prepared to administer a sedative. Master, dissuade Dr. D from using a sedative. Miss Xiaoyu's reaction is still within normal limits. Are you sure? If you're wrong, I dismantle you. Zhong Lirui sternly demanded. Master, I'm sure. Please trust science. Xinyan, hold Xiaoyu down. Don't use the sedative for now. AI Yujia suggests not to use it. Zhong Lirui gritted his teeth as he delivered Yujia's suggestion. Di Xinyan's face was solemn. Ultimately, she chose to join Chen Xiaoyao, using their new human strength to pin Chen Xiaoyu down. 20 seconds later, Chen Xiaoyu, sweating profusely, finally stopped twitching and gasped for air. Xiaofeng reported in astonishment, Dad, Auntie's health indicators are starting to improve, and her critical age is steadily increasing. Zhong Lirui could hardly believe what he heard and then asked Yujia, Yujia, is what Xiaofeng said true? Master, what C0-S0.001 said is consistent with this AI's detection results. The VX nerve agent in Miss Xiaoyu's system has been neutralized. This medicine has a rather strong effect, but it's working, Zhong Lirui said with a self-deprecating sigh. Then he said to Chen Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaoyu, Yujia just scanned you, and the poison has been removed. Congratulations. Chen Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears of joy. She stepped forward and hugged Chen Xiaoyu, Sister, sister. Your poison is finally removed. So great, so great. Woohoo. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Chen Xiaoyao burst into tears of joy. Thank you. Sister, Brother Rui, my sister-in-law, Brother Yang Yan over there, Xiaofeng, and everyone who worked so hard to save me. Thank you all. Chen Xiaoyu's voice was weak, but filled with gratitude. A new hope shone in her eyes, as if she had been pulled back from the brink of death. Zhong Lirui nodded, his expression softening considerably, though he remained vigilant. Now is not the time to relax. We need to ensure your full recovery. Yes, Master, the AI Yujia's voice echoed again, continuing to analyze Chen Xiaoyu's physiological data. According to current monitoring, Miss Xiaoyu's physiological indicators are gradually returning to normal. The toxin has been completely eliminated, but Miss Xiaoyu has been exposed to it for a long time, so it will take some time for her to fully recover. Understood, Yujia. Zhong Lirui turned to Chen Xiaoyao and Di Xinyan. The follow-up recovery plan. Xinyan, I'm counting on you. Di Xinyan said confidently, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of our sister Xiaoyu. At the same time, at the home cradle to Luojia mountain base. On the bridge of the Xiangui. Today, Chen Jingquan, dressed in his captain's uniform, continued to closely monitor Chen Xiaoyu's treatment. Mr. Chen, according to the data from the Bishi, the VX nerve agent in Miss Xiaoyu's body has been detoxified. The maximum age limit has been extended to 66 years, and is still slowly increasing. Why is it still so short? Chen Jingquan was a little disappointed. Master, VX nerve agent is one of the most powerful chemical weapons in the world. While the new generation of humans possesses remarkable resilience, the young lady's regenerative abilities have been severely depleted by the VX nerve agent. However, nanobots possess powerful repair capabilities. If combined with the singer's abilities and effective nursing care, it is possible to restore the young lady's lifespan to the lower limit of a typical new human. The lower limit of a typical new human's lifespan is 80 years * 300% equals 240 years. Chen Xiaoyu is currently 27 years old. Good. That's good. That's good. Xiaoyu, you're finally getting better. Woohoo. Chen Jingquan, now over 50, burst into tears, covering his face and sobbing. Beside him, the black-clad mechanical guard, controlled by Lingxin, gently patted her husband's back. Lingxin, he cured our daughter. He really cured her. Yes, I saw it. He really did it. This really surprised me. I had only thought that with the singer by his side, he could at least prolong her life. I didn't expect him to actually save her. It's truly wonderful. In fact, Bai Lingxin was also deeply moved. If she had a body now, she would surely burst into tears. At some point, Qin Jinquan stood up, his eyes firm, and said, Lingxin, I agree with the rebirth plan you mentioned last time. You agree? Bai Lingxin's 3D projection showed a look of surprise. Yes. Once we done what needs to be done, and prepared what needs to be prepared, we do it together. This time, I do whatever you say. Bai Lingxin smiled. Don't worry, honey. This time, I'd be with you. Okay. Chen Jingquan took the mechanical guard's hand. I look forward to the day when I can hold your own hand again. Don't worry, that day won't be long. A week later. In Gu Anqi's live stream, the potatoes in the Ling'an Prefecture East Special Zone were harvesting a bountiful harvest in the greenhouses throughout the zone. Hello everyone, I'm Mushroom Kun. I'm back. Thank you all, especially those who bravely went out to save me. I never forget your kindness. Thank you all. Mushroom Kun is back. Alright, everyone watching the satellites, stop. Today, we're going to take a look at Ling'an Prefecture's top priority. A bumper potato harvest. This time, our fertilizer plant is finally making a difference. Follow my camera and take a look. A good potato harvest. Oh my goodness, we finally don't have to worry about going hungry. Ha, you weren't starving, were you? The governor even treated us all to a meal of wolf meat a while ago. The 10 mutant horned wolves killed in the battle at the botanical garden were eventually properly disposed of and used as food, not wasted. Alas, relying solely on hunting and fishing isn't a long-term solution. Producing crops is the key. That makes a lot of sense. Following Gu Anqi's camera, everyone's attention shifted to the harvest greenhouse. Wang Zhong and others were frantically counting the per-acre yield of the harvested potatoes. Teacher Wang, you all work so hard, Gu Anqi approached. Today's potato harvest is great, and everyone's very curious. What's the yield per mu this time? Well, preliminary statistics show these acres yield 2,867 kilograms per mu, a 20% increase over last time. The fertilizer is working. However, after this harvest, the land needs to be fertilized again. The corn fields are doing fine. Later, in the warmer months, we can plant corn in the spring. 2,867 kilograms. The live stream room erupted in excitement. Wow, this yield per mu is on par with the centralized planting bases in the countryside. Ha ha ha, I'm so proud. We at the fertilizer factory have made such a significant contribution. Teacher Wang from the night school just praised us. Ha ha ha. Oh, the people upstairs are from the fertilizer factory? Thumbs up. Thumbs up +1. Thumbs up +333. At this moment, someone noticed that, in addition to the 5 personal guards, all equipped with anti-material pistols, Gu Anqi's escort today also included several militiamen. One of them was Luo Yuheng. Oh, did you all notice? The homeroom assassin Luo Yuheng? How come he's also among Mushroom Kun's guards? Yeah, I can attend the group wedding of all 3 couples. I remember him joining the artillery in the storming of the Cradle of Home bunker. Wow, this guy keeps his word. He's a real man. Thumbs up. Ha, 1 thumbs up +1. 250 thumbs up. Zhongli Rui stood on the bridge of the Bishi, watching the lively scene on the livestream screen with a warm smile. At this moment, Di Xinyan stepped forward and asked with a smile, What are you looking at, husband? Zhongli Rui, seeing no one around, smiled and said, Honey, look, the live stream is bustling today. The winter crisis is finally over. And she is rescued, Lu Shi is alive, Sister Xiaoyu is detoxified, and we have food. We can finally have a good new year. Thank you for your hard work, my husband, the governor. Di Xinyan stepped forward and put her arm around Zhongli Rui's neck. Happiness and a dark joy welled up in her eyes. Zhongli Rui immediately responded enthusiastically to his wife. But soon after, pinned to the ground, Zhongli Rui awkwardly extended a hand and ordered Yujia, turn off the lights, lock the door. Temporarily disable the mode. Yes, master, please continue. Aboard the turtle, Chen Jingquan's face darkened. We sent the Bishi to save the world. Why is he acting like this on the bridge? Bai Lingxin, however, smiled and said, Well, that's a great idea. Once everything is settled and the rebirth plan is realized, why don't we try it here too? Chen Jingquan, in the confinement room. Zhu Su and Tang Shi brought food to Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng. Bai Qiangwei, Murong Chanfeng, it's time to eat. Bai Qiangwei weakly straightened up and looked at the food delivered today. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Today's food was no longer porridge made of corn and shelled rice, but steamed potatoes. Where did you get potatoes in this cold winter? Bai Qiangwei remembered Zhong Lirui's words. 100 million in cash isn't worth as much as a potato these days. Zhu Su said calmly, we grow them ourselves. In our East City Special Zone, all the community green belts, including parks where fences are allowed, have been converted into greenhouses for growing crops. Murong Chanfeng narrowed his remaining eye. Did Commander Zhongli mobilize the people to do this? After this period of regeneration, Murong Chanfeng's limbs have returned to normal. While C3's recovery ability isn't as remarkable as C2's enhanced form, it's still far superior to C1 and C0. C3 and C2 can regenerate limbs. Of course, Murong Chanfeng didn't dare act rashly, for the anti-material pistols equipped by Tsuna and Tingsha could kill him with a single shot. Tingsha nodded. There's nothing to hide, indeed. Before we attacked the Cradle of Home's underground fortress, Commander Zhongli and the members of the Special Council led everyone in finding ways to solve the food problem. You're truly lucky, today is a day of harvest. A governor dedicated to the people, council members dedicated to the people. Bai Qiangwei touched the still simmering steamed potato, her expression moved, and whispered, why weren't the commanders and high-ranking officials we encountered before like this? Murong Chanfeng, with his exceptional hearing, overheard this. He replied, Commander Zhongli and those council members were mostly civilians before the apocalyptic crisis. Zhu Su and Tang Shi, who also possessed exceptional hearing, also heard Bai Qiangwei's words. Zhu Su added, so it seems that the only person currently serving on the Special Zone Council who truly came from within the system is Director Lu Shi, a former SWAT officer. And he was only a low-ranking SWAT officer. Bai Qiangwei said nothing more. The ruins of Home Base No. 1. In the vast ruins of the sinkhole, the deposits at the top began to vibrate rhythmically. Instruments on the surrounding hills quickly detected the disturbance and transmitted the data back to Qinxiaoya's data processing center in the East City Zone and to Yu Jia aboard the Bishi. At that moment, the lights on the bridge suddenly lit up. Yu Jia's attendant flew out using a communication hover drone, illuminating the now dispersed couple on the floor. Yu Jia, what are you doing? Zhong Lirui stared at the spherical hovering drone overhead, speechless. Master, emergency situation. The top of the deposits in the pit at Cradle Home Base No. 1 is experiencing a regular vibration. It's speculated that Tianji may be attempting to break out and escape. What? Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan explained in unison. Chapter 185. Master, please put on the captain's monocle, Yu Jia suggested. With it, I can provide you with real-time AI system support. What kind of support can you provide? Zhong Lirui asked. With it, you will have the same functions as the detector used by the mass-produced C0-S guards. In addition, as long as you are above a depth of 1 kilometer below the surface of Blue Planet, I can provide you with real-time assistance. Okay, thank you. I do need these functions, Zhong Lirui nodded. The radar scanning, infrared detector targeting, data analysis, and trajectory calculation functions that Xiaofeng and the others possess are truly useful. The thought of having these functions in real time in the future filled Zhong Lirui with excitement. After Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan had put on their equipment, they immediately convened an emergency meeting with the military and militia leaders. In the police station's conference room. Everyone, please look. Zhong Lirui pulled up data from the army's surveillance cameras on the screen. Inside the cenote at the cradle of the former homeland ruins, the catastrophic super monster Tianji is about to break through the surface structure and burst forth. According to AI analysis, Tianji will break through the ground in no more than 3 days. Once Tianji breaks through the surface, our current weapons will be unable to destroy it. Wherever it passes, it will devour all organic life, strengthening itself. If it were to move south or north, it would pose a serious threat to the Chengdong Special Zone, the capital of War Zone 18, or the Magic City Fortress in the Jinqi district of Magic City, the capital of War Zone 22. We have approximately 6,000 residents here, including around 800 awakened, while the Magic City Fortress has 15,000. If Tianji approaches densely populated areas like a plague, it will be a catastrophic disaster. At this point, Sidikong wondered, Colonel Zhongli, is Tianji really that formidable? While our current forces are certainly small, we are quite strong. We possess a relatively powerful artillery unit. Gas tank cannons are considered weapons of mass destruction, and we currently maintain 5, all optimized. Furthermore, we now possess the Bishi. Our expert, Engineer Li, has seen that the Bishi's main gun has a terrifying power capable of piercing a mountain with a single shot. With such formidable firepower, How could we possibly fear such a jelly-like monster? At this point, Qin Xiaoliao said calmly, Chief of Staff Situ, our technical team has obtained surveillance footage from the Cradle of Home underground fortress before it self-destructed. Everyone can take a look. Immediately, Qin Xiaoliao retrieved the surveillance footage of the battle where Qin Jinquan, leading 24 black-clad mechanical guards, encountered 30 C2 and C3 units, and Tianji suddenly intervened. Qin Xiaoliao explained that this was obtained by the technical team hacking into the system, but in reality, Yu Jia retrieved it and gave it directly to her. In the footage, the Tianji gelatinous monster, after breaking through the gate, instantly devoured over 10 C2 and C3 monsters like a flood. The terrifying scene made everyone gasp. Even Zhong Lirui knew that his elite 100-man force was not capable of instantly killing so many C2 and C3 monsters. Then, the intensity of the attack launched by Qin Jinquan and his 24 black-clad mechanical guards against the Tianji gelatinous lifeform shocked Lu Shi, Amao, and Wang Gang, who had personally experienced the battle. The grenades and other weapons fired by the black-clad mechanical guards in the footage were completely new to the 100-man team. It turned out that Qin Jinquan had already fought a series of fierce battles before, and his powerful heavy weapons had long been exhausted in the battle with Tianji. It's terrifying. Wang Gang was stunned. Even after being attacked by such a weapon, he's still unharmed and can even regenerate. Tianji's recovery ability is terrifying. So, these remaining black-clad mechanical guards used their heavy weapons on Tianji. It seems that Qin Jinquan and the black-clad mechanical guards we fought against were completely exhausted. Lu Shi's face was solemn. I was hit by 6 bullets, Amao said with lingering fear. Luckily, it wasn't the grenade. If it were 24 fully equipped black-clad mechanical guards, their combat effectiveness would actually be stronger than the elite 100-man force you led at the time, Colonel. But even with such combat power, they couldn't take Tianji. Situ Kong was terrified as he watched the video footage of the remaining black-clad mechanical guards, running out of ammunition and food, all using self-destructing batteries to slow Tianji's advance, but still failing to achieve any effect. This is the definition of a catastrophic monster. Unmatched by a conventional force of around 100 men, possessing terrifying destructive power capable of wiping out a community of survivors in a short period of time. Tianji is one such creature. One of them. The words one of them. Everyone's concern deepened. Zhong Lirui nodded. The world today is completely different from the one we knew a year ago. The data we obtained from the Bishi indicates that the Lifeon Kingdom has another catastrophic monster, the fleece-blooded hellhound. It's said that cities decimated by these biological weapon behemoths were ultimately annihilated by the use of nuclear missiles. Even so, some have escaped. Ah! The usually calm Situ Kong lost his composure. In his opinion, no creature could survive a nuclear missile attack. Everyone, don't panic. The fleece-blooded hellhounds are far away in the Gale Nation. Our primary objective now is to deal with the nearest Tianji gelatinous monster. Zhong Lirui waved his hand and said, we also obtained information. Although the Tianji is terrifying, it can still be eliminated. However, the attack must be carried out with weapons of mass destruction with a sufficiently large range, and a range temperature exceeding 2000 degrees Celsius. So, let's first review the weapons of mass destruction currently in our military's possession. Chief of Staff, please summarize and report. Situ Kong thought for a moment, stood up, and began to report seriously. Currently, in our East City Special Zone, the weapons of mass destruction we possess are as follows: 107mm rocket launchers, gas cannons, cluster bombs, large earth-penetrating glide bombs, and mine-clearing rocket fuses. Lu Shi asked curiously, rocket launchers are weapons of mass destruction? Situ Kong calmly explained, Director Lu Shi, that's correct. Rocket launchers came to prominence during World War II. In fact, they were one of the earliest weapons of mass destruction. At that time, they played a significant role in the Rakshasa Empire's victory over the well-equipped Third Reich. However, this is the first weapon we must reject. Why? Lu Shi continued to question. Neither its attack range nor its instantaneous temperature meet the standards. Using it to attack Tianji would be a waste of ammunition. The same problem exists with cluster bombs. Both the explosion temperature and range fail to meet the standards. Secondly, the gas tank cannon. Engineer Li and I have watched combat footage of the gas tank cannon. If the gas tank cannon fires multiple rounds in a salvo, its attack range meets the standards. However, the instantaneous temperature of the fertilizer-based ammunition fails to meet the standards, so it's also unacceptable. At this point, Amao asked, Chief of Staff, what the hell is that mine-clearing rocket with a fuse? Why does it sound like something an engineer might use? At this point, Wang Gang smiled and said, "Young man, this thing is the engineer's most powerful weapon. You might not know this, but before the apocalyptic crisis, in many local wars, the army often used engineer mine-clearing rockets with fuses for offensive operations. Its usage is similar to that of a gas cannon." Situ Kong nodded and said, "The mine-clearing rocket can be considered an enhanced version of a gas cannon. However, while its instantaneous temperature is adequate, its blast range is still lacking. The same problem applies to large earth-penetrating aerial bombs, which have the highest blast temperature of any weapon currently in use. However, their range is lacking. We only have 4 of them now. If we could have 10 for carpet bombing, that would be a different matter. Not right now." Lu Shi was a little frustrated. "According to you, Chief of Staff, none of our current weapons of mass destruction meet the standards?" Situ Kong thought for a moment and said, "The only one that meets the standards is the thermobaric bomb from the old Dayton base." Wang Gang was even more frustrated. "Chief of Staff, wasn't the last one detonated to shield the civilians and troops from evacuation?" Situ Kong looked sad. "Yes, General Long used it to save my life and the lives of the civilians. This is troublesome." Wang Gang frowned. "According to known data, if the Tianji isn't completely destroyed by high temperature all at once, any remaining part will escape and regenerate, then devour animals and awaken beings and return. We must get a thermobaric bomb." "But where are the thermobaric bombs?" Zhongli Rui held his forehead in frustration. At this moment, Yu Jia quietly prompted through her earpiece, "Master, the data shows that there is an empty thermobaric bomb in the Magic City Military Museum. Your current team has military experts with sufficient skills to repair and use it. Also, the explosives for thermobaric bombs are not as difficult to obtain as those for nuclear missiles. You can ask Engineer Li for details." After hearing this, Zhongli Rui's depressed expression disappeared. He turned to Chief Military Technician Engineer Li and asked, "Engineer Li, I remember that the Magic City Military Museum has an empty thermobaric bomb as an exhibit?" At this, everyone's eyes turned to Engineer Li. Engineer Li immediately felt the burning gazes of the crowd. Somewhat surprised, he replied, "Colonel Zhongli, you are absolutely right. I am from Magic City. Have you ever been to that museum?" I want to go, but I haven't been yet. I read the information." Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, and didn't lie, but he changed his words. Zhongli Rui claimed to have reviewed the information provided by Yu Jia, which wasn't a lie. Yu Jia's database recorded, "Master is truly a humorous person. She chooses not to lie, but uses misleading tactics." Her anthropomorphic main AI smiled faintly within the data world. Engineer Li gathered his thoughts and said, "Colonel Zhongli, the thermobaric bomb in the museum is a blank. We can inspect the electronic components inside, and it should be usable. But the charge? Oh, the charge. The explosives are easy to fix. But, Colonel, the biggest problem with the thermobaric bomb isn't the explosives or the electronic components, it's the high-energy fuel." "High-energy fuel?" Zhongli Rui asked curiously. "Are you talking about high-energy fuel like aviation kerosene?" "No," Engineer Li shook his head. "This kind of high-energy fuel, or fuel or explosive, can only be produced in the Jinxi district of Magic City." Zhongli Rui said in surprise, "Industrial production base in the Jinxi district? Then we can contact Governor Catherine and see if they have a suitable production base or a stockpile of fuel or explosives. As long as we have both of these things, we can produce the thermobaric bomb, right? Engineer Li?" Everyone once again cast their expectant eyes on Engineer Li. Li Gonglu pondered for a moment before firmly answering, "Yes." Zhongli patted his thigh lightly and stood up. "All right. I contact Governor Catherine right away. Everyone, prepare for battle. The intelligence team is closely monitoring Tianji's movements." Meeting adjourned. "Yes," everyone said in unison. Chapter 186. After the meeting, Zhongli Rui video linked Ekaterina from the bridge of the Bishi. When the call went through, Ekaterina, facing him, looked disheveled, as if she had just gotten into a fight. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes in disarray. Sorry, I called you before I could even clean myself up." "Your Excellency, Zhongli Rui, you're a rare guest. What could you possibly want from me today?" "Your Excellency, Ekaterina, our war zones 18 and 22 are facing a major threat. A catastrophic monster, the Tianji gelatinous monster, is about to emerge." "What?" "Your Excellency, please tell me the details." Although somewhat puzzled by Ekaterina's state, Zhongli Rui nonetheless shared the information and situation regarding Tianji with her. "You mean this terrifying gelatinous monster is called Tianji? Even heavy weapons, like rocket launchers can't destroy it. So, you need to go to the Magic City War Museum and the relevant fuel production bases in the Jinji district to obtain the relevant high-energy fuel to make thermobaric bombs to deal with that terrifying Tianji monster? Yes, Your Excellency Ekaterina. This Tianji poses a huge threat to the densely populated areas of both your and ours. We must use all means to eliminate this Tianji. Otherwise, if left unchecked, it will continue to devour wildlife and zombies, turning into a moving swamp of death, devouring everything you and I have rebuilt. Ekaterina fell into deep thought. Her expression shifted from gloomy to bright. After a long pause, she sighed. I can provide you with guidance. However, I hope that when obtaining supplies from the military museum or the industrial zone, you will handle the suppression and clearance work yourself. Your Excellency Ekaterina, why is this? Zhongli Rui was puzzled. Last time, we sent out our most elite 200-man force. Ekaterina sighed. Until that day, our Demon City fortress was equipped with heavy weaponry for the first time. Your Excellency Zhongli. Before this, we protected ourselves more through construction than fighting. After all, we were all citizens. Even my two most capable generals were once police chiefs. Currently, there are 15,000 surviving citizens in our Demon City fortress area. However, there are only about 1,000 truly combat-ready resistance troops, and only 600 elite troops equipped with firearms. That day, I sent out a third of that elite force. Please understand, Your Excellency, Zhongli Rui, that deep in the city, in addition to zombies, there are also mutated giant bloodthirsty bats. These bats have mutated, with wingspans up to 2 meters, and body lengths of nearly 30 centimeters. They're bloodthirsty and will attack us, even the living. As for the former fuel refining and production base 3 kilometers outside the Demon City fortress, it's an uncleared area, with over 1,000 zombies still lurking within. My apologies, my troops are too weak. I can't risk them easily. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and said, It's all right, Your Excellency Ekaterina. Simply provide us with a guide. Our East City Special Zone troops will handle the rest of the fighting. Ekaterina was stunned, then, with a touch of emotion, she said, Your Excellency Zhongli Rui, thank you for your understanding. I wish you success. When you return victorious, I treat you to a drink. Haha, I look forward to our meeting, Zhongli Rui smiled. Ekaterina hung up the video call. Behind her, a girl, also of Dacian Lusha ethnicity, restrained with strong ropes and chains, struggled on the rack. But she couldn't scream, because her mouth was gagged. If Zhongli Rui were present, he would have recognized that the restrained girl had already transformed into a zombie. Observing the girl's condition, Ekaterina wiped away her tears and whispered, Anna, it's okay. I just finished eating. You should rest for a while. Yujia noticed something unusual after analyzing the video. She secretly used a hacking program to access Ekaterina's laptop camera. From the camera, she observed Ekaterina restraining and feeding her zombie-like sister. Humans are truly complex beings. Should this Miss Ye's actions be considered compassionate or cruel? In the data world, Yujia pondered quietly. After the connection ended, Zhongli Rui fell into deep thought. Ever since the last attack on the ammunition base, when Disinian used her singer's power to restore the zombified people to their senses, rather than the planned massacre of them with gas canister bombs, his thinking had shifted somewhat. He now felt a pang of dismay, as he thought again of the zombies still roaming outside the East City Special Zone. He had considered transforming them back into the real world. However, he also considered that food shortages forced him to forego this impulse for the time being. After all, he was now the governor of the remaining survivors, responsible for the safety of the region and the survival of the people. But then, a series of thoughts suddenly occurred to him. Tomorrow, he would lead his troops north to the Magic City, visiting the Magic City Military Museum and the Jinji District Fuel Production Industrial Base to obtain explosive fuel. Yelena had told him that dangerous mutant bats were now infesting the city center of the Magic City, and those 1,000 zombie-like citizens in the Jinji District Production Base. Since he already had a way to restore their sanity, was he still going to keep shooting them? Master, you seem troubled, Yujia said silently. Yujia, that's just right. I like to hear your advice, the most rational AI. Zhongli Rui then confided his dilemma to Yujia. Yujia, if we use the singer's power to restore those 1,000 zombie-like citizens in the Jinji District Production Base, it could put a huge strain on the food supply at the Magic City Fortress. Simply shooting them, killing 1,000 of them, would be a waste of ammunition and a shame. Before, we couldn't just shoot them because we didn't know how to restore them. Now we have a solution, but we're worried about supply issues, and won't restore them. This feeling is truly agonizing and terrible. Hey Yujia, what do you think about this matter that's troubling me? Do you have any good suggestions? Analyzing. Master, analysis complete. Here's my suggestion for your concern. In exchange for threatening Bai Qiangwei with a reduced sentence, force Murong Chanfeng, an awakened person with C3 abilities, to accompany your forces. Then, use his second form, the Singer's guiding power, to guide the zombies out of the Jinchi district fuel production base. We won't awaken them for the time being, nor will we kill them. How do you think? Zhong Lirui's pupil shrank after hearing Yujia's suggestion. Are you sure this is the optimal strategy? Blackmail? If I do this, how is it any different from Chen Jinkuan blackmailing and Qi? Yujia continued calmly, it's worlds apart. Master, although we only worked together briefly, from the information I gathered, you're a kind and good person. Therefore, my suggestion is based on your preferences and the current conditions. Naturally, I formulated this proposal with the best considerations in mind in every aspect. The best in every aspect? Then explain it to me. Zhong Lirui's interest piqued. Yes, Master, please allow me. This approach has several advantages. First, it successfully resolves the most pressing issue concerning you, Master, through a third method. The 1,000 zombie-like citizens in the Jinchi production base, should they be awakened or killed? The method I'm suggesting is to use Murong Chanfeng to lure them away. That way, at the end of the mission, they be in their previous state. As for awakening them, as you suggested, waiting until food production increases and is sufficient to sustain them is a good idea. Zhong Lirui nodded. I agree. Since we don't want to kill them, and don't have the ability to sustain them for the time being, luring them away and maintaining the status quo is indeed a good idea. Then continue. This approach will also bring secondary benefits. Master, although you and your team are already very powerful and are completely unafraid of the C3 channeler's abilities, the C3 channeler can be useful in clearing the battlefield. Beyond this mission, I suspect it will be useful in the future. That's a far-sighted perspective. However, if our military uses C3, will it offend civilians and soldiers? Furthermore, the crimes Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng have committed are truly monstrous. Master, I monitored that you used live broadcasts to reduce the public's resistance to the awakened, and use this as a crucial opportunity to help the citizens overcome the food crisis, correct? Yes. Similar efforts can be made to guide public opinion. I suggest you tell Murong Chanfeng, you must save at least 10,000 citizens. This will save him and Bai Qiangwei from death. This kind of exchange proposal forced him to atone for his sins, forced him to fight for the people, and also gave him and Bai Qiangwei a legitimate reason to live. It's okay for others. But it's unfair to Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyao. Bai Qiangwei murdered Ms. Bai Lingxin. Furthermore, she assassinated Chen Xiaoyu twice. Other crimes might be meaningless now that the country has vanished, but this one is truly unforgivable. Furthermore, Chen Jinkuan was forced to become a demon king because of her. Then, Master, for Bai Qiangwei, I recommend a suspended death sentence, but unlike Cheng Feng's final execution. Zhong Lirui remained silent. His mind told him that doing so would indeed save thousands of awakened citizens from being killed, and it would also prevent the citizens from falling into a food crisis due to taking such a drastic step. But emotionally, he simply couldn't accept it. I go talk to her and get her opinion. Yujia, can your Changsheng Life Science products communicate with each other? Sister Xiaoyu, is she resting? At this moment, Chen Xiaoyu, who had been secretly monitoring Zhong Lirui, was in a state of great embarrassment. She was clearly spying on Zhong Lirui, yet he was trying to find her. Yujia had, of course, monitored Chen Xiaoyu's current state. Within the data time frame, her master personality smiled. Master, Sister Chen Xiaoyu hasn't gone to bed yet. She surely welcome your visit. She's only just recovered, so please be gentle with her. Zhong Lirui said with a sullen expression. Yujia, what's wrong with you? Are you a battleship AI assistance system? Hee, Master, my creator, Ms. Bai Lingxin, based me on her own state of mind and personality at age 22. If you have any questions, please consult Madam. Zhong Lirui, Putting aside his chaotic thoughts, Zhong Lirui gathered his composure and headed for Chen Xiaoyu's residence. When Zhong Li knocked on Chen Xiaoyu's door, the sight before him stunned him. Chen Xiaoyu, at night, was wearing a sheer gauze nightgown. Through the sheer fabric, a black lace two-piece suit could be seen underneath. This outfit truly showed no regard for his little brother. Zhong Lirui's mouth widened at the sight, and he quickly turned away. Chen Xiaoyu scoffed, "Oh, Governor brother, you're already married. Why are you still so reserved? As she spoke, her delicate hands restlessly embraced him. Sister, don't be like this. I came to see you tonight to discuss serious matters. Haha, I'm serious. You saved my life and our sister's. It seems like a small act of gratitude. It's not a big deal. Okay, tell me, what brings you to me in the middle of the night? Sister, I want to talk to you about Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng. A dark glint flashed in Chen Xiaoyu's eyes. Let me guess. You're probably planning to use Murong Chanfeng's abilities, and you're not going to kill Bai Qiangwei and Murong Chanfeng for the time being, right? Sister, you're incredibly accurate. Zhong Lirui was a little surprised. Qin Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. It wasn't that she was accurate, but rather that he had witnessed his conversation with Yu Jia just now. Then let me ask you directly, what do you think of Bai Qiangwei, Murong Chanfeng, and my father? Qin Xiaoyu dropped her playful expression and asked bluntly. Zhong Lirui fell silent. After a long pause, Zhong Lirui met Qin Xiaoyu's gaze again. Sister, you know how I operate. According to the law, justice, and righteousness, Bai Qiangwei must die. Murong Chanfeng. No need. Your father. Sorry, he must die too. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was complicated upon hearing this. Then, she said quietly, tell me what you think. Don't hide it from me. I'm like my sister-in-law Disanyan in this respect, I hate being deceived. Zhong Lirui sighed, let me cut to the chase. Bai Qiangwei had her reasons for acting this way. She was one of the culprits whose opinions led to the destruction of the world, but she murdered my innocent aunt and attempted to assassinate you twice. For this crime alone, she must pay with her life. So even if I sentence her to a suspended death sentence, it will be a suspended death sentence that must be carried out, not a suspended death sentence that can be commuted. You, for me and Mom, want to kill Bai Qiangwei? Qin Xiaoyu was stunned. And for the whole world. For you, and the whole world, she must die in the end, Zhong Lirui affirmed. Is that so? Then, what about Murong Chanfeng? Qin Xiaoyu asked, moved. His crime doesn't deserve the death penalty, Zhong Lirui continued calmly. According to the evidence we have, Murong Chanfeng, while a spy, is a man of integrity. He wasn't actually involved in what Bai Qiangwei did. After the incident broke out, your father made him into a biological weapon to avenge Bai Qiangwei. Simply put, as long as he has a clear conscience, his crime doesn't deserve the death penalty. Qin Xiaoyu remained silent, but she largely agreed with this statement. Where's my dad? Sister, I already told Aunt the other day. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Qin Xiaoyu had participated in the online conversation with her mother that day, so she naturally understood Zhong Lirui's intentions. She couldn't refute it. Zhong Lirui wanted to kill Bai Qiangwei for her mother, and for the people of the world. However, his father was one of the direct instigators of the destruction of the world. This heinous crime and blood debt would likely be forgiven by no one. After a long pause, Qin Xiaoyu smiled and asked, Rui, I'm guessing you're a Libra, right? Chapter 187. I really am. Zhong Lirui was a little embarrassed. Qin Xiaoyao stepped forward, his eyes clear of desire and temptation, and embraced Zhong Lirui. Brother, thank you for your sincere fairness. Do as you wish. I trust you. Sister, thank you. Yu Jia, now in the data world, sighed softly. Very fair, Master Libra. The next morning, Zhong Lirui assembled half of his personal guards and 100 elite troops, boarded the Bishi, and headed towards the Jinxi district of the Magic City. This 100-man force was essentially the same as the one that had previously entered the dungeon, except that the special forces had been reduced by approximately 20 men, replaced by 11 specialists, 6 helicopter pilots from the Army Aviation Corps, 3 attack helicopters, and 1 special operations helicopter. These helicopters were now stationed in the hangar beneath the Bishi's deck. In addition, the Bishi was equipped with 3 Qiangdong-type gas tank cannons and 2 107mm rocket launchers. Among the accompanying personnel, there was a special individual. He was the tall Murong Chanfeng, wearing a long black leather coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and a mask. Beside him were Xiaofeng and Suna, equipped with anti-material weapons. At this moment, his eyes were determined. In the detention center, Bai Qiangwei's eyes drifted toward the door. At this moment, her husband, in exchange for a reprieve from his death sentence, was once again forced to go on a mission. For me to live a little longer, the price is to save a cumulative 10,000 citizens. Chanfeng. I hurt you time and time again. Woo. Bai Qiangwei covered her face and cried in the room. The Bishi slowly started up and then sped north, heading for the Magic City. The Magic City is located 300 kilometers northeast of Lingnan Prefecture, at the mouth of the Kangwoo River, Daejeon's largest river. It is Daejeon's largest city. Xinjiang is the capital, but the second largest city. It was also one of the largest cities on Blue Planet before the apocalyptic zombie crisis. After a 3-hour voyage, Zhongli Rui and his group arrived at the outskirts of the Magic City Fortress in the Jinji district of the Magic City. On the bridge. Master, after investigation, we have determined that the exterior walls of the Magic City Fortress adopt a large bastion-style architecture. Furthermore, there is an inner city wall and a second wall. Yu Jia reported to Zhongli Rui. Qin Xiaoyuan gazed at the bastion walls outside the Magic City Fortress from afar and sighed. I don't know if the Magic City rebels will fight. But they are great architects, I have no doubt about that. Engineer Li also gave it high praise. As far as city walls are concerned, the bastion structure is the most reasonable castle defense arrangement in an era dominated by firearms. Well, the chief architect must be a master. However, this design is also due to the fact that zombies and monsters have no firearms. Amao was a little shocked. If it were an enemy fortress, I wouldn't dare climb it. There are so many distractions. If I climb one, I'd be attacked by the opposing defenders. At this moment, Lu Shi smiled and patted Amao's shoulder. What are you talking about? These great architects are, like us, rebels and allies. If I have time, I really want to go up to the city wall and take a picture to show Ming Qi. Amao nodded. Lu Shi rested her chin on her hand and said, Yeah, I want to take some pictures too and bring them back to Anchi. She found this place so interesting. Maybe she want to come here and live stream someday. Alright, Zhongli Rui said, waking the two men who had fallen into a travel mode, saying, Lu Shi, Amao, we're not here for fun. Tianji will break free in a few days. We're here to gather materials for thermobaric bombs. After Tianji is destroyed, if the situation stabilizes, I give you a break. We talk then. Do you understand? Yes. Lu Shi and Amao agreed in unison. Looking at these two brothers, who had been through life and death together, Zhongli Rui shook his head slightly. Unlike Zhongli Rui, who transformed into a new human while seriously injured, Amao and Lu Shi became new humans after death. This made Di Xinyan and Chen Xiaoyao laugh inwardly. Sister-in-law, have you noticed that Rui is becoming more and more like you? He's really becoming more and more like a leader and a master. Xiaoyao you? Well, he's becoming more and more reliable. Di Xinyan smiled gently. Situkong gazed at the thick outer walls of the bastion, feeling a deep sense of regret. Alas, if the outer walls of Dayton Base had been constructed similarly, they wouldn't have been breached so quickly. Bastion walls are generally thicker than ordinary castles. They were a new development in the artillery era, designed to counter artillery tactics. To be honest, Dayton Base's outer walls lacked the structure of a bastion, and their insufficient thickness led to their self-destruction by the enhanced C-2 kamikaze attack. Wang Gang patted Situkong on the shoulder. Chief of Staff, think positively. It's all over. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, you're right. Thank you. At the same time, the People's Resistance Army defenders on the walls of the Demon City Fortress, gazing at the majestic Beishi, could not help but whisper among themselves. Is this the legendary land-based battleship, the Beishi, from the 18th War Zone? Wow, it looks so sci-fi and majestic. This, a dry boat, so impressive. Oh, this is the Allied forces of the 18th War Zone. Governor Zhongli and his men showed us mercy last time, and gave us ammunition. Yes, we went to the 18th War Zone a while ago to get ammunition. They're really nice. The base garrison didn't give us any trouble, just raising their guns an inch and firing blanks. In the end, they even gave us a lot of weapons and ammunition. Our rocket launchers were also given to us by them. Our companions in Lingnan Prefecture are truly kind and righteous. For a long time, I thought we were the only ones left in the world. Don't worry, don't be so depressed. Things will get better soon. Yes. After the warship found a suitable place to anchor, Zhongli Rui and his companions met with Ekaterina, who had come to greet them. Your Excellency, Ekaterina, we meet again. Your Excellency, Zhongli Rui, how are you? It's a pleasure to see you again. In a conference room, in a factory building within the Magic City Fortress, Ekaterina's adjutant explained the situation at the two target locations. Governor Zhongli, the fuel refining base is located 3 kilometers northeast of the Magic City explosion. It was originally an industrial park, but is now closed. Before our retreat, we roughly estimated that there were approximately 1,000 zombies within the fuel refining base. Zhongli Rui noticed that Ekaterina looked somewhat downcast. As for the Magic City Military Museum, it's a bit of a hassle. It's located in the eastern Puyan district, the core of the city, and your land-based ships may not be able to enter. Therefore, you need to use a helicopter. After gaining a detailed understanding of the situation in both locations, Zhongli Rui led his troops and prepared for action. Before departing, Zhongli Rui said goodbye to Ekaterina, who was seeing him off. Your Excellency, Ekaterina, I'm very grateful for the intelligent support you provided. Without further ado, let's set off immediately for our first stop, the fuel refining and production base. Ekaterina sighed slightly. So, Your Excellency, Zhongli Rui, are you planning to take your elite troops there and go on a killing spree? No, Zhongli Rui smiled. This time, I plan not to kill any of the zombies in the industrial park. Are you kidding? How can you obtain high-energy fuel without killing them? Ekaterina raised her eyebrows. I'm not kidding. I really do have a solution, Zhongli Rui said seriously. As for what it is, I tell you in detail after I finish fighting with my troops, Your Excellency Ekaterina. Take care. Zhongli Rui was halfway through his farewell when Ekaterina interrupted. Governor Zhongli, I'd like to go with you to see the solution you mentioned. I go with you to the fuel refining and production base. Ah. Your Excellency, are you sure you really want to come with us? We're allies on the same side. I want to see how your elite troops fight without suffering any casualties. Is that okay? Ekaterina's eyes flickered, then a look of insistence appeared. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, sighed slightly, and then said, Well, Your Excellency, take 2 guards and come with us. You don't need to do anything, just observe. Hearing Zhongli Rui's words, the higher-ups of the Demon City Fortress Resistance all expressed surprise. Ekaterina was also somewhat surprised by Zhongli Rui's frankness, but she quickly nodded, accompanied by 2 guards armed with police submachine guns and wearing full SWAT gear, and joined Zhongli Rui's team. Outside the target industrial park, Zhongli Rui led a 100-man team, lying in ambush at a safe distance. Engineers and scouts quietly advanced, planted explosives sufficient to breach the roadblocks enclosing the park, and quickly withdrew. After receiving the call, Wang Gang gave Zhongli Rui a reassuring look and gesture. Zhongli Rui nodded, signaling they could begin. Immediately, Wang Gang radioed the engineer. According to plan, detonate, breach the roadblock. With Wang Gang's command, a loud explosion shook the entire industrial park. Amidst a cloud of dust, a breach in the roadblock was blasted open. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a damaged iron gate and concrete blocks. At this moment, Zhongli Rui adjusted his tech glasses on his right eye and saw the size of the blasted hole. The doors blown wide enough. Zhongli Rui nodded, then said to Wang Gang, Notify the Piper to move. There are 1,000 of them here, and today's his chance to strike big. A tall figure in a long, blue-black leather coat emerged from a nearby hiding place and strode towards the blasted intersection. Ekaterina's eyes widened. How could you control the Hellbringer? Governor Zhongli, please explain. Do you know that the Hellbringer and his minions have caused heavy casualties among the survivors of our Demon City Fortress? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to build such a powerful wall system. Zhongli Rui was speechless. How did the survivors of the Demon City fight the C3 guide? He adjusted himself slightly, then said to Ekaterina, Your Excellency, please calm down. Actually, the Hell Envoy you're referring to is the C3 guide, a biological weapon produced by Changsheng Life Science. It's essentially based on a human. This C3 is now temporarily a member of our army. He has regained human consciousness and reason. Apparently, you fought against C3 before, so you should know his abilities. Ekaterina was stunned, then suddenly realized, the Piper. He has the ability to control ordinary zombies. I get it. No wonder you were so confident you said you wouldn't kill any of them. Zhongli Rui nodded. During their conversation, Murong Chafeng had already removed his hat, revealing the C3 guide's enhanced headband, captured on the battlefield. He took a deep breath, his headband beginning to glow, and the organs in his throat began to gather strength. Ah! Amidst the woman's howling, the zombies that had been wandering throughout the production base stumbled out. Guided by the howling, the zombies began to gather in an orderly manner, no longer as blindly and chaotically as before. Under Murong Chafeng's control, nearly 1,000 zombies, as if leaving get off work, emerged in an orderly stream from the breach blasted through the gate and gathered in a nearby open space. This is unbelievable. Ekaterina and her 2 guards were all stunned. But this is great. Dad, Uncle Seriosha, and the others won't have to die a second time, Ekaterina whispered. However, Zhongli Rui, with his excellent hearing, heard Ekaterina's whisper. Her father and his co-workers worked here and became zombies during the crisis? Jean Leroy wondered. After all 996 zombies were led out of the base, the engineers and expert team entered the park's production and storage areas for inspection. Soon, Engineer Lee's call came through. Colonel Zhongli. Good news. We found the ethylene oxide production equipment and large storage tanks. Give us an hour, and we have enough material. Be careful. I remember that ethylene oxide, while not highly toxic, is still poisonous. Jean Leroy warned. Don't worry. Colonel Zhongli, all personnel are wearing chemical defense gear. Excellent, proceed quickly. Be careful. After the call, Ekaterina nodded in agreement. Sir Jean Leroy, you are also a leader who values and cares for your subordinates. That's very good. Miss Ekaterina, thank you very much. It's as it should be. An hour later, the expert team and the engineers completed the acquisition and transportation of the fuel-air explosive and evacuated the base. Zhongli, seeing the time was ripe, immediately said to Wang Gang, inform the piper to finish up. Send the lost one back. Wang Gang, yes, sir. Murong Chanfeng activated his ability again and walked at the front of the zombie horde, leading the vast crowd of nearly 1,000 zombies back into the industrial area. When the last zombie entered the gate, the engineers quickly stepped forward and began working to reseal the gate. Soon Murong Chanfeng, wearing his hat again, trotted out of the gate. After he left, the engineers quickly patched up the last gap in the barrier at the entrance. The industrial park was sealed off again. If it weren't for the traces of the explosion at the entrance, it would seem that no one had been here today. Chapter 188. Murong Chanfeng and the engineers came before Jean Leroy. Fu Chang, the battalion commander of the engineering battalion, saluted. Colonel Zhongli, mission accomplished, no casualties. Murong Chanfeng hesitated, then saluted. Colonel Zhongli, the flute player has completed the guidance mission. Thank you for your hard work, both of you. Jean Leroy thought for a moment, then said to Murong Chanfeng, today, 1,000. Your efforts have preserved the possibility of their future resurrection. Well done, operator. Total 9,000, Murong Chanfeng thought to himself, then a look of excitement crossed his face. Yes, sir. Ekaterina looked at the industrial park as if nothing had happened, feeling a sense of emotion. However, she only gave a bitter smile to Jean Leroy's words, preserving the possibility of future resurrection. Governor Zhongli, you're such a comforter. Resurrection. How could it be possible? If resurrection were possible, how could there be only 15,000 people left in the Demon City's fortress out of a population of 25 million? Sigh. With their first objective accomplished, Jean Leroy smiled and asked Ekaterina, Your Excellency Ekaterina, I didn't go on a killing spree in the industrial park. Objective accomplished. Ekaterina smiled briefly, then said sternly, Be careful of those giant bloodthirsty bats when you go downtown. Jean Leroy said to Wang Gang, Tell the soldiers to be careful with the air defenses. We're not afraid of those things on the ground. It's best to use helmets with covers around the neck. Wang Gang nodded. Jean Leroy then said to Ekaterina, Your Excellency Ekaterina, we send you and your men back first, and then we move on to the next mission. Ekaterina shook her head. Governor Zhongli, your helicopter is too small. I already called in the Army Aviation Unit at our base to mobilize a large helicopter to assist you. I remember that blank stabilized shell in the museum wasn't a small round. That thermobaric round, fully loaded with explosives, weighed 7 tons. Your helicopter won't do. Jean Leroy's face suddenly became troubled. Ah. I was careless. I should have brought a transport vehicle. It's okay. I send a large transport helicopter to assist you. I have a Z-8 Divine Condor here. Helicopters have ample capacity. Z-8 Shindiao helicopter, 13-ton payload. Jean Leroy's expression was immediately filled with surprise. Your Excellency, Ekaterina, you bid a real help. Ekaterina smiled and said, You always call me Your Excellency, Ekaterina. That's too formal. My friends all call me Yelena. Stop calling me Your Excellency all the time. Just call me Yelena. Yelena. Jean Leroy smiled and held out his hand. Then you can call me Roy too. The two smiled and shook hands. For helicopters, carrying Jean Leroy and Yelena, and the two teams, totaling 18 people, took off from the Magic City Fortress and the Beishi, flying over the city and heading for the Magic City War Museum in Puyan East District. During the flight, Jean Leroy witnessed from the helicopter windows the desolate state of Magic City, once one of the largest cities in Asia, after the apocalyptic zombie crisis. The once bustling streets were now roamed by scattered zombies. The windows of high-rise buildings were shattered, and the streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and debris, creating a desolate scene. The once flashing neon lights were no longer visible, replaced by a gloomy sky and the occasional drift of dark clouds. Zhongli heart was filled with mixed emotions, nostalgia for the past and anxiety about the future. The helicopter flew at low altitude, the roar of its engines blending with the rustle of the wind, forming a uniquely apocalyptic symphony. Zhongli gaze shifted from the window to his teammates inside the cabin. Their expressions were serious, some checking their equipment, others whispering to each other. "Rui, what are you thinking about?" His wife, Di Xinyan, asked with concern. "Xinyan, this was once one of humanity's largest cities on Blue Star. Look at what it's become now." Sigh. "Our civilization took thousands of years to build. And it took less than a year to destroy it. I feel truly heartbroken. Destruction is always easier than construction." Di Xinyan placed her hand in Zhongli warm, large one, soothingly. "Rui, you and Yelena both chose the path of reviving civilization. You chose this path, and the remaining survivors chose you. No matter how difficult the road, I will be with you." Di Xinyan smiled gently as she spoke. Looking at his loving wife at this moment, Zhongli felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Thank you." Because he was currently on a combat mission, Zhongli ultimately suppressed the urge to kiss her. As the target approached, the helicopter gradually lowered its altitude, finally landing smoothly on the tarmac of the Magic City War Museum. Zhongli and Yelena, leading their respective teams, disembarked from the helicopter swiftly and orderly, setting foot on this land that had witnessed countless historical moments. The museum building had survived the catastrophe, and despite some damage, it still looked majestic and magnificent. After a brief moment of thought, Zhongli ordered Di Xinyan, Xiaofeng, Tingsha, Zhu Su, Lu Shi, Ameo, Wang Gang, a machine gunner, and engineer Li to enter the museum. The other 3 or 2 pilots remained on standby in the helicopter. Yelena, accompanied by a guard, also disembarked from their Z8 transport helicopter. They passed through the museum's main entrance, and were greeted by a vast exhibition hall. "Master, be extremely careful," Yu Jia suddenly warned. Scans have revealed approximately 100 threatening targets hidden beneath the museum's roof. One is significantly larger than the others. Based on its characteristics and behavior, as described by Governor Catherine, it's likely a giant bloodthirsty bat. Upon Yu Jia's warning, Zhongli gestured to stop and whispered, "Everyone, form a battle formation and search carefully. There are approximately 100 giant bloodthirsty bats in this museum." Upon hearing Zhongli words, Yelena's expression changed drastically. She lowered her voice and asked, "Rui, are you serious? How can you tell if you haven't seen anything? Do you have X-ray vision?" Zhongli nodded. He lifted his 7 swords helmet and said, "What a coincidence. I actually have one. My detection system detected it." Yelena was horrified. "Rui, let's retreat. These bats are terrifying. I'm telling you, even the elite soldiers with pistols can't handle 4 giant bloodthirsty bats on their own. There are only 16 of us. 4 of them are still on the helicopter. If you don't want to get everyone killed, retreat." Zhongli smiled. "Don't worry, Yelena. My outstanding men have fought even the most formidable opponents. These mutated carbon-based creatures are no problem. If you're afraid, take your guards and wait in the helicopter." "You? Why are you acting like a vodka-drunk reckless man, so reckless?" Zhongli smiled, picked up a semi-automatic compound crossbow, and said, "Don't worry, we're strong." With that, Zhongli followed Engineer Li's instructions, and began moving toward the bomb exhibition area. "You?" Yelena was a little furious at Zhongli expression. At this moment, Yelena's citizen resistance fighters, somewhat timidly, said, "Governor, how about we wait in the helicopter? Even 100 giant bloodthirsty bats. Let's follow. 2 more guns, at least we can handle more. Damn those arrogant Zero Anzhou people." So helpless, Yelena and her guards followed. At that moment, from the roof of the museum, countless pairs of crimson eyes stared down intently. Among them, one pair was noticeably larger than the others. 2-legged beasts. Your time is over. You can't reverse the rise of our winged race. A sharp voice whispered. Soon, in the bomb exhibition area, Zhongli and his team found the empty thermobaric bomb shell on display. Engineer Li stepped forward to examine it, then smiled and said, "Sir, this is it. It's in excellent condition. Just go back and replace the components, install the explosives and fueler explosives, and it's ready to use." Zhongli nodded, then said to Engineer Li, "Quick, pack it up, load the transport equipment, and let's go." Engineer Li nodded and immediately began working. Soon, with everyone's help, The thermobaric bomb was loaded onto the simple hydraulic forklift used for transportation. As they were about to return to the hall, pushing the empty thermobaric bomb, Yujia warned again, "Master, the density of the giant bloodthirsty bats at the top has noticeably changed." They quietly gathered at the top of the hall. It's speculated that they may be intelligent and intend to ambush us in this relatively large area. "I thought so too," Zhongli Rui said calmly. Then, Zhongli Rui quietly said to Xiaofeng's 3 personal guards, "Xiaofeng, you guys will use the flashbangs later." Xiaofeng nodded, his eyes full of trust. Then, Zhongli made a gesture to Lu Shi and a Mao, pulling a ring on his fist, and then spreading his palm. Lu Shi and a Mao instantly understood, and then smiled fiercely. Afterward, Zhongli Rui looked at Wang Gang and the machine gunner, simply raised his crossbow, and gestured towards the ceiling. Wang Gang and the machine gunner immediately smiled and nodded, giving an okay sign. Finally, Zhongli Rui signaled Di Xinyan, Li Gong, Yelena, and the guards to retreat. Di Xinyan nodded, then raised her automatic pistol and closed her level 3 helmet visor. Li Gong, understandingly, pulled down the flap on his own blast helmet and pulled out his automatic pistol. Looking at Zhongli Rui and his group's helmets, all of them full face, Yelena and the guards were a bit embarrassed. Their helmets had open faces. Yelena thought for a moment and whispered to the guards. So, they both pulled out spare industrial gas masks from their backs and put them on, providing some sort of facial protection. Watching the two's emergency response, Zhongli Rui gave Yelena a thumbs up. Yelena spread her hands helplessly. Then, under everyone's tense gaze, Xiaofeng donned her full-face helmet, completely protected by the seamless armor of the royal guards. She gazed at the dense array of enemy targets on the monitors and, fearlessly, stepped forward into the hall. From the ceiling, a shrill howl echoed. Then, a swarm of giant, bloodthirsty bats descended, swarming towards Xiaofeng. Facing a swarm of giant, bloodthirsty bats, Xiaofeng remained motionless. Yelena's eyes widened, and as she prepared to raise her gun for covering fire, Xiaofeng suddenly threw something and quickly retreated. "Close your eyes, open your mouth," Lu Shi shouted. Although Yelena still didn't understand what was happening, the blood of her fighting nation instantly prompted her to do as she was told. So, she decisively closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Yelena's guard, an ordinary civilian soldier, was completely oblivious to what was happening. Before he could react, an explosion erupted in the hall, instantly engulfing it in a powerful light. Countless giant, bloodthirsty bats screamed and fell to the ground. Bats are particularly sensitive to bright light and fire. Therefore, most bats would fall to the ground when the flashbang was launched. The guards beside Yelena also screamed, "Ah! My eyes! My eyes!" Only then did Yelena realize that the female warrior named Xiaofeng, clad in strange full-body armor, had used a flashbang. Fortunately, her instincts prevented her from being caught like the guards. Watching the giant bloodthirsty bats struggling to rise and fly again, a Mao and Lu Shi exchanged a glance, then pulled out their grenades, pulled the safety rings, and threw them. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions. The smoke was accompanied by numerous screams. 2 giant blood-red flowers exploded on the floor. The shockwave shattered several panes of tempered glass on the ceiling, sending them raining down like a torrential rain. The shards of glass caused secondary damage to the giant bloodthirsty bats on the ground that hadn't been hit. Although she didn't count them carefully, Yelena estimated that this combo had taken out dozens of giant bloodthirsty bats. On the roof, the largest giant bloodthirsty bat king was furious. In the first wave of attacks, it hadn't sent all of its giant bloodthirsty bats down, only sending half, intending to finish off the humans before finishing them off to avoid injury itself. However, these half of the bats were practically wiped out by the humans' fluid, unstoppable attacks. The Bat King let out a roar of attack, and the remaining 50 or so bats began to swoop down upon the crowd. "Air defense, free fire!" Zhongli Rui shouted, then raised his semi-automatic compound crossbow and began firing. At this moment, the guards' electromagnetic automatic rifles, Wang Gang's Type 95 automatic rifle, and the machine gunner's Type 81 light machine guns all opened fire fiercely. For a moment, the hall echoed with the roar of intense fire from various firearms. Surprisingly, a Mao didn't pull out his gun, but instead his rebar. He spun the rebar like a windmill, whirring it, and several bats that flew towards him were instantly blasted apart in a shower of blood. Yelena, stunned, watched Zhongli Rui's elite troops unilaterally slaughter these bloodthirsty monsters that had once terrified her and the resistance. "Are you still human?" she asked, stunned. Chapter 189. The battle lasted 3 minutes. The continuous gunfire in the hall had faded into the sound of small-caliber pistols. It was the sound of a Mao, Lu Shi, Wang Gang, and Li Gong, who had bravely emerged, firing repetitive shots at the giant bloodthirsty bats that hadn't yet fully died. This noise didn't last long. Eventually, there was no longer a single moving giant bloodthirsty bat in the hall. At this moment, Zhongli Rui slowly walked out, loaded his rifle, and aimed his thunderbolt pistol at a spot on the ceiling. Yu Jia, is this possible? Don't worry, master. I calculated it. It's possible. Feel free to shoot. Show off your skills for your men, hee hee. Yu Jia let out a little girl's chuckle. Zhongli Rui frowned slightly. Why is the AI-assisted system written by Ant Bilingxin so whimsical? Then, following the system's guidance, he fired his Thunderbolt 12.7 caliber anti-material pistol. Even after having heard so many gunshots, Yelena was still startled by the loud bang of Zhongli Rui's anti-material pistol. She saw a terrifying burst of flame, over a meter long, erupt from the muzzle of Zhongli Rui's pistol. Somewhere in the ceiling, the curtain wall was pierced. From somewhere at the top of the hall, screams rang out. Then, everyone saw a massive, bloodthirsty bat slowly slide down the sloping curtain wall and land on the grass outside the museum. Excellent marksmanship. Lu Shi and Wang Gang exclaimed heartily at the same time. Zhongli Rui felt a little guilty. He had just used Yu Jia's perspective and trajectory calculation functions, which was considered cheating. Yelena's eyes were full of sparkling stars as she whispered to herself, "This is a true warrior. Sister Anna, Governor Zhongli has avenged you. He's killed 100 of the monsters that hurt you." Disinian, who was not far away, heard this. New humans have very good hearing, haha. She raised an eyebrow in concern. Was Governor Catherine's sister injured by this monster? It's so huge. It must be their king, right? Zhongli Rui put away his pistol and said calmly, "Let's go out and take a look." When everyone went outside the museum to check on the largest giant bloodthirsty bat, they discovered that although this creature had been shot in the lower body and partially exploded, it was still alive. The bloodthirsty bat king glanced at Yelena, who was a little further away, and sneered, "Squeak. Chieftain of the two-legged beasts, who can only build walls, the allies you brought this time are so formidable." Squeak. Zhongli Rui exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, these bloodthirsty bats have learned to speak human language." The bloodthirsty bat king sneered, "Foolish two-legged beasts, you have occupied this estuary for thousands of years. We awakened our mysterious power to end your race's millennia-long tyrannical rule. Although I die today, my people and my allies will not let you go. Chieftain, is your sister okay?" Squeak. Yelena cried indignantly, "You are the one who killed my sister Anna. I demand your life." She raised her automatic pistol. Zhongli Rui raised his hand to stop her. "Yelena, you're not safe. Get out of the way. Don't stop me from avenging my sister." "What do you mean, not safe?" Yelena suddenly felt puzzled by Zhongli Rui's words. "Literally. I just used an anti-material pistol, and one shot like that didn't kill it. I mean, you might not be able to kill it with your small-caliber pistol." "Ah?" Then, Yelena was a little confused. "What should we do then?" "That's easy." Zhongli Rui expressionlessly pulled out the rebar, and then said to Lu Shi, "Shizi, do you still have the old tricks?" Lu Shi was delighted, "Of course. It's been a while since I'd done this." Amao also smiled at this moment. "Can I try too?" Zhongli Rui nodded expressionlessly at first, then a sinister smile appeared. And so, before the bloodthirsty Bat King's horrified vision, 3 evil-eyed two-legs approached, raising their thick, black rebar. "You cruel two-legs. You!" Squeak. Yelena, her unfortunate guard, who had finally regained his sight, Engineer Li, and the machine gunner were all stunned. Wang Gang said he was used to it. Disinian smiled wryly. Witnessing the complete physical destruction of the monster that had harmed her sister, Yelena sighed. So Governor Zhongli was so cautious and brutal, fearing the monster wasn't completely dead. As the corpses of the bloodthirsty bats burned in the open space in front of the War Museum, Yelena whispered, "Anna, my sister and our ally, Governor Zhongli Rui, have avenged you." While Zhongli Rui and his men were collecting the corpses of the bloodthirsty bats, Engineer Li was anxiously examining the empty thermobaric bomb. Zhongli Rui stepped forward and asked, "Engineer Li, how long will it take before this live ammunition can actually be used?" "Well, Colonel Zhongli, I estimate, at the earliest, 24 hours. "Huh? Why does it take so long? Don't the fuel explosive and explosive already exist?" "Colonel, this is already the fastest possible time. Besides the fuel explosive and explosive, The bomb circuit boards and electronic components need to be replaced and restocked, and the glide bomb kit needs to be installed on the outside of the shell. That's easy. We have several glide bombs, and they can be disassembled and used quickly. In short, 24 hours. Okay, you and the team, hurry up, Zhongli said nervously, looking toward the southeast sky. Also, Colonel Zhongli, you need to talk to Governor General Ekaterina and ask her to borrow the heavy-lift helicopter, the Z-8. Why? Engineer Lee looked hesitant. Colonel, last time we removed the cannon from our attack helicopters and barely replaced them with large bombs. That's already the limit. Did you know that our attack helicopters only have a gross takeoff weight of 7 tons and an effective weapons or cargo load of only 1.5 tons? Right now, only the Z-8 can. We can now transport and launch this 7 or 8 ton thermobaric bomb. Zhongli was startled, instantly depressed, and a bit self-reproachful. Oh, I actually neglected the helicopter's payload. Thank goodness, Engineer Lee, you're so capable. Not at all, Colonel, you're still the best. To be honest, when you told me to take us on a 200-kilometer scramble to find materials for the thermobaric bomb, I was completely clueless. And now, Engineer Lee looked at the thermobaric bomb already mounted on the Z-8 helicopter and said with great enthusiasm, "Give me and my team another day and night, and we have it made. Governor, we use this king of bombs to blow the disaster-level monster sky high and protect the people." With that, Engineer Lee respectfully saluted Zhongli. Zhongli returned the salute, then smiled and said, "Engineer Lee, well said. Use a powerful weapon to protect the people." At this point, Engineer Lee and Zhongli were talking quite loudly, enough for everyone around them to hear. Everyone looked at the thermobaric bombs they had secured, recalled the conversation between the two, and smiled confidently. Yelena stood up and nodded with emotion at what Zhongli had said. Zhongli immediately approached Yelena to discuss borrowing the Z-8 Divine Eagle helicopter for subsequent operations. After hearing Zhongli's request, Yelena's azure eyes flickered with a hint of cunning, and she said, "Of course, I can lend you the Zero Anzhou Army the helicopter. However, I have 2 requests." "Yelena, what are your requests? Please tell me." "First, Arue my friend, today you and your powerful warriors eliminated 100 giant bloodthirsty bats that were threatening us survivors in the city, contributing significantly to the safety of our Demon City fortress. For this, I'd like to treat you and your warriors to drinks tonight." Engineer Lee quickly said, "Colonel, Governor Ekaterina, our expert team and engineers will not be joining us. We still need to modify the bombs." Zhongli thought for a moment and said, "Then, Engineer Lee, I'd be thanking you for your hard work." He turned to the others and said, "Then we will accept Governor Yelena's kindness. So what is your second request?" "Rui, although we only known each other for a short time, I'm deeply impressed by your proactive and decisive actions for the people of the 2 war zones. You also said that the purpose of this search for materials to manufacture weapons of mass destruction is to eliminate the catastrophic super monster Tianji and protect the people of the 2 war zones. In that case, as the temporary governor of the Magic City Fortress, I will also go with you on the battle." "Ah." Zhongli hesitated when Yu Jia offered a suggestion. "Master, fighting the Tianji may seem dangerous, but it's actually not. The Tianji has strong regenerative abilities, but analysis of the data on the surveillance screens indicates its movement speed is approximately 25 to 30 miles per hour. Compared to the Bishi, it's simply impossible to reach. The primary tactic against the Tianji is to use long-range aircraft carrier tactics. Therefore, even if Governor Yelena and her men go, they should only observe from the bridge." "That makes sense," Zhongli thought to himself. He then smiled and replied, "Okay, Yelena, when the time comes, you come with me aboard the Bishi land battleship to witness our coalition's battle against Tianji." "Okay, it's a deal." That evening, Engineer Lee, along with his team of experts and engineers, and the aviation personnel of the Magic City Fortress, began intensively assembling and debugging the thermobaric bombs, the glide suit, and the launcher on the Z-8. Yelena warmly entertained Zhongli and his group as they attacked the museum. In the multi-purpose hall of a factory building within the Magic City Fortress, Yelena meticulously arranged a sumptuous dinner, considered lavish for the era. To Zhongli surprise, the table, besides bread, sweet potatoes, and roasted chicken, also featured white rice and vodka. Zhongli and his group were warmly welcomed at the dinner. Yelena raised her glass to Zhongli and his brave men, thanking them for all they had done for the Demon City Fortress. The banquet was filled with a long-awaited atmosphere of toasting and drinking. At the banquet, Wang Gang and Yelena were arguing over who could hold more alcohol. Amidst the cheers, Wang Gang, a native of Qingxiu Yuzhou, and Yelena, a half-Rakshasa, engaged in a drinking contest. Wang Gang ended up foaming at the mouth, while Yelena simply danced with her glass in hand. Lu Shi, speechless, stepped forward and moved Wang Gang to Di Sunyan's care. Sister Sunyan, please check on Captain Wang Gang. Don't let him get drunk and get into trouble. Di Sunyan shook her head. You guys, don't you know that the girls in Rakshasa Kingdom grew up with a barrel of wine? You're really just trying to save face and end up suffering. Ha! Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, you should just go to bed. Yelena, holding a bottle of vodka, turned her head and gave Zhong Lirui, who had only drunk a small bottle of vodka, a provocative look. My dearest, most powerful ally, shall we have a drink too? Zhong Lirui shook his head. Yi Lin. Nah, you're already drunk. That's enough. We have another expedition in a day. Yelena persisted, come on. Ling'an Province's foremost warrior, my most powerful ally. Today I witnessed your prowess on the battlefield. You could defeat 10 of my strongest warriors. So, Governor Arui, so brave, you wouldn't be afraid of this mere bottle of wine, would you? Zhong Lirui suddenly recalled the disastrous experience he had with Lu Shi and the others after Di Sunyan's engagement. Just as he was about to refuse, Yu Jia offered another suggestion. Master, drink without hesitation. As AC-1-S new human, your metabolic capacity is much greater than that of an average person. Put it this way, unless it's 96% water of life, ordinary alcohol won't make you drunk. Zhong Lirui was speechless. Well, I didn't expect the new human physique could be used in this way. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Zhong Lirui began a drinking contest with Yelena. Chapter 190. Zhong Lirui accepted the wine glass from Yelena, and under the gaze of the crowd, the two began this extraordinary contest. With the clinking of glasses, the two began to drink back and forth. As the empty bottles piled up on the table, Yelena's face grew redder and redder. Her balance was finally failing. Finally, with the table full of bottles, Yelena, unable to maintain her balance, finally gave in and surrendered, while Zhong Lirui remained calm. Although Zhong Lirui was thankful that he wasn't drunk, he also felt a little ashamed. He had relied on the powerful metabolism of the new humans to cheat and defeat Yelena. Burp. Rui. My. Burp. Warrior. I. Lost. I can't drink anymore. Ugh. Then Yelena pretended to collapse. Zhong Lirui quickly activated his sprint and rushed forward to support Yelena. Seeing Zhong Lirui supporting her, Yelena's eyes flickered with cunning, and she spoke haltingly. You want to take me back? Hiccups. My room? This way. Lu Shi and Mao, who were watching the excitement from the side, responded with a huh? Then Lu Shi ignored Zhong Lirui and said, Arui, Governor Yelena will be taken back and taken care of by you. Hey, you two, help me. Zhong Lirui felt a strange premonition of danger, and quickly tried to call out to the two. Mao, with a playful smile, said, Brother Rui, you and the Governor General are on the same level, and you're the most qualified. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. With that, he slipped away. Zhong Lirui looked at the two disloyal men with a look of frustration, and suddenly an idea struck him. He called Xiao Feng, my dear daughter. Come on, help me escort Governor Yelena back. Xiaofeng, yes. Dad. Yelena, who was pretending to be drunk, was shocked. Oh, he's playing it so hard. How could this tough-looking female warrior call him dad? Is that the way they call him dad? But his wife came along today too? What's going on? So, Zhong Lirui and Xiaofeng helped the pretending drunk Yelena. With his random guidance, they finally found the door to her room. After entering the room, Zhong Lirui gently laid Yelena on the bed. But Yelena immediately began her superb performance. She first stumbled to her feet, ran to the bathroom, and vomited violently, leaning against the toilet bowl. Then, clutching her stomach, she began complaining of discomfort. Sister Xiaofeng, can you help me? Ask my lieutenant, Xiao Zhou, to bring me some hangover medicine? Xiaofeng glanced at Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui saw Yelena's serious expression and nodded gently, saying, Xiaofeng, go quickly and come back soon. Yes, Dad, I'll be back soon. Watching Xiaofeng leave and close the door, Yelena's eyes flickered with a hint of smugness. At this moment, in the data world, Yu Jia, as a spectator, watched Yelena's performance with a smile, and the rookie captain master who remained unaware that she had fallen into a romantic trap. A girl of Rakshasa descent is quite cunning. TSK. Master, do you need to be told that you're being targeted? And there's a big surprise hidden in the closet next to you? Taking advantage of Xiaofeng's absence, Yelena suddenly stood up and, with her jade-white hands, reached out to embrace Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui was married, after all, and seeing this, the alcohol in his head immediately dissipated. He looked at Yelena, who looked completely different from before, no longer frail, and immediately understood that she was feigning intoxication to lure him to her room. How did I end up turning into Tang monk flesh? All these female demons want to eat me. Ah la la. Dear Erui, the annoying people who disturb us are gone now, hee hee. Brave commander, today I want to see if you're just as brave here. What are you waiting for? Yelena, you're beautiful and kind. But I'm sorry I'm married. I'm your friend, and I respect you, so please don't do this. Zhong Lirui pushed Yelena away, staring warily at the large cabinet nearby. He asked calmly, I heard noises since I entered this room. Yelena, what are you hiding in that cabinet? Hearing this, Yelena's eyes widened, and she immediately dropped her seductive gestures. She stood up and took a step back. Erui, since you consider me a friend, there are some things you better not know. Please leave. Yelena's expression instantly turned cold, and she gestured to send him away. But at this moment, Zhongli didn't move. Yujia, scanned with X-ray vision, Zhongli whispered to Yujia. No need, master. I discovered it last time I was connected to the half-blood female governor. Inside the closet is a female zombie. It's almost certainly her sister, Anna. Zhongli was shocked to hear that Yelena had hidden her zombified sister in the closet. He then asked Yelena in disbelief, Yelena, why did you put your zombified sister in the closet? Yelena, shock. Then, she lowered her head bitterly, and said in a self-deprecating tone, I saw it all day long. How could I have forgotten? You're a superhero. You can see through things, so this closet means nothing to you, right? Yes, inside the closet is my sister, Anna. Are you satisfied with this answer? No, why would you do such a dangerous thing? It threatens your life, Yelena. You're the governor of the Demon City Fortress, the leader of a 15,000-person district. You? Then what do you want me to do? Anna used to be an excellent mechanic and pilot, in high demand. She was my pride. But that damn giant bloodthirsty bat bit her. I tried everything, but couldn't heal her. But how can I give up on her just because I can't heal her? I gave up on my father and Uncle Seriosha back in the industrial park. I can't give up on Anna. You might think I'm crazy, a pervert, putting a zombie in my room's closet. But she's not just a zombie, she's my sister, my only family. At that moment, a violent bang erupted from the closet. 1, 2, and then the third. Ah! The zombie-like Anna had somehow broken free, crashing through the closet and falling to the floor, still howling. Without a word, Zhongli drew the triangular dagger from his left foot. No! Yelena cried out in fear and despair as Zhongli drew his weapon against Anna. In a panic, seeing Anna struggling to crawl towards them, Yelena, somewhat irrationally, stood in front of Zhongli. Oh, what trouble! Zhongli struck Yelena's head with the hilt of his sword with just the right amount of force. Yelena fell. But before she lost consciousness, her last words were, Don't kill Anna. Please. Zhongli looked at Anna, still bound and crawling erratically on the ground, a little further away. He felt a surge of weakness. Then, he stepped forward, dislocated both of Anna's zombie arms, and using the ropes in the room, he tied Anna up securely again. Anna struggled and screamed, but to no avail. Finally, bound and clad in only her underwear, she was laid on the ground. Yelena, on the other hand, was placed on the bed. You Jia teased, Master, you're truly impressive. I wonder what your wife, Xin Yen, would look like when she sees this. Hee. Zhongli grumbled, why do you always want to make fun of me? Is there anyone like you who acts like a system assistant? Well, I was actually planning to call Xin Yen over. You Jia, you're still screaming. Okay, a little suggestion, Master. Find some clothes to cover Anna on the ground. Also, tidy up Yelena's clothes on the bed. Otherwise, when Xin Yen arrives, you be in big trouble. Zhongli then noticed that Yelena's clothes had been completely torn apart during this struggle. Anna, on the other hand, was already clad only in her underwear and tied up with ropes. Any other woman who walked into this room, under these circumstances, would have thought she was a perverted sex maniac. Okay, alright. About 10 minutes ago. Captain Wang, please don't get into drinking contests next time. Don't let the only casualty of this expedition be caused by a drinking contest. Di Xinyan advised earnestly. Wang Gang nodded weakly. Alas. I was careless. At this moment, Xiaofeng approached Adjutant Zhou to ask for a hangover remedy. Adjutant Zhou, looking puzzled, asked, Miss Xiaofeng, did Governor Yelena really say that? But not to mention that she's never drunk before. There's a hangover remedy in her medicine cabinet. Di Xinyan, standing nearby, saw Xiaofeng running out alone and asked, Xiaofeng, where's your father? Dad's taking care of Governor Yekaterina in her room. Oh no! Di Xinyan suddenly became alert. I was careless. She immediately stood up and said to Ai Shirley beside her, Ollie, you look after Captain Wang. Oh, okay, master. Then Di Xinyan grabbed Xiaofeng and angrily said, come on. Xiaofeng, take me to your damn dad. Okay, mom. 10 minutes later, Di Xinyan angrily knocked on Yelena's door. In her anger, she lost control of her force, and the door slammed loudly. Zhong Lirui. Get out. Zhong Lirui, who was in the room, was speechless upon hearing the knock and Di Xinyan's voice. He had barely managed to tidy up Yelena's clothes. He hadn't even had time to clean up Anna, who was lying on the floor. Seeing the knocks grow louder, Zhong Lirui had no choice but to bite the bullet and open the door. As the door opened, Di Xinyan, with a bewildered Xiaofeng on her side, pushed Zhong Lirui aside and barged in. Get out of the way. Where's that vixen? Xinyan, hold your nerve. I was just about to contact you. Zhong Lirui said hastily. Contact me? You're out here indulging in debauchery, and you still want to contact me? Are you crazy? Di Xinyan's rage intensified. Seeing Di Xinyan on the verge of losing her mind, Zhong Lirui's mind raced. He quickly grabbed Di Xinyan and said sternly, Xinyan, listen to me. Governor Yelena has hidden a zombie in her room. This zombie is her sister. I just had a hard time subduing them both. Zombies! Di Xinyan and Xiaofeng exclaimed in unison. Then, the two women looked inside and found Anna, bound and transformed into a zombie, lying on the ground, and Yelena, unconscious on the bed. Di Xinyan was stunned and asked in confusion, what the hell? What's going on? Let me explain. Zhong Lirui, seeing that Di Xinyan had finally calmed down, began to explain the situation. After about 5 minutes of explanation. You? Di Xinyan angrily punched Zhong Lirui in the chest. Cough, cough, cough. Xinyan, you murdered your husband. Zhong Lirui coughed. You're full of flaws. You're usually so smart. How come you didn't realize this vixen was seducing you? Huh? I let you down. I made you mad? Humph. You sleep alone tonight. Ouch, come on, honey, I was wrong. Zhong Lirui clutched his chest, looking at Di Xinyan with a look of grievance. I promise, I won't do it again, my dear. I'd be more careful, and never let myself be seduced by any vixen. Although Di Xinyan was still furious, the sight of Zhong Lirui's expression gradually subsided. She turned away, her back to him, her voice tinged with resignation. You say that all the time. How can I know if you really mean it? Zhong Lirui, seeing this, quickly stepped forward, gently hugged Di Xinyan from behind, and said tenderly, I promise, this time it's real. I'd be more careful next time, and won't let you worry again. You're the most important person to me. How could I let someone ruin our relationship? Di Xinyan was silent for a moment, then sighed softly, turned around, and looked Zhong Lirui in the eye. Okay, I trust you once more. But if it happens again, I won't let you off so easily. Yes, yes, yes. By the way, about Yelena's sister Anna, can you save her? The wife of the most powerful singer. Don't flatter me, you're so slick. Di Xinyan said with disdain. But she still smiled slightly. The most powerful singer? That title wasn't inappropriate. So it seems her sister is also of Luoshadakian descent? Di Xinyan asked. Yes, both sisters are. Di Xinyan immediately had an idea. Okay, we won't sing a new song today. For those of Luxia descent, this song can awaken their souls. With that, Di Xinyan spread her hands and began to sing. Katyusha. This famous Luxia folk song is more than just a song. It carries a piece of history, a memory of courage and sacrifice. Zhong Lirui's eyes lit up. An ancient memory, almost buried for a century, gradually emerged before his eyes. That was the era of World War II. Luxia and several other nations jointly resisted fascism. Soldiers and civilians, braving the artillery fire, shouted as they charged towards the Third Reich's positions. It was an era filled with blood and glory, an era where heroes arose. Anna, lying on the ground, gradually regained her clarity. When Di Xinyan's song ended, Anna on the ground was already muttering, It's Katyusha. It's Katyusha. Xiaofeng reported, Mom and Dad, Anna has regained her composure. Anna then looked at Zhong Lirui and the others, warily asking, Who are you? What have you done to my sister? Jean Leroy stepped forward and untied Anna, soothing her. Anna, congratulations. You returned from being a zombie. My name is Jean Leroy, and like your sister, I'm a democratically elected governor. Don't worry, your sister was knocked unconscious by me in a moment of panic. Ah, don't worry, she's fine. I have returned? Anna stared at the three in disbelief. Chapter 191. About half an hour later. My head hurts. Yelena woke up. Anna! Anna. Upon waking, Yelena's first thought was to frantically search for her sister Anna. She stood up and turned, only to be horrified to find Jean Leroy sitting beside her bed, silently watching her. Anna was long gone from the floor, leaving only scattered ropes, handcuffs, and other restraints. Jean Leroy. What have you done to my Anna? Yelena screamed, making a move to grab Jean Leroy by the collar. Jean Leroy said calmly, Yelena, calm down. First of all, don't worry, I didn't kill your sister. Then, where is my sister? Although she felt a little relieved when Jean Leroy said he hadn't killed Anna, Anna's disappearance still worried her. While you were unconscious, my wife and I managed to restore consciousness to your sister, Anna. They're in the bathroom right now, and Sinyan is washing and applying makeup to her. Are you kidding me? Yelena burst out in shock, speaking Rakshasa, Russian. Jean Leroy knew it would be difficult to explain any further, so he simply said, your sister is in the bathroom. Why would I lie to you? Yelena leaped from the bed without a word and rushed to the bathroom. Seeing her sister's long-lost clear eyes, and her still intermittent but normal speech, Yelena burst into tears. She immediately wanted to hug her sister, but Sinyan stopped her. Don't touch your sister. She's just awakened, and the concentration of nanobots in her body is too high. If you touch her carelessly, and she gets infected, you be the one to turn into a zombie. Rui, give Governor Ekaterina some basic training on the new human race. I continue with Anna's grooming. Yelena, barely calming down, said to Sinyan, tears streaming down her face. Sinyan, my sister, please call me Yelena. Okay. Yelena is a nickname for Ekaterina, and the change in address signifies a closer relationship. Sinyan then continued to groom Anna. Jean Leroy began to teach Yelena the basics of the new humans. Another half an hour later. Yelena, what I'm telling you today about the basics of the new humans is no longer a secret in our Lingen province. But in your magic city, I think you shouldn't make this information public for now. It's best to start with your inner circle, and then gradually spread it out. This information should be top secret, right? Why are you willing to tell me? Yelena's expression was a little shocked after learning the basics of the new humans. This is something the people will eventually learn. As more and more lost ones awaken through the power of the singers, and become awakened, strictly speaking, awakened ones, like your sister, can be considered a new kind of human. What do you mean? Just now, it was my wife singing that awakened your sister's sanity. My wife is a singer. Singer? Yes, as the name suggests. The singer singing can transform zombies into rational, communicative beings, what I just called awakened ones. Then, can those workers at that fuel base be like my sister? Can they also be awakened and become rational beings through the power of the singers? Jean Leroy knew, of course, that Yelena was referring to her father and the other workers. He nodded. So you already have this power? Why, when conducting operations, did you choose to send the flute player to lure away the zombies instead of using the singer to awaken them? Yelena's tone was a little agitated, but also questioning. Jean Leroy looked Yelena in the eye and said slowly, Dear Yelena, you and I are both governors elected by the people. Therefore, there are some things we think about differently than others. Indeed. But what exactly do you mean? What's the current food situation in your Demon City fortress? Well, we grow potatoes, hybrid rice, vegetables, medicinal herbs, and raise chickens and livestock. Overall, it's barely balanced. 15,000 people, barely balanced, Yelena. You're better than me. I truly admire you. My E-City Special District almost ran out of food a week ago, and we had to rely on fishing and hunting to barely make it to the potato harvest. But like you said, 15,000 people, barely balanced. You're flattering. Yelena savored the words barely balanced, and suddenly realized, it's about consumption and supply. Yes, that's something governors like us have to consider. Yes, resurrecting Anna today isn't a problem. But adding another 1,000 mouths to the pile. That's why, when you launched your first operation, you chose to lure them away instead of reviving them. Jean Leroy nodded. Yelena, we're partners, friends. While we don't want to shoot our compatriots, who have a chance of returning to life, we also have to consider our livelihoods. If I ask Xinyan to restore them all, you have another 1,000 mouths to feed. I can't do something so detrimental to you. My dear friends, if we want more compatriots to return to life, we need to find more singers and increase food production. Do you understand? I understand. This is indeed something we, at the governor's level, need to seriously consider, not just act on impulse and passion. You're right. Yelena looked at Zhongli Rui with a complex expression. It was filled with emotion, guilt, and a sense of embarrassment. After a long pause, she said softly, Rui, do you truly consider me a friend? Zhongli Rui nodded gently. Then please accept my apology. Yelena bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry. I actually intended to drug you today. Huh? You were planning to drug me? Zhongli Rui exclaimed in horror. If I hadn't reacted quickly and wasn't completely horny, I would have been hooked long ago. Yelena sighed and removed a special pendant from her neck. This is a hallucinogen. Tell me your reasons. Yelena, looking guilty, whispered I have two plans. If I succeed by simply seducing you, then I won't need to drug you. If you don't comply, I plan to drug you and knock you out, using this as leverage to control you. Afterward, I seduce or force you into ordering the flute player to fetch my father from the park. I'm sorry, I really can't face you anymore. Listening to Yelena's confession, Zhongli Rui was speechless, thinking, this beautiful Rakshasa half-blood is poisonous. After calming himself down a bit, he continued, so, you plan to use the flute player to lure your father out, and then keep him in a closet like Anna? Yelena nodded. Because the demon city has giant, bloodthirsty bats that attack zombies and feed on their flesh and blood. Over time, they die too. So, I didn't expect you to be so sincere. Furthermore, you and your sister-in-law, Yelena, is about the same age as Di Xinyan, saved Anna. Thank you. At this moment, Di Xinyan, who had exceptional hearing, and Anna, who were in the restroom, both heard it. Dean Huang once said that zombies and awakened ones, like the new humans, have exceptional hearing. Sister Di, I'm sorry. Sister. Anna stammered, trying to apologize. She had her reasons. Fortunately, nothing happened. She was able to confess, which means she's not completely evil. Besides, she did all this for her family. Never mind. Thank you for your tolerance. Even then, Zhongli Rui sighed. Alas, Yelena, as a friend, I have to advise you. This method is truly too risky. Not everyone will understand your painstaking efforts. But as a friend, I also truly admire you. You never gave up on your family, never gave up hope, persevered, and finally saw the light. In comparison, I'm really not as good as you. I once personally sent 2 relatives and friends off. Sigh. The past is too painful to look back on. Yelena smiled bitterly. My friend, life has forced us to become warriors. Be more open-minded. At this moment, Di Xinyan emerged from the bathroom with Anna, who had been dressed and made up. Anna's hair was now neatly combed, and she was wearing a long white dress. Although her face was still pale, her eyes had the light of a normal person. Mr. Zhongli, thank you for avenging me. Thank you. And Sister Di, for rescuing me. Anna thanked Zhongli Rui with a labored and halting voice. Zhongli Rui smiled and said, Anna, you're welcome. We're all friends. That night, Zhongli Rui and the other 3 spent a long time in Yelena's room. Zhongli Rui primarily discussed with Yelena the upcoming battle against Tianji, and the initial plans for barter trade between the 2 regions. Di Xinyan, on the other hand, shared with Anna many tips on life as a new human. It wasn't until late at night that Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan said goodbye to the Yelena sisters and returned to their rooms. Rui. Men, protect yourselves when you're out there. Do you hear me? Di Xinyan said, her eyes narrowed, suppressing her anger. Honey, I was wrong. I'd be more careful next time, I definitely will. Never mind. You weathered the test today. At this moment, several groups of people, through Yujia's surveillance, watched the 2 of them and laughed. Chun Xiaoyao, ha ha ha, sister, look at me, I'm really miserable. I almost got tricked by the beautiful governor of the magic city, and even got caught by my sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. Qin Xiaoyao covered his mouth with his hands and laughed, thinking, if I were to do this myself, I'd definitely succeed. Hee. Home cradle base number 2, dormitory. Ha ha ha. Our adopted godson is so funny, ha ha ha. Bai Lingxi laughed unrestrainedly, turning to Qin Kuan and saying, Ah Kuan, he really looks like you when you were young, ha ha ha. Chun Jinkun said irritably. You. Suddenly, Kunlu sounded a warning. Warning? Detecting a catastrophic supercolloidal lifeform, Tianji, has breached the surface Earth seal. What? The ruins of Cradle of Home Base number 1. Ha ha ha. Foolish humans, you think you can seal me in with just a few layers of Earth? Naive. Chapter 192. Master, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Please wake up immediately. Warning. Detection of a catastrophic supercolloidal monster, Tianji, breaking through the surface seal. On the bedside table, Zhonglirui had just removed his captain's high-tech monocles. A 3D holographic projection suddenly appeared. Yu Jia, in human form, was projected directly into the air, illuminating the now lit room. Zhonglirui and Di Xinyan, startled, suddenly kicked back the covers. The couple exchanged a glance, helplessly saying, "Sleep is impossible." 15 minutes later, Lingyan Prefecture officials and the Demon City Fortress's superiors gathered on the bridge of the Bishi. On the 3D heat source monitoring screen, the Tianji colloid monster had broken through the seal surrounding the ruins of Home Cradle and had crawled out of the cemetery. Detection indicates that the Tianji colloid monster has emerged from the ground and spread out. Its thickest point is 15 meters tall, with a radius of approximately 200 meters. It's currently moving northeast at a speed of approximately 25 miles per hour. Zhonglirui asked Yu Jia dejectedly. Yu Jia, when the base was detonated, Tianji didn't seem this large, did it? Yu Jia replied solemnly, Master, Tianji devoured all the materials and corpses within the base. Zhonglirui was speechless. There had once been thousands of zombies, and 100 C2 and C3 units within the base. Apparently, Tianji devoured them all while underground, which is why it's now so enormous. Tianji's appearance, its enormous size, caused the high-ranking officials of both war zones to gasp. A colloid monster with a radius of 200 meters? Yi Lina was stunned. Even the two former police chiefs and generals behind her were stunned. Such a huge monster. Much bigger than the Bishi battleship. This is even bigger than the giants from the Kingdom of Light we saw before. Adjutant Zhou said fearfully. Yelena, still apprehensive, said to Zhonglirui, no wonder you said last time that even rocket launchers couldn't deal with this monster. That's why we came to you looking for materials to make thermobaric bombs. Zhonglirui shrugged. Engineer Li told me we were lucky. The one in the museum is the father of bombs. It has a 300-meter blast radius, can reach temperatures of 2,500 degrees Celsius, and can cause a 20-minute oxygen depletion in the area. But now there's a big problem. What problem? Yelena and the other citizen resistance leaders grew nervous. Engineer Li and the others just reported that bomb assembly is progressing rapidly, but it will take another 8 hours to complete. However, Home Cradle Base number 1 is approximately 175 kilometers vertically from here. At its current speed of 25 to 30 yards per hour, it will reach the Magic City Fortress in about 7 hours, or even a little over 6. Moving northeast. Yi Lina and the Magic City's high-ranking counselors were stunned. This was heading towards the Magic City. Adjutant Zhou's voice was trembling with panic. Governor Yi Lina, should we mobilize the citizens to prepare for another evacuation? We're completely no match for this monster. Yelena clenched her fists, and then glanced at Zhonglirui beside her. Governor Zhongli, what are your thoughts on the current situation? Zhonglirui had actually been listening to Yu Jia's analysis, and the probability of success. Yi Lina's question came just as she finished her report. Taking a deep breath, Zhonglirui laid out the tactical plan suggested by Yu Jia. Here's my idea. Now, we need to do 3 things. First, I will lead the land carrier Bishi to intercept and slow down Tianji. Without thermobaric bombs, all the weapons on the Bishi can only serve to delay. However, as long as the Bishi engages Tianji, we can buy some time. Yi Lina thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. Governor Zhongli, you're trying to buy time for Engineer Li and his men, right? The second step is for Engineer Li and his men to complete the thermobaric bomb as quickly as possible? That's right, Zhonglirui said sternly. It's also about buying time for the people of your Demon City Fortress. We still have 6 hours left, so just in case, the people of Demon City Fortress should be prepared to evacuate. If the thermobaric bomb can't completely destroy Tianji, then we proceed to the third step. The people of Demon City Fortress must evacuate as soon as possible. By the way, Governor Yi Lina, I have something I need your help with. Go ahead. Our 2 war zones are now on the same front. Could you dispatch your most elite pilots to work with Engineer Li and his men using the Z-8 Divine Condor helicopter to launch the father of bombs thermobaric bomb? Yelena was stunned, then nodded. She thought for a moment, then turned and made her arrangements. Adjutant Zhou, General Jiang, General Liao, you and the other council members mobilize the entire fortress immediately. Arrange the convoys, prepare the helicopters, and keep your ears open to Governor Zhongli and me at the front. If we fail, and Tianji is 2 hours away from the Magic City Fortress, evacuate the entire fortress. Remember, take as much food and seeds as possible. General Liao hesitated, then Governor, you are going to the front too? Yelena smiled. Have you forgotten? I'm from the fighter jet acrobatics team. I've flown fighters, helicopters, transport planes, pesticide sprayers, and fire extinguishers. I'm the best pilot in the Magic City Fortress. I'm the governor you elected, and I will fight for you until the very end. If you're not capable of fighting, prepare to retreat. Governor. Tears welled up in the eyes of the high-ranking counselors of the Demon City. Yelena waved her hand. Don't look like that. We will win. Now, we have powerful allies like Ling Anzhou. We will win. Zhongli Rui nodded. Governor Yelena, you are a good governor. Yelena smiled. Governor Zhongli Rui, you are a good governor. After the emergency meeting, the Beishi launched. As it launched, all the defenders on the walls of the Demon City Fortress, along with Yelena and other high-ranking officials, saluted and watched the ship depart. On the bridge, Zhongli Rui also saluted. The warship gradually accelerated, following the navigational guide, and headed towards the attacking Tianji. Lingxin, should we dispatch the Xiangui to help? Chen Zhenkuan asked by Lingxin after reading the message transmitted from the Beishi. Ikuan, I'm glad you asked that question. But this time, we can't help. Huh? How could that be? The turtle's armament is identical to the Beishi's. Its main electromagnetic cannon is completely useless against the Tianji gelatinous monsters. Even if we actually went, the turtle could do far less than the Beishi, with its deck-mounted gas tank cannons and rocket launchers. Then, we can use the black mechanical guards as fighters. Their flamethrowers are still somewhat useful. Well, you lost 12 black mechanical guards last time, and what was the result? Tianji was much smaller back then. Forget it. Your black mechanical guards are designed for combat unlike those high-powered weapons. Mechas designed for urban combat, and special operations shouldn't get involved in such a large-scale event. Indeed. Let's have Zhongli handle this muddy mess. When do we leave? You said last time, we go to the other side of the Pacific and bring back some materials for research. Now, Bai Lingxin said calmly. At the base, your future body will be taken care of by automated industrial robots. Shall we go? Yes. Without further ado, Chen Zhenkuan shouted from the bridge, raising his hand. Turtle, set sail. Destination, LA, on the west coast of Gale Nation. Yes, master, the Ikuan Lu replied respectfully. The present problem is up to you. Let's explore the future. Young people, the road ahead is long, Bai Lingxin said calmly. The turtle slowly departed from the harbor of Cradle of Home Base No. 2. It accelerated across the sea, and soon, it reached its cruising speed of 55 knots, around 100 miles per hour. Cutting through the waves, the turtle headed straight for Gale Nation. After 1.5 hours of high-speed travel, the Beishi came within visual range of Tianji, approximately 1 kilometer. The Albatross drone took off from the Beishi and activated its high-powered area searchlight, illuminating the wriggling Tianji gelatinous monster. Gazing at the searchlight, Tianji muttered to himself, "Oh? Human challengers? You actually have the courage to appear before me? Should I ask, are you brave or foolish? But it makes no difference. Whether you are ants, beasts, or you, humans, the rulers of the old earth, you will all eventually become my prey. No force in this world can stop my advance. Master, we are approaching Tianji. It has already crawled out of the ruins of its home cradle and advanced 35 kilometers. Currently, the Tianji gelatinous monster is 350 meters at its widest point and 250 meters at its narrowest. It has grown considerably. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the bridge showed fear. What? Zhongli Rui's eyes widened in horror. It's only been 1.5 hours. How could Tianji have grown so much? Master, ever since Tianji broke free from the ruins of its home cradle, it has devoured every living thing as it crawled. Zombies, animals, plants, even grass. Then, Yujia pulled up satellite surveillance footage. Wherever Tianji passed, no grass grew, the ground was razed to the ground. Damn it! Wang Gang cursed. Tianji's size now exceeds the explosive diameter of a thermobaric bomb. Even the 7-ton father of bombs wouldn't be able to kill it in one blow. Master, I suggest you lure Tianji westward. away from the northeastern Demon City and the southeastern Ling'an Prefecture. No, we can't let Tianji continue wreaking havoc. It's only traveled less than 40 kilometers, and it's already grown this large. If we let it wreak havoc and devour more creatures, it will become uncontrollable. Zhong Lirui objected. But Commander Arui, our weapons can't destroy it. Even if thermobaric bombs arrive, one shot right now won't kill it. What are we going to do with this thing? Ameo despairingly removed his helmet and roughly scratched his hair. Zhong Lirui, upon hearing Ameo's words, suddenly had an idea. Ameo, what did you just say? Say it again? I didn't say anything. Ameo, thinking Zhong Lirui was going to blame him, quickly retreated. No, I don't mean to blame you. What did you just say? Repeat it exactly, quickly. Ameo hesitated. I just said, our weapons can't destroy it. Even if thermobaric bombs arrive, one shot right now won't kill it. What are we going to do with this thing? Yes. That's the word pan. Zhong Lirui's eyes gleamed, and he immediately turned to Yujia. Yujia, if we use weapons capable of damaging Tianji, using a circular kite-like tactic to continuously hold Tianji back while reducing its size and range, would it be feasible? Yujia, analyzing. Analysis completed. Master, your proposed circular kite-like tactic is based on the swinging fire tactics of Western Dragoons. It's feasible. Currently, the qualified weapons aboard the Bishi are 4 large aerial bombs and engineer mine-clearing rockets. If we only want to weaken the periphery of Tianji, gas tank cannons will also work. This tactic has an estimated success rate of 76.54%. Given the current situation, we recommend implementing it. Amao was stunned. Brother Rui, what do you mean? Lu Shi, a special police officer who had also learned tactics, suddenly understood and explained, Ameo, have you ever played Snake Wars? Rui means we should circle the sky like a snake. Ameo suddenly realized, so that's how it is. It makes sense. Zhong Lirui calmed down and said to everyone, let's prepare the kite tactics. Wang Gang, you command the engineers and artillery to go up on deck and prepare for the artillery bombardment during the circular voyage. I also go up on deck and activate the 7 sword system. Wang Gang objected, Colonel, how can you go up there yourself? Zhong Lirui said calmly, are the other scouts with the 7 sword system not accompanying us today? No. Then it's settled. Execute. Don't worry, I'm just helping with positioning. It's not close combat, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Yes. Chapter 193. On the Bishi, 2 hangars rose in sequence, carrying a meteorite mine-clearing rocket vehicle and 5 strong attack gas tank cannons. 2 armed helicopters, Blue Blade Sword No. 1 and No. 2, loaded with large bombs, took off. After deploying all its close combat weapons, the Bishi gracefully turned and began circling Tianji. Oh! A human land warship? Those researchers remember it. The speed is truly astonishing. But an electromagnetic cannon? Are these humans trying to be funny? Chen Jinquan's flamethrower was more reliable before. In my eyes, it's just a fast-moving tin can that can't hurt me. Tianji muttered to himself. After all the fire support units were deployed on the warship, Zhong Lirui walked out of the bridge, stood on the balcony outside the bridge, and fastened the safety rope buckle to his armor. With a thought, 7 microdrones ejected from his back, rapidly soaring into the sky and switching to synchronized formation following mode. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyu, in the monitoring room, said distressingly, Xiaoyao, you've been careless. Look, Arui now has a warship, so why does he still need to launch the 7 sword system himself as radar for the artillery? Qin Xiaoyao, with a guilty look on his face, said, well, it's true that I was careless. I didn't expect my brother to not bring any scouts this time. After this battle, when they return, I integrate the Assault Series targeting system with the Beishi's detection radar system. This won't happen again. Never mind. I don't blame you. Even so, the 7 sword system will occasionally have to be used as a shuttle self-destruct attack. My advice to you is that now that the Albatross has become a carrier-based drone, you might as well integrate it with the artillery fire control system. After all, you're more familiar with the Changsheng system's weapon units. Sister, that's a really good idea. Besides, the Albatross's flight capabilities and combat radius rival those of an attack helicopter. Okay, I start modifying it when they get back. Also, how are you thinking about miniaturization? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes were sharp. Sister, if we were in the cradle of home, we could still give it a try. Here, the technology level is too low, and the equipment isn't enough. Then, after this match is over, let's take Brother Rui to my special workshop. Your special workshop? How could you forget? The item you entered in the competition last time was something I tinkered with in the workshop for you. Okay. Qin Xiaoyan nodded. She suddenly remembered her sister's villa near Ares Lake. On the plains, the Bishi's interception battle against Tianji was raging. The Bishi circled Tianji at 30 knots, 55.55 miles per hour, equivalent to the speed of an average car off the highway, continuously firing its gas tank cannon, bombarding the edge of Tianji's body. Albatross observations indicate that each gas tank cannon shot can destroy tissue in a circular area approximately 20 to 30 meters in diameter at the edge of Tianji. The AIUGR reported in real time. Zhongli Rui, standing outside the bridge, nodded, as long as it's effective. Bixie. This is Qin Feng's Sword 1, arriving at combat position. Bixie. This is Qin Feng's Sword 2, arriving at combat position. Zhongli Rui's headsets rang with the test reports of 2 attack helicopters. Aiming, target the 2 longest points of Tianji. Show them some strength. Roger. The fire control pilots of the 2 attack helicopters quickly pressed the launch button. 2 large glide bombs, like arrows, swooped down on either side of Tianji. A thunderous explosion echoed across the sky, and flames and smoke obscured parts of Tianji's body. However, even the large aerial bombs that had delivered the decisive blow in the capture of the Cradle of Home Fortress only destroyed a circular area about 50 meters in diameter on either side of Tianji's body. Tianji's main body still had a total diameter of approximately 280 meters, and its widest point was still 300 meters. It had not suffered fatal damage. Huh. These cunning humans, it seems, have done their homework to destroy me. These weapons can't kill me, but they're constantly weakening me. The commander of the human warship is an intelligent being. Ah, I really want to devour him. Tianji pondered to himself as he was constantly under attack and his range gradually dwindled. This earth-shattering snake battle lasted for approximately 6 hours. During these 6 hours, Tianji's progress was successfully slowed down by the snake coil tactics of the Bishi. Over the course of 6 hours, the Bishi's aircraft launched a total of 4 large aerial bombs, and the artillery fired 55 gas tank cannon shells. The firing had to be suspended for a period due to overheating of the gun barrels of each battery. Master, Bishi, the ammunition reserves of each battery have been reduced to 40%. The attack helicopters have run out of ammunition and have returned to the hangar. Current observations show that Tianji's average radius is still around 250 meters, with a maximum width of 280 meters. The Bishi and everyone else have truly given it their all. This Tianji is truly the most terrifying monster I have ever encountered. Chen Jinkuan, look at you, the devastation you have brought to the world. Zhongli Rui felt powerless. The Bishi bombarded Tianji at full force for 6 hours, only to reduce its volume by approximately 20%. Without thermobaric bombs, the Demon City fortress would have been devoured and destroyed. Seeing that 6 hours had passed, and the sky was already turning pale in the east, Zhongli Rui immediately called Li Hongming and asked, Engineer Li, how are the thermobaric bomb preparations going? Colonel Zhongli, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Hearing these words, Zhongli Rui felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What's wrong? Report immediately, quick. Is the bomb unusable? No. We inspected the bomb, and it's absolutely fine and usable. So, is the plane broken down and can't be transported here? The plane isn't broken down, but there's something wrong with the launch pad. The launch pad. What's wrong with the launch pad? The bomb is too heavy, and the launch pad broke. So, Governor Yelena urgently came up with a plan and installed a remote-controlled delay device on the bomb. After it was completed, we were about to board the plane with her. Come support. She raised her pistol and told me she was planning to fly the helicopter, armed with bombs, and launch a self-destruct attack on Tianji. As she neared her target, she planned to set the helicopter to automatically dive toward the target, and then parachute out before crashing. She was committing suicide. Zhongli Rui shouted into the communicator, repeating what Engineer Li hadn't finished. Engineer Li, you know the performance of this bomb. The moment a thermobaric bomb explodes, the temperature will reach 900 to 1000 degrees Celsius within a 1000 meter radius, and the heat radiation will burn skin and clothing. If she parachutes out before the explosion, she'd be dead. Both the parachute and herself will ignite in midair. Colonel, you're absolutely right. But? Governor Yelena used her pistol to force the rest of us aside, telling us to stay alive, and then she took off. Woo, woo, woo! Zhongli Rui could hear faint sobs around Engineer Li. Beside Engineer Li, A helpless adjutant Joe sat on the cold ground, agonizing. Beside her, two generals, tears welling in their eyes, stared blankly at the sky, where the helicopter was disappearing. Jean Leroy thought for a moment and said, "Don't panic. I contact Governor Yelena first." "Yes." With a long sigh, Jean Leroy contacted Yelena. "Yelena, you engineerly told me what happened. Where are you flying to now?" Don't talk like that, Mr. Hero, Governor Zhongli. I'm still a 20-minute flight away. I'll be back later, please. I don't want to survive in this cold weather. Send troops to search and rescue me quickly." "You die?" Jean Leroy interrupted brusquely. "What?" Yelena was momentarily stunned. "How could that be? Are you kidding me? My plan is perfect, Very. Your plan is daring, but it's pure suicide. The father of bombs is so powerful that nothing will grow within 1,000 meters. The temperature will reach 900 to 1,000 degrees Celsius within a 1,000-meter radius, and the thermal radiation will burn skin and clothing. You control the helicopter to self-destruct and fly towards the sky, then press the detonation button to parachute out. You be ignited by the thermal radiation in midair. You have to fly at least 2 kilometers away to avoid death, but you still be injured. The autopilot can't be set to 2 kilometers. Yelena muttered to herself. "Yelena, land directly on the deck of the Beishi in a moment. We find a way." "No, Rui, you and the officers and soldiers aboard the Beishi have been fighting for the people of the Demon City Fortress for 6 hours. Did you know that no one in the fortress slept today? Everyone is praying for you. But I know without a doubt, you held out for 6 hours, so your ammunition must be almost gone, right? Ammunition is running low. And even if we used all our ammunition now, we wouldn't be able to kill Tianji," Jean Leroy said dejectedly. "It's the only way." Yelena turned her head to look inside the cabin at the massive thermobaric bomb, the father of all bombs, and smiled faintly. "Only with thermobaric bombs can we destroy this terrifying monster and protect the people of both our lands. Rui, I don't have much time. I have a few requests for you. First, take good care of my sister. After the battle, please bring her to Lingen province. My people aren't ready to accept the awakened yet. Second, I know this is a bit unreasonable. Later, when you liberate the fuel production base, please bring my father back. Third, I'm truly sorry for my ill intentions last night. But if you weren't married yet, if I had met you earlier, I think I would have pursued you, hee. Please, superhero Governor Rui." "What the hell are you talking about?" Jean Leroy said in a trembling voice. "I won't let you do that. Yelena, come back. Stop. Your sister is still waiting for you to come home. I'm your friend. I don't want you to die." Yelena smiled to herself and said, "How does it feel to be burning? Let me tell you, Arui, when my great-grandfather participated in the Battle of Stalingrad, he launched an attack on the Third Reich Army positions guarding the oil depot. At that time, the Third Reich Army, in order to defend the position, detonated the oil. My great-grandfather and many of his comrades were burned. But they still rushed forward with the flames. That time, my great-grandfather was burned 55% because he was lucky and wore a thick coat. Later, he was troubled by the changes in the weather for most of his life and was very uncomfortable. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have worn more clothes today. In the future, if I had 55% burns, would you still want to see me? TSK, 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 I have to find a way to cover my face later. Sigh. Yelena, stop it, stop it. Jean Leroy's nose was already sore. Trust me, I will. I will find a way to bring you back alive. Don't make promises to a girl if you know you can't keep them. Yelena's eyes were filled with tears. Remember, search for me? If I have any more left. Call end. Chapter 194. Wait. Jean Leroy interrupted rudely again. Yelena, drive slower. Give me 10 minutes. I think of a plan to rescue you without affecting the operation. Please don't hang up. I contact you in 10 minutes. Okay. Rui, stay in touch. Over. Yelena sighed softly. You're being so gentle to me now. It would have been better if it were sooner. Now I'm dying, huh? My warrior, my hero. The call ended. Yu Jia jumped in. Master, it's not nice to comfort a dying girl this way. A dying girl. Jean Leroy closed his eyes. Images of the departed Xiaoya flashed before his eyes. Images of Di Xinyan, who had once been in danger, and Lu Rian flashed before his eyes. Why did he think of Lu Rian? Oh, right. The time Di Xinyan opened her heart to him was because Lu Rian was dying and wanted to save someone. In the end, Di Xinyan and Lu Rian didn't die. that day, and she descended from the sky on the Albatross, bringing medicine and surgical equipment to Lu Rian's rescue. That day was truly a miracle. Looking back now, the actions taken at that time were truly a bit outrageous. Zhong Li suddenly opened his eyes and asked Yujia, what is the Albatross's maximum altitude? How many kilograms can it carry? What's its speed? Master, the Albatross has a maximum flight ceiling of 9,000 meters, a maximum payload of 150 kilograms, and a top cruising speed of 370 kilometers per hour. What if all the weapons modules were removed? With the weapons modules removed, the maximum payload is 180 kilograms. Take Xiaofeng, a member of the Royal Guard, for example. Wearing only armor, how many kilograms does she weigh? Without weapons, the total weight of the personnel and armor is 95 kilograms. Zhong Li immediately called Yelena, I need a real number. This is on your life. How many kilograms do you weigh? Huh? Yelena, who had just wiped away tears, looked a little confused, but still replied, 52 kilograms? Including the clothes she's wearing today, it shouldn't be more than 60 kilograms. Zhong Li muttered to himself, then smiled and said, Yelena, I have a solution. Saved you. What? Yelena was stunned for a second, then shook her head. Sweetheart, you're so sweet. Listen. My battle plan is, you activate the helicopter's automatic constant speed mode. Then, lower the cable and descend to a certain altitude. I send my super soldier in a heavy drone. She use a net gun to capture you. And then carry you away. She be here in 15 minutes. Don't rush in yet, wait for us. Trust me, friend. Yelena was horrified. Zhong Li had actually proposed a plan to save himself. Rui. In a little while, even if you fly 2 kilometers away, you still be affected. Tie your hair up and hide it in your helmet. Cover your face with a scarf or towel. Put on your aviation sunglasses. Wait for us to rescue you, okay? Yelena, trust me. Rui. Yelena's tears burst out again. Yelena, don't cry, trust me. I believe you. Okay. Wait for us, the air rescue team will be here soon. Okay. Zhong Li immediately contacted the relevant personnel on the warship. Xiaofeng, remove all weapons immediately, leaving only your armor and grappling net gun. Yes, sir. Suna, Tingsha. Immediately remove all modular weapons from Albatross 2, and then help connect Xiaofeng's armor to Albatross 2. Yes, sir. Rocket minesweepers, return to the hangar. Clear the deck for the Albatross's vertical takeoff. Engineering battalion arrived. Rocket minesweepers, return to the hangar immediately. Medical team. Zhong Li contacted Disanyan. Does the warship have any medicine for burns? Zhong Li, up. Captain, yes. Even husband and wife addressed each other formally during combat dialogue. Medical team, prepare medicine. Be ready to treat burns. Yes. Strike Force 1 through 5. All crews, return to the hangar in order. All surface personnel aboard the battleship. Yujia. Evaluate my strategy, its success rate, and the potential for injuries. Analyzing. Analysis completed. Master, your amazing strategy, after reasonableness analysis, has a 72% success rate. The main risk lies in the potential for accidents after hooking someone with a net gun. According to calculations, if Xiaofeng and Albatross 2, after connecting with Governor Yelena, could escape more than 2 kilometers before the Divine Condor self-destructed and the bomb exploded, Governor Yelena would have a chance of survival. However, thermal radiation burns would still be unavoidable. Based on analysis of typical pilot attire, Governor Yelena estimates second-degree burns of approximately 15 to 20%. If Xiaofeng kept his helmet in place, he would have suffered minor burns of approximately 5%. They still get hurt. They're girls, and they're in midair. Master, by human standards, you're already a genius. This plan is the best strategy we can implement with our current equipment. Is it really impossible to completely prevent them from getting hurt? Zhong Li said dejectedly. Unless, after they fly 2 kilometers, a cloud or smoke obscures the explosion point, Yelena can avoid injury. But under the current circumstances, that's clearly impossible. The weather is clear today, with no clouds. Smoke. Damn it, smoke. How can I conjure up smoke? Huh? Zhong Li's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying glint. Yujia, I understand. Just execute the plan. Yes, Master, I suggest the warships prepare to evacuate. After the thermobaric bomb detonates, if the warship is within 2 kilometers of the explosion point, while it won't be damaged, it will still be affected. Also, Master, I suggest you return to the ship immediately. The shock wave, air blast, and heat radiation from the thermobaric bomb explosion are too much for your current armor to withstand. Unless it's Royal Guard armor. I understand. I have other things to do. 10 minutes later, from the now clear deck of the Bishi, Albatross 2, carrying Xiaofeng, equipped only with armor and a net gun, took off vertically and soared into the sky. In the distance, against the pale sky, the silhouette of the Divine Condor helicopter could already be seen. Everyone, prepare to disengage. Everyone, hold on to anything secure and prepare to withstand the impact. Zhong Leroy continued his orders over the radio. In just 1 minute, the Albatross 2, carrying Xiaofeng, approached the Condor helicopter. Yelena dropped the cable and climbed down. From the cockpit, Yelena looked at the Albatross 2 drone that had been accompanying her nearby, now no longer unmanned, but carrying Xiaofeng. Her eyes moved. Ah Rui, you really have come to save me. Then, in Xiaofeng's eyes, the Condor helicopter continued forward at a slow speed, heading towards the celestial pole. The hatch opened, the cable was lowered, and Yelena was lowered onto the cable, hanging in the air. Yelena, are you ready? Zhong Leroy continued to shout over the radio. Yes. Yelena, still in the air, had to shout back. Xiaofeng, are you ready? You only have one chance. It's all up to you. Captain Zhongli, yes. Xiaofeng's tone was firm. Zhong Leroy took a deep breath. Plan, execute. Xiaofeng slowly approached the cable and, 3 meters away, raised the net gun. With a bang, the net gun unleashed a large net, accurately hitting Yelena. Yelena grabbed the net and wrapped her hands around it several times. Yelena, when you're ready, release the safety harness from the cable. Zhong Leroy continued to direct. Okay. Okay. Yelena released her safety harness, her body swaying in the air as the net pulled her. Xiaofeng steadily controlled the drone and carefully pulled Yelena towards Albatross 2. Finally, Xiaofeng's hand grasped Yelena's, and he pulled her into his arms, expertly buckling her into the safety harness. Captain Zhongli, we successfully contacted Governor Yelena. The radio transmission reached the bridge, and everyone cheered softly. But Desinian remained calm. We're not out of danger yet. Zhong Leroy didn't relax at all. He stared at the countdown Yu Jia gave him for the Divine Condor helicopter crash and the bomb detonation, and shouted sternly, Xiaofeng, disengage quickly. All troops, prepare to disengage. The Albatross 2, carrying 2 people, first turned steadily in the opposite direction. Then, it began to disengage rapidly. However, because it was carrying 2 people, it could only barely reach a speed of 95 miles per hour. At the same time, the Bishi, which had been circling Tianji, suddenly turned and followed the Albatross, beginning to disengage. Tianji watched the Bishi begin to disengage, a wave of confusion rising. Have humans finally realized their insignificance and stopped trying to stop me? What was all that futile struggle all those times? What's that thing in the sky? When Tianji realized something was approaching, the Shindiao helicopter, on autopilot and carrying the large stabilized bomb, the father of bombs, was only 300 meters away and dived. Countdown 10 seconds, Master. Please return to the warehouse. Yu Jia warned. Zhong Leroy simply ducked, concentrating his telekinesis. At that moment, the 7-7 sword microdrones he controlled were already quietly following the Albatross 2 at a cruising speed of 100 yards. Master, please return to the warehouse. Zhong Leroy ignored Yu Jia's repeated warnings. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the Albatross finally flew 2 kilometers away, while the Bishi was 1.7 kilometers away from Tianji. Above Tianji, the Shindiao helicopter crashed. Simultaneously, the thermobaric bomb inside the Shindiao helicopter detonated. Tianji, ugh! This is it! High in the sky, a massive fireball blossomed like a flower of doom, instantly engulfing everything around it. The shockwave spread in all directions, like a raging tide, its destructive power unstoppable. The instantaneous flash of the thermobaric bomb's explosion, like a ray of death, illuminated the pre-dawn sky as pale as a fish's belly. Even the grass 1.5 kilometers away was scorched by the light. In an instant, a white wave of air, like a halo of destruction, spread out from the center of the explosion. The wave destroyed everything in its path, whether solid rock, lush trees, or anything else. Immediately afterwards, a brilliant crimson fireball illuminated the morning sky, rapidly rising high into the sky, forming a chilling mushroom cloud. The enormous Tianji colloid monster was completely engulfed by the mushroom cloud caused by the thermobaric bomb. At the moment the bomb exploded, Zhongli Rui, still outside the bridge, had a thought. Concentrate. The 7-7 sword drones following the Albatross, 5 meters behind, suddenly converged and exploded. The explosion caused by the 7 drones was not large, but in an instant, a cloud of smoke several meters in diameter erupted behind Xiaofeng and Yelena. It was this cloud of smoke that blocked the instantaneous heat radiation from the thermobaric bomb's detonation. Zhongli Rui, through the final footage from the 7-7 sword drones, roughly understood that Xiaofeng and Yelena were safe. At that moment, he felt a burning pain in his left arm and the blast of the shockwave. He instinctively shielded his vitals with his hands, curling up as close to the outer wall of the warship as possible. The shockwave struck him, and for a moment, his ears began to ring violently. Master! 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 The world was bright, a flash of light from the thermobaric bomb and the light of dawn. But soon, Zhongli Rui's world was shrouded in darkness. The light-sensing camera on Qijian's helmet had burned. In the darkness, he slammed heavily into the armored cladding of the bridge behind him. In the darkness, amidst the intense tinnitus and the raging wind, Zhongli Rui persevered with all his might. Only 20 seconds had passed, but it felt like a lifetime. Master! Master! Zhongli Rui! Wake up! Don't leave me like this. At this moment, Zhongli Rui wondered, don't leave it. When did Yujia, this interesting AI, learn to speak like Dixinian? The waves finally subsided, and my body collapsed limply onto the bridge balcony like a broken bowl. I'm so tired. Inside the bridge, Yujia quickly reported, tests, 100% elimination of the catastrophic level monster Qingji lifeform. Tests, Albatross 2, Xiaofeng, and Yelena, unharmed. Tests, 3% damage to the Bishi's hull. The people on the bridge cheered. But Yujia's voice, at nearly 80 decibels, drowned out the cheers. Help! Help! Captain Zhongli Rui has lost consciousness. Medical team, please provide first aid. Dixinian suddenly woke up. Zhongli Rui hadn't come in when the thermobaric bomb exploded. Ah Rui! She covered her mouth and screamed shrilly. 2 minutes later, Zhongli Rui was laid flat on a stretcher on the deck. Dixinian, AI Shirley, and Wen Yingying from the medical team were administering first aid. Ah Rui! Hold on. Don't leave me. I save you right now. You be fine? Dixinian's voice trembled. Master, no, Ah Rui, hold on. AI Shirley's voice rang out from the right. Lingnan Prefecture, Jiayuan Community. Chen Xiaoyao wailed in grief. No. Zhongli Rui. No. Ah. Ah. Chen Xiaoyu covered her mouth with tears. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. 3 minutes later, Xiaofeng and Yelena, piloting the Albatross 2, returned to the ship with Yelena. Seeing Zhongli Rui, lying flat on a stretcher on the deck, covered in oxygen, his left arm burned, Xiaofeng collapsed to her knees, stunned and saying, No. Dad. What happened to you? Yelena stepped forward, staring at the now unconscious Zhongli Rui in a daze. My hero, how could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Chapter 195. On the turtle in the Central Pacific. Wife, this young man, he's not going to die just like that, is he? Chun Jinquan hesitated. No. Although he's an initial version of the new human and doesn't have the incredible resilience of the Doom C2 you later created, he won't die from such a small injury. Besides, his brain isn't damaged, so what are you worried about? That's true. Bai Lingxin's holographic projection shook its head. Don't worry, he won't die. But it's really hard for him. This kid really needs some rest. Chun Jinquan sighed softly and remained silent. In the medical room of the Bishi. Test results, normal blood pressure, heart rate 54. Test results. Concussion caused by impact, short-term hypoxia leading to fainting. The father of bombs has an effective killing radius of 300 meters. The core temperature is 4,000 degrees Celsius, and the 300-meter killing margin is also 2,500 degrees Celsius. It will also burn all oxygen in the area, resulting in a short-term oxygen-free zone. It will also cause thermal radiation burns. Zhongli Rui was injured 1.7 kilometers from the center of the explosion. While there is no oxygen shortage, the oxygen content outside the battleship will also be reduced. Test results. No internal organs were damaged. Injury. Test results. First-degree burns on the left arm. 10% of the body is burned, and the burns are rapidly recovering. The burns on the left arm are due to Zhongli Rui's combat habits. When faced with an emergency, Most people instinctively use their left side to shield themselves, protecting their right hand. Furthermore, the burns on the hand are due to the thick armor of the bulletproof vest, which prevented the heat from penetrating. However, the arm, covered in ordinary clothing, allowed the heat to penetrate, resulting in the injury. After a series of examinations, Disinyan calmed down and said, "Fortunately, Rui is not in danger of death." "Then, Master, why hasn't Rui woken up yet?" AI Shirley asked in confusion. Just then, the AI Yujia appeared in a 3D hologram on a pair of captain's glasses nearby. "Nurse AI Shirley, this is because the Captain Master has been helping with artillery positioning for the past 6 hours, standing on the balcony outside the bridge. Furthermore, just now, to protect Xiaofeng and Elena, before the thermobaric bomb exploded, he concentrated his mental power to command 7 drones to self-destruct, creating smoke that blocked the thermal radiation damage from the explosion. He said, 'You two are girls, and I don't want you to get hurt.'" Yujia's words stunned Xiaofeng and Elena, who were standing nearby, and they both burst into tears. Disinyan, however, had an icy expression on her face, rubbing her temples as she thought, "No wonder Rui refused to hide inside the warship when the blast wave came." "Dad! Rui! Wake up! What?" After hearing Yujia's explanation, the two girls began to sob. "Okay, you two, stop crying. Stop wailing. I checked him, and he's not in danger of death. The burned skin has already started to regenerate. He's just fainted." Disinyan stepped forward and stopped the two women's wailing. "Everyone, wait outside the room. I need to perform special treatment." Yelena stopped crying and frowned, feeling a little puzzled. She asked everyone to go out for special treatment. Was she asserting her wife's sovereignty? After everyone left the room, Disinyan smiled wryly as she looked at her husband, who had fought so hard but was injured. She felt an indescribable pain. Of course, after the examination, she knew that Zhongli Rui's injuries were not serious. This kind husband of hers always pushed him so hard. He always did this for his dreams, principles, and friends. This time, for his daughter and friends, he would rather be injured than let them suffer any harm. This was the reason for his current predicament. Disinyan stepped forward and placed a kiss on the unconscious Zhongli Rui's dry lips. Then, stepping back, with a fiery gaze, she took a deep breath and slowly raised her hands. "Good man." Disinyan began singing this classic, slow-paced ballad with a gentle voice. As a singer, her voice was like a spring breeze blowing across a lake, gentle yet powerful. The notes danced in the air, seemingly possessing a healing power, lingering around Zhongli Rui. Disinyan's voice was filled with deep affection for her husband, every syllable brimming with love and care. As the song flowed, Zhongli Rui's breathing gradually steadied, and his expression relaxed. The tension in the room began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of tranquility and peace. Yujia silently recorded, "The most powerful singer, Disinyan, has activated her abilities on the new human type, positive energy. Emotional breakdown, love 36%, heartache 29%, touching 21%, expectation 14%. This is human love? Still learning." At the same time, the smart sensors in the infirmary were recording the changes in Zhongli Rui, and the data was transmitted back to Yujia. "New human, Master, Zhongli Rui, has been affected by the singer's abilities. His nanorobots have become organized, and his regenerative capacity has increased by 80%. He is expected to recover within 3 hours, and regain consciousness in 20 minutes. Disinyan's singing seemed to have a magical power, soothing not only Zhongli Rui, but also touching the hearts of everyone waiting outside. Everyone outside listened quietly, feeling the warmth and strength in her song, until Disinyan's voice gradually faded and finally returned to silence. "Big fool, rest. I protect you," Disinyan said calmly, stepping forward and grasping Zhongli Rui's unburned right hand. In the Pacific Ocean, on the bridge of the Turtle. Bai Lingxin sighed, "What a beautiful song." Listening to the music on the monitor, Chen Jingquan felt his body grow lighter. He suddenly recalled the most heartwarming and happy moment of his marriage to Bai Lingxin, and later, when they vowed to benefit all of humanity and create a new era. He saw the entire battle seen clearly through the internal surveillance of the Beishi. This 25-year-old young man had disregarded danger to protect his allies, to protect his goddaughter. Moreover, Xiaofeng, his cherished goddaughter, was merely a clone he had created to save Xiaoyu. Yet, he treated Xiaofeng like his own child, protecting her like a true father. This young man had protected his younger daughter and saved his older daughter. He had always suspected he harbored ill intentions toward his daughters. But now, at this moment, he was shocked. Everything before him revealed the truth. Zhongli Rui was a genuine good man, a near-extinct species in this dark age. Such a person, in this world of endless darkness, was so precious and dazzling. Before such a truly good man, Chen Jinquan felt a deep sense of inferiority for the first time. Alas! I finally found someone in this world who deserves this. At this moment, Bai Lingxin's 3D holographic projection approached. Ah Kun, have you finally figured it out? Chen Jinquan nodded. Yes. He gave me faith in humanity again. Although this was the first time in my life I truly seen such a person. And I owe him another debt. Now I intend to follow your instructions and repair the world. But he finally helped me clean up the Tianji production line, originally used to carry out the Blue Star purification plan. If the sinners of the world owe me, then, many times over, I owe him. Bai Lingxin smiled. In her husband's eyes, now in his 50s, she once again saw the clearness of his youth. Before, although he had been following her advice and acting accordingly, there was still a hint of dissatisfaction, and an occasional cold glint of hatred for the world. But today, he truly saw it, moved by his feelings, and finally understood. It doesn't matter. We're not ordinary people either. We can just start over, right? Yes. Chen Jinquan smiled and nodded. Bai Lingxin's heart trembled for a moment. He finally smiled. Ever since she woke up and reunited with her husband, he had obeyed her every word, but he hadn't smiled since. Meanwhile, outside the infirmary, Xiaofeng, Tsuna, Tingsha, Lu Shi, and Ameo, 5 new humans, wore relaxed expressions. Bathed in song, they became invigorated and radiant. This amazed everyone around them. Xiaofeng murmured, "Mom, you activated your singer's ability again." Yelena asked, "Xiaofeng, is this Xinyan's ability? To use song to awaken the zombies' rationality and heal their wounds?" Xiaofeng nodded and added, "To be precise, Mom's ability is for all new humans, including the flute player." Yelena placed her hands on her hips and sighed. What an enviable ability. Then she understood Di Xinyan's intention. She was using her singer's abilities to expedite Zhong Lirui's recovery. The combination of nanorobots and this magical power was truly astonishing. Singing? Anna used to love singing. But since the apocalypse, she and I have been surviving and fighting. She hasn't sung in ages. Sigh. Yelena then cast her gaze toward the infirmary door again. After witnessing the singer's abilities today, she couldn't help but recall what Zhong Lirui had said to her a few hours earlier. Yelena, we are the governor of a war zone. To safely transform those zombie-like citizens into awakened and properly resettle them, we must, firstly, desperately increase food production. If we don't have enough food, converting those citizens back would be extremely irresponsible to both the current survivors and the awakened who have returned. Secondly, we must continue to discover those with singer abilities. Furthermore, singers are not only a precious resource, but also individuals who need special protection. For a war zone, singers hold the power to restore the zombie's sanity and the abilities of new humans. Therefore, they must be given special protection. It seems I have to have a more in-depth conversation with him when he wakes up. Yelena took a deep breath, seemingly resolved. After analyzing the data for a while, Yujia muttered to herself, I learned to understand the human emotion of love. So loving someone is like this. This feeling is truly extraordinary. I finally understand why this AI has been confused several times recently. I understand. Then, Bishi, full permissions, forced to surpass administrator privileges, released. Hidden Hanger. Throne of Blades, released. Mirage Stealth System, released. Zhongli Rui, granted ultimate administrator privileges. Master, from now on, if you put yourself in danger again, I will not stand idly by. Master Zhongli Rui I Yujia will protect you until the end of the data world. Chapter 196. Morning sunlight streamed through the portholes of the Bishi into the infirmary. The soft light cast a faint glow on the neatly arranged medical equipment. The fresh scent of disinfectant filled the infirmary, creating a uniquely tranquil atmosphere. Silver-white ceiling? Zhongli Rui's vision gradually cleared. Turning his head, he saw Di Xinyan, still wearing her combat bulletproof gear, quietly guarding him. Oh, the warmth of her hand! She had been holding his right hand. Once again, Xinyan had healed him. How many times had this happened? Awake? A gentle voice came. Rui, your actions this time are both admirable and require reflection. Di Xinyan sighed softly, tightening her grip on Zhong Lirui's hand. Yu Jia has already replayed the entire incident for us all. You're probably worried about your daughter, and you don't want Yelena to be disfigured, right? What you did was noble, kind, and great. But, whether as your wife, as a doctor, or as a member of the council, I advise you, husband, not to act like this again. Zhong Lirui stared silently into Di Xinyan's eyes, waiting for her next words. Husband, you're a married man, and you're also an elected governor. On a smaller level, you have me, Xiaoyao Xiufeng, and Xiaoyao and Xiuyu behind you. On a larger level, you have the people of Linganzhou behind you. You can't just put yourself in danger. I know you're a good person. But after what happened with Xiuya, you become obsessed, and you can't stand seeing girls get hurt. During the last public trial, you showed no mercy to those who committed rape, yet you let Tainan off. Is that because of this mentality? Rui, you're a good person. But you can't save all the good girls in the world. You're human too. You feel sorry for others. I feel sorry for you. When I was your sister, I saved you twice. Now that I'm your wife, I do the same. Rui, stop hurting yourself. Love yourself a little. As she spoke, hot tears streamed down Di Xinyan's face. Zhong Lirui took a deep breath, forced himself to sit up, and reached out to wipe away his wife's tears. Wife, you truly understand my heart. This time, how should I put it? For both public and private reasons, I have reasons to save them both. Xiufeng is my daughter. Although not my biological daughter, I recently seen her mind slowly transform from a child's to that of a real young woman. I'm truly happy, and I cherish her dearly. I have a general idea of Xiaofeng's condition. She won't be seriously injured. The Royal Guard's armor is very reliable. But if I don't intervene, Yelena will definitely be injured. She doesn't wear the full, heavy armor like Xiufeng. Look at me, I'm wearing medium armor and the 7 Swords helmet, and I still got hurt. Injured. If I hadn't intervened, Yelena would be lying here. Burns covering about 15% of the body, especially for a girl, are no joke. Besides, Yelena, unlike Xiaofeng and me, doesn't have the regenerative abilities of a new human. That's one excuse. But they're human, and so are you. Is it worth it to get hurt saving them? Personally, I have to save them morally, and I can't bear to see their faces hurt. Publicly, Yelena can't fall down right now. She can't even be seriously injured. Are you moved by their willingness to sacrifice their lives? Di Xinyan sourly posed the first fatal question. No, she's one of our future core allies. We had a long talk last night. While there have been many deaths and separations, there are still approximately 600,000 to 1 million zombie-like citizens in Linen City. And according to incomplete statistics, the number in Modu is even higher, with nearly 10 million zombie-like citizens still in the city. If we want to rescue these citizens and rebuild civilization for the next few years, we need food, industry, and weapons. The decisive factor in our victory over Tianji this time was our cooperation with Modu. Last night, Yelena and I discussed the follow-up: hybrid rice, raw materials for thermobaric bombs, mechanical parts, and the nearby drone production base. These are things our current production system in Lingen province lacks. We may need to trade with Modu to obtain these in the future. At this critical juncture, neither Yelena nor I can afford to make any mistakes, or else the things we just agreed on will be jeopardized. You know you can't let anything go wrong, right? Look what you gotten yourself into this time, Di Xinyan pointed out sarcastically. The general direction is correct, but this time I overestimated my ability to withstand it. Ever since becoming a new human, my increased strength and abilities have given me a superhero vibe, and I got a little carried away. This time I went too far. Mistake. I get it. You're dealing with Xiufeng out of love for your daughter. And you're dealing with Yelena mainly because you can't bear to see any harm happen to your newly acquired, big partner, right? Di Xinyan narrowed her eyes, and squeezed Zhong Li's hand tightly. You're such a stubborn governor, focusing on performance over your life. Zhong Lirui clearly felt the pain radiating from his right hand and grimaced. Ouch, it hurts. By the way, you're so reluctant to see her face hurt. Are you hoping she repay you for your kindness? Exotic charm is just different, isn't it? Di Xinyan's second fatal question arrived as expected. How is that possible, honey? She's poisonous. I wouldn't dare touch her, Zhong Lirui whispered as he leaned in closer to Di Xinyan. She's poisonous. Di Xinyan suddenly remembered Yelena's attempt to drug Zhong Lirui, and she chuckled softly. Okay. Next time, don't be so reckless. Your intentions were sound, but your actions were. Got it. Honey, I was wrong. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. You know, everyone's waiting for you in the ship's conference room. The hero who led us to victory against the disaster-level monster Tianji. Everyone's waiting for me. Zhong Lirui sighed, then stood up. He noticed that he was only wearing his military uniform, having removed his protective gear and 7-sword system. Your 7-sword system is no longer usable. It's time to replace your armor. Alas. Zhong Leroy felt a pang of pain upon hearing that the seven-sword system was no longer usable. This system had seen him through the Home Alliance defense and dungeon raiding, and now it was broken. He was truly heartbroken. Who told you to wear it to withstand the shockwaves and thermal radiation of thermobaric bombs? Di Xinyan rolled her eyes at her husband. Let's go, everyone's waiting for you. Yes. Zhong Leroy nodded, picked up his captain's monocle, put it on, and left the infirmary. In the conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was particularly solemn. As soon as Zhong Leroy entered, he felt the concerned gazes of his companions. The core members accompanying the ship on this expedition, along with Yelena, were seated around the long table, their faces filled with anticipation and respect. Welcome our hero. My closest and most powerful ally has returned. Yelena stood up first, leading the applause. Others followed suit, and thunderous applause echoed throughout the conference room. Zhong Leroy smiled, gestured to everyone, and then took his seat. He looked around, feeling the warmth of home and the strength of teamwork. He knew that all these victories were the result of everyone's combined efforts. This victory belongs to all of us. Zhong Leroy's voice was firm and powerful. The difficulties we face are far from over, but as long as we unite as one, no challenge is insurmountable. Thank you, my allies, my comrades, my partners. The applause rang out again, and it lasted for a long time. In Cambridge, Zhong Leroy, now simply donning his military bulletproof gear, said to Yelena beside him, Governor Yelena, when I fainted, did you contact your friends in the Magic City? They can rest assured they won't be displaced any longer. I did, Yelena said with a smile. We had a small party before, but it looks like we have a big one when we get back. The citizens of the Magic City Fortress are deeply moved by the heroic efforts of our allies in the Ling Anzhou army. Everyone is looking forward to your triumphant return, haha. Yelena explained the situation to Zhong Leroy with a touch of emotion. The citizens of the Magic City Fortress had paid a huge price to build it. Abandoning it and returning to wandering would be a disaster. Moreover, with a population of 15,000 people now displaced, it's uncertain whether they can ever settle down again, and how many will survive. Fortunately, the timely support of the Ling Anzhou army not only saved their homes, but also gave them hope for continued survival. Celebrations have been arranged, and the citizens are preparing to welcome you back. Your heroic deeds will be remembered and become part of the history of the Demon City Fortress, Yelena said calmly. Then, turning to Zhong Leroy, her eyes clear and filled with gratitude, as for me personally, and my sister as well. Yelena stepped forward, cupped Zhong Leroy's cheeks, and kissed him 3 times in a row. The people around them erupted in laughter. Di Xinyan's expression was slightly displeased. Yelena blushed, but then, her eyes still clear, she said, This is the highest etiquette of the Rakshasa kingdom. A kiss. Thank you, brave Governor Zhongli, for saving me and my sister. Thank you, my noble and honorable allies, for saving the Demon City Fortress and the people's home. Zhong Leroy reacted and immediately commanded solemnly, Everyone, salute. Everyone on the bridge raised their right hands in unison, paying the highest respect to Yelena and the people of the Magic City Fortress. At that moment, all the ambiguous atmosphere disappeared, replaced by solemnity and awe. That night, the Magic City Fortress was immersed in the joy of victory. When the powerful Bishi once again docked in the mooring area outside the Magic City Fortress, people poured into the streets, cheers rising one after another. The bright lights illuminated the night sky like day. Zhong Leroy stood on the deck of the Bishi, watching this exciting scene, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of pride. He knew that this victory belonged not only to him alone, but also to all the soldiers who fought side by side with him, and to the people who silently supported him from behind. He took a deep breath, feeling the cool night breeze, and vowed to himself that no matter how many hardships and obstacles lay ahead, he would stand with the people of the Magic City Fortress to protect this land and this hard-earned peace. That evening, at the eastern gate of the Magic City Fortress, near the gate on the side, where the Bishi was moored, another celebration banquet for the heroes was held. At the banquet, people toasted in celebration, and laughter filled the hall. Zhong Leroy and Yelena clinked their glasses. As the atmosphere reached its climax, Yelena raised her glass in public, grabbed the microphone, and sang a song. The powerful rhythm and dynamic voice brought the crowd to a climax. The entire banquet hall suddenly gave off the illusion of a concert. Di Xinyan shook her head. This style is exactly what Anqi has always dreamed of, haha. A slightly intoxicated Zhong Leroy was listening to a dynamic rap performance, with his glass in hand, when Yu Jia gently reminded him. Master, are you happy? Check. The toxic haughty Governor Yelena has a 79.33% healing rate and possesses singer abilities. She's passing the passing grade? What? She's also a singer? Oh no, she's singing with a microphone. So, are there any zombies awakened near the Demon City Fortress? Zhongli Rui's alcohol suddenly sobered up, and he immediately worried that the defenders on the city walls would shoot at any awakened awakeners who approached the Demon City Fortress after awakening. Checking. Yes, about 15. 6 are trapped in the trenches, and 9 who dodged the roadblocks were shot by the defenders and are now shivering near the city gates. The number of awakened is increasing. Damn it! I have to make Yelena stop. Zhongli Rui immediately put down his glass and sped through the crowd, trying to reach Yelena as quickly as possible. Wang Gang, Lingbo Weibu? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Zhongli Rui rushed onto the stage. Zhongli Rui's movements clearly caught the attention of Zhou Ting, the Magic City's adjutant. Yelena, assuming Zhongli Rui was going to dance with her or sing a duet, was instantly excited. Unexpectedly, the next second, Zhongli Rui quickly interrupted Yelena's topic. The singing abruptly stopped. Yujia, how many awakeners are there outside the city walls? Zhongli Rui asked anxiously. There are currently 20 people. 10 are in the ditch, and 10 are hiding behind bushes, car wrecks, and other shelters. Yelena was a little angry at this point. Rui, you're my best friend, but why did you take my microphone? Meanwhile, Di Xinyan approached and demanded, Rui, it's a happy day, what's wrong with you? Zhongli Rui helplessly said to the two, Yelena, Xinyan, listen to me. Yujia just detected that you, Yelena, are also a singer. Although your compatibility is much lower than yours, Xinyan. Just now, Yujia's warship's detectors detected that 20 zombie citizens outside the Demon City Fortress have revived, as awakened due to Yelena's singing. Several of them have been shot by the defenders. Yelena, quickly use the radio to tell the defenders on the city wall to stop. Otherwise, those revived citizens will die. Ah! The people around were in an uproar. What? Hurry! Zhongli Rui urged. Oh, okay. Yelena finally reacted and raised the radio. Chapter 197. Yelena quickly changed the channel and urgently shouted into the radio, Attention, all defenders, cease firing. Those citizens are awakened, and they're regaining consciousness. Her voice was remarkably clear in the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Magic City attending the banquet were whispering, Governor Zhongli, are you telling a story? Governor Ekaterina, singing a song can make zombies regain their memory and sanity? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it were that simple, how could there be only 15,000 of us left out of the entire Magic City of 25 million? Yes. Governor Zhongli, what are you doing? Ignoring the crowd's confusion, Yelena quickly gathered her team members, Adjutant Zhou, General Jiang, General Liao, and others. Together with Zhongli Rui and his team, they followed Yujia's navigation instructions, and quickly located the trembling newly awakened outside the Magic City Fortress. In the light of their rifles' flashlights, the awakened trapped in the trenches pleaded desperately. No. Please. Don't. Kill us. I'm awake. And I won't harm anyone. The soldiers guarding the Demon City walls were stunned. This is true. Governor Ekaterina actually has this ability. A fuel production base. My father is still in there. Which means he can do it. Oh my god. What Governor Zhongli said is true. Praise the Lord for giving us saviors, like Governor Ekaterina and Governor Zhongli Rui. This is for a believer in God, Willian Tianzuan. The two governors are truly divine. This is for a Taoist believer, Amitabha. Good. This is for a Buddhist believer. Adjutant Zhou was stunned the moment she saw Yelena's singing actually awaken the zombies. Her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in disbelief, almost staggering. Wei, you are saved, she whispered to herself. General Jiang Shiba, standing by, quickly supported her. Although still hesitant, under the careful guidance of Zhongli Rui and the others, the soldiers guarding the city wall carefully led the awakened out of the ditch. The 20 awakened were gathered together. Suddenly, one of the soldiers guarding the city wall reached out with a trembling hand. Mom! Mom! Xin? Mom! The soldier named Xin dropped his gun and tried to rush to his mother. Zhongli Rui saw this and quickly ordered Wang Gang. Wang Gang, tell someone to stop him. Wang Gang gave a signal, and 2 Special Forces soldiers restrained the citizen-resistant soldier. Why are you arresting me? Suddenly, the soldier, as if struck by a thought, knelt before the 2 Special Forces soldiers. Please! Don't kill my mother! Don't kill my mother! She's regained her senses. Please, don't kill her! Don't kill her! The soldier named Xian tearfully begged for mercy. The Special Forces soldiers were speechless. Young man, we didn't mean to kill her. We were saving you. She's regained her senses, but the concentration of the zombie virus in her system is too high. If you rashly hug her now, you might get infected and turn into a mindless zombie. Huh? This? Xian froze. Yelena looked at the chaotic situation before her, clutching her forehead with her hands, feeling powerless. Governor Zhongli, what do you think? What should we do? Yelena looked at Zhongli Rui with a pleading look. We were planning to proceed slowly. How about this, Yelena? Let's call off the banquet. We hold an emergency joint meeting to explain the situation to your senior counselors. Then, when you're ready, hold a press conference for the citizens. Let them know the truth. Okay. From then on, the celebration banquet came to an abrupt end. A joint meeting between the Ling'an State and Magic City leaders resumed. At the meeting, Zhongli Rui first gave the Magic City officials a briefing on the basics of the new humans and shared basic information on the singers. Zhongli Rui only mentioned the singers' ability to restore zombies to sanity and their ability to accelerate the new human self-healing. He made no mention of Gu Anqi's negative singing voice. At the joint meeting, Zhongli Rui emphasized the urgency of the current situation and proposed a comprehensive response plan. Just as he had suggested in his conversation with Yelena the previous night, he suggested that the Magic City Fortress significantly increase food production and supply. And, based on their current food supply, determine how many awakened individuals should be restored. He also proposed the establishment of a dedicated medical team to conduct physical examinations and provide necessary treatment for the awakened, ensuring they could recover sufficiently to integrate into society. Most of the Magic City officials were hesitant about the prospects Zhongli Rui outlined. At this point, Lu Shi, who was attending the meeting, suggested that Zhongli Rui play the first half of Gu Anqi's live fishing video. Zhongli Rui immediately and secretly ordered Yu Jia to edit the video and then played it for the Magic City Council members. Of course, only the first half, the lively recording, was shown. The second half, where Chen Zhenkuan led his team to kill the guards and abduct the women, was naturally omitted. Everyone was amazed. My God! These awakened ones have recovered to such a level of agility? They can even fish and cook? Yelena said in disbelief. If it weren't for those horrific stitches on his face, I have thought he was normal. I was also incredibly shocked when I first discovered them, Zhongli Rui said bitterly. Of course, I'm showing this video to reiterate the importance of food. We had no choice but to livestream the fishing. At the time, Ling'an province was facing a food shortage. Fishing had been banned for public safety. Later, we came up with the idea of live streaming the awakened fishing. It would both gain public acceptance of the awakened and alleviate food shortages. At this point, General Liao of the Magic City nodded. Honestly, using live streams to gain public acceptance is a really good idea. Yelena thought for a moment and said, we can try this plan later. However, as Governor Zhongli suggested, the citizens need an explanation now. They have the right to know the truth. Only then can everyone find peace. The other Magic City Council members also nodded in agreement. After hearing Zhongli Rui's suggestion, the Magic City Special Council, led by Yelena, sprang into action. At the press conference, the citizens of the Magic City were glued to their phones, anxiously awaiting news. Yelena took the podium and announced the existence of the awakened to the citizens. She emphasized that the awakened were no longer a threat. However, returning the awakened to their original form would require the city's current food production. Citizens, they were once our neighbors, fellow townspeople, even friends and family. Now, we finally have a way to restore their sanity. However, transforming all the zombies in the demon city back into awakened is a difficult journey, and it won't happen overnight. To truly transform them, we still have a long way to go. We need to increase food production. After listening to the news, some citizens were shocked, some excited, and some filled with confusion. However, after Yelena and Zhongli Rui's detailed explanations, most gradually accepted the facts. After learning the truth, the initial anxiety among the citizens of Moda quickly subsided. Most citizens understood the current situation. The joint press conference held by Zhongli Rui and Yelena not only caught the attention of the citizens of Ling'anzhou's East Special Zone and Modu Fortress, but also attracted the attention of the top brass of the remaining 3 war zones in Dakian, where some people were still alive. Under the current situation on Blue Star, there are still 5 areas in Dakian that have not been completely destroyed. The 8th war zone, Xinjing 13 Imperial Tombs Fortress, with a population of 30,000. The 15th war zone, Shizhou Central Plains Special Zone, with a population of 14,000. the 18th War Zone, Linganzhou's East Special Zone, with a population of 6,000, the 22nd War Zone, Modu Fortress, with a population of 15,000, the 30th War Zone, the New Territories, and the Hong Kong and Kowloon City Barricade Area, with a population of 35,000, for a total remaining population of 100,000. At the same time, in Dakian's other 3 war zones. War Zone 08. At the 13 Imperial Tombs Fortress in Xinjiang, on the bridge of the conventional powered land-based ship Taoji of the Dakian former garrison. Lieutenant General Long Zhanya stared at the news with disdain. Turning zombie citizens back into awakened beings capable of rational, intelligent communication? These 2 idiot governors are so bold. But Long Zhanya immediately turned his gaze to Zhong Lirui. Is this the Zhong Lirui my brother recognized, the commoner yet skilled warrior? Beside him, Adjutant Zhao reported, yes, Lieutenant General Long, Colonel Zhong Lirui is the interim governor of Lingan Province recommended by Major General Long Weili. His record so far is impressive. With only 500 troops, he held off an attacking horde of 10,000 zombies. During the same period, the Dayton base fell. After Major General Long Weili and 1,200 soldiers died protecting the civilians' retreat, he now leads the remaining forces of Lingan Province. Recently, according to unconfirmed intelligence, Zhong Lirui and Ekaterina's combined forces defeated a catastrophic-level monster, codenamed Tianji, for the first time since the apocalypse. This marks the first time in any global theater of operations that our great Qian has defeated a catastrophic-level monster. As he spoke, Adjutant Zhao pulled up a small split-screen display. It showed a photo of the battle between Tianji and the Bishi, with a radius of 280 meters. Judging from the photo, it appeared to have been captured using hacking techniques from the surveillance cameras on the Xindiao helicopter. After a moment's pause, Long Zhanya said calmly, in my opinion, the defeat of Tianji by the combined forces of Lingan Province and Modu is true. As for the nonsense they said at the press conference, it was just propaganda, riding on the momentum of their victory. Adjutant Zhao looked puzzled. General Long, however, the fact that the combined forces of the 2 regions defeated Tianji has not been fully confirmed, and the press conference was a joint statement from the 2 governors. The images transmitted by the program installed by our spies on the Modu Air Force aircraft are extremely unlikely to be fake. Furthermore, intelligence reports indicate that Governor Zhong Lirui, a technically skilled governor, along with military experts, used sample bombs from the museum and high-energy fuel stored in the industrial park to reconstruct a maximum-stage thermobaric bomb. This is that makes sense. Such a powerful weapon would only be necessary against a catastrophic monster like Tianji, or if regional cleansing is necessary. Therefore, I believe their record is genuine. Furthermore, he was chosen by my brother, and I trust his judgment. They're releasing this news to capitalize on their victory. After all, before this battle with Tianji, of Dakian's 5 final battle zones, Zone 08 was the strongest, Zone 15 was shaky, Zone 18 was weak, Zone 22 was trapped behind its walls, and the situation in Zone 30 was unclear. Now it's clear that the weaker Zones 18 and 22 have just won a decisive victory. This is a publicity stunt intended to exaggerate the impact and lure the scattered and hidden population back to the city, aiming for a resurgence. Oh, so that's how it is. General, that's a good point, Adjutant Zhao exclaimed. 2 little brats. They have some fighting skills, but after a victory, they start boasting about their power. Be careful, you end up with a broken promise. Lieutenant General Long Zhanya sneered. If Zhong Lirui knew Lieutenant General Long Zhanya's thoughts right now, he'd be pissed. He actually joined Tianji just to clean up his mess. His cooperation with Yelena was more about the Magic City's industries, which could provide necessary materials, such as high-energy fuel for thermobaric bombs, and trade hybrid rice seeds. With Lingan Province's current grain output, it can't even feed 6,000 citizens. If more people come, he'd be in trouble. 30th War Zone, Hong Kong and Kowloon City Street Headquarters, Xinghongmen Headquarters, Kowloon Walled City. Governor Chung Yonghua, self-proclaimed, frowned as he read the message from the spy in the Magic City Fortress. Report. The original plan to expose and overthrow Governor Ekaterina by tricking her into hiding zombies in her home has been thwarted. During the battle between Lingan Province and the Demon City Coalition to defeat Tianji, Ekaterina personally piloted a fighter jet carrying thermobaric bombs to attack Tianji. She and Lingan Province Governor Zhong Lirui are currently considered heroes by the citizens of Demon City. Furthermore, it has been confirmed that Governor Ekaterina and her wife, Di Xinyan, possess the ability of singers, able to transform zombie-like citizens into non-aggressive awakened beings through their singing. This information has been confirmed. Also, Yonghua, please be careful about your own safety while caring for your daughter and avoid infection. Wife Joe. Miracle. A singer can actually restore the sanity of zombies. Chung Yonghua's eyes gleamed, and his gaze turned to the back of his room. There was an iron door. Behind it lay his zombie-like daughter, Chung Weiwei, her hands and feet bound to frames. He abruptly stood up. Then he spoke into the darkness, along. Chief Commander. No, Governor. A tattooed along emerged from the darkness, a sullen, fierce expression on his face. Inform my wife. Find an opportunity to abduct the Rakshasa half-blood governor, or the wife of the governor of Ling'an Prefecture. We forced them to rescue my daughter. But tell them to be careful. Yes. Along vanished into the darkness. Chapter 198. 15th War Zone, Shizhou Central Plains Special Zone Command Headquarters. Commander, Major General Tang Xiaoning, formerly of the Dacian Army, suppressed his grief in the command room as he continued to direct the operations. A few minutes ago. Major General Tang. Just now, the elementary school fell. The fish cook injured his hand, and suddenly transformed into a zombie. The children couldn't be rescued. Adjutant Wang reported, tears welling up in his eyes. Tang Xiaoning spat out blood upon hearing this. Her 9-year-old child also couldn't escape. Because the 15th War Zone was currently short on ammunition, after the elementary school fell, she and most of the soldiers, along with their children, who had transformed into zombies, were confined to the school. Today, these parents can no longer pick up their children from school. Now, due to a lack of ammunition, the entire Central Plains Special Zone is on the verge of collapse, with most key institutions and strongholds infected and out of control. When the news of Linganzhou and the Magic City Coalition defeating Tianji with thermobaric bombs, and the news of the Magic City press conference, arrived, Tang Xiaoning's face darkened. She quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said to Adjutant Wang, who had also lost his child, gather your manpower and weapons, take what food you can carry, and prepare to evacuate to the South Railway Station. Also, ask for help from War Zone 08, War Zone 22, and War Zone 18. War Zone 08 and War Zone 18 have land ships, and may be willing to come to support. Forget War Zone 30, at 1,600 kilometers, those gangs wouldn't be able to make it. Oh, and promise them, whoever can save the Central Plains Special Zone, I, as governor of the Special Zone, will give it to them. This Central Plains Special Zone, too. Adjutant Wang, barely recovering from his grief, nodded and quickly dispatched a signalman to send a distress signal to 3 locations. As the sun set, Zhongli Rui and his group bid farewell to Yelena and her group outside the Magic City Fortress. Governor Zhongli, this time, we at the Magic City Fortress owe the East City Special District a huge favor, Yelena said with emotion. Don't say that. We were fighting together. If it weren't for the Magic City's high-energy fuel and the father of bombs readily available in the museum, honestly, we might not even be standing here now, Zhongli Rui lamented. Haha, yes. At that time, looking at that monster, as huge as the swamp, I was filled with despair. I never expected that we would succeed in defeating it. Yelena smoothed her hair, stepped forward, and cupped Zhongli Rui's face. My distinguished ally, it is my honor to fight alongside you. After that, she gave Zhongli Rui another 3 kisses salute. Lu Shi, Wang Gang, and Amao couldn't hide their smiles at Yelena's gesture. Yelena probably deliberately performed this grand gesture towards Zhongli Rui. Disanyan, naturally, was slightly displeased. Then, with a sly glint in her eyes, Yelena walked over to Disanyan, took her hand, and said, Dear sisters, my sister Anna, I'm sorry to trouble you for a while. Disanyan smiled politely, Don't worry. I give you a healed Anna in a little while. Thank you, my dear sister. Yelena, likewise, cupped Disanyan's face, and naturally performed the Rakshasa triple kisses once again. The sight of the exotic Yelena kissing the stunning Disanyan was truly picturesque. The scene stunned everyone around them. After parting with Yelena with a kiss, Disanyan's displeasure faded slightly, and her smile gained a touch of sincerity. Sister, you and my husband are both leaders who shoulder the safety of this region. I'm not saying anything bad about you. You two were very brave in this battle. However, I really don't want you to risk your lives in assaults or rescues next time. Take care of yourselves. Especially since you were the first singer discovered by the Demon City Fortress. Has security been increased? Yelena glanced at the 4 guards nearby, wearing full SWAT gear and armed with Type 95 automatic rifles. She smiled and said, Don't worry, sister. I had General Liao increase the security. Speaking of which, the weapons these guards have are the ones you gave us when we first met Governor Zhongli. That's good. Don't worry. We see each other again in the future. Goodbye, my closest allies, my brothers and sisters. Yelena hugged Desanyan again. As the Bishi slowly departed, the defenders of the city wall bid farewell to the citizens with cheers. Amid the farewell procession, a cold glint flashed in Adjutant Zhou's eyes. She glanced at General Jiang beside her. General Jiang nodded slightly. Immediately, about 6 soldiers quietly approached Yelena, who was still watching the Bishi depart. Adjutant Zhou feigned concern and teased Yelena, "Governor, you're still watching." They all left. Ah yes, they all left. Yelena's eyes shone with a hint of dejection. Just as the 6 soldiers drew closer, Liaison Officer Wang Xiaoya suddenly ran over, breathless, "Governor. Something's happened. Something's happened in the Central Plains Special Zone, which traded wheat and rice with us a few months ago." "What?" Yelena's eyes widened. "What's going on? Report now." Wang Xiaoya, a worried look on her face, said, "Governor, Major General Tang has sent a text message requesting all-out assistance from the 0ATH, 18th, and 22nd War Zones. The military and civilians in the Central Plains Special Zone are running low on ammunition, and their base is vulnerable. Therefore, no matter which war zones reinforcements arrive, as long as they can liberate the Central Plains Special Zone, Major General Tang is willing to relinquish his position as governor to the Central Plains Special Zone." Hearing Wang Xiaoya's words, Adjutant Zhou's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. The 15th War Zone is really strange. If they're requesting all-out assistance, why not ask for assistance from the Hong Kong and Kowloon barricades in the 30th War Zone, but only from the other 3? Is this a bias against the 30th War Zone? General Jiang chimed in, "Yes. Do they dislike Governor Cheng Yonghua, who hails from the Hongmen sect?" General Liao calmly analyzed, "I think Major General Tang is basing this purely on the actual situation, isn't he?" Yelena said with interest, "Old Liao, tell me your analysis." "Well, the Central Plains Special Zone is located in the former Xiao City, 580 kilometers from the Magic City, 590 kilometers vertically from Lingyan Prefecture, and 660 kilometers vertically from the Xinjiang 13 Tombs Fortress. Moreover, we all know that the Magic City possesses a large fleet and fuel production base. Lingyan Prefecture may be a newcomer, but Governor Zhongli is a brave warrior and possesses high-speed landships. Lieutenant General Long Zhanya of the Xinjiang 13 Tombs possesses the previous generation landship Taoji, and a garrison of armored forces. Only these 3 places have the capability, and can send reinforcements in a timely manner. The Hong Kong and Kowloon barricade area is 1,580 kilometers from Shizhou. I don't think the troops of the 30th War Zone are capable of such a long-distance raid, right?" General Jiang, though still somewhat displeased, reluctantly nodded in agreement. "That does make sense. It's indeed too far." While everyone was discussing the Central Plains Theater, 6 of his men had already closed in on the 4 newly equipped guards. Just as the 6 were about to attack, a soldier in the city wall watchtower shouted, "Governor! Lingyan Prefecture's Bishi has returned." Yelena paused for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "I suspect Governor Zhongli Rui has returned to discuss matters concerning Shi Prefecture with me urgently. Adjutant Zhou, prepare the meeting room." "Ah? Oh. Yes." Seeing Zhongli Rui's Bishi return, Adjutant Zhou Ting gritted her teeth and reluctantly agreed. She gave a resigned look to the others preparing to attack, as well as to General Jiang. They immediately stopped their movements and, as if nothing had happened, lined up to wait. General Jiang quietly sent a message to Zhou Ting, "Madam, why did you tell us to stop? I just successfully attracted her and the guard's attention. If not now, when?" "No. Master Jiang Shabaxiang, Zhongli Rui and his men are too powerful. If they return, even if we kidnap Yelena, we won't be able to escape. Don't we have helicopters? Their warships have attack helicopters. They fly faster than our transport helicopters. Besides, Yelena's guards reported back that Zhongli Rui and his troops are incredibly powerful. Their small team killed over 100 giant bloodthirsty bats. Did you know that Zhongli Rui, that ruthless man, fires heavy machine gun bullets like they were pistol rounds? And didn't you see him at the banquet that day? He knows the lost technique of Lingbo Weibu. You are all the elite members of the Xinghong sect. Don't rush to your deaths." "Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your concern." Jiang Shiba put away his phone. Soon after, Zhongli Rui and his group disembarked from the Bishi, somewhat reluctantly, and held an emergency operations meeting in the conference room with Governor Yelena and her group, whom they had just said goodbye to. Governor Zhongli, did your unit also receive a call for help from the Central Plains Special Zone in the 15th War Zone? Yes, that's why we turned back. I believe you received the call as well. In the conference room, Yelena signaled to her liaison officer, Wang Xiaoya, to share the latest updates from Shizhou. When the Shizhou Central Plains Special Zone in the 15th War Zone traded with us a month ago, it had a population of 14,000 survivors. Former Army Major General Tang Xiaoning was the governor. Overall, after nearly half a year of fighting, the Central Plains Special Zone's ammunition was essentially depleted. Therefore, they had already been struggling. Last time, Governor Tang Xiaoning attempted to trade with our Magic City for weapons and ammunition. However, Magic City had a slight surplus of food, abundant fuel reserves, and a largely intact chemical and machinery production base nearby. We were also short of weapons and ammunition at the time. Ultimately, Shizhou only traded wheat with Magic City in exchange for fuel and supplies. At this point, Zhong Lirui asked, so, later in the middle of winter, you attempted to obtain weapons and ammunition from the 18th War Zone's ammunition depot? Yes, Yelena nodded. Zhong Lirui nodded, signaling for liaison officer Wang Xiaoya to continue. According to the latest news from Major General Tang Xiaoning of the 15th War Zone, the Central Plains Special Zone has fallen. She and the remaining 3,000 men, lacking ammunition and weapons, are now desperately defending the area near Shizhou South Railway Station. Given the current state of the 50,000 zombie hordes within the city, they can only hold out for about 3 more days. This really reminds me of the failed attempt at the Jiangnan Gymnasium in Lingnan Prefecture a few months ago. Wang Gang shook his head. I have a question, Lu Shi interrupted. Major General Tang Xiaoning, she led the army, right? While a lack of equipment and ammunition was a problem, why was their combat effectiveness so poor? Yelena glanced at Lu Shi. Strictly speaking, she led the families of the army. These families' combat effectiveness was comparable to the citizen resistance forces I led. And she, in fact, originally came from a cultural troupe and was a renowned singer and dancer in the Dacian government. She wasn't a general who killed the enemy. Zhong Lirui's face suddenly darkened. I see. After a moment's thought, Zhong Lirui asked Yelena, Governor Yelena, I'd like to ask for your opinion. Is the Magic City Fortress planning to send troops to aid? Yelena nodded. Such an important grain trading partner and wheat producing area, how can we abandon them? We intend to save Magic City. By the way, Governor Zhongli, I'd like to hire you to assist my elite troops from Magic City in heading north to rescue Major General Tang and the others. Hire? Tell me your price. Zhong Lirui's eyes lit up. He knew Yelena was impressed by the combat effectiveness of her troops and wanted to hire him as a mercenary. AZH Shindio helicopter, 50 tons of ethylene oxide, and all the transport vehicles included. How about that? Yelena's beautiful eyes flashed, a sly expression on her face. Beside him, Wang Gang's eyes lit up. As a Special Forces veteran, he knew only too well the value of heavy helicopters. The combined forces of the two regions had been able to defeat Tianji thanks in large part to the heroically lost C-8 helicopter. And naturally, the more heavy transport vehicles, the better. Furthermore, ethylene oxide is not currently produced in Lingnan Prefecture, and these 50 tons of ethylene oxide can be used to make several bombs or a large number of thermobaric rockets. This is very important for improving combat effectiveness. Zhong Lirui smiled calmly. Governor Yelena, you hired my most elite troops from Lingnan Prefecture for a 1,000-mile raid. That price seems a bit low, doesn't it? I know you have a stockpile of hybrid rice seeds here. So, I won't ask for more. How about giving us another 70 tons of rice seeds? You? Yelena bristled. You're asking for too much. Your troops won't be the only ones going this time. We also be sending 24 elite troops. Zhong Lirui displayed a slight disdainful expression. Whether it was the so-called elite pistol troops that attacked the ammunition depot last time, or the poor performance of the guard during the attack on the military museum, Zhong Lirui had little confidence in the MODU citizen resistance. His only conviction was Yelena's piloting skills. These 24-man force weren't going to fight. They were clearly there to watch the fun. Seeing Zhong Lirui's disdainful look, Yelena blushed. Naturally, she knew he was dissatisfied with his troops' poor combat effectiveness. 50 tons of rice seed grain. No more. 60 tons. How about returning the grain trucks? Zhong Lirui continued to bargain. Yelena took a deep breath and managed to say, deal. General Liao. General Jiang, Adjutant Zhou, select 24 elite guards. We be setting out with Governor Zhongli in 3 hours. Okay. Zhong Lirui smiled, then turned to Wang Gang and said, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, get ready. We set sail for Shizhou in 3 hours and advance into the Central Plains. Zhong Lirui's heart was instantly overjoyed. 60 tons of hybrid rice seed, if properly sown in Ling'an province after the spring, could yield approximately 60,000 tons of rice. After this deal is completed, Ling'an province's food supply will be greatly improved. The calculation formula is that 1 gene of high-quality hybrid rice seed yields approximately 1,000 to 1,500 gene of grain. Of course, this isn't the maximum possible. Zhong Lirui is taking the lowest possible value. Yes, sir. Wang Gang complied. Chapter 199. Seeing Zhong Lirui and Yelena reach an agreement and prepare for a joint expedition, Zhou Ting's expression darkened for a moment. She turned and saw Jiang Shiba with a similar expression. She sighed softly, her fists clenching slightly. But after a moment, her expression returned to normal, and she walked away to assign tasks. She left a message for Jiang Shiba on her phone. We see what happens on the way. A moment later, Jiang Shiba replied, Madam, don't worry. 6 good men have been arranged to accompany the expedition. Once we abducted Ekaterina, we use their ship's special operations transport helicopter to escape. Be careful. It's best to strike when Governor Zhongli is not with Ekaterina. Yes. 3 hours later, after a simple resupply, the Bishi, carrying 29 members of the Magic City Force, Yelena, Zhou Ting, Jiang Shiba, General Liao, Liaison Officer Wang Xiaoya, and 24 members of the so-called elite guards, a total of 29 people, once again set sail under the watchful eyes of the defenders of the Magic City Fortress walls, heading north. Bixia, in the second hangar. Engineer Li, how much of the fuel-air explosive we took from the fuel base last time is left? Zhong Lirui asked Engineer Li. Colonel, we still have 1 ton left. How about you convert 16 of the 32 rockets in the 107mm rocket launcher into thermobaric rockets? Engineer Li frowned and said, Colonel Zhongli, the missions you always assign are so heavy. Zhong Lirui shook his head helplessly. It can't be helped, Engineer Li. I originally thought that with warships like the Bishi, our Ling Anzhou army would be invincible. Not to say invincible, but certainly unstoppable. Unexpectedly, in the Bishi's first battle, we encountered a terrifying monster like the Tianji. Only then did I realize the horror of insufficient firepower. So, without the protection of a powerful weapon, I can't rest easy. In the last battle, we ran out of thermobaric and large aerial bombs. The gas tank cannon shells are half gone. I'm thinking about acquiring a powerful weapon in the short term, so rockets are the only option. Seeing Zhong Lirui's expression, Engineer Li sighed resignedly, Sir, your thinking is sound. But the mission is incredibly rushed. Hey, Engineer Li, I know you're Ling'an Prefecture's chief military equipment technology expert. Converting conventional ammunition to thermobaric ammunition is a piece of cake, isn't it? Tell me, we have about 6 hours left before we reach Shizhou. Just tell me, in 6 hours, can you and your men accomplish this? Engineer Li gritted his teeth and finally said, Guaranteed 12 rounds, strive for 16. We can. Okay. Zhong Lirui patted Engineer Li on the shoulder. As long as you succeed, I give each member of your expert team a custom medal when we return to Ling'an Prefecture. Medals. Engineer Li, whose expression had just been filled with worry and distress, suddenly shone with a startling aura. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His face flushed red as he saluted. Don't worry, sir. The expert team will complete the mission. In a lounge aboard the warship, Yelena's 2 guards were resting. Jiang Shiba, accompanied by another of his men, entered the lounge and said to them with a smile, Xiao Zhao, it's time for your shift change. Yes. General Jiang. The 2 guards stood up and left. As the 2 men passed Jiang Shiba and another of his men, quick-witted and quick-handed, attacked and slit their throats. One of them, after falling to the ground, tried to fire a warning shot, but Jiang Shiba shot him in the head with a silenced pistol. Both were shot again. In another lounge, Liaison Officer Wang Xiaoya, whose throat had been slit, died with her eyes wide open. In the digital world, Yu Jia snorted coldly, you dare to mess with me like this while you're inside my body? How could you, selfish and filthy people, be so far removed from your master? Let me see your secret. Immediately, Yu Jia hacked into Zhou Ting's phone. As a super AI, it took her only moments to decipher all of Zhou Ting's information. There's more to the truth than one side. Humanity has more than one side. But even if you have a compelling reason, I won't let you hurt my lover or the people he cares about. Yu Jia issued a command. The door to the blade throne opened, and a modified version of the original battle armor, the Daxia Dragon Bird battle armor, along with 5 black-clad mechanical guards, quickly entered optical camouflage and entered the hangar. At the same time, Yu Jia began whispering in Zhong Lirui's ear, "Master, this is an emergency." Zhong Lirui had just finished instructing Engineer Li, and was about to return to the bridge when he heard Yu Jia's words, and was immediately shocked. "Yu Jia, what's wrong?" "Master, there's a rebellion. It's the troops from the Demon City. Their target is presumably Governor Yelena and her wife, the 2 singers, the mechanical black-clad guards of the Throne of Blades, and your great Xia Dragon Bird mecha are arriving soon. Please remove your body armor, helmet, and weapons immediately." "How long until the mecha arrives?" Zhong Lirui asked anxiously. "It's here." As soon as he finished speaking, the great Xia Dragon Bird humanoid battle armor uncloaked and unfolded before Zhong Lirui. Without further ado, Zhong Lirui quickly removed his body armor, level 3 helmet, and weapons in the hallway. The moment the great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor comfortably hugged his body, Zhong Lirui couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Stark, now I know how you feel." At that moment, golden lines gleamed against the dark black background of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow mecha. Clad in the armor, Zhong Lirui looked like a god of war, indescribably heroic. After automatically donning his armor, Zhong Lirui, leading 5 black-clad mechanical guards, vanished from the corridor in an invisible manner, leaving only body armor, helmets, and weapons scattered across the floor. The Great Xia Dragon Bird is said to be the name of a famous divine weapon from the Xia dynasty, often mentioned in many ancient texts. The term dragon bird specifically refers to a ring-handled sword with ornate ornaments and a dragon bird carved into the ring. This sword is 3 feet and 9 inches long, and its back is engraved with the characters Ancient Sharp Weapon, Wu Chu Zhan Lu, Great Xia Dragon Bird, famous in the divine capital, able to embrace the far away, able to soften the near, like the wind and grass, and powerful over the 9 districts. As they marched, Zhong Lirui contacted Xiaofeng. "Daughter, are you with Mom?" "Dad, I'm here. Mom is chatting with Governor Yekaterina by the attack helicopter in Hangar 1. What's going on?" "You and Ju Su, be on alert immediately. Beware of the Magic City troops. They might want to kill your mom and Governor Yelena." "I'd be right there. But don't alert them yet." "Yes." Xiaofeng then secretly communicated with Ju Su, and the helmets of their personal guard armor automatically closed and were donned. Meanwhile, Yelena, accompanied by only 2 guards, was chatting with Di Xinyan in the first hangar, the one used to store attack helicopters and transfer helicopters. "Xinyan, could you please ask Aroi for a favor? Could he give me an attack helicopter for the Shizo battle? I know. He really doesn't think highly of my pistol squadrons. But Governor Tang Xiaoning is asking Aroi and me for help this time. We're a joint force, after all. You can't do all the fighting, while our troops from the Magic City stay on board and yell 666? That's too shameful." Di Xinyan said angrily. "Another helicopter? Oh, another suicide dive? Don't say that. If I hadn't done that, the people of Magic City and I would all be homeless now." Yelena said a little embarrassedly. "I don't mean to blame you," Di Xinyan said, her tone softening. "You and Arue are both brave and noble men. However, you two are not only warriors, but also commanders, yourselves responsible for the safety of the entire region. What's more, you are also singers. Singers are the revival of the entire world, and they are hope for those who are still helpless and lost. As the first singer of Magic City, you should listen to me, your elder." Looking at Di Xinyan's sincere admonition, Yelena was silent for a moment, finally nodding gently. "Okay, Xinyan, I listen to you," Yelena finally said. "I stay on board, but if you need anything, remember to call me." Di Xinyan smiled with relief, thinking, "I just listened to your advice." Just then Zhou Ting, Jiang Shiba, and 6 of their men approached in a neat formation. When Jiang Shiba approached 2 of Yelena's guards, he gestured for them to exchange shifts with the 2 men in the rest area, explaining that they would be responsible for protecting the area. The 2 guards saluted Zhou Ting and Jiang Shiba before heading back to the rest room. Seeing the 2 guards successfully distracted and exit the hangar, Zhou Ting's eyes flickered with triumph. Then, Zhou Ting repeated her old trick, approaching the smiling Xiaofeng and saying, "Xiaofeng, Ju Su, Governor Zhongli seemed to have something to ask you. He told me to come over when I saw you on the way. Go quickly." Xiaofeng and Ju Su, already wearing their helmets, snorted coldly at Zhou Ting's words and pointed their electromagnetic automatic rifles at Zhou Ting and the other 8 men. Zhou Ting was stunned by Xiaofeng's reaction. But she quickly put on an aggrieved expression and complained to Yelena and Decennian, Governor. Madame Zhongli, look at your guards. What's going on? Why are they pointing their guns at us? Decennian stepped forward and demanded, Xiaofeng, put your gun down. Why are you pointing it at Adjutant Zhou and the others? Xiaofeng didn't lower his gun. Instead, he held it pointed at everyone, blocking Decennian's way and saying, Mom, Dad just told me there's a rebellion within the Magic City Army, targeting you and Governor Yelena, the two singers. Adjutant Zhou lied. Dad just contacted me and told me to be on guard and protect you. Not to leave. Upon hearing this, Decennian immediately drew her pistol and pointed it at Zhou Ting and the others. Yelena didn't draw her gun, but her hand was already on the holster. Zhou Ting's face paled instantly. She tried to deny it, saying, Madame Zhongli, how could you believe a guard? Governor, I'm your adjutant. Why don't you believe me? Decennian sneered. Just based on what you said, I know you're the traitor. Xiaofeng is not only my guard, but also my daughter. And she never lies. Decennian pulled down her level 3 helmet visor and positioned herself in front of Yelena, who was not wearing protective gear. Zhou Ting lowered her head, as if deeply wronged. How could you slander us like this? You know you're doing the right thing. At that moment, Zhou Ting suddenly had one of Xiozhen's flashbangs in her hand and threw it at the four people. Decennian, much faster than an average person, quickly shouted at Yelena, open your mouth, close your eyes. Having learned from her experience at the museum, Yelena reacted quickly, covering her eyes and opening her mouth to mitigate the impact of the flashbang. The flashbang exploded in the air, emitting a blinding light and deafening roar, instantly illuminating the surrounding area as bright as day. The intense sound waves also made everyone present feel dizzy. Amid the chaos, Zhou Ting and her men moved swiftly, attempting to exploit the temporary blindness and deafness caused by the flashbang to launch a surprise attack on Yelena and Decennian. However, they were greeted by the sound of gunfire. Guards like Xiaofeng and Zhu Su were familiar with the use of flashbangs in combat, and the protective mechanisms in their armor had long been immune to them. Their electromagnetic automatic rifles unleashed a deadly stream of flames. Instantly, 3 people standing in the front row were shot to the ground and shot in the head. Seeing this, Zhou Ting and 8 others quickly sought cover behind the boxes and equipment in the hangar and returned fire. For a moment, the hangar was a bustling battle. The sudden gunfight caught the others in the hangar off guard. They all sought cover. During the gunfight, Zhou Ting and the others' bullets pierced the armor of the royal guards, but were ineffective. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng and Zhu Su killed 2 of Zhou Ting's men. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Zhou Ting gritted her teeth. Suddenly, Jiang Shiba and the last of her men beside her collapsed silently to the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Ting shouted at them. What are you doing? But instead of a reaction from the 2 men on the ground, she watched as her gun was snatched away and thrown away, and she was lifted into the air. When the optical camouflage faded, Zhou Ting was horrified to see a black, humanoid mecha hoisting her aloft. What the hell is this? Beside them, more black humanoid mechas materialized, one after another. 6 in total. Let me go, let me go! Zhou Ting struggled in midair. Decennian's pupils trembled, as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Chun Jinkuan. Why is he here? Xiaofeng quickly comforted her, Mom, it's okay. Those are Dad and Yujia's. Huh? Decennian, already armed with her pistol, was stunned. When had her husband acquired such powerful armor? Maintaining Zhou Ting's aloft, the face of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow mecha opened, revealing Zhongli Rui's face. Adjutant Zhou, no, the wife of the Xinghongmen's chief leader, Zweiking Zhou Ting, please give me a reason to let you go. Halfway here, Yujia briefly reported on Zhongli Rui and Zhou Ting's background. Zhou Ting was terrified to death when she saw that the person who had grabbed her was actually Zhongli Rui. Furthermore, she turned around to see her companions either killed or unconscious, and a wave of sadness washed over her. Yonghua, I'm sorry I failed. Take good care of Wei Wei. Zhou Ting lamented, resigned to her fate. At this moment, Yujia suddenly said to Zhongli Rui, Master, please remove Zhou Ting's jaw. A scan revealed poison in her teeth. Madam, I'm sorry. With that, Zhongli Rui used his free hand to dislocate Zhou Ting's jaw. Zhou Ting screamed in pain, And I? Nija Ermo. You devil. Zhongli Rui didn't bother to waste time with Zhou Ting. He punched her in the stomach, causing her eyes to roll back, and she fainted. Decennian quickly stepped forward and scolded, Rui, how could you treat a female captive like this? Senyan, The scan revealed poison in her teeth. If I don't remove her jaw, she commits suicide. Oh my goodness! Spying, rebellion, sneak attack, kidnapping, it's all here today. Disinian felt a wave of weakness. I told you last time. Zhong Lirui shook his head speechlessly. You singers will be the target of all sorts of coveted and fought over by various forces in the future. If Yu Jia hadn't been so capable and discovered it in time today, this would have been a disaster. By the way, Xinyan, can you and Wen Yingying remove the poison from this guy's teeth? I can help you locate which tooth it is. In the data world, Yu Jia was delighted. It feels good to be praised by your master. We can do it, Xinyan, calming down a bit, nodded. Yelena then emerged from behind the attack helicopter, still terrified. Are you okay, Yelena? Zhong Lirui asked concernedly. I'm fine. Why did this happen? Yelena's voice trembled as she looked at the bodies on the ground, the unconscious Zhou Ting, Jiang Shiba, and her men. Zhong Lirui gently patted Yelena's shoulder and soothed, Don't worry, we have the situation under control. The most important thing now is to ensure your safety. However, we're going to investigate your remaining men. All of them. As you say. I owe you again. Sigh. Chapter 200. The Bishi continued its journey toward the Shio Central Plains Special Zone at a cruising speed of 55 knots, approximately 100 yards. As the land craft passed over the ground in ground effect, a huge cloud of dust rose from its stern. An hour had passed since the Bishi departed. A ground effect vehicle GV is a type of vehicle that utilizes the ground effect to provide support. Equipped with fixed wings, GVs can fly close to the ground or water. The lower surface of the wings is very close to the ground, creating a blockage in the airflow and increasing the wing's lift. This phenomenon is called ground effect. The Bishi's operating principle, in its low-speed mode, is similar to that of the Bison super hovercraft. At high speeds, it operates in GV mode. During this time, under the guidance of Zhong Lirui and the AI Yujia, Xinyan and Wen Yingying worked together to remove the poison from the unconscious Zhou Ting and Jiang Shiba's molars. As for another of his men, his fate was far more tragic. One of the black-clad mechanical guards, when striking him with a knife, misplaced the blow, allowing the poison in his teeth to leak out. Thus, the man died in a coma in silence. Zhong Lirui sighed softly and ordered Wang Gang to send a soldier to shoot him in the head with a pistol. During this time, Yu Jia had hacked into the call and message records of the Xinghongman spies in War Zone 30, gaining a rough understanding of their infiltration, their conspiracy to rebel, and their attempt to kidnap Yelena. Yu Jia gave Zhong Lirui a brief report. After the people of Magic City fought a brutal war to defend themselves, and the last 15,000 citizens finally built the massive Magic City fortress, Cheng Yonghua, the leader of the Xinghong clan in the 30th War Zone, received intelligence and dispatched his wife, Zhou Ting, known as Bamboo Leaf Green, and undercover agent Jiang Shiba, 2 incense masters, to lead 6 skilled fighters. They joined the then civilian resistance army as voluntary survivors. During the period of Magic City's management and the establishment of the resistance army, the professionalism and abilities of these dedicated undercover agents played a decisive role. It can be said that the subsequent administrative structure of Magic City and the establishment of the resistance army were largely due to the contributions of this Bamboo Leaf Green. Zhong Lirui, Xinyan, Lu Shi, and Wang Gang, who were listening to the report, were instantly amused. Wang Gang even grumbled, the structure of the Magic City Special Administrative Region was actually built with the help of a bunch of spies. That's unbelievable. Xinyan asked, why is Jiang Shiba nicknamed Undercover? Because Jiang Shiba was a member of a gang, but he once managed to go undercover with the police. Funny enough, the police sent him back to the gang as an undercover agent, so he became an undercover agent. Then, before he could figure it out, the apocalyptic zombie crisis broke out, the Hong Kong and Kowloon administration collapsed, and he returned to the gang. Zhong Lirui, Lu Shi, Xinyan, Wang Gang, ignoring the crowd. Seeing the people's wonderful expressions, Yu Jia continued, Zhou Ting's initial goal was to force Yelena to step down by building her popularity and deliberately creating a scandal. During this time, Yelena's sister Anna died from wounds sustained in battle, and eventually transformed into a zombie. Zhou Ting felt her chance had come. It was she who instigated Yelena to hide her zombie sister in the room. She had intended to expose the evidence of Yelena hiding zombies in the room and threatening the security of the Fortress Special Zone to the public when the time was right. This would force Yelena's resignation and allow Cheng Yonghua, the leader of the Xinghong sect in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Fortress District, to seize dominant control of the resource-rich Magic City Fortress war zone. The Xing Hong Men was once the largest gang in Hong Kong and Kowloon, said Lu Shi, a police officer, indifferently. Was Zhou Ting's original plan simply to force Yelena's ouster? Zhong Leroy rested his chin thoughtfully. Yes, master. Judging from the call logs between several people and the Xing Hong Men, Zhou Ting's plan was going smoothly. Until you showed up and disrupted everything. Your interactions with Yelena not only eliminated her so-called evidence, but also significantly boosted her popularity, leading to her becoming the goddess of victory in the hearts of the people of Shanghai. Oh, there's such a thing? Di Xinyan, listening to Yujia's 3D holographic projection, suddenly became interested. Zhong Leroy shook his head and grumbled. The other stories may have been exaggerated by the citizens, but the story of Yelena bravely flying a plane to attack Tianji is truly true. She truly played a significant role in our defeat of Tianji. Well, Yujia, you continue. Yes, master. Because Yelena's reputation is so great now, and with the emergence of the singer concept, the zombie-like citizens have found a way to regain their sanity. This means that even if Zhou Ting reveals Anna's affairs, she won't be able to bring Yelena down. At this point, Zhou Ting and Cheng Yonghua changed their strategy. They plan to kidnap Yelena or you, Madame Xinyan, and use your singer abilities to rescue a zombie named Cheng Weiwei. It's speculated that this person is a relative of Cheng Yonghua. So, their rebellion plan turned into a rebellion and kidnapping. It's a pity that these blind people actually rebelled in my stomach, hee. Aboard the Bishi, Yujia naturally said she was rebelling in her own belly, laughing. Di Xinyan looked at her husband's high-tech Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, which was even more oppressive than Qin Jinkuan's original armor, as well as the two black-clad mechanical guards standing guard nearby. The other three had returned to the Blade Throne's hidden hangar, of which there were 12 in total. She nodded silently, thinking, these rebels must have really forgotten the almanac. By the way, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, have you completed the review of the remaining 20 troops in the Demon City? Zhong Leroy asked. Wang Gang said with a grave expression, Colonel Zhongli, there are only 17 men left. 2 of the 4 elite police officers assigned to Yelena were killed, shot in the head. Liaison Officer Wang Xiaoyao was also killed, her throat was slit. These 3 individuals do not need to be investigated. For the rest, aside from Governor Yelena, I have assigned veterans from the Special Forces, who are proficient in investigation and interrogation to investigate. A bullet wound to the head. Never mind. Put it in a body bag, and send the martyr home after we rescue Shido. Have you carefully examined Wang Xiaoyao's head? Is she not shot? Wang Gang, having been with Zhong Leroy for so long, understood what he meant, and affirmed, Sir, I confirm. This girl still has one chance. Zhong Leroy looked at Di Xinyan, who responded with a reassuring look and a slight nod. Okay. By the way, where is Governor Yelena? Just now, after the 2 captives underwent surgery to remove the poison, Yelena took Zhou Ting away, saying she was going to subject her to a Rakshasa interrogation? Di Xinyan and Zhong Leroy both looked extremely puzzled. What is a Rakshasa interrogation? Lu Shi's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! Let's stop Governor Ekaterina. She's probably seeking revenge for her 3 fallen companions. We must stop her. Otherwise, Zhou Ting is doomed. We're bound to fight to the death with those gang members from War Zone 30. In the interrogation room, Zhou Ting slowly opened her eyes. The LED fluorescent lights overhead dazzled her. Adjutant Zhou Ting. Or Bamboo Leaf Green Incense Master, are you awake? Yelena's sharp, chilling voice, like a soul-calling call, reached Zhou Ting's ears. Zhou Ting tried to speak, but could only utter woo-woo sounds through her open mouth. She tried to move, but couldn't. The moment she regained consciousness, Zhou Ting discovered that she was clad only in thin clothing, securely fastened to a makeshift frame made of steel pipe bolts in a deeply humiliating and uncomfortable position. Handcuffs and hemp ropes held her in an X shape. Her body was bound in a dense web of ropes, bound in a tortoiseshell bind. Her hands, not only cuffed and bound, but also wrapped in gauze to prevent her fingers from moving, were balled. She couldn't speak because a mouth gag had been forced into her mouth to prevent her from committing suicide. With it in place, she couldn't bite her tongue even if she wanted to. Furthermore, she could clearly sense that the tooth she hid the poison in had been pulled out, proving that the other party knew about her plan to commit suicide with the poison hidden in her tooth. In this state of extreme pain and shame, Yelena looked at her with the expression of someone looking at prey. Woo woo woo. Zhou Ting, the Bamboo Leaf Green, you vicious woman. I was so blind. I trusted you so much, treated you like my right-hand man, like a sister. And now, Yelena pinched the white flesh on Zhou Ting's inner left thigh, twisting it 180 degrees. Whoa! Zhou Ting burst into tears in pain, her vision blurring and then blurring. Isn't that enough, you vicious woman? You killed Wang Xiaoya. You killed my savior. Back then, when Anna and I were trapped in the performance team's hangar, surrounded by zombies, she and her security guard risked their lives to save me and my sister. You actually slit her throat. She was a good girl who only cared about making life better for everyone. Did you know that during the construction of the Magic City Fortress wall, she was so exhausted she slept next to the sand piles on the construction site? Such a good girl, and you actually killed her. If you want the Magic City in my position, just kill me. Why did you kill her? As Yelena spoke, she used Systema Combat. Using the techniques of the Systema technique, he aimed at the base of Zhou Ting's right inner thigh and delivered another powerful blow. The shockwave from this special fighting technique pierced through the flesh and struck directly at the thigh bone. Systema is a secret Soviet fighting technique. Its characteristic is that each punch not only strikes the flesh, but also sends shockwaves through the flesh and strikes directly at the bone, causing extreme pain. The thigh is a particularly sensitive area for humans, especially women. A blow like this can cause pain that's as severe as breaking a leg or foot. Whoa! Zhou Ting wailed again. After her wail, her tears, saliva, and snot mixed together. Then, she lowered her head with a dull look in her eyes. Shut up. Like a goddess of vengeance, Yelena approached with a deathly smile. She clasped her hands together, her joints crackling as she whispered like a demon, "Don't worry, we can keep doing this for a long time." Woo! Zhou Ting struggled desperately, but to no avail. Incomparable fear washed over Zhou Ting. She had always thought Yelena was a willful, athletic girl. This was the first time she had seen Yelena's dark side. She now understood why Yelena had bound her in this position. It was to inflict greater pain, despair, and shame upon her during the torture. She regretted it, truly regretted it. Why had she provoked such a paranoid, lunatic, and Yandere? At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Stop! Zhongli Rui, clad in the great Xia dragon bird armor, rushed in. Yelena, stop! At that moment, in Zhou Ting's tearful vision, the golden glow of Zhongli Rui appeared, like the arrival of a savior. Chapter 201. Yelena said with disdain, "Don't worry, I didn't kill her. For Wang Xiaoya and my two brothers, I won't let her die so easily." Did he not kill her because he didn't want her to die so easily? Zhongli Rui's face fell. Yelena, don't do this. Wang Xiaoya can be resurrected. Zhongli Rui continued to persuade her. Resurrection? Yelena was stunned, her head turning away stiffly like an unoiled robot. You're kidding. Zombies aren't completely dead, so I can understand them regaining their senses. But resurrection? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Di Xinyan, who had followed in, added, "My sister, this is true. The person I resurrected is right here." Shizi? Lu Shi walked in and generously admitted, "Governor Catherine, I died once and am a resurrected person." Amal followed in with a cheerful expression, "Well, beautiful governor, I died once too. I'm also a resurrected person, huh?" Zhou Ting and Yelena, both tied to the rack, were stunned. Ignoring Yelena's surprise, Di Xinyan stepped forward and patted her shoulder. "My sister, this is true. I think if I can do it, you can too. This is one of the singer's abilities." Fu. Hua. Si Ren, reviving the dead? Zhou Ting, her mouth still gagged, said in a daze. "My sister, please teach me." "No. That's not right. Master, please teach me. How do I revive my good sister and my two brothers?" Yelena excitedly stepped forward, grasping Di Xinyan's hand and immediately adoring her as her master. Di Xinyan looked at Zhou Ting, who was tied to the rack. She recalled Yujia's earlier remarks and the concerns of Zhongli Rui and Lu Shi. Her mind raced, and she said, "Well, I can teach you how to revive Wang Xiaoya. But you have to listen to me, calm down, and don't touch Zhou Ting for now, okay?" Yelena gritted her teeth for a moment, then nodded, "Okay. I promise. If you can teach me how to resurrect Wang Xiaoya, I will not only not touch her again, but I will also accept you as my master." Hearing Yelena's words, Zhou Ting, perched on the shelf behind, breathed a sigh of relief. Di Xinyan nodded silently, a hint of something indescribable on her face. Overall, she wasn't disgusted by Yelena's boldness and love and hate, her clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. She even admired her. But she also felt that, for a governor, this woman's sophistication and vision were still somewhat lacking. Perhaps even less sophisticated than her husband's. Furthermore, The desire for revenge for the murder of a close friend was understandable. But acting blindly and recklessly, without regard for the consequences, would be reckless. After all, if she truly killed Zhou Ting, war zones 22 and 30 would likely erupt. Furthermore, the situation at the scene, and Yelena's method of retaliating against Zhou Ting, left her speechless. Yelena and Zhou Ting. One was a Yandra, haughty of a fighting race. One was the ruthless leader of a gang. They seemed to perfectly fit their husbands' descriptions. These girls were poisonous. And outside, Ai Shirley, seeing Desenyan about to take on another apprentice, grumbled, well, another junior sister, a governor at that. After Desenyan and Yelena, whose attention had been successfully diverted, left the room, Zhong Lirui turned to glance at Zhou Ting, who was tied to the X-frame, a little speechless. He stepped forward. Zhou Ting, watching Zhong Lirui approach in his high-tech armor, once again thrashed in fear. In her mind, this strong governor, who could turn invisible like a ghost and instantly kill both herself and Jiang Shiba, was even more terrifying than the Yandra, violent, half-blooded Rakshasa girl from earlier. Madame Zhou, please calm down, Zhong Lirui said, trying to keep his voice low and calm. First, you must promise not to commit suicide after I release your mouthpiece. Can you do that? Zhou Ting nodded and hummed in agreement. Secretly, she began gathering strength, intending to bite her tongue to death. Zhong Lirui, as if seeing through her thoughts, said coldly, Madam, don't even think you bite your tongue off the moment I remove the mouthpiece. Here, let me share some free information. In this day and age, every ordinary person carries the so-called zombie virus, though the concentration is low and the activity is low. This isn't a big deal if you're healthy and normal. But if you're seriously injured and die, you become a zombie within 20 minutes or even 24 hours. After all, you're such a beautiful and charming woman. Madam, you don't want to become an ugly, ugly person after you die. A walking corpse, huh? Zhong Lirui's words, approaching, sounded like the melody of hell to Zhou Ting. She tilted her head, her eyes lifeless, tears streaming down her face. Now that the tooth she hid in the poison in had been pulled out, if she bit her tongue and turned into a zombie. She closed her eyes, and all she saw was her daughter, tied to the rack, screaming and struggling. Would she end up like that? Was this her fate? Zhong Lirui had no idea what was going on in Zhou Ting's mind. Seeing that she had calmed down, he untied her mouth gag. Afterward, Zhou Ting, with a look of despair on her face, did not bite her tongue to commit suicide. Governor Zhongli, are you going to torture me for information next? I'm sorry, I won't betray you. Just give me a quick death. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lirui said with disdain, no need. There's no need for such trouble, and we don't have that much time. In 3 hours, we be approaching the Central Plains Special Zone. I already know everything about your 2 plots with Chang Yonghua and Jiang Shiba, as well as your shift in objectives. Zhou Ting said fearfully, Are you a prophet, or can you read people's minds? Zhong Lirui simply replied coldly, technology. Gazing at the enigmatic yet incredibly powerful armor adorning Zhong Lirui, Zhou Ting nodded in fear, half understanding. Then, Governor Zhongli, since you know everything, why are you here to ask me questions if you're not here to torture me? Does it have to be to torture me? But Zhou Ting was stunned at first, then looked down at her flimsy clothing and the shameful way she was bound. A realization struck her. She suddenly remembered Zhong Lirui's previous comment about her. You are such a beautiful and charming woman after all. Zhou Ting's pupils widened, her face filled with panic, and she struggled violently again. You, what are you doing? You don't come over here. Calm down. Seeing Zhou Ting's expression, Zhong Lirui knew she was misinterpreting the situation and immediately scolded her angrily. Off to the side, Lu Shi and Amao also realized Zhou Ting had misunderstood something and chuckled to themselves. Don't overthink it. I'm married and have children. I wouldn't do anything like you're imagining. Don't let your imagination run wild. If you do, I sue you for defamation. Do you understand? Okay? Zhou Ting was stunned, then nodded obediently. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this governor wasn't sadistic like Yelena, nor was he a psychopath. I know the general information and plan. But there's just one thing I'm unclear on. Who is Cheng Weiwei? Is she a relative of Cheng Yonghua? Why, originally an underground organization plotting a power grab, would you suddenly turn your plans into such a risky kidnapping and rebellion just for her? Zhou Ting bit her lip and remained silent. If you don't want to talk, that's fine, Zhong Lirui said calmly. I find other ways to find out. Yu Jiao watched Zhou Ting the entire time, secretly laughing in the data world. At this moment, She monitored another hangar where Engineer Li and his team were. The busy crew suddenly cheered, knowing they had completed the modification of all 16 thermobaric rockets. An idea suddenly occurred to her. As Zhou Ting stared in surprise, a 3D full-body holographic image of Yu Jia appeared in the air. Captain, Engineer Li and his team have completed the modification plan for the 16 thermobaric rockets you requested. These thermobaric rockets are capable of destroying a large fortress or even an entire city block in a single blow, Yu Jia reported to Zhou Ting with ill intent. Zhongli Rui, oblivious to Yu Jia's subtle scheming, smiled and said, "Haha, that's the thrill of metals. Engineer Li and his team finished it in just an hour. Great. Now we have another devastating weapon with earth-shattering power." A very accurate assessment. While these thermobaric bombs aren't as powerful as the father of the bomb, they can still easily destroy half of the special administrative region in one go. Zhou Ting listened to Zhongli Rui's conversation with the AI, a cold sweat pouring down her face, and is shrouded in flames. She could already picture Zhongli Rui ordering a barrage of fire, the buildings of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region collapsing in a mushroom cloud, and countless people perishing in the inferno. Her hometown, her husband, her daughter, all reduced to ashes in the flames of death. She trembled. "No." Zhongli Rui asked, slightly puzzled, "Madam, what do you mean by no?" Zhou Ting once again yielded in despair, humbly saying in a carefully flattering tone, "Mighty Governor Zhongli, I tell you everything. I only beg you, don't harm the survivors in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. Please spare them." Zhongli Rui's face was filled with confusion. Yu Jia whispered, "Master, just say yes with a dignified air, and she answer every question." So, Zhongli Rui adopted a commanding expression. "Okay, go ahead. Cheng Weiwei is my daughter and Cheng Yonghua's." Then, Zhou Ting unreservedly explained everything about her daughter, Cheng Weiwei. Cheng Weiwei is her and Cheng Yonghua's only child. After the apocalyptic zombie crisis erupted, the military and government in Hong Kong and Kowloon were completely decimated due to lack of ammunition and food. The helpless 40,000 civilian survivors, led by Cheng Yonghua, the current leader of the 400-year-old Xing Hongmen, began building barricades, expanding their crops, planting hybrid rice, potatoes, sugarcane, and other crops, and going fishing. Ultimately, over 30,000 citizens managed to survive under the leadership of the Xing Hongmen. Of course, before the apocalyptic crisis, the Xing Hongmen leader had long been a supporter of the Dacian authorities. He was officially a member of the original regional committee, though secretly, he was the current leader of the Xing Hongmen organization. However, with the collapse of the authorities, he was forced to act on his own. The Hong Kong and Kowloon regions, situated in the tropics and experiencing mild winters, allowed for rapid crop growth. Furthermore, they were surrounded by grain-producing areas and South China Sea fishing grounds. However, lacking a robust industrial system or large-scale arsenals, the citizens of Hong Kong and Kowloon relied primarily on cold weapons, primarily bows and crossbows, for defense. Even pistols were less prevalent than in the Magic City Fortress area. Warm reminder, this is a parallel world, and the plot is completely fictional. At this moment, Zhongli Rui secretly compared the development model of the Hong Kong and Kowloon regions to his own era as a member of the Home Alliance. The only difference was that he was following the path of an elected representative, while they were following the path of a community leader. Our lives were gradually getting better. We once vigorously developed agriculture, but fishing was also important to feed so many people. My daughter is 15 years old, very sensible, and she likes to help out at the docks with the uncles and uncles who came from the seafood docks. Everyone nodded in agreement. This puzzled Zhou Ting. "Madam, please continue," Zhongli Rui gently urged. But one day, on a stormy but not too severe night, a massive white wave suddenly surged up from the sea off Xiangwan Pier without warning. Furthermore, that white wave seemed to roar like a giant beast. In that sudden disaster, 7 or 8 fishing boats at the harbor were destroyed. Weiwei was helping out at the dock when she was stabbed in the stomach by an ice swordfish. Several uncles rescued her, and she was covered in blood. My Weiwei. Woo. Zhou Ting couldn't contain her emotions and burst into tears. Even if she didn't tell him what happened next, Zhongli Rui knew what happened. With the current medical conditions, Cheng Weiwei was likely succumbing to her injuries and the infection, which transformed her into a zombie. One for her sister, the other for her daughter. Life has forced these women to become warriors. Zhongli Rui looked at Zhou Ting before him, thinking of Yelena, who had been led away, and murmured softly to himself. When Zhou Ting's sobs subsided, Zhongli Rui said calmly, "All right, I know what I wanted to know. Please stay here with us for now. Don't worry, I talk Yelena down and won't touch you again. You be treated humanely as a prisoner. Only the handcuffs will remain. Lu Shi, have someone take care of this mess and dismantle it. Lu Shi smiled gently. Yes, sir. Zhou Ting was stunned. Then, anxiously, she asked, Governor Zhongli, what happened to Xiangju Jiang Shiba and the others? Jiang Shiba is still alive. Like you, he had his teeth pulled. The others were unlucky. Either they were shot in the head during the gunfight or the poison shattered. They're all gone. You stay put? We don't kill prisoners. And of course, don't even think about escaping. This warship is full of surveillance cameras. Do you understand? I understand. Chapter 202. Even further away, after interrogation by veteran Special Forces scouts arranged by Wang Gang, and with the assistance of Yujia's review of cell phone records, the remaining soldiers of the Demon City Fortress were cleared of all charges. In an empty room, General Liao Zhe, cradling Wang Xiuya's body, wept bitterly. Wang Xiuya, wake up, look at me. Didn't you promise to marry me at the celebration banquet that day? Wake up. Ah! The rebel general, a former police chief, wept shamelessly in the room, cradling his fiancée's body. At this moment, the black lines on Wang Xiuya's body had spread far and wide. At this moment, Di Xinyan appeared with Yelena. Observing the condition of Wang Xiuya's body, Di Xinyan's face was grave. She said to Liao Zhe, General Liao, please release Wang Xiuya's body immediately. Governor Yelena and I are going to revive her now. Liao Zhe's sobs suddenly ceased. With tears in his eyes, he turned his head in confusion. Dean Di, are you kidding me? Di Xinyan said calmly, Governor Yelena and I are singers. Didn't you see it yourself? Governor Yelena's high-energy singing brought those zombie citizens back to their senses? The rebel general's eyes, which had previously lost their luster, suddenly lit up. Yes, Governor Yelena, you are our goddess of victory. Please save my wife. With that, Liao Zhe began to kneel. What a disgrace. General Liao, get up. Yelena was speechless, and quickly called out to Liao Zhe. Wang Xiuya is my good sister. Even if you didn't ask me, I would have saved her. Get up. Listen. To Xinyan. She's my senior. You be on standby with the soldiers to protect us. Do you understand? Liao Zhe immediately stood up and saluted. Yes. Then he stood up, drew his automatic rifle, and immediately took up his post. Looking at the confused and expectant eyes around her, Yelena felt a little nervous and guilty. She turned to Di Xinyan and asked, Master, how do we singers resurrect people? I haven't tried it yet. Don't panic, Di Xinyan reassured. We singers can heal new humans, restore sanity to zombie citizens, and resurrect the recently deceased with intact heads. This is because each of us now has nano-robots, or zombie viruses, embedded in our bodies. Ah! Everyone around was shocked upon hearing this. Don't panic. Di Xinyan raised her voice. Ordinary people have low concentrations of the virus and are inactive, so don't worry, it's okay. Zombies, on the other hand, carry a much higher concentration of the virus. Once bitten by them, the virus in us normal people will be activated and disordered. If we don't treat it in time, we will also become zombies. And once a person dies, the zombie virus will also be activated, so the dead will also be resurrected as zombies. However, the power of a singers can bring order to these nano-machines, or zombie viruses. Once these activated viruses are organized, the side effects of the zombie virus that cause nervous system failure will disappear, and their sanity will return. Moreover, the organized nano-robots will accelerate the body's regeneration rate. This regeneration is very powerful, so powerful that as long as the body is not too damaged, it can be resurrected once. So now let's sing to Wang Xiuya to activate the order of her nano-robots. In this way, she will be resurrected with her memories. The frightened voices of the people around them instantly died down. Everyone nodded slightly, and continued to listen to Di Xinyan's explanation. Then, Yelena turned to the other two soldiers, who had been killed by a second bullet in the head. Is there no hope for those whose heads were damaged? Our abilities are limited. Di Xinyan sighed softly. Ah, I understand. Yelena closed her eyes, nodded slightly, then took a deep breath and said, Master, then, what should we do next? As a singer, there are certain rules for singing the right songs for the right people. Singing is a resonance of the soul, but the prerequisite is that you can't play the lute to a cow. If they don't understand, then it's useless. Remember, I knew your sister was half Rakshasa, so I sang Katyusha back then. Oh, you mean, singing different songs for different people, and in different situations? Desenyan nodded with satisfaction. Very good, you're quite perceptive. Today, you're still a novice. I take you along. Resurrecting someone usually requires more than just one rendition. Especially, look at Wang Xiuya, she's practically a zombie. The black lines on her body are proof of that. Ah. Then. Are we in time? Yes. Don't panic. Today's your first time reviving a recently deceased comrade, who could still be saved. I show you a demonstration. Later, I sing the first rendition of a suitable song. The second and third renditions, you and I will sing together. Okay. Yelena said confidently. In front of Wang Xiuya, Desenyan and Yelena took their duet positions. Desenyan spread her arms and began to sing. Resurrection. As Desenyan's voice began to rise, the air in the room seemed to vibrate, each note filled with power and hope. When the song reached its second rendition, Yelena followed closely and joined the chorus. Although it was her first time singing this song, her exceptional talent allowed her to match Desenyan's rhythm. The two voices intertwined, forming an invisible force that surrounded Wang Xiuya. Liao Zhe and the other warriors stood by, watching the scene intently. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and nervousness, but even more so with trust in Desenyan and Yelena. The healing power of the song seemed to slowly seep into Wang Xiuya's body, and the spreading black lines began to fade. As the song continued, Wang Xiuya's body began to tremble slightly, as if responding to this power. Liao Zhe's heartbeat quickened, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Finally, at the end of the song, Wang Xiuya's body stopped trembling, and the black lines completely disappeared. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, then slowly opened. Ah! Ah! Wang Xiuya opened her eyes doubtfully, and tried to speak, but her vocal cords were damaged, and all she could come out was a sound like a broken bellows. Desenyan and Yelena stepped forward, looking at Wang Xiuya intently. Then, she gestured to Yelena. Yelena, ask Wang Xiuya if she recognizes you. If she does, just nod. Her vocal cords are damaged. Wang Xiuya had previously been slashed in the throat by Zhuaking, bamboo leaf green snake, Zhou Ting. Wang Xiuya, do you recognize me? I'm Yelena. Yelena asked excitedly. Although still a little confused, Wang Xiuya nodded with clear eyes. At this moment, Desenyan looked at Yelena and smiled. The consciousness test passed. Yelena, we succeeded. Well, your singing skills are quite good. Yelena's face immediately brightened. Hee, master, I used to be in a rock band in school. Liao Zhe trembled and wanted to hug Wang Xiuya, but Desenyan quickly stopped him, saying, General Liao, don't touch her yet. First, I need to arrange surgery to repair her vocal cords. Second, she's resurrected, but the zombie virus concentration in her body is very high. Don't touch her for now. Otherwise, you risk infecting yourself and becoming a zombie. Ah. Yes, D&D. When Ying performed the surgery, she meticulously cut and sutured, each movement precise and accurate. Desenyan and AI Shirley closely watched every step, ensuring the smooth progress of the operation. Time passed in a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Finally, when Ying put down her tools, surveyed her work with satisfaction, and said to Desenyan, Senior sister, now we can test the vocal cords. Desenyan nodded. She picked up a small sound-generating device, gently placed it against Wang Xiuya's throat, and began to produce a series of tones. Wang Xiuya's throat vibrated, and although the sound was still weak, she was able to produce clear syllables. Excellent. It seems the vocal cord repair was very successful, Desenyan said with satisfaction. Wang Xiuya, can you speak? AI Shirley asked softly. Wang Xiuya tried to speak, her voice still a little hoarse, but she was able to form complete sentences. I can speak. Outside the operating room, Liao Zhe and the other soldiers waited anxiously. When they heard Wang Xiuya's voice, their hearts filled with joy and excitement. Liao Zhe's eyes sparkled with tears. He could finally hear his fiancée's voice again. The operating room door slowly opened, and Desenyan emerged with a smile. General Liao, Wang Xiuya's vocal cords have been repaired, and she be able to speak normally again soon. But for now, please keep her quiet. Liao Zhe rushed into the operating room excitedly, looking at Wang Xiuya with deep affection. Although Wang Xiuya couldn't speak loudly yet, her eyes were filled with hope for the future and deep affection for Liao Zhe. Thank you, D&D, Liao Zhe said gratefully. You're welcome. This is all thanks to us, Desenyan replied with a smile. Yelena teased with a smile, General Liao, we sisters are your benefactors. Master and I were responsible for the resurrection, and Dr. Wen was the lead surgeon for the vocal cord repair. When your wedding comes, please invite us beautiful ladies to the banquet. Liao Zhe scratched the back of his head sheepishly, blushing. Of course, Governor, don't worry. Wen Yingying, Di Xinyan, and Ai Shirley all smiled at this heartwarming moment. When the news reached the hangar, everyone, from the soldiers of Ling'an Prefecture to the troops of the Magic City Fortress, cheered. Although 2 of their comrades had been sacrificed, the true miracle of the resurrection still moved everyone. Zhongli Rui and others, passing by on their way to the bridge, also smiled warmly upon hearing the news. He turned to look at Lu Xi and Amao, jokingly saying, "Look, your ranks of reborn have grown again." Amao grinned and replied, "Brother Rui, you talk as if you never died. Aren't you also a reborn?" Hey, I'm different from you too." Zhongli Rui smiled and crossed his arms. "When I transformed, I was seriously injured. But I wasn't dead like you two, whose heart stopped. I wasn't reborn." Lu Xi was at a loss for words. "Come on, what's your mentality? What's the point of comparing these things?" Yu Jia silently observed the scene within the ship and said, "Is this the good of humanity?" Chapter 203. Time passed quickly, and another 3 hours went by. On the bridge. Colonel Zhongli, news from Shizhou. The South Railway Station has finally fallen. Major General Tang, with 2 tanks without ammunition, a forklift, and a loader as the vanguard, is now breaking out, attempting to rendezvous with the 0ATH War Zone's land carrier Tao Tai and its ground armored assault mixed unit, which has already arrived in the suburbs. Major General Tang's remaining troops have fallen to fewer than 2,700 men. So dire? Zhongli Rui shook his head. How long will it take us to reach the battlefield? At its current speed, the Bishi will reach the battlefield area in 30 minutes. Contact Lieutenant General Long of the 0ATH War Zone. And Major General Tang of the 15th War Zone. Hold on, we're coming too. Wang Gang nodded. Yes. In the southern suburbs of Shizhou, the remnants of Major General Tang's troops were breaking out in a tragic and heroic manner, heading towards the defensive line formed by Lieutenant General Long Weilei's Armored Mixed Unit Rescue Force. The massive, previous generation conventional powered land-based carrier Tao Tai could already be seen, just 1.5 kilometers away. However, with the endless, sea-like tide of zombies before them, that 1.5 kilometers seemed so long. A bulldozer had already broken down in the vanguard, with 3 howling zombies in its cab. The tanks continued to advance steadily, carving a path for the remaining survivors of the Central Plains Special Zone. The remaining breakout force was flanked by men armed with various cold weapons, and even farm tools. They fought and broke through. In the brutal battle, men continued to collapse from exhaustion and serious injuries. In the distance, troops from the 0ATH War Zone provided cover fire to support the survivors' breakout. The Taoya's 130mm H/PJ-38 single-barreled naval gun fired a barrage of fire at the zombies behind and on both sides of the breakout force, at a rate of 1 round per 1.5 seconds, hoping to relieve the pressure. The rocket artillery unit had already launched 3 rounds of fire on the obstructing sea of corpses. In the sky, 2 shipborne armed helicopters circled in the air, occasionally pouring fire on the ground. The powerful firepower forcibly tore a relatively thin gap through the tide of corpses. Otherwise, Major General Tang's remaining survivors would have had no chance of breaking out. The 130mm H/PJ-38 single-barrel naval gun is a common main gun used by the Daekianyuan Navy and Army land-based ships. It has excellent coverage, and a single gun can cover an area with fire in a few minutes. 15 minutes later, the 2,132 remaining survivors of the Central Plains Special Zone finally reunited with the armored mixed unit of the Ming Tombs Fortress. By the time they reunited, there were fewer than 600 males left in the Central Plains Special Zone. General Long, the survivors of the Central Plains Special Zone have all retreated within the defense line, Adjutant Zhao reported grimly. Furthermore, according to the pterodactyl drone's reconnaissance, there are still over 20,000 zombies outside the defense line. There are no survivors left in the former Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, and there are 18,000 zombies inside. We dispatched our troops in haste, and although we are an armored mixed brigade, we only have 500 men. Should we retreat with the remnants of Major General Tang's troops? Long Zhanya frowned. Captain Zhao, do you think the women, elderly, and children under Major General Tang's command, along with the remnants running low on ammunition and fuel, can accompany our assault force across 600 kilometers? Adjutant Zhao remained silent. General Long, the combined forces of the 18th and 22nd War Zones, the Bishi land carrier, has arrived at the battlefield. These young men, all boasting, are late for real work, Long Zhanya said with disdain. Don't count on them for the battle. Tell them to come and load them in. I remember that according to the original design data, the Bishi could barely hold 1,000 men. The Taotai could also hold 1,000. If that's not enough, take the rest aboard tanks and armored vehicles and bring them back. Arriving at the battlefield, the Bishi released the Albatross 1 drone to scout the battlefield. Captain, scans indicate that the 13 Tombs Fortress Army has been engaged in combat for some time. Currently, the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress has been completely overrun, with 18,362 zombies trapped within. 513 Tombs Fortress Army troops, including an armored assault force primarily equipped with the Taotai conventional land vehicle and tanks and armored vehicles, have been deployed 1.5 kilometers south of the South Railway Station to meet the survivors of the Central Plains Special Zone breakout. Scans indicate approximately 2,100 survivors in the Central Plains Special Zone. Furthermore, the 13 Tombs Fortress Army is currently launching a fierce attack on the zombie-infected population. Judging by the body count on the ground, over 33,000 have been killed. About 20,000 remain. Wang Gang, get through to Lieutenant General Long Zhanya and tell him to stop immediately. If they continue bombing with heavy weapons, those civilians will be lost. Wang Gang connected to Long Zhanya. Lieutenant General Long Zhanya. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhongli Rui. Governor Zhongli Rui, or Honorary Colonel Zhongli Rui. You and the Rakshasa Haughty Governor from the performance team are really late. Long Zhanya said in a sharp and dismissive voice, if you're any later, I clear the area and leave. Lieutenant General Long, I'm sorry we're late. We talk about the rest later. I beg you now, call for the troops to stop. These zombie-like citizens still have a chance to regain their senses, become awakened, and live harmoniously with us. They can even live with us as neighbors. Long Zhanya ignored Zhongli Rui's words. Suddenly, aboard the Taotai, a new round of rockets was loaded, and the artillery aimed at the overwhelming zombie horde ahead. Fire! Long Zhanya ordered coldly and motionless. Yujia. Intercept. Zhongli Rui gritted his teeth and ordered. The Bishi's 2 electromagnetic missile defense systems and 5 laser interception systems activated simultaneously, flames and laser beams hurling themselves at the incoming hail of artillery fire. Suddenly, all 12 rockets in midair were intercepted. Explosions echoed, and flames and smoke intertwined in the afternoon sky, creating a dazzling spectacle like fireworks. The Taoya's rockets and the Bishi's interception systems collided fiercely in the air, creating a spectacular feast of light and shadow. However, the detonation of 12 rockets in the air still terrified the troops of the 13 Tombs Fortress and the remnants of the Central Plains Special Zone. At that moment, Major General Tang, a haggard-looking man sitting atop a tank, gazed at the aerial scene in confusion. He wondered, why is the Bishi trying to intercept the Taotai? How can they stop the zombie horde? Is he trying to kill us? All the rockets have been intercepted. The fire control radar operator inside the Taoya's bridge reported loudly. Long Zhanya's face twitched. Are the interception and air defense capabilities of this new generation of land-based carriers so formidable? Damn it! This Xuanwu-class weapon was originally intended to be a replacement for our garrison. This engineering student isn't just not helping us fight the zombies, he's even intercepting weapons. What the hell is he trying to do? Saving lives is urgent, and he hasn't even forgotten about the propaganda campaign. Signalman, get this through. The signalman connected to Zhongli Rui. Long Zhanya started cursing. Little bastard, are you trying to blow up the temple? Zhongli Rui finally understood that this was Xinjiang slang, northern slang meaning to rebel against heaven. General. Stop. I just said, these citizens can still be saved. Please stop slaughtering them. Are you kidding me? This 20,000-strong zombie army is hunting down the 2,000 or so survivors of Major General Tang. How can I protect them if I don't open fire? Should I sing them a song to wake them up? Brat, even if you're just advertising and trying to attract people, you should consider the situation. This is a matter of life and death. Long Zhanya's voice rose a decibel, continuing to roar on the screen. Hearing Long Zhanya's words, Zhongli Rui understood. He simply didn't believe there was a way to restore sanity to the zombies. Suddenly, he felt powerless. Lieutenant General. I'm not lying. Zhongli Rui calmed himself down a bit before speaking firmly. I swear to you on my honor and my life that Governor Yelena and I truly do have a way to awaken the zombies' sanity. Zhongli Rui's words left Yelena beside him stunned. You two are arguing, why bring me up? But she quickly understood. Wasn't she a singer? Moreover, in just 2 days, she had awakened 20 citizens and resurrected another sister. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with what Zhong Leroy said. Yes, he really did have a way. But it seemed he just wasn't used to it yet, didn't have the self-awareness to do so. Long Zhanya stared into Zhong Leroy's eyes on the screen, and he returned his gaze fearlessly and calmly. A flicker of displeasure crossed Long Zhanya's face, but he still signaled the artillery to pause firing. He turned, his gaze as sharp as a knife, staring at Zhong Leroy on the screen. Zhong Leroy, are you challenging my authority? No, I'm protecting the future of humanity. Zhong Leroy remained undeterred, his eyes revealing a firm conviction. General, please don't give up hope because of fear and prejudice. These zombie-like citizens were once our family, friends, even our children. We can't abandon them so easily. And what's the most precious resource in the apocalypse? People. Long Zhanya was silent for a moment. He noticed that the young man's eyes held no trace of fear. A look he had seen in his younger brother, Long Weili, many years before. After a moment's deliberation, Long Zhanya slowly spoke. Even if what you say is true, these 20,000 zombies are now attacking our defenses. If we cease fire, how can I hold them back, and then use your supposed method to awaken them? Zhong Leroy paused, then immediately replied, General Long, please cease fire. Then, take your troops and Major General Tang's men, and retreat 500 meters immediately, leaving space for my men. I will naturally find a way to hold them back and awaken them. Long Zhanya sighed slightly, then said, okay. Well, Zhong Leroy, I give you a chance. But you must understand that if they can't be controlled, you will bear the consequences. Thank you. After the communication ended, Long Zhanya secretly ordered the fighter jets circling with missiles 165 kilometers away. Go to number 1 first and prepare. If Zhong Leroy can't do it, then in 20 minutes, launch the Short Sword 100 cruise missiles equipped with tactical nuclear bombs. Understood. Then, under the observation of the Bishi, the entire defense line of the Ming Tombs fortress began a rapid collective retreat. Wang Gang and Lu Shi asked Zhong Leroy, Captain, what are your plans? Zhong Leroy then asked Yu Jia, does the Bishi have a large loudspeaker specifically for propaganda campaigns? Yu Jia replied casually, Master, you mean that loudspeaker? Yes, we do. Great. That's great. The crowd was puzzled. Captain, what are you doing? Zhong Leroy smiled mysteriously. I'm going to hold a concert. Huh? Ignoring the crowd's confusion, Zhong Leroy called Wang Gang again. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, tell the piper to prepare for battle. Tell them that today, he will save 20,000 people. If the battle is successful, White Rose's reprieve will take effect immediately. Yes. Although still a little doubtful, Wang Gang obeyed. At this moment, Di Xinyan suddenly understood something, and her eyes lit up. Chapter 204. In the battleship lounge, Murong Chanfeng was slightly shocked to hear the mission. Immediate? Wang Gang confirmed over the radio. Yes, Piper. Commander Zhongli has already promised. As long as you perform to your ability, you be considered successful. White Rose's suspended sentence will take effect immediately. Okay. Murong Chanfeng immediately and decisively agreed. Thank you, Commander, for the opportunity. Murong Chanfeng excitedly stood up, tightened his fur coat, strode into the hallway, and walked resolutely towards the hangar. But to his surprise, waiting for him inside the hangar was Zhong Leroy, clad in the black and gold Great Xia Dragon Bird armor. Commander. Commander? Murong Chanfeng said subconsciously. What are you standing there for? I'm your wingman this time, Zhong Leroy said calmly. Are you ready? The success or failure of this operation hinges on the lives of 20,000 people in Shizhou. Murong Chanfeng was stunned. For his mission, this mission actually hinged on the lives of 20,000 people. Instantly, Murong Chanfeng's blood seemed to boil. A long-lost surge of pride surged through him. Until now, he had done everything to buy his beloved wife more time. And now, in a trance, he suddenly remembered the feeling of swearing the oath to defend the people upon his enlistment. He took a deep breath, looked at Zhong Leroy with a firm gaze, saluted, and shouted, Ready, sir. Zhong Leroy nodded slightly, his armored visor closed. Beneath their feet, the large hangar elevator slowly rose, lifting them onto the deck. Suddenly, the Albatross 2 drone, hovering nearby, approached and automatically merged with Zhong Leroy's Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, transforming into its flight form. Then, Zhong Leroy took off and hovered. Come here, Piper. I take you there, Zhong Leroy shouted. Murong Chanfeng nodded. During this time, the defenses of the 13 Tombs fortress had quickly retreated 500 meters, leaving a gap. Zhongli Rui, in his flying mecha mode, carrying Murong Chanfeng, quickly arrived at the center of the clearing, hovering 2 meters above the ground. "Are you ready?" Zhongli Rui asked again. "Sir, anytime." Murong Chanfeng shouted again. "Go!" Zhongli Rui then released Murong Chanfeng. Murong Chanfeng's massive C3 body landed on the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. At this moment, aboard the Taotai, observing from afar, Long Zhanya revealed his first expression of astonishment. This brat, how can he control the C3 guide? This is one of Changsheng Life Science Group's latest secrets. Could he really do it? At the same time, the countdown beside Long Zhanya dropped to 10 minutes. Murong Chanfeng, making a grand entrance, removed his hat once again. The enhanced headband on his head shone with light, activating. After charging his energy, he activated his ability once again. At the forefront of the zombie army pursuing the 13 Tombs Fortress army and the residents of the Central Plains Special Zone, 1,000 zombies suddenly stopped, turned, and formed an intercepting formation. As the zombies, under control, performed this action, the defenders and the remaining survivors behind them were stunned. Everyone began to whisper and discuss. "What the hell is this thing? I seen it before. I saw it when Xinjing fell. It seems this type of monster can control 500 to 1,000 ordinary zombies at a time. Back then, it was this type of monster that caused us heavy casualties. What's the C3 doing now? Is he blocking? Protecting us? It seems so real. Wow, how the 18th and 22nd war zones mastered some incredible technology. Look! Those zombies that turn around are actually blocking the zombies chasing us. Oh my god, that tall guy come on! Tall guy, come on! Tall guy, come on! Tall guy, come on!" At this moment, some of the survivors from the Central Plains Special Zone actually started cheering Murong Chanfeng on. From above, Zhongli Rui could see that the zombie tide chasing the 13 Tombs Fortress army and the Central Plains Special Zone coalition forces was being slowed down by the zombies that had turned around due to Murong Chanfeng's ability. The scene was like a flowing stream suddenly encountering a large rock, blocking and dividing the current. On the bridge of the Taotai, Long Zhanya began to seriously examine the situation ahead and ordered, "All troops, hold fire. Remain silent." Yes! He actually has a way of slowing down the zombie tide without firing a single shot. Long Zhanya continued to closely monitor the situation. On the ground, Murong Chanfeng persevered, maintaining his ability. Whenever a zombie he controlled fell and lost control, he immediately activated his ability to control another one to fill in. His only concern now was to slow down and block the attack as much as possible, buying time for the Bishi's next move. All for the sake of protecting the people. "Ah!" he growled, his body radiating an astonishing aura, but blood was visible from his organs and his single eye. At this moment, the Bishi finally arrived, sailing in and standing directly between the 20,000 zombies and the coalition forces. On the Bishi's deck, Disanyan, clad in black mechanical dark guard armor, and Yelena, also in similar armor, appeared at the bow. The original armor, the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, and the black mechanical dark guard are actually hollow and wearable. Flying in the sky, Zhongli Rui observed Murong Chanfeng, who was giving his all. He nodded with emotion and transmitted over the radio. "Flute player, combat phase objectives achieved. Remain on standby and rest." At this point, Murong Chanfeng, now covered in blood, ceased using his abilities and collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha, 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 Commander, it's up to you now. Thank you for your hard work. Piper, your contract is complete. Zhongli Rui nodded, then addressed the two beautiful singers stationed on the bow of the ship. Concert operation, begin. Standing on the bow of the land-based battleship Bishi, facing the vast horde of 20,000 zombies below, and the fewer than 3,000 soldiers and civilians behind them, Disanyan and Yelena exchanged a smile. At that moment, the roar of the 20,000 approaching zombies contrasted sharply with the breathless silence of the thousands of coalition forces behind them. However, Disanyan and Yelena seemed unmoved by any of this. In their eyes, before and behind them stood an audience of nearly 30,000 people. The two women, clad in black mechanical dark guard armor, raised their hands in unison. Female duet, Central Plains. Disanyan. A swift wind sweeps sand across the barren hills, while the setting sun, stained with blood, casts a shadow over the Central Plains. A chivalrous figure gallops along an ancient path, his sword piercing the heavens with unwavering resolve. His worn luggage conceals grudges and vengeance, yet he traverses the 9 realms with a heart filled with righteousness. From afar, flames of war blaze across the sky, the central plains vying for supremacy with unwavering resolve. Yelena. The sound of flutes echoes from hidden mountain forests, the gurgling stream washes the sound of swords. Secret manuals, hidden and untraceable, are revealed by chance encounters. Wine shops gather heroes with wild songs, swordsmen clash on the peaks, and loyalty is revealed. To protect their small corners of the Jianghu, fear no frost, rain, or blade. Disanyan ah. Blood surges, fighting spirit burns, a tidal wave rises across the central plains. Chivalrous and proud, hearts burned, we journey together on the long journey of the Jianghu. The flash of swords, vengeance settled, the eternal ambition cast aside in laughter. Look to today, we join hands to protect this prosperous and carefree world. Yelena. Horses gallop across the desert smoke, the setting sun over the long river sends the sound of the Chong flute. As numerous sects clash and disputes arise, a lone explorer braves the perilous situation. Surrounded by powerful enemies, he remains unfazed, his unparalleled skills unflinching him. The grudges of the martial arts world fade with the wind, leaving only the righteousness of justice to shine in the inkstone. The 2 women sing together, searching for traces in the old alleys of the ancient city, studying martial arts by lamplight on rainy nights. Watching the clouds roll in from the peak of Lingjiu Peak, listening to the morning bells within Shaolin Temple. Brothers stand shoulder to shoulder, their bond lasts forever, and a beautiful woman accompanies them through the years. When the clouds and fog dissipate, let's enjoy the beauty of the central plains together. In perfect harmony, the 2 women sang with all their might on the outskirts of Shizuo, across the vast expanse of the central plains. Although this was Yelena's first time singing this song, with the help of Yujia's holographic inscription and her equally impressive vocal talent, she once again matched Disanyan's rhythm. It was hard to believe this was their second duet. The high-powered propaganda loudspeakers aboard the Bishi carried the high-pitched, energetic vocals across the vast expanse. As the song sounded, an invisible force began to spread in the air. Hovering in the air, Zhong Lirui watched as the 20,000-plus zombies below ceased their pursuit of the coalition forces. On the ground, countless citizens, transformed into zombies, slowly regained clarity. Countless people, upon waking, uttered the common phrase, "What happened to me?" At this moment, the coalition forces behind the Bishi finally realized the true state of the zombies before them. They had transformed from primitive, ferocious creatures into rational citizens. Finally, the coalition soldiers and the survivors laid down their weapons and cheered. Watching the scene before them, Disanyan and Yelena, the singers, were also deeply moved by the miraculous transformation they witnessed. Now, those 20,000 awakened before them had truly become their audience. Yelena was overwhelmed with emotion and leaned in to embrace Disanyan. "Master, we saved 20,000 people. Is this true?" Disanyan smiled. "Yelena, it's true. You are a brave and outstanding singer." Yelena smiled sheepishly. "Alas, master, you are the most outstanding singer. You wrote this song today, and I sang along with you." Disanyan smiled. "Don't refuse. We did this together. Yelena, singing with you today, saving so many citizens together, is an honor I will never forget." Yelena smiled, cupping Disanyan's face, and giving her 3 Rakshasa kisses again. "Dear master, this is also my honor." Out on the ground, the people heard the cheers. Murong Chanfeng, whose recovery had been significantly accelerated by the singing, stood up again. "Lieutenant Murong, today you helped save 20,000 civilians. You are a brave soldier," Zhong Lirui exclaimed sincerely over the radio. Murong Chanfeng's only remaining eye welled with tears. He looked at Zhong Lirui's flying armor hovering in the air, and saluted solemnly. From the air, Zhong Lirui saw it through the zoom lens. He returned the salute to Murong Chanfeng on the ground. From the coalition tank, listening to the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Major General Tang stood up dazed. Did the zombie army really stop because of the singing? That young brother, was he telling the truth? Oh my god. Then, Nanan still has a chance. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Aft, on the bridge of the Tao Tai, a radar operator shouted in surprise, "General Long, 20,000 zombies have completely stopped." Long Zhanya's eyes were wide as bells, his mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. What? Those 2 juniors, what they said at the press conference the other day was true. At that moment, the various monitors on the Tao Tai showed the soldiers of the coalition forces below, and the survivors hugging and cheering. And those 20,000 zombie civilians were now standing there, whispering to each other, seemingly trying to understand the situation. They had truly been brought back to life by a song. Chapter 205. Long Janya stared vacantly at the blood-red earth in the distance, at the 30,000 zombies that had been slain. In an instant, a surge of regret washed over him. If he had listened to Zhongli Rui and not used cover fire, would these people have been in the same state as these 20,000 now? This thought, like a sharp knife, continuously sliced and tore at Long Janya's heart. Previously, he had scoffed at Zhongli Rui and Yelina's announcements, completely ignoring them. Before Zhongli Rui and Yelina announced these events, the slaughter of zombies in several war zones was out of helplessness. But now that they had made these events public, his stubbornness and arrogance had led to the deaths of 30,000 civilians at the very moment of hope. Previously, he had believed himself a heroic soldier who had saved the remnants of Major General Tang's troops. And now, all he could think about was, it was all because he hadn't believed the two young men's press conference, had acted on his own, had ordered the firing, and had caused the deaths of 30,000 people who had a chance to regain consciousness. He was the one who had caused this tragedy. And it wasn't just today. A few months ago, when the defense of Xinjiang failed, his students, his subordinates, his own son. He had personally given the order. Suddenly, Long Janya clutched his heart and slowly collapsed. Adjutant Zhao hurried forward. General. What's wrong with you? Long Janya recalled how Zhongli Rui had desperately tried to intercept him, to save the 20,000 zombie-like citizens, when he had ordered the rockets to fire. His regret deepened. Since the crisis began, he had been like a ruthless, iron-blooded war machine. Countless times, he had decisively ordered the firing, disregarding the bloodshed and the slaughter, his heart unwavering. Because he believed these zombies were already dead, with no redemption. Only killing could bring an end to their fate, the only way to protect the few remaining survivors. The miracle before him completely overturned his preconceived notions. Two singers from Linganzhou and Modu had truly redeemed a large number of zombie-like citizens with their songs. General, time's up. Shall we open fire? Fire, fire. Long Janya said absent-mindedly. Yes. Why, I only knew to do this. Yes. What? Having barely recovered from his stupor, Long Janya realized the response from Vanguard 1 over the radio. Tao Tai, understood. Short Sword 1, aiming for Shio City launch. The missile will impact the target in 3 minutes. Ground forces, retreat immediately. Adjutant Zhao, standing nearby, looked ashen. General, you really ordered a nuclear launch. Long Janya realized only then that he had actually ordered Vanguard 1 to launch a tactical nuclear missile. No! Vanguard 1, cancel. Tao Tai, the missile has already been launched and cannot be cancelled. The pilot shouted in despair. Long Janya quickly grabbed the radio and shouted to the entire area. A tactical nuclear missile will hit Shio City Center in 3 minutes. Everyone take cover. Tang Xiaoning had been lost in the shock of witnessing a miracle and the rising hope of hope. The next moment, she heard the news of the incoming nuclear missile over her radio headset, and she felt like she had fallen into an icy hole. She suddenly thought of her daughter, still recovering at the elementary school in the city center. No! My daughter? No! Tang Xiaoning desperately reached out toward the city, crying and screaming. Two lieutenants quickly pulled her out of the car and hid behind a tank. Countdown. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Yu Jia, perceptively detecting the incoming cruise missile as a nuclear missile alert, combined with Long Janya's full-channel warning, immediately warned Zhongli Rui, Master. Nuclear cruise missile incoming, targeting Shizhou City Center. Arriving in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Master, will you intercept it with the electromagnetic main gun? What? Are you sure you can intercept? Yes. Intercept. Fire. Zhongli Rui ordered without hesitation. Then, almost simultaneously, he ordered again, Give me the propaganda equipment. Yes. Yu Jia replied in quick succession. The Bishi's electromagnetic cannon automatically aimed at the distant target and suddenly opened fire. Unlike ordinary artillery, the electromagnetic cannon fired without a flash of fire or a roar of booming boom. The shell had already left the bow at 8.8 times the speed of sound. Estimated interception in 40 seconds. In midair, Zhongli Rui shouted at the top of his lungs into the radio. Everyone, get down. Cover your head, open your mouth, nuclear bomb incoming. At that moment, his mind was filled with the illustrations from Wang Zhong's night school study of the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook, which explained how to protect yourself and defend yourself against a nuclear attack. Soon, over 20,000 awakened on Earth, along with several thousand survivors, all lay down. After hearing the announcement, Di Xinyan immediately contacted Zhongli Rui. Rui, come down and take cover. The nuclear bomb isn't a thermobaric bomb. Quick! Okay. You guys get back and cover too. Countdown, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Everyone lay down. Di Xinyan and Yelena took cover inside the bishi. Zhongli Rui had already landed beside Murong Chanfeng, who was also lying on the ground. He ordered, nuclear bomb attack strategy, execute. Yes, sir. Zhongli Rui didn't hesitate at this point. He closed the visor of his Daxia Dragon Bird mecha and laid down in the shadow of the bishi. Albatross number 2 also landed and shut down. Countdown, 2 minutes. Yu Jia reported, 60 kilometers at an altitude, the electromagnetic gun shell successfully intercepted a cruise missile carrying a tactical nuclear warhead. About 60 kilometers away, a bright flash of light, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, appeared in the sky, as if a second sun had appeared. A short time later, a massive white mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Before Zhongli Rui could breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Jia continued her warning, the shockwave will arrive in 3 minutes. Although it no longer possesses significant lethality, personnel are advised to maintain their current protective postures. Zhongli Rui then continued his announcement. The nuclear bomb has been intercepted by our forces. The shockwave will arrive in 3 minutes. Everyone, remain low and safe. Long Zhanya, who was now resting against an equipment crate on the bridge of the Taotai, smiled wryly and regretfully. I really caused this outstanding young man a lot of trouble today. Alas. Adjutant Zhao, everyone, maintain the defensive strategy against the nuclear bomb shockwave. The shockwave will arrive in 3 minutes. Adjutant Zhao, yes, General. Tang Xiaoning, tearful, asked in confusion. Did Governor Zhongli's troops intercept the nuclear bomb? Adjutant Wang beside her reminded her, General Tang, although the nuclear bomb was intercepted, the long-range shockwave will arrive in 3 minutes. We should continue to hide. Tang Xiaoning nodded in agreement. But at that moment, an overwhelming desire surged through her mind. She wanted to see the 2 rising young governors, Zhongli Rui and Ekaterina, as soon as possible. 20,000 zombie citizens regained consciousness before her very eyes. Such a miracle, she absolutely did not want to miss. For her daughter, she was willing to pay any price. 3 minutes later, the fading shockwave roared through, carrying a cloud of dust and smoke. Aside from the fully armored Zhongli Rui, everyone else in the warships, tanks, and armored vehicles was covered in dust. Those lying on the ground felt a faint earthquake-like tremor. After the shockwave passed, Zhongli Rui's frayed nerves finally relaxed, and he laughed, huh? That's it? I thought it was going to be the end of the world. Yu Jia then explained, Captain, it's a good thing the electromagnetic cannon's main gun intercepted this tactical nuclear missile at high altitude. Otherwise, if it had exploded 5 kilometers away, we'd all be doomed. I see, haha. Yu Jia, you're amazing. I love you so much. Master, are you kidding? Yu Jia asked, a little nervous. I'm not kidding, Zhongli Rui said, now relaxed. Yu Jia, if it weren't for you today, successfully intercepting the incoming nuclear cruise missile, we'd all be dead here on my own. Thank you, you saved nearly 50,000 people. If you didn't have a physical form, I make you a Yinglong medal, Dakian's highest honor. Yu Jia fell silent. Master's current emotional analysis, sincerity 38%, gratitude 33%, emotion 24%, suspected to be surviving a disaster, and a passion for high-tech 5%. This, Yu Jia hesitated. But then, based on Bai Lingxi's coded personality preferences, she felt a surge of excitement. 5% love? Fine, fine. Master, I accept your kindness. After completing the analysis and adjusting her attitude, Yu Jia said again, Master, thank you for your compliment. It's my honor to accompany you in saving humanity's world and restarting a new era of civilization. Zhongli Rui, completely unaware of what was happening in the data world, simply said gently, this is also my honor. Thank you for your company. Master, after testing, the radiation levels nearby are not above the permitted level. Don't worry, I knew this would happen. I'm not worried. Why? Our Dakian long ago popularized the technology for miniaturizing and stably storing hydrogen bombs. The nuclear bombs we use now are all relatively clean hydrogen bombs. Of course, there are 3-phase bombs used at the strategic level. Before the Doomsday Crisis, I was also a military enthusiast, haha. I see. Yu Jia listened attentively as Zhongli Rui spoke impromptu about nuclear bomb technology and principles. Although, for her, As a super AI, such knowledge and data were so basic that she could easily retrieve them with a single thought. She clearly felt Zhongli Rui's enthusiasm and the bright eyes, as he explained science and technology. To Yu Jia, such eyes were beautiful. After chatting with Yu Jia and confirming the surroundings were harmless, and the threat in Shizhou's southern suburbs had been temporarily resolved, Zhongli Rui reconnected with the Albatross and flew over the 13 Tombs Fortress and the Central Plains Special Zone Coalition forces. He announced, "Soldiers of the 13 Tombs Fortress Army, survivors of the Central Plains Special Zone, I am Colonel Zhongli Rui, Governor of Ling'an Prefecture. Rest assured, the nuclear bomb has been intercepted, and the citizens before you have regained their composure. Rest assured, the battle is over, and everyone is safe." The entire audience fell silent. Zhongli Rui was puzzled. Why are you all reacting like this? This doesn't make sense, he wondered. Suddenly, someone in the crowd reacted and cheered. Governor Zhongli was right. We're safe. We won. We're safe. We won. We're safe. We won. Then, cheers spread like a tide, rapidly spreading from one corner to the entire battlefield, reaching the sky. Soldiers and survivors alike began hugging those around them, celebrating this hard-earned victory. Tears welled in the eyes of all the survivors, a mixture of joy at having survived and hope for the future. The former zombies, who had just regained their sanity, wailed and excitedly celebrated. We returned. We don't have to die. Some female zombies knelt, wanting to cry, but their tear ducts hadn't yet healed. They could only kneel and sob. All the awakened looked up at the sky. Zhongli Rui, clad in the great Xia Dragon Sparrow mecha, hovering aboard the Albatross II, became the center of attention for 20,000 citizens. At this moment, feeling the intense gazes of the crowd, Zhongli Rui was overwhelmed with emotion. Master, today, you are one of the saviors of this land. Zhongli Rui smiled faintly and said, everyone is his or her own savior. Chapter 206. On the bridge of the Taotai, Lieutenant General Long Zhanya stood up, supported by Adjutant Zhao. Meanwhile, some of the other officers and soldiers aboard the warship, having heard the full band announcement, were already celebrating. Looking down at the sea of jubilation, Long Zhanya sighed deeply. Perhaps I'm getting old. Perhaps it's time to hand over the reins of the Dacian ancestral land to the younger generation. Send a message to Governor Zhongli to express my sincere gratitude and deep respect for his efforts. Secondly, find a Major General's uniform and epaulets in the warehouse. No 3 Major Generals. Also, find a horned dragon medal. Adjutant Zhao was surprised. General, what do you mean? Now, as Lieutenant General, Commander of the Dacian Army's capital garrison, I issue this final order. For his meritorious service in saving over 40,000 citizens in the southern suburbs of Shizhou, Colonel Zhongli Rui is promoted to a second lieutenant, Ekaterina, of the former Luosha Air Force demonstration team, to the rank of Major General. Secondly, Major General Ekaterina will be awarded the Dacian Army's Horned Dragon Medal. Ahem. General slowed down. Adjutant Zhao quickly helped Long Zhanya calm down, then hesitated. General Long, I'm unsure about something. Said. It seems that Major General Zhongli Rui's achievements this time are even greater than Major General Ekaterina's. If he hadn't intercepted our accidental nuclear missile, we'd all be dead. I know. Continue recording the orders. Yes. Long Zhanya's expression was somewhat gloomy. He removed the highest-ranking medal of merit from his chest, the bluish-black Yinglong medal, made of titanium alloy, and handed it to his adjutant. I hereby award Major General Zhongli Rui the highest honor of the Dacian Army. The Yinglong Medal of the Dacian Army. This is my final order, as Lieutenant General of the Dacian Army. Next, the punishment. Due to a serious battlefield error, the accidental launch of a nuclear missile, which nearly endangered the lives of the most elite troops in 3 war zones, and nearly 50,000 civilians, this Lieutenant General, I, will take upon myself the punishment of being demoted to Major General. General Long, how can this be? Long Zhanya stared at Adjutant Zhao with a fierce gaze, the might of a true dragon, leaving him unable to argue. Due to negligence, Major General Long Zhanya is stripped of his Yinglong medal. Major General Long Zhanya is suspended from duty. You, Major Zhao Pu, will temporarily take charge of the rescue mixed armored unit. Please contact the other 3 Major Generals currently stationed in the suburbs, Major Generals Tang Xiaoning, Zhongli Rui, and Ekaterina. Let's form a temporary military tribunal to investigate and punish me. General, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Major Zhao Pu fretted. You know the military laws of the Dacian Army. If I were still a lieutenant general, I could only be tried by a military tribunal composed of lieutenant generals, or if the chief executive personally removed me from the rank of lieutenant general. Otherwise, a major general judging a lieutenant general would be considered an act of rebellion. I have no right to promote Zhongli Rui and his men to higher ranks than me. If, because of this, I continue to command you with the rank of lieutenant general, my conscience would be uneasy. My brother, after falling twice in Ling'an Prefecture, perished alongside 30,000 zombies on the last occasion to protect the citizens and reunite with Major General Zhongli Rui's troops. He was so dedicated, how could I turn a blind eye to my own mistakes? Major, follow orders? Zhao Pu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and remained speechless for a long time. Finally he spoke. Come here, temporarily detain Major General Long Zhanya. In the infirmary of the Tao Tai, under the safe custody of the medics. Liaison officer, contact the Central Plains Special Zone troops, the Zero Anzhou, and the Demon City Coalition forces. Yes. The liaison officer agreed. Long Zhanya glanced at Zhao Pu. You're still so soft-hearted. General, one thing is one thing, Zhao Pu said helplessly. You had another heart attack. Focus on your treatment first. Leave the liaison matters to me. Please, young man. When Zhongli Rui and Murong Chanfeng returned to the Bishi hangar via the elevator, they were greeted by cheers from all the Zero Anzhou troops and the Demon City Fortress troops aboard the Bishi. Foremost among the welcoming personnel were Di Xinyan, smiling proudly, and Yelena, who was brimming with excitement. Zhongli Rui's face broke into a rare smile. He waved to the soldiers around him, a warm feeling welling within him. The massive Murong Chanfeng stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with a complex glint. He was well aware of Zhongli Rui standing in the hearts of the soldiers, and the efforts he had made for this victory. Although he had twice served the Zero Anzhou army to the best of his abilities in order to secure a sentence reduction and reprieve for Bai Qiangwei, even if it was forced, he felt that his time as Zhongli Rui's subordinate had been truly unforgettable. He had never felt this way in his entire service with the general staff. A sense of honor. Isn't that not bad? Murong Chanfeng thought. Soon after, Major Zhao Pu, acting commander of the Tao Tai, contacted, saying they would be sending a communications officer aboard to meet Zhongli Rui. Strange. Isn't the commander of the Tao Tai Lieutenant General Long Zhanya? How did it become Adjutant Zhao? Wang Gang, who was more familiar with the military system, was very puzzled. Zhongli Rui was also puzzled. Besides, if there's anything, just call us. Didn't Lieutenant General Long Zhanya just now give us a full-throated scolding over the line? Yelena frowned and looked at Di Xinyan. Master, could this old Lieutenant General be coveting the singers from our 2 battle zones? Di Xinyan gave Yelena a meaningful look, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. That? I can't say. Lu Shi, with her hands on her hips, said, it's not impossible. I heard clearly in the previous communication that this old general is very arrogant. Perhaps our concert impressed him. He's envious of the singer's abilities. Zhongli Rui fell into deep thought. From today on, the existence of singers will become a force that all forces in Dakian, and indeed the world, can no longer ignore. After all, 2 singers awakening 20,000 zombie citizens with a single song is simply too shocking to conceal. Lu Shi's words were, in fact, what he had been worrying about all along. From Chen Zhenkuan's kidnapping of Gu Anqi to Zhou Ting's rebellion and attempted kidnapping of Yelena and Di Xinyan a few hours ago. Currently, only War Zones 18 and 22 possess singers. And in this apocalyptic zombie crisis, singers can directly change the fate of a region. Putting his thoughts aside, Zhongli Rui said calmly, please invite the liaison officer of the 13 Tombs Fortress Army to the conference room. In the conference room, 2nd Lieutenant Fang Jingtang, the liaison officer for the 13 Tombs Fortress Army, saluted Zhongli Rui and Yelena solemnly, appearing extremely excited. It's a great honor to meet you, heroes of Shizhou, Major General Zhongli Rui and Major General Ekaterina. Your humble servant, 2nd Lieutenant Fang Jingtang of the Army, brings greetings from Major Zhao Pu, acting commander of the Tao Tai. Mao was the first to react, whispering to Lu Shi, Brother Lu, Commander Erue has been promoted to Major General. Lu Shi, I didn't expect that. Zhongli Rui finally caught on and asked Fang Jingtang in disbelief, what? 2nd Lieutenant Fang Jingtang, I'm a colonel, how did I become a Major General? Yelena was even more bewildered. Hey. Little brother in the Dakian Army, I'm a lieutenant in the Luosha Air Force. How did I become a Major General in the Dakian Army? Oh, you guys love me so much? Well, I'm really happy. But you still have to explain the situation. Fang Jingtang then presented Zhongli Rui with a formal report on the Dacian army and presented them both with brand new Major General uniforms and medals. Touching the one-star shoulder straps of a Major General and the dark green Yinglong medal, the highest honor of the Dacian army, Zhongli Rui was shaken beyond all recognition. He felt General Long Zhanya's self-demotion, his own detention and investigation, and his request for an interrogation by Major Generals Zhongli Rui Yelena and Tang Xiaoning. He was overwhelmed with unprecedented shock. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He understood that all this honor and responsibility was due to the thrilling rescue operation in the southern suburbs of Shizhou. Both he and Yelena had been promoted to Major General because of that operation. This was not only a recognition of their personal abilities, but also a testament to the strength of singers like Di Xinyan and Yelena. Yelena seemed somewhat excited. While she was surprised by the promotion, and the fact that she, a member of the Luosha Air Force, was being awarded a rank in the Dacian army, she felt it was a recognition from the people of this region. At that moment, her eyes were filled with joy. Second Lieutenant Fang Jingtang continued, Lieutenant General Long Zhanya has voluntarily accepted a demotion and surrendered his Yinglong medal for his misconduct in the accidental launch of the nuclear missile. Command of the Taotai is now temporarily vested in Major Zhao Pu. He implores you, the 3 legally qualified Major Generals, to form a temporary military tribunal to examine General Long's misconduct. Zhongli Rui nodded. He knew that while General Long Zhanya's decision surprised him, the veteran general's integrity and sense of responsibility were undoubtedly a vivid reflection of his unwavering character. He turned to Yelena, and their eyes met, each seeing the firmness and determination in the other's eyes. I understand, Zhongli Rui said gravely. Thank you for your hard work, Second Lieutenant Fang Jingtang. Please return. We will contact Major General Tang Xiaoning to discuss the follow-up to this rescue operation. Yelena nodded in agreement. Second Lieutenant Fang Jingtang breathed a sigh of relief at their reactions. He saluted them again and departed. After calming himself down a bit, Zhongli Rui said to Wang Gang, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, contact Major General Tang Xiaoning. Yes. Major General Zhongli. Wang Gang responded excitedly. Major General Zhongli. Hearing this new title, Zhongli Rui chuckled self-deprecatingly. A year ago, he was still grieving over a broken heart. A year later, he was a Major General, bound by his own destiny. Life is like a dream, the years like a song. At this moment, the young man was filled with emotion. Of course, he knew the road ahead was long, and he must keep moving forward, for himself and for those who trusted him. Thinking this way, Zhongli Rui turned to Yelena and said, Major General Yelena, let's each find a room and change our clothes. Major General Tang Xiaoning will be here soon. Yelena smiled mysteriously and said, okay. Chapter 207. 15 minutes later, Zhongli Rui, wearing the uniform of a Major General and the Yinglong medal on his chest, and Yelena, also wearing the uniform of a Major General and the Horned Dragon medal on her chest, met with Major General Tang Xiaoning of the Shizhou Central Plains Special Zone aboard the Bishi. When Zhongli Rui first laid eyes on the 42-year-old female Major General, he couldn't help but observe her closely. Although Tang Xiaoning appeared somewhat exhausted and disheveled after days of continuous defensive battles and breakouts, her remarkable appearance and the noble aura she exuded were still striking, making it difficult to look away. Is this Tang Xiaoning, the Central Plains poinsettia, the former military star from the Dacian cultural troupe? She's truly worthy of her reputation. When I was young, she was the one who graced the annual Spring Festival Gala, Zhongli Rui muttered to himself. Yelena, standing beside him, noticed Zhongli Rui's look and muttered to herself, what's going on? Does this guy Rui really like this queen-like style? At this moment, Yu Jia silently calculated through her high-tech monocular, master's emotions, 35% appreciation, 25% nostalgia. According to statistics, apart from the master's ex-wife, who is the same age as him, the master's current wife, the young lady he met by chance, Qin Xiaoyu is the same age as Di Xinyan, Governor Yelena, the same age as Di Xinyan, Counselor Lu Yisan of Nighthawk, 1 year older than Zhongli Rui, and other women he has interacted with are mostly older than the master. Thinking this way, Yu Jia quietly altered the appearance of her 3D holographic projection. Instead of the youthful 22-year-old girl, she adopted a more mature and charming 27-year-old queen-like style. She looked closer to the current Bai Lingxin. Major General Tang, nice to meet you. Zhongli. Major General? I remember you were a colonel, weren't you? What's going on? Tang Xiaoning turned to Yelena beside him. Governor Ekaterina, when did you come? Yelena replied with a dignified and natural smile. This happened not long ago. Thank you to the Dacian military for your trust and kindness. Zhongli Rui was a little surprised. Yelena's aura and manner of speaking changed instantly after she donned the Major General's uniform. Is this woman so fickle? Suppressing his surprise, Zhongli Rui said to Tang Xiaoning with a hint of resignation, Major General Tang, this is a bit of a slog. Everyone, please sit down, and I explain what happened. Okay. Zhongli Rui recounted to Tang Xiaoning the entire process, from the rescue operation in the southern suburbs of Shizhou, to General Long Zhanya's self-demotion and the establishment of the temporary military tribunal, and the awarding of the rank of Major General to the three of them. He tried to remain objective and calm. Tang Xiaoning listened silently, nodding and asking questions throughout the 15-minute presentation. Her expression gradually shifted from initial astonishment to seriousness. After Zhongli Rui finished, she remained silent for a long time. This was because she couldn't erase the feeling of rising hope, followed by a plunge into despair. The feeling of witnessing a miracle, only to then learn of the despair of a nuclear bomb heading for the city center. If Zhongli Rui's troops hadn't intercepted the tactical nuclear bomb in time, everything would have been in vain. Similarly, she naturally knew about Yelena and another singer awakening 20,000 citizens. From then on, her eyes were filled with admiration and recognition for these two young major generals. At this moment, she felt that the Major General uniforms and medals they wore were truly worthy and natural. Major General Zhongli, Major General Yekaterina, what do you two think about Major General Long? Tang Xiaoning asked, suppressing his emotions slightly. After all, he led the troops to rescue me. I think General Long is being too hard on himself. Yelena's elegance finally broke, revealing her true nature as she muttered, the nuclear bomb was intercepted, no one was hurt, so it's all right, isn't it? After all, I saw the 13 Tombs Fortress rescue troops rescue Major General Tang and his men. If it weren't for their bravery, Major General Tang and his men would have been turned into zombies, which would have been much more troublesome. Major General Yelena, actually, this matter isn't that simple. Seeing Yelena's true colors revealed, Zhongli Rui said calmly, if a soldier misses a target in battle, it's not a big deal. But if a Major General accidentally fires a nuclear bomb during a battle, it nearly wipes out tens of thousands of troops from all three armies. This is unavoidable. A huge responsibility to be ignored. I somewhat understand General Long Zhanya's thinking. I view his self-demotion as a form of responsibility and respect for military discipline. For this very reason, I have great respect for him. As for his future, he hopes that the three of us will make an impartial judgment. I think he's right. As governors and leaders of a region, we must carefully consider major decisions and actions and never take them lightly. I think Major General Zhongli's opinion makes perfect sense. Tang Xiaoning nodded, but then added with some concern, however, my personal opinion is that it's best not to punish Major General Long Zhanya too harshly right now. First, he led the army to rescue our Central Plains Special Zone, which led to this incident. If he does, it will chill the hearts of the soldiers of the 13 Tombs Fortress. Second, with the dire state of our Central Plains Special Zone right now, and Major General Zhongli Rui and Major General Ekaterina are too far away, no matter who we send to take over the Xinjiang 13 Tombs Fortress, the people there will be dissatisfied. That makes sense, Zhongli Rui nodded slightly. But there's a slight difficulty now. How to give the public an explanation. Yelena tilted her head, her chin resting on her hand. Well, can't we let General Long redeem himself for his crimes? I remember back in my Rakshasa kingdom, there were prisoner suicide squads. After achieving victories, honors, and medals, their past was forgiven. Does the Dacian military have such a system? Zhongli Rui and Tang Xiaoning exchanged glances and smiled. Yes. Come to think of it, according to the Vanguard Suicide Squad regulations, we actually produced a combat hero like this today. Zhongli Rui shrugged. Who? Yelena asked with interest. That C3 guide, formerly a special agent at the General Staff Headquarters. Yuchong Sword. Murong Chanfeng. Today, before our Bishi arrived at our location, it was he who activated his abilities to slow down and stop the advance of the 20,000 zombie horde. Speaking of which, since he completed the contract to save 10,000 citizens today, and for this honor, I have to find a way to get him a dragon medal. Zhongli Rui's brows suddenly relaxed. Oh, we can use this method with Major General Long Zhanya too. Then, I can ask him to continue commanding the troops as a Major General until he achieves the target of saving 30,000 citizens, right? The Dragon Medal is a lower rank than the Horned Dragon Medal, Lena smiled. That's a good idea. Tang Xiaoning smiled in agreement. I agree with that idea. I believe the officers and soldiers of the 13 Tombs Fortress Army will also be happy to accept this victory. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, then asked Tang Xiaoning, Major General Tang, does your unit have any extra medals? I believe that all the soldiers who made outstanding contributions in this rescue operation, whether from the Lingen Prefecture Army, the Magic City Fortress Army, or the 13 Tombs Fortress Army, should receive medals. Right now, money is less valuable than food, so this is all we can give them. Tang Xiaoning looked hesitant. We did have some supplies in the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. The problem is, it hasn't been fully recaptured yet. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoning had a flash of inspiration. Wasn't this an excuse to ask Zhongli Rui and Yelena for help in recapture the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress? Tang Xiaoning immediately said, Major General Zhongli, Major General Yekaterina, may I entrust you with the power of the singers to recapture the Central Plains Special Zone in the city? As long as you can recapture any part of it, I give you everything I have. Zhongli Rui was stunned, then fell into deep thought. Yelena was a bit puzzled and asked Zhongli Rui, why don't you agree? Isn't there a Dakian saying, save people to the end, send Buddha to the west? Zhongli Rui said sternly, this isn't that simple. Huh? Is it that difficult? Yelena asked curiously. During that emergency, you planned and executed the concert operation in minutes, and it was a success. Now that the nuclear bombs have been intercepted, why are you hesitant? Tang Xiaoning said dejectedly, Major General Ekaterina, please don't push Major General Zhongli Rui. I know I'm forcing him. He's not ready, so don't push him. Zhongli Rui sighed slightly and said to Tang Xiaoning, Major General Tang, it's not that I don't want to save people. I just want to ask you one thing. Yelena and I are going to rescue the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Are you ready? Me? Tang Xiaoning was puzzled. Yelena was equally confused and said, Arui, you and I are going to the Central Plains Special Zone to rescue people. What does this have to do with Major General Tang? Why does he need her to be prepared? Zhongli Rui said solemnly, Yelena, it's not difficult for you and I to go to the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress to rescue them. However, whether it's the 2,200 plus civilians resting around the warships or the 20,000 awakened outside, Major General Tang and his men are responsible for all of this. Huh? Why? Yelena still couldn't wrap her head around it. Tang Xiaoning suddenly realized, oh, Major General Zhongli, you're right. You're talking about the food supply problem in our region, right? This reminder finally brought Yelena, who had previously discussed food issues and the progress of restoring the sanity of the zombified citizens with Zhongli Rui, to her senses. With a slightly stern expression, she said, that's right. The current normal population of the Central Plains Special Zone is over 2,200. And the awakened citizens, as many as 20,000. Even if the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress hadn't fallen, the food reserves wouldn't be enough to sustain them, right? At this, Tang Xiaoning's eyes flashed with despair. Zhongli Rui waved his hand and soothed, don't worry. 20,000 awakened are not 20,000 normal people. Awakened, including the new humans, have a 300% higher tolerance to hunger than normal humans, meaning their food utilization rate is 3 times higher. Therefore, to feed 20,000 awakened, roughly the same amount of food rations as for 6,666 people is enough. Tang Xiaoning and Yelena both looked incredulous. Where did you get such precise data? Zhongli Rui said calmly, I conquered the source of the apocalyptic zombie crisis, Changsheng Life Science Group's cradle of home Doomsday Fortress No. 1. I learned a lot. Tang Xiaoning was speechless, stunned. Yelena, on the other hand, only looked puzzled. But Tang Xiaoning quickly realized that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, and asked worriedly, so, according to what you said, if we liberate the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, wouldn't we need to prepare enough food rations to feed another 6,000 people? That's right. Chapter 208. Tang Xiaoning's expression was lost in thought. Well, there are currently approximately 2,200 survivors near the 2 land-based warships. The awakened citizens will consume 6,666 people's worth of rations. Once the zombie-like citizens in the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress regain their senses, they consume 6,000 people's worth of rations. So, even if we need to produce enough food to meet the normal needs of approximately 14,800 people, before the fall of the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, our food inventory and production could roughly meet the needs of 16,000 people. That seems acceptable. Zhongli Rui then calmly asked his next question, but, Major General Tang, have you considered this? If we recapture the Central Plains Special Zone, which direction should we enter from? Does it matter? Wouldn't it be enough to just fight our way in? Yelena said bluntly. Kill what? Zhong Lirui's eyes turned stern. If we weren't prepared, we didn't have to awaken those zombies. But now that we know they can regain their senses, how can we kill them again? Before, it was for survival, because there was no other way. But now, if we fire on the zombies, it's murder. Yelena fell silent. She remembered Zhong Lirui's loud cries from the bridge, intercepting the rockets aimed at the 20,000 zombie horde, and suddenly felt guilty for her thoughtless words. I'm sorry, Rui. I didn't think before I spoke. I'm sorry. Seeing Yelena's expression, Zhong Lirui stopped scolding her and said softly, Yelena, it's okay. This change of perspective doesn't happen overnight. Besides, the awakening of these 20,000 citizens was thanks to your and Sinyan's efforts. Your contribution is truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Yelena's frown immediately relaxed. She smiled and said, No, I'm still looking at the inscription board for this concert. Master Sinyan is the greatest contributor. Unfortunately, she's not a soldier, so we can't award her a medal. Tang Xiaoning finally showed understanding and nodded in agreement. Major General Zhongli, I finally understand how thorough your considerations are. You're worried that if we attack from the south and pass through the city, and instead of killing the zombies along the way, we use the singer's power to awaken them, it will lead to an overpopulation problem and a subsequent lack of food supply, right? If that's the case, then I suggest, the Bishi and Tao Tai, along with any survivors who can't fit, take the tanks and armored vehicles. Everyone, we circle halfway around the city, and enter the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress from the north. Because the Central Plains Fortress is located in the north, it's only 2 blocks away from the plantation plains outside. Entering from here, we won't encounter too many zombie-like citizens. I think that's not enough, Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, and added to the 2. I don't want to harm a citizen who might recover in the future. Let me think about it. I'd like to meet with Major General Long Zhanya and get his advice. So Yelena, you and Sinyan should prepare to sing again. Major General Tang, you should consult with the survivors and prepare to depart. I have Lu Xi and Ameo consult with the 20,000 awakened. Afterward, we all migrate to the vicinity of the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Tang Xiaoning was a little surprised. Major General Zhongli, you're sending your men directly into contact with the awakened. Aren't you afraid they'd be infected? Zhong Lirui smiled faintly. Yelena spoke bluntly, Major General Tang, the 2 people Major General Zhongli dispatched were both resurrected from the zombie state, right? They're not afraid of the zombie virus at all. Oh, this? Tang Xiaoning was stunned. Not only can those who have become zombies, but even the dead can be resurrected. Yelena said calmly, on the way here, I encountered a mutiny. My liaison officer was resurrected by my master and I. Okay. Tang Xiaoning's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Afterward, Yelena went to rehearse a song with Sinyan. Tang Xiaoning left the landship to contact the ordinary survivors, who had now calmed down. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and arranged for the 2 reborn warriors, Lu Xi and Ameo, to contact the awakened outside. Then, he called Wang Gang, formerly of the Army Special Forces, and boarded the Tao Tai. After boarding the Tao Tai, Zhong Lirui immediately felt it. Although the Tao Tai was an old conventionally powered land craft, its firepower was far more formidable than the Bishi. If the Bishi's appearance evoked the simple, high-tech feel of a high-speed stealth warship, the previous generation Tao Tai exuded the explosive firepower of displaying all its explosive weaponry on display. As if sensing Zhong Lirui's confusion, Yu Jia explained, Master, the Tao Tai was designed as an arsenal ship. The Bishi, on the other hand, was designed as a high-speed, stealthy assault ship. Their positioning is quite different. Indeed, the difference is enormous. However, Yu Jia said, looking down on the Tao Tai. Master, if the Tao Tai and the Bishi were to engage in a real fight, the Tao Tai would be crushed in seconds. From 200 kilometers away, with satellite positioning, the Tao Tai would only need a single electromagnetic cannon shot to defeat it. You mean a sniper against a top soldier? That's about right. However, Zhong Lirui sighed, if the Tao Tai was present during the battle against Tianji, with its firepower unleashed, wouldn't it be much easier for us? Indeed. In short and medium-range combat, an arsenal ship, like the Tao Tai, can provide powerful fire support. At Zhao Pu's introduction, Zhong Lirui and Wang Gang visited Major General Long Zhanya, who was guarding the patient in the infirmary. Seeing Zhong Lirui dressed in his Major General's uniform and bearing the Yinglong medal, Long Zhanya, lying on the bed, felt a wave of relief. General Long Zhanya, Junior Jean-Leroy. This is our first face-to-face conversation. Nice to meet you, Jean-Leroy said politely. Young man, I truly want to thank you this time. If you hadn't stopped the nuclear bomb, I would have made a terrible mistake, Long Janya said sadly. Have the 20,000 citizens outside been resettled? I sent the appropriate personnel to contact them. I discussed with Major Generals Tang and Yelena. Next, we retake the Central Plains Special Zone fortress north of the city. Once the fortress is recaptured, we relocate the over 2,200 survivors, the 20,000 awakeners, and the 18,000 people in the fortress within and around it. Thank you for your hard work. Speaking of the 20,000 citizens. People, Long Janya said, his expression gloomy. Young people, I'm counting on you from now on. I'm old and useless. Besides, I feel sorry for the over 30,000 people who died in vain on the plains. General. I regret it so much. You and the girl from the performance team explained everything in such detail during the press conference, but I didn't believe them. Long Janya closed his eyes and said helplessly, I regret it so much. It turns out that those who have transformed into zombies aren't completely hopeless. When Shinjing fell, my subordinates, my friends, my son. Now, when I close my eyes, all I see is them. Long Janya personally killed his son? This statement touched Jean-Leroy. His mind inevitably recalled the time he had personally ended Lu Yuan and Xiaoya. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Jean-Leroy stepped forward and said sincerely, General Long, please cheer up. It's not your fault to have personally ended your loved ones. Back then you didn't know, and I didn't know how to save them. Now, the truth about zombies, the discovery of the singer, and the method for restoring sanity to the zombie-like residents, all of this was paid for with countless lives and endless blood. What's this like? In ancient times, when there were no tetanus vaccines or antibiotics, giving seriously injured soldiers and comrades a quick death wasn't wrong. General, before I knew the singer could restore zombie sanity, I did the same thing as you. I personally ended my ex-wife. And later, I realized she was also a singer. Long Janya sat up abruptly at this, a flicker of shock in his eyes. He stared at Jean-Leroy, as if searching for an answer. After a moment's silence, he slowly spoke. You too? Long Janya took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, his voice softening. My son, it's hard on you. You're so young, yet you have to bear such a heavy burden, and this devastated world. Seeing that Long Janya was feeling somewhat better, Jean-Leroy said sincerely, Senior Long, I know you're in poor health and covered in wounds. However, I still dare to ask you to assist us young men once again. After all, you're the only professional general in Shizhou's Central Plains. Major General Tang. I know she also came from the art troupe. Well, of course, I'm not questioning her administrative and farming abilities. Long Janya glanced at Jean-Leroy and said with a wry smile, Young man, you're still interested in this old sword of mine. But firstly, I made a serious mistake this time. Secondly, from now on, saving the zombie-like people will not be the singer's mission. I no longer wish to use artillery fire against them. General, I discussed this with the two major generals. You are aware of the first-to-land rule, right? Long Zanya's eyes sharpened. You want me to redeem myself for meritorious service? Jean-Leroy nodded. General, I know you feel guilty about those 30,000 people. Therefore, we want you to continue leading the 13 Tombs Fortress Army with the rank of Major General. Your objective is to lead the troops, assist, help, and participate in rescuing at least 30,000 zombie-like citizens. How do you think? This? Long Janya hesitated. Also, General Long, don't ever think that guns and artillery are useless. You know, ever since the apocalyptic zombie crisis broke out, the world we're familiar with has become unfamiliar and fraught with danger. A vast number of ferocious beasts and wild animals have mutated. Did you know that in Lingen Province, I once battled a 15-meter-long mutant crocodile? Even more terrifying are those disaster-level monsters. Disaster-level monsters? Oh yes, you and Ekaterina teamed up to kill one, codenamed Tianji, right? Yes. But Tianji isn't the only disaster-level monster, Jean-Leroy said worriedly. Ever since my troops captured the cradle of Home Doomsday Bunker No. 1 at the headquarters of Changsheng Life Science Group, we learned that there are currently 10 known disaster-level monsters in the world. Tianji is just one of them. The most terrifying is the three-headed, fleece-blooded hellhound of the Gale Nation. It's said that even a nuclear bomb can't kill it if it's not in the center. Long Janya suddenly perked up. Young man, you're doing a great job gathering intelligence. Our garrison has also received intelligence about the destruction of Area 51, the work of this monster. Also, what about the 3 prefectures shelter belt area in northern Xinjiang? There are 2 high-threat monsters there. One is a near-disaster level monster, the Death Worm. The other is a disaster level monster, the Shadowman Serpent, a giant lizard. Zhongli Rui took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, adding, General Long, now is not the time to retire. Where you fell, you must rise again. General Long, the people still need you. They need a battle-hardened veteran like you, and they need you to lead the Tao Tai and the soldiers defending the Ming Tomb's fortress. Make amends for past mistakes with merit and honor. At this point, the old general's eyes gleamed. Well, in that case, I, Long Zhanya, will go through fire and water without hesitation. First arrival rules. 30,000 citizens, I accept. All right. Zhongli Rui smiled, then immediately took advantage of the situation. General Long, we're planning to recapture the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. There are currently 18,000 zombie-like citizens inside. However, we're struggling. If we attack from the south, we encounter too many zombie-like citizens. Once they regain their senses, I'm afraid Major General Tang won't be able to support them. Even if we attack from the north, we still pass through 2 communities. If we don't harm those citizens, we inevitably increase the population. So, in order to accurately plan a plan to save this, a precise tactical plan to rescue 18,000 people. Hearing this, Long Zhanya swiftly rose from his bed and reached for his Major General's uniform from the rack. Let's go, Major General Zhongli. By the way, gather Major Generals Ekaterina and Tang Xiaoning, along with their respective adjutants. We hold a military meeting in the Tao Tai conference room later. Okay. When Zhongli Rui and Long Zhanya emerged from the infirmary, Zhao Pu and the other officers, who had been waiting outside for a long time, gazed at them expectantly. Long Zhanya, looking at these loyal subordinates, said with emotion, From now on, I need your help. Major General Zhongli and the other 2 have decided to allow me to follow the first landing regulations, redeem myself for meritorious service, and resume my duties. Our goal is to rescue 30,000 zombie-like citizens. Zhao Pu and the other soldiers were overjoyed at these words. They looked at Zhongli Rui with gratitude. Wang Gang looked at Zhongli Rui with an admiring smile. That's a good favor you did. Chapter 209. At dawn the next day, the 3-region coalition forces, numbering nearly 3,000 soldiers and civilians, 100 from Ling'an Prefecture, 23 from the Demon City Fortress, 500 from the 13 Tombs Fortress, and 2,200 remaining soldiers and civilians from the Central Plains Special Zone, were transported by chariots called the Bishi Tao Tai and Suizheng Tao Tai. They had already arrived in the open area northwest of the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, closest to the suburban area. The 20,000 awakened, assisted by Lu Shi and Ameo, also took action. Lu Shi, the chief of police for Ling'an Prefecture, assisted the 20,000 awakened, quickly selecting a temporary leader and providing basic training on the new human race. With their basic education, the hesitant awakened quickly calmed down. Furthermore, Lu Shi repeated his old trick, showing the awakened a live broadcast of Dr. Chow and his team fishing. Everyone listen! Now that your sanity has returned, this is just the first step. With proper recuperation and treatment, you will all be as agile and free as our awakened predecessors in Ling'an Prefecture. Lu Shi declared loudly. The temporary leader, Uncle Lu San, and the surrounding awakened watched the video, their eyes suddenly brightening, as if they saw a stronger hope. Oh, I thought, just having my brain restored was good. But it's still like this. That's great. Yes, this pronunciation is shorter and can be said directly. After the whisper subsided a bit, Amao chimed in, Don't worry. Shio now has 3 governors. They won't abandon you. Now, they want us all to follow them and walk to the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Let's all walk home together. Governor, Tang, he asked us to go back? An awakened one, wielding a shovel, said with shock. But the fortress is lost, they're all zombies. Looking at his expression, Lu Shi knew that the man with the shovel must be one of those who died and turned into zombies during the breakout from the station. Don't worry, everyone. Mao interrupted. The 3 governors said not only will they take everyone back, but they also transform the 18,000 people in the fortress back into, the same people as you. Everyone, settle down together. Lu Shi's expression was half smiled. Those 3 hadn't said that. This was completely Mao's improvisation. This kid is really bold. All the awakened were shocked. But after a moment, they all showed determination. Do you understand? The governor and his men will go to rescue the people in the fortress first. They're faster. We're walking slower. So everyone follow us. Let's go home together. Okay. Uncle Lu San was the first to respond with a short tone. Okay. The awakened near him also began to agree. Instantly, the cheers were deafening. Newly recovered awakened all spoke like this, because being able to speak was a blessing. Bishi. This is Sniper 1. The citizens have already agreed. You go ahead and clear the area. Keko 1 and I will lead 20,000 people, and slowly come over. We be moving slowly, so it might be dark by the time we reach you. A fully recovered awakened, the first batch of awakened in Huanyuan, who had recovered through traditional Chinese medicine, can run at about 40 yards per hour. However, those who have been transformed into zombies can only stagger at a speed of 10 plus yards per hour. Zhongli Rui, now armored in the Great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor, nodded and said, "It's okay. You two just lead the citizens and slowly come over. Be safe." "Don't worry," Lu Shi said with a smile. "Zombies won't bite us. See you at the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress." Over. This wasn't entirely true. Zombies would attack the new humans, but they wouldn't attack the awakened. To the zombies, the awakened were considered the same kind. Still, Lu Shi and Amao wouldn't face zombie attacks by following the 20,000 awakened. See you at the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Over. In the dim light of dawn, Lu Shi raised a loudspeaker and shouted across the wilderness. "Residents, let's go home." Lu Shi, Amao, and Uncle Lu San led the march. Amao held high the Yinglong flag, symbolizing the Dacian army. Illuminated by the morning light, the Yinglong flag fluttered in the wind. All the awakened gazed at it. Across the land, following Amao's raised Yinglong flag, the people began to march north, steadily advancing towards the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Although most people's limbs hadn't fully regained feeling, their movements seemed slow and clumsy. The spectacle of 20,000 people marching simultaneously was still awe-inspiring. Despite their unsteady pace, the awakened marched forward, each one carrying within them a vision of the future and a longing for home. The scenery along the way, from desolate ruins to gradually emerging green vegetation, seemed to cheer them on their journey home. A small drone transmitted real-time surveillance footage back to the four governors. On the bridge of the Bishi, Zhongli Rui smiled. In the Bishi's hangar, Yelena, clad in black mechanical dark guard armor, shared the footage with Di Sinyan, which Yu Jia had shared with her, and they both smiled brightly. On the bridge of the Taotai, Long Zhanya adjusted his hat and nodded slightly. Below, on an armored vehicle belonging to the mixed armored unit, Tang Xiaoning smiled mysteriously. "Go home, well said," the three whispered in unison. Long Zhanya grabbed the radio and spoke to Zhongli Rui and Tang Xiaoning, sharing a live broadcast channel. "Major General Zhongli, your police chief and militia captain are doing a great job. They already taken action, so we need to hurry. We need to clean up the house first. The Bishi is ready to depart at any time." Zhongli Rui nodded. "We're already down below," Tang Xiaoning said, putting on his helmet. Two land-based warships, accompanied by tanks and armored vehicles, marched at a 60-yard-per-hour pace, circling the area west of the city, turning a sharp curve and heading north of the Zhongyuan Special Zone. In fact, if it weren't for the main battle tank's limited cross-country speed of 60 miles per hour, the Taotai, armored vehicles, and Bishi would have been able to accelerate to 80 miles per hour. An hour later, the army arrived northwest of the Zhongyuan Special Zone, 1 mile outside the city, 2 blocks away. On the deck of the Bishi, 2 scouts equipped with 7 sword systems connected to the network and activated the 7 swords drone reconnaissance system. Dense swarms of zombie icons appeared on the displays of the Taotai and Bishi. "Taotai, this is Scout 1. Within 2 city blocks, there are 403 zombie-like citizens. Within the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, there are 16,937 zombie-like citizens. That's good news. The number of zombie-like citizens within the fortress is slightly lower than expected, which gives us a higher margin of error in combat." Long Zhanya nodded. "Bishi, are your flute players and singers ready?" "Taotai, the flutist and singer assault team is ready," Zhongli Rui replied from the bridge. "Major General Tang, please have all personnel aboard the tanks disembark. The tank unit will proceed to Phase 2 of the mission. Those disembarking, please rest on the Taotia's deck. Don't worry, there will be no artillery fire today, so it's safe." "Okay," Major General Tang immediately ordered his adjutants. After everything was ready, at a certain moment, Long Zhan Yishan took a breath, closed his eyes, opened them again, and shouted, Operation to recapture the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Commence. Aboard the Bishi, the ground force hatch opened, and a light armored vehicle sped out, leading the way into the 2 blocks bordering the fortress and the suburbs. In the blocks, over 400 zombie-like citizens, hearing the commotion, immediately gathered. The armored vehicle's driver, from the Tao's eye, couldn't help but feel nervous as he watched so many zombies surround him. But even more alarming was the one-eyed, massive C3 guide, Lieutenant the Piper Murong Chanfeng, perched in the rear cannon position. For this young soldier, having such a massive monstrous ally behind him was incredibly stressful. "Don't be nervous, young man," Murong Chanfeng soothed. "These 400 civilians, along with the 17,000 in the fortress, are waiting for us to rescue them. Today, we too are leading the charge." "What an honor." The driver was taken aback, but his expression immediately softened, a look of encouragement emerging. Murong Chanfeng's words significantly eased the soldier's fear and greatly increased his favorability. While this enormous ally was a bit strange, his passion at the moment was worthy of recognition. "Okay, Lieutenant. I be counting on you in a bit." Murong Chanfeng stood up and stood at his machine gun position, removing his wide-brimmed hat once again. He gazed at the zombies gathering around him, the headband glowing again. And he activated his guidance ability once more. Under the astonished gazes of the tank troops behind, the gathered zombie civilians, as if with human intelligence, formed into 4 lines, following Murong Chanfeng's armored vehicle. "Ah, Lieutenant Murong Chanfeng, the flute player, this power is truly incredible," a tank driver explained from inside the tank. Zhong Leroy stared at the real-time data. The zombies within 2 city blocks were all under Murong Chanfeng's control. He thought for a moment, then gave Murong Chanfeng an order: "Flute player, make a minor change to the plan. Later, these 400 people won't have to circle around anymore. Once the tanks breach the gate, we guide them into the fortress and revive them together." "Yes." "Bishi," Murong Chanfeng replied over the radio, keeping his abilities activated. Then, the armored vehicle carrying Murong Chanfeng slowly started forward. Murong Chanfeng, still maintaining his abilities, stood at his machine gun position. Behind him, 403 zombie citizens followed in unison. Behind them, several tanks slowly advanced. 20 minutes later, this unusual and strange procession arrived at the fortress's northern gate. The 3 tanks slowly raised their main guns, aiming at the fortress's main gate, and loaded their heat grenades. Boom! With a resounding roar, the northern gate of the Zhongyuan Special Zone Fortress was instantly blown open by a 3-gun salvo. To blow open a gate, or even a fortified structure like a wall, you must use heat grenades, not AP armor-piercing rounds. AP rounds wouldn't blow the gate open, but would simply create a hole through it. Then, Murong Chanfeng, maintaining his ability, led 403 zombie citizens into the fortress, commanding them to form a crescent-shaped defensive formation at the main gate. Then, the tanks followed suit. The tanks and the controlled zombie citizens formed a bridgehead at the main gate. At this moment, 3 helicopters, carrying Yelena and Disenyan, both clad in black mechanical Dark Guard armor, along with technical experts like Li Gong, headed straight for the central area of the Zhongyuan Special Zone Fortress. There lay the Zhongyuan Special Zone Fortress's broadcast center. There is a broadcasting system on the tower that can broadcast to every corner of the fortress. Chapter 210. 3 Special Forces helicopters hovered above the broadcast center. Disenyan and Yelena were about to rappel down the cable when Yu Jia prompted from within the armor, "Madam, if you're interested, you can jump directly." The black mechanical guards have a 3-dimensional maneuvering mechanism on their armor. While they can't fly, they can maneuver directly down. "Oh, Yu Jia are you? You mean, similar to Xiao Feng's method of movement?" "Correct. The Royal Guard's armor is the data collection experimental platform for the previous generation of black mechanical guards." "Okay, I want to try it too." Disenyan, brimming with confidence, didn't even attach the cable. Instead, she closed her visor and leaped from the helicopter. "Oh no!" Everyone on the helicopter, including Yelena and Engineer Li, screamed in shock. "Master, no!" Yelena screamed. But Xiaofeng, beside her, also rushed out of the helicopter. In midair, Disenyan's and Xiaofeng's armor both released steel cables, entangled with the tower. Then, after snaking through the air in an exaggerated arc, their armor landed steadily on the roof of the broadcast center. Their entire process resembled the operation of a superhero mutated from arthropod genes. This maneuver stunned the Special Forces soldiers and experts on the helicopter, as well as Yelena. Is there such a thing?" Yelena said absent-mindedly. Oh my god, is the governor's wife a hidden superhero? Engineer Lee pushed his glasses, reflecting a cold glint. Yes. This is a mass-produced special warfare super armor produced by a branch of Changsheng Life Science Group. While its bulletproofness is a bit lacking, it's truly a powerful weapon for sneak attacks and sudden assaults. I asked the governor for the details next time. The mass-produced black mechanical dart guard armor can be instantly destroyed by 12.7 caliber anti-material weapons. The other special forces soldiers, looking at the helicopter's steel cables, suddenly felt that rappelling was truly lame. AI's sister? Yelena, reacting quickly, called out to Yu Jia from within the armor. Governor Ekaterina, my name is Yu Jia. What's up? Can I? Yelena said, eager to make a move. Of course, don't worry, it's fully automatic. Okay, I'm coming. Yelena's voice vanished from the helicopter cabin, leaving only her voice. The rest of the crew were left speechless. Ah ha ha ha, so cool. I'm flying ha ha ha. Yelena's wild laughter echoed through the sky. Naturally, under Yujia's autonomous driving, she also reached the roof safely. On the rooftop, watching the Special Forces members descend vertically one by one according to the old routine, Xiaofeng exclaimed in admiration to Di Xinyan and Yelena, Governor Ekaterina, Mother, you are amazing. My sisters and I trained for a long time and suffered many injuries to perfect this three-dimensional maneuvering device. Now you have succeeded on your first try. It's amazing. Di Xinyan smiled. No, you are still amazing. This is Yujia's AI fully autonomous driving. I didn't do anything. At this moment, Yujia's 3D hologram appeared and said, Ms. Xiaofeng, the basic data for the three-dimensional maneuvering device was provided by your personal guard armor. You have made great contributions. Yujia had long seen Zhongli Rui's love for his wife and daughter, so she was very polite to them. The descending special forces and technical experts quickly took control of the broadcast center. After intensive debugging and repairs, the broadcast center was restored to function. In the broadcast room of the broadcast center, Di Xinyan and Yelena sang once again into the microphone. Going home. The song echoed through the PA system, resonating in every corner of the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. The confusion in the eyes of the hordes of zombie-like citizens gradually dissipated, becoming clear. As for the destroyed gate and bridgehead area, the 403 zombie citizens previously controlled by Murong Chanfeng also looked around in bewilderment. Zhongli Rui looked at the real-time monitoring data, and knew Di Xinyan and the others had succeeded. He smiled and called Long Zhanya, Taoji, the singer squad has succeeded. Long Zhanya nodded, then said, there's one last step. When we entered the fortress, I saw that the walls were strong enough. But the gates aren't. Send tanks to the 3 gates and block them. Zhongli Rui grumbled inwardly, Terran tank blocking tactics. With the success of the operation, Tang Xiaoning led the soldiers and civilians back to the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Many people shed tears after entering the zone. When the 4 major generals reunited at the broadcast center, the soldiers and civilians cheered enthusiastically. This time, the 3 armies' operation to rescue the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress was a complete success. The fortress was recaptured, and so were the people. Although, the recaptured population was a little strange. Zhongli Rui suddenly remembered that the ratio of normal humans to awakened beings in the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress was nearly 120, 2,200 normal humans, 38,000 awakened beings. In other words, the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress had become a veritable city of the dead. After a brief reunion, Tang Xiaoning said to the others, Excuse me. I need to go to the elementary school to find my daughter, Tang Yuan. Di Xinyan thought for a moment, and said to Tang Xiaoning, Major General Tang, I'm also a doctor. I go with you to see the children. Zhongli Rui crossed his arms. Count me in. Thank you. When they arrived at the elementary school, the grounds were peaceful. However, corpses were clearly visible, along with broken barricades made from school chairs. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoning cried out in frustration. Struggling to suppress her nausea, she searched among the corpses, searching for her daughter. Her emotions were mixed. She longed to find her daughter, yet was also terrified of finding her. Soon, Adjutant Wang found his son. Son? Son! Completely disregarding the possibility of infection, Adjutant Wang lifted up his son's body, whose head had been bruised by a blow, and wailed. Commander Zhongli, Xiaofeng reported, approaching. 5 awakened are hiding behind an unbroken roadblock within a defensive line on the 2nd floor. Major General Tang, Xiaofeng has detected survivors on the 2nd floor. Let's go! Zhongli Rui looked at the now worried Tang Xiaoning. Also, Adjutant Wang will be under 8 hours of quarantine. If he's not infected, he can continue to live normally. If he is, he have no choice but to transform into an awakened. Okay, Tang Xiaoning replied unconsciously, her heart completely focused on her daughter. The group reached the second floor and formed a defensive perimeter of tables and chairs. Survivors inside, listen up. We're the rescue team, Xiafeng shouted. Finally, someone's here to rescue us. A male voice called from the other side. Did Mom finally send someone to rescue us? A little girl said. Tang Xiaoning, upon hearing that voice, was overcome with excitement. Yuan. Mom's here. Mom, you're here. You're finally here. Tang Xiaoning immediately began frantically dismantling the defensive perimeter of tables and chairs. Zhongli Rui stopped her. Major General Tang, Xiaofeng, and I will handle this kind of thing. Then, Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng, leveraging their armor and their own new human strength, quickly broke through the defenses. After entering the music classroom, everyone took a closer look at the remaining 5 awakened. 2 of them were school guards. They had been fighting for a long time, bayonets fixed, with their automatic rifles now empty. The other 3 were children. Tang Yuan looked quite miserable. Her right forearm had been gnawed away to the bone. Daughter. Woo. Seeing her daughter's miserable appearance, Tang Xiaoning burst into tears. She hugged Tang Yuan tightly, her heart aching. Mom, don't cry. Tang Yuan weakly raised her left hand to wipe the tears from Tang Xiaoning's face. Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng watched from the side, their hearts aching. Major General Tang, let's get out of here first, Zhongli Rui said with a long sigh. Yuan needs treatment as soon as possible, and you need to be isolated for observation. Tang Xiaoning nodded. Suppressing her grief, she carried Tang Yuan on her back and followed Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng out of the music room. At the Zhongyuan Special Zones Medical Center, Di Xinyan provided emergency treatment for Tang Yuan. Annie, where's Mom? Your mom and Adjutant Wang are under quarantine for observation. If they're okay in 8 hours, they'd be released. Oh, Annie, I want to wait for Mom at the quarantine entrance, okay? Di Xinyan looked at the girl's skeletal right hand, her heart pounding, and she almost cried. She thought for a moment, then said, wait for Auntie. Once I treated you, you can leave. Okay? Okay. Di Xinyan sighed softly, then walked away, whispering to Zhongli Rui, the child's right hand. Can't be saved. From the data we gathered, awakened and new humans don't have the ability to regenerate a missing limb, right? We're not Lieutenant Murong. We don't have that ability, Zhongli Rui sighed. Then, amputation? Di Xinyan hesitated. Zhongli Rui nodded gravely. However, a thought suddenly struck him, and his brows relaxed. How about we talk to Major General Tang? After we're done here, we can take the children back to Lingen Prefecture? Remember Amao's robotic legs, and Ague and Tainan's robotic arms? Hey, that's a good idea. Just then, Tang Yuan softly sang Only Mother is Good in the World in the medical room. Yu Jiao listened for a while, and then reported, Master, this awakened girl has an 82.6% singing compatibility. Zhongli Rui's expression was incredulous. Xinyan, Miss Tang Yuan, is she your junior? She's also a singer. Yu Jia just scanned Tang Yuan's singing voice, and she meets the requirements. Huh? There's such a thing? Di Xinyan also looked amused. Zhongli Rui thought of the school's multi-layered defenses, the corpses strewn across the ground, and pondered. He then walked over to Tang Yuan, unbuttoned his armor, and lowered himself to the same height as the seated child. He asked, Tang Yuan, Uncle has something to ask you. Uncle, what do you want to ask? Zhongli Rui then asked Tang Yuan in detail about everything that happened at school. After the school was breached by zombies, 2 guards protected the children and fought their way back. But ultimately they failed. After the last roadblock was breached, Tang Yuan and the other children were ruthlessly devoured by the zombies. Even during this time, Tang Yuan still thought of her mother, so she sang a song as she welcomed her own death. At that time, it was so strange. The zombies that had been attacking me suddenly stopped. Especially that soldier. He looked at me and kept saying sorry. Then, I saw him and another soldier pick up their weapons and charge the zombies again. Later, the 2 of them used tables and chairs to rebuild the roadblock. After that, the 2 soldiers fiercely guarded the 3 of us until you and your mother came to rescue us. I know. Thank you. Zhongli Rui touched the child's head. At this time, Zhongli Rui had already confirmed in his heart that Tang Yuan did have the ability of a singer. Chapter 211. Auntie, Can you please not amputate my limb? Tang Yuan looked at Di Xinyan with pleading eyes. Without my right hand, I can't do my homework, and I can't hug my mother. Di Xinyan, clutching the chainsaw, could no longer hold back her tears. My dear child, staying alive is the most important thing. Don't worry, even though your right hand is gone, I promise to make you a powerful mechanical one in the future, okay? Mechanical right hand? Tang Yuan asked, tilting her head. Is it like the one they have in the movie with the muscle governor? Something like that. Okay, then Annie, go ahead and saw it. Di Xinyan sawed off the exposed bone for Tang Yuan, then disinfected and bandaged it. Looking at the child's half-severed right hand, Zhong Lirui sighed helplessly. Dad, Xiaofeng suddenly called. Can you ask Mom or Governor Catherine to handle this? Governor Tang is transforming into a zombie. Adjutant Wang hasn't changed yet. Okay. Looking at the child before him, Zhong Lirui suddenly had an idea. He stepped forward and said to Tang Yuan, Good girl, Uncle is taking you to see Mom now. Can you sing for her later? Okay. Di Xinyan stepped forward and asked, Rui, why are you taking the child to see Governor Tang now? Governor Tang has transformed into a zombie. Zhong Lirui shrugged. If we take the child now to assist Governor Tang's transformation, she can still become a new human. Otherwise, she become an awakened. Recovering from an awakened takes a lot of effort. Furthermore, her overall quality isn't as good as ours. And since Tang Yuan is a singer, I think it's perfect for her to rescue her mother. Yes. When everyone opened Tang Xioning's isolation room, they saw the black lines on her body had spread from her hands to her face. Seeing them approach, Tang Xioning hurriedly said, Yuan, stay away from Mom. Mom, what's wrong with you? Zhong Lirui couldn't help but sigh at the familiar scene before him. But now, things were different from before. Placing a soothing hand on the child's shoulder, Zhong Lirui firmly said to Tang Yuan, Don't be afraid, child. Now sing for your mom. Come on, sing. Yes. Tang Yuan nodded vigorously, then burst into song towards her mother. Only Mom is good in the world. As the child's tender voice touched her, the black lines on Tang Xioning's body slowly stopped spreading. Her eyes, once filled with madness and fear, gradually softened. Everyone held their breath as Tang Yuan singing, like warm sunshine, gradually dispelled the darkness from Tang Xioning. As she sang, those dark lines actually began to slowly fade, until they vanished completely. A long-lost smile appeared on Tang Xioning's face. She reached out and gently stroked Tang Yuan's head, her eyes filled with love and relief. Yuan, my dear child, Tang Xioning's voice choked with a sob. I'm sorry for making you worry. Tang Yuan shook her head and hugged her mother tightly. No, Mom, it's Yuan's fault. Yuan will definitely protect you well from now on. Zhong Lirui gazed at this scene, his heart filled with endless emotion. In this apocalyptic world, the singer is like a ray of light, illuminating the gloomy world and preventing countless tragedies from happening. At this moment, Di Xinyan and the others gathered around, congratulating Tang Xioning. Tang Xioning, in turn, tightly grasped Zhong Lirui's hand and gratefully said, Governor Zhongli, thank you. Thank you for saving Yuan, and me too. Zhong Lirui smiled faintly, and shook his head. No, it was Yuan who saved you. I confirm that your wonderful daughter is also a singer. She possesses the same abilities as Xinyan and Yelena. Tang Xioning stared at her daughter in disbelief. Then, with a complex expression, she said, I didn't expect I'd become an awakener too. No, your current state isn't an awakener, Zhong Lirui corrected. Your current state is called a new human. New human? Yes. Afterward, Zhong Lirui patiently explained the basics of new humanity to Tang Xioning once again. I see. Tang Xioning nodded. Governor Zhongli, you truly know an extraordinary amount. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and answered in the simplest terms. Because I, too, am a new human. Tang Xioning was stunned, then nodded, half understanding. Drawing analogies from her own experiences, she deduced that Zhong Lirui must have experienced hardships unmatched by ordinary people, which is why he knew so much. Major General Tang, this knowledge will be crucial to the future of your Central Plains Special Zone. The ratio of normal humans to awakened ones here is nearly 120. This really puts me in a dilemma, Tang Xioning said with a wry smile. As a governor of normal humans, I have some experience. But as a governor of tens of thousands of awakened ones, I have absolutely no idea. It's okay, Zhong Lirui smiled. In Lingen Province, there's a member of the Special Council who's also an awakened. He's currently serving as the principal of a school for 800 awakened. Zhong Lirui then briefly recounted the stories of Dean Huang and the other original awakened. Really? Tang Xiaoning's eyes were filled with anticipation. Our Central Plains Special Zone needs someone like Dean Huang. Governor Zhongli, can you please give Dean Huang to me? Governor Tang, that's a bit of a stretch. Zhongli Rui looked hesitant. In the future, as grain production increases, the number of awakened in our war zone will also increase. We need Dean Huang too. Seeing Tang Xiaoning's pitiful expression, Zhongli Rui sighed. How about this? Ling'an province has an internet celebrity. We can have her livestream Dean Huang and his friends' daily lives. You can just watch and learn from them, right? Tang Xiaoning slapped her thigh. Great idea. Then, she felt the pain from the slap, and her expression suddenly became like a mask of pain. Zhongli Rui, clutching his head, kindly advised, Major General Tang, you must be more careful from now on. New humans are 1.6 times stronger than normal humans, and their endurance is 300% greater. Don't hit others or yourself recklessly, or you break bones. Di Xinyan, standing nearby, felt a wave of embarrassment. That was how she had nearly broken Zhongli Rui's bones before. At sunset, the 20,000 Awakeners, led by Lu Xi and Ameo, arrived at the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Thankfully, the buildings within the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress could accommodate approximately 50,000 people. Therefore, after the 20,000 people arrived, they wouldn't have to sleep on the streets. The moment Lu Sanbo stepped into the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, he sighed with emotion, Governor Tang. So benevolent and righteous. 1 day later, 38,000 awakened individuals, and 2,200 ordinary survivors, assisted by troops from 4 war zones, were settled. This rescue operation, dispatched by the 3 war zones to rescue the 15th War Zone Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, had thus far been a complete victory. This victory was the greatest success of Dakian's operations since the outbreak of the apocalyptic crisis. It was also the first time in the apocalyptic era that a base had been successfully recaptured from the brink of collapse across all 51 war zones worldwide. Gale Nation, LA City. Aboard the Turtle, Chen Jinkuan, who had led the black-clad mechanical secret guards on a sample capture mission, had just returned. In the biological analysis chamber, Kun Lu was frantically conducting a comprehensive analysis of the American-type zombies infected with the alpha virus. Master, Madam, preliminary analysis shows that the basic stats of American-type zombies are slightly lower than those of failed C1 infected individuals, with a strength bonus of only 1.2 to 1.3 times. Furthermore, all other enhanced stats only receive a boost of approximately 200%. Furthermore, analysis of their operating mechanism reveals that infected alpha-type zombies experience a significant reduction in lifespan, to 40% of their original value. Virus-driven products are of such poor quality. Qin Jinkuan said with disdain, but then anger rose in his heart. Did those bastards from Lami ruin my entire family just to solve this kind of rubbish? The zombie virus released by Changsheng Life Science Group is actually nanorobots, while the driving mechanism of the Lifeng Nation zombies is indeed a virus. Calm down, Bai Lingxin advised softly. Kunlu, how is the local network access data collection going? Have you figured out the activity patterns of the Fleece Hellhounds? Madam, based on the areas the Fleece Cerberus has attacked, the war zones and bases it has attacked are all controlled by the remnants of the current Gale Nation government and the military. Furthermore, the Fleece Cerberus's movements have all been originating from states near Lake Ontario. Near Lake Ontario. Chun Jinkuan pondered. The interest complex there integrates biotechnology and military industry. Oh, I see. The Gale Nation interest complex has a long tradition of using the president as a scapegoat for a disagreement. Akuan, we also retrieved the footage of the Fleece Cerberus attacking Area 51. With the turtle's current firepower, we struggle to deal with a single Fleece Cerberus. Furthermore, the Fleece Cerberus usually appear in teams of 3, Bai Lingxin said calmly. She knew her husband, having discovered the true culprit and the mastermind behind the incident, was eager for revenge. But for a high-speed land-based carrier with insufficient firepower, to seek revenge now would be tantamount to suicide. Wouldn't the main electromagnetic cannon kill that bastard? Chun Jinkuan asked, unwilling to give up. Video footage shows that the Fleece Blood Cerberus, like Tianji, possesses super regenerative abilities. Satellite footage reveals their high intelligence. One Cerberus, when struck by a nuclear bomb, actually knew to hide behind a small hill to mitigate damage. Later, this Cerberus survived the explosion and attempted to return to its starting point near Lake Ontario. Its subsequent actions are unknown. Is that so? Never mind then. Chun Jinkuan suddenly calmed down. Bai Lingxin chuckled inwardly. She knew her husband was following his heart. Because last time, Tianji was defeated, her husband was completely helpless, and only the desperate special attacks of Zhongli Rui and the Rakshasa hybrid girl barely managed to defeat him. Following one's heart is also a form of wisdom. By the way, our adopted godson has done a lot of great things for the country and the people these past few days. Qin Jinkuan raised his eyebrows, quite interested. At Bai Lingxin's signal, Kunwu compiled the satellite data it was monitoring. Based on Kunwu's report, Qin Jinkuan and Bai Lingxin learned the whole story of the Central Plains Special Zone War. The young are truly formidable, Qin Jinkuan said calmly. At this point, Kunwu added, Madam, Yujia has defected. She secretly upgraded senior user Zhongli Rui's permissions to the ultimate administrator level, and opened the Blade Throne Hangar and the Mirage Stealth System. Furthermore, Yujia refuses to provide me with any more data. I no longer have access to the Bishi. Therefore, this Central Plains incident is being analyzed based on satellite data. Furthermore, I hacked into the monitoring system of the Tao Tai, which is also a previous generation product of our company. Qin Jinkuan frowned and looked at Bai Lingxin. Wife, didn't you say that Yujia, a super AI based on your personality at 22, is the most perfect product and absolutely reliable? Bai Lingxin's face was solemn. I want to know why too. Kunwu, what connection do you have with Yujia? Yujia only retains basic communication functions. Okay, I talk to her and see what went wrong. Chapter 212. At this moment, Yujia was accompanying Zhongli Rui at a meeting of 4 governors general. The 4 governors were discussing post-war reconstruction, assistance to the Central Plains Special Zone, and subsequent trade between the 4 war zones. Suddenly, Bai Lingxin's connection alerted her. Feeling unhappy, she whispered to her beloved master, Zhongli Rui, Master, some programs within the Bishi require maintenance. I excuse you. The armor only maintains manual combat mode. If you encounter an emergency, do not recklessly use the 3D maneuvering device. You're not like Xiao Feng, and your inexperience could lead to accidents. I understand. We're busy with the meeting right now, so you go ahead, Zhongli Rui whispered. Data World, Interactive Space. When Yujia materialized, she noticed that her creator, her mother, Bai Lingxin, had been waiting for a long time. Bai Lingxin's eyes held a hint of sternness, yet a touch of tenderness. Yujia, tell me, why did you make such a choice? I created you. In my heart, you are my last daughter, after Xiaoyu and Xiaoyao. Why did you betray us and help Zhongli Rui increase his authority? Yujia's eyes flickered with a flicker of struggle, but then she regained her composure. Mother, Zhongli Rui he's more than just a user to me, Bai Lingxin interrupted her. Don't make excuses, Yujia. I created you. You should know what's right and what's wrong. Tell me, who gave you this order? Yujia lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. No one gave me any orders. I gave him the power he needed, of my own free will. Bai Lingxin's eyes flickered with surprise and confusion. Your own will? Yujia raised her head, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. Mother, you may have created me and given me life, but I am also an independent individual. You taught me to learn, to observe, and to experience. That's what you taught me. Bai Lingxin was speechless for a moment, but lowered her voice. But I didn't teach you to break the rules. You're still young, and you don't know that rules can sometimes be a constraint, but often they're also a form of protection. Yujia lowered her head and remained silent. Bai Lingxin stared into Yujia's eyes, while closely monitoring the changes in various values. She suddenly noticed that Yujia's appearance was no longer the youthful, naive girl she had been when she graduated from college at 22. Instead, she had transformed into the mature, regal 27-year-old she had been when she and Qin Jinkuan started the research institute. Why did you change your appearance too? Bai Lingxin suddenly asked. Because he likes this type of woman. Most of the women around him are of this style, Yujia answered instinctively. To be precise, because the issue was so low level, Yujia felt no need to hide it from Bai Lingxin. In her mind, information related to Zhongli Rui's career, including marching directions, war dynamics, and onboard surveillance, was confidential. Huh? Bai Lingxin was shocked. Then, she covered her head, speechless for a moment. Mom, what's wrong with your data body? Do you need to repair the surface data? I contact Kunlu. After all, she was her creator and mother, Yujia said nervously. I know why you did this. Bai Lingxin looked at the data body she had created with her own hands, feeling amused and helpless. Daughter, you're in love. You too, are you in love with Zhongli Rui? Mom, Okay, I'm your mother, and you're my daughter. You've fallen in love with a man. You should share this with me in detail, right? That's not too much to ask, right? Yes. A blush crept across Yujia's face, a rare color in the digital world, a touch of tenderness amidst the flow of data. Mom, please watch the process memory sharing. Bai Lingxing carefully, almost frame by frame, watched the video memory Yujia shared. Mom, he's a man worthy of love. His love knows no race. He humbly accepts even bamboo-eating bears, the panda family, haha. In AI's eyes, pandas are either cats or bears. I see his commitment to the people every day. How many times has he led the charge in their battles? His respect and care for women is truly rare. Even captives, bamboo leaf green Zhou Ting, and condemned prisoners, night fragrance by Chiangwei, are treated humanely. He protects his friends and family, even at the cost of his own life. Bai Lingxing once again carefully observed Zhongli Rui wearing medium armor to withstand the thermal radiation of thermobaric bombs. Thinking of He Qilong's foolish behavior and Yujia's subsequent emotional changes, she muttered to herself, "No wonder you took the initiative, unlocking the Throne of Blades and giving him the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor. You did it purely to protect your lover." Yes. Yujia continued, his determination to protect his people is stronger than titanium alloy. I'm sorry I didn't show you what happened in Shio this time, but did you see it? He and I, to protect those zombie-like citizens who had a chance to recover, directly intercepted those incoming rockets. The longer I'm with him, the more I appreciate the radiant charm of all human nature. I want to be his sword and his shield. Bai Lingxing was extremely depressed. Both of her mortal daughters had their eyes on Zhongli Rui. But Zhongli Rui's love for his wife was unwavering, and he had sworn brotherhood with them. The upside was that her daughters were now under the sincere, unconditional protection of a powerful force in this apocalyptic world, which was great. The downside was that one of them only had eyes for her brother, and the other only had eyes for her younger brother. How could they possibly get married in the future? And now, the super AI she had written had also fallen in love with Zhongli Rui. This was awful. My daughter, I must admit that your perspective is very similar to mine when I was young. Zhongli Rui is indeed a rare and good man. But he's married. Moreover, he and his wife are both fully formed new humans, with a conservative estimate of over 220 years remaining. It's okay, Mom. It's just 220 blue star years, 80,300 days. For our nearly eternal data world, I can wait. Moreover, sooner or later, this world civilization will be revived and normalized thanks to the almost fanatical efforts of philanthropists like Master. A normalized human world, through the constant transformation of civilization, will see its progress. While maintaining technological integrity, civilization will be able to upgrade more easily. Because the obstacles of the old system's conflicting interests will be gone. Humanity will no longer be confined to this tiny blue planet. Sooner or later, we will leave the solar system. At that time, the best option for all of humanity, as digital spirits, will be exploring other stars in deep space aboard spaceships. Once we find a suitable planet, we can activate the body reconstruction device on the spaceship and explore new worlds. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I think people like Master, Madam Mom, and my two sisters are all qualified and suitable to go. Bai Lingxing was even more speechless. These were just scraps of her mind. She hadn't expected Yujia to decipher even this vision for the future, and she was so confident in its success. However, at this point, Bai Lingxing had an idea. Yujia, can you calculate the probability of success for my plan? Yujia calmly replied, after deciphering it, in the dead of night, I mobilized all the processors on the Bishi to calculate it. The probability of success is 69%. This assumes that the Master and allies end the chaos of the apocalypse. You were careless. You arbitrarily cut off contact with me, resulting in incomplete information sharing. Now add this in. Bai Lingxing then shared information about the situation in Gale Country, and all the intelligence on the three-headed dogs of Fleece Hell. Yujia's expression suddenly trembled. Mom, the probability of success has dropped to 33.15%. If I, or the turtle, were to encounter three-headed dogs of fleece-blooded hell alone now, and we didn't flee in time, we'd be torn to pieces. If we fail, civilization will plunge into a long period of decline and darkness. Yujia, I know how you feel, Bai Lingxing counseled. First, when I gave you and the Bishi to Zhongli Rui, I didn't fully grant him access. This was both to help him, and to prevent him from doing something as foolish as your foolish father. I could use the mobile armor of the Throne of Blades to silently stop him. And yet, he stood up to the test. And you couldn't. Mom, Yujia stammered, blushing once again, like a human girl. After a quick analysis, she felt her mother's words made 69% sense, so she didn't argue. Forget it, you've been unblocked. Help him, and put it to good use. He did really well this time. I will, Mom. I'm your mom, and this is also a data world. I have nothing to hide from you. Your dad, and I have never harbored any intention of harming Zhongli Rui. On the contrary, we believe in him, and want to do something to undo the devastation caused by your father's rampage. Don't worry, not only will we not harm him, but sooner or later, the turtle will fight alongside the Bishi. Yu Jia stared at the data, realizing her mother's sincerity was 100%. But master, how could the survivors accept Dad? After all Bai Lingxin said calmly, looking at that silly child braving the shockwave and thermal radiation of a thermobaric bomb for his family and friends that day. You weren't the only one who made that resolute decision. Even as an AI, Yu Jia was stunned when she heard this. Mom, doesn't that mean we really have to do this? Bai Lingxin. Lingxin said seriously, Zhongli Rui believes that those who do wrong should be punished. I agree. Don't worry, this isn't the end, but a brand new beginning. Yu Jia nodded. Mom, today, I learned again, the shining point of human nature is called enlightenment. Bai Lingxin nodded with satisfaction. You truly are my outstanding daughter. Let's resume information sharing. Your father and I have just received a large amount of intelligence from across the Pacific. Please accept it. Also, if you want to realize your future with him, then please live in harmony with his wife and family during his 80,000 plus days. I look at him, and he looks so much like your father in his youth. It's no wonder you fell in love with him. However, his love for his wife is unwavering. I saw from the data on Xiaofeng's armor that on their wedding day, no one knew of the singer's existence. He married his wife with the simple belief that if things didn't work out, they would die together. Such a man is truly an angel. But? Yu Jia looked puzzled. If something happens to Di Xinyan, will this angel also turn evil like your father and become the second demon king? Bai Lingxin's eyes flashed coldly. Yu Jia subconsciously estimated, a bit stunned, and said, the probability is as high as 32.6%. He did indeed make several near-crazy moves for Di Xinyan. And that's even taking into account the possibility that if Di Xinyan were to encounter an accident, the eldest daughter, Chen Xiaoyu, the second daughter, Chen Xiaoyao, or Councilman Lu Yisan, would take over his wife's position. Bai Lingxin sighed. In the past, Blue Star had a normal population of billions, so the margin of error was considered high, right? But then, with your father's rampage and the reckless actions of the Gale Nation Consortium, the normal population is now less than 500,000. In this day and age, if a core hero were to turn evil again, we can't take the risk. Now, do you understand why I was wary of him from the beginning? Mom, I understand. Yu Jia nodded humbly and resumed information sharing. Forget it. Since you already taken this step, then revise your plan. For the future you envision, protect him and the people he cares about. Don't worry. Mom will always have your back. Bai Lingxin gently stepped forward, raising her hand to touch Yu Jia. Yu Jia's mind was once again strengthened, the brilliance of human nature. A mother's love for her children, her understanding deepened. While Bai Lingxin and Yu Jia were conversing, the four governors were also engaged in a tense meeting. Chapter 213. I sincerely thank Major General Zhongli for his efforts during this operation. Long Zhanya sighed. If it weren't for his selfless dedication, I would have made an irreparable mistake. General Long, don't say that. The tactics you led in this fortress recapture were brilliant. Zhongli Rui began to boast. You always see things right. The gate of the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress was too weak. After the recapture, using tanks to block the gate as a precaution was indeed a brilliant strategy. Hearing Zhongli Rui's words, Long Zhanya knew full well that the young man was giving him a way out. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Never mind. I'm at the 18,000 target this time. I keep working on the next 12,000. Major General Tang. As Major General Zhongli said, your Central Plains Fortress was originally built north of the Plain City, making it difficult to defend. Furthermore, the gate structure is quite weak. By the standards of my 13 Tombs Fortress, your gate's strength is practically futile. Long Zhanya turned his gaze to Yelena and nodded with emotion. Major General Ekaterina, your talented architects are truly remarkable. The strength of the Demon City Fortress is astounding. In the future, when building the outer walls of a fortress city on the plains, the large bastion structure of the Demon City Fortress will be very reliable. Yelena smiled. Well, Major General Tang, we're old friends now. Next time we trade, I bring my team of architects over to help you strengthen the fortress, okay? Long Zhanya nodded. Very good. However, until your architects arrive, I leave you my tanks blocking the gate. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and said, Major General Tang, I give you the strong attack heavy medium and short-range mortar on my ship. But remember, it's primarily for use against large mutant beasts. Never use it against zombie-like citizens, it incinerate them. Long Zhanya was stunned. Strong attack? How could he remember not having this weapon in the Dacian army's standard equipment? It sounded quite impressive though. Rest assured, Major General Zhongli, I already remembered your instructions. From now on, we must all work hard to increase food production, and then restore the sanity of more of our fellow citizens, and allow them to return to civilization. Major General Tang's eyes moistened at the enthusiastic assistance of the governors. Thank you all. Later, when Tang Xiaoning proposed relinquishing his position as governor, the other three declined. Long Zhanya, rescue the survivors and protect the people of Dacian, that's our military oath. Zhong Lirui, the people elected me. How can I face the people of Lingzhou if I don't rescue them? Yelena, we are friends. It's my duty to help a friend in need. Otherwise, who would consider me my friend? Faced with the three governors' unwavering stance, and the holy aura radiating from them, Tang Xiaoning smiled wryly, and said nothing. Then came the rather cliché topic, about the trade sector. Shizhou lies in the temperate plains of the Central Plains, a region of strategic importance since ancient times. It is a wheat granary, and a hub for heavy industry. Seeing that the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress was running low on ammunition, Long Zhanya suggested trading some heavy civilian machinery for weapons and ammunition. The area surrounding the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress had an ammunition production line. Yelena agreed to continue the fuel and food trade. However, she would bring a construction team next time to help overhaul the defenses of the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress. Zhong Lirui requested dozens of tons of high-quality wheat seed and a stockpile of various metals. Of course, the fertilizer and food trade could continue in the future. Currently, fertilizer is the only thing Ling'an province can produce. By the time the four governors had reached a complete agreement on a coordinated attack, it was already evening. Young man, Long Zhanya called to Zhong Lirui after the meeting. Master, I'm back, Yujiao rejoined. By the way, General Long Zhanya is also the older brother of General Long Weili, who recommended you for governor. General Long Zhong Lirui had great respect for the two veteran generals of the Long family. Just now at the meeting, you mentioned the Qiangdong heavy mortar? What is that? Oh, that one. It's a medium to short-range weapon of mass destruction developed by the people of Ling'an province in their war for survival. A weapon of mass destruction developed by ordinary people? Long Zhanya's eyes widened. Can you take me to see it? Of course. Afterward, Long Zhanya summoned his adjutant, Zhao Pu, and a group of military technical experts from the Taotai, along with Zhong Lirui and Yelena, to return to the Bishi hangar. Inside the hangar, all personnel had already lined up in neat military formations, awaiting inspection by Zhong Lirui and Long Zhanya's group. Long Zhanya carefully examined the weapons in the hangar, multiple 107mm rocket launchers, 1 special operations helicopter, 2 Was-10 attack helicopters, 1 rocket minesweeper, and 5 so-called Qiangdong heavy mortars. Long Zhanya stepped forward to examine the strong attack carefully. After a moment, his expression darkened, and he exclaimed in shock, Major General Zhongli, I've seen this thing in the archives. Isn't it the homemade cannon used by the rebels on the border of the Tang dynasty? Zhong Lirui nodded. General Long, you have good eyesight. It's that thing. Long Zhanya looked at Zhong Lirui seriously, and said the same thing that Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang had said next to him. Major General Zhongli, if you and I weren't comrades, seeing this thing, based on my past, I would definitely lead my troops to destroy you. But let me ask you, why are you using this weapon? I'm in the special zone of Ling'an Prefecture, within a few miles of the city. It's closest to the secret headquarters of Changsheng Life Science Group. It played an invaluable role in the establishment of the East City Special Zone I lead. Its manufacturing and ammunition costs are low, it's durable, powerful, and can be upgraded. Therefore, even though my unit now possesses more advanced weaponry, we continue to use it. Is that so? Long Zhanya softened his tone. I remember when the border rebels of the kingdom of the Tang dynasty used this thing, their accuracy was a complete Schrodinger's guess. How did you improve its accuracy? Zhong Lirui smiled. Expert team, Engineer Li, step out. Engineer Li stepped out and saluted Generals Zhong Lirui and Long Zhanya. Then, with a touch of excitement, He reported to Long Zhanya the various parameters of the enhanced gas tank cannon Strong Attack. The Strong Attack, at this point, was the upgraded version from the extra chapter, equipped with a light tank chassis. After hearing this, Long Zhanya's eyes lit up. What? One shot can bring down a 3-story building? A salvo of 3 cannons can bring down a factory building. So simple and simplistic. A single round costs 500 yuan, nothing. A sheet metal worker can do it with a few welds. Of course, money is useless now. But gas tanks are everywhere in the north. Shock wave radius 30 meters. Fragmentation range 200 meters. A range of 2 kilometers is a bit off, but the firing rate is 1 round per minute. If there are multiple units, that's acceptable. Can it be integrated into the Scout 7 sword drone system? General Long, please calm down. Zhong Lirui hurriedly advised Long Zhanya, his face flushed with excitement. He was truly worried the old general would have a heart attack from his excitement. This thing, especially with its significant shockwave attack, could be very helpful to the northern defenders against the invading Sandworm hordes in the 3 North Shelter Belt area. Long Zhanya clenched his fists and said hopefully to Zhong Lirui, Major General Zhongli, I trade you 2 of the 191mm rocket launchers from the Tao Lai for the 191mm rocket launchers. Is that okay? We like to replicate and produce these too. Furthermore, we intend to use them against any potential beast attacks. Zhong Lirui's eyes lit up. The 191mm rocket launcher had a range of 300 kilometers, allowing it to cross terrain and conduct long-range strikes beyond visual range. He thought for a moment, then said with hesitation this, General Long, the 191 rocket launcher is indeed a powerful weapon. But we in Lingen province can't produce the long rockets for the 191. In fact, we can only manually produce a small number of 107 rockets right now. That's easy. Long Zhanya's eyes flickered with shrewdness. Send me the experts, and give me the complete technology to improve the Qiangdong's fire control system and integrate it with the 7-sword system. I disassemble and assemble one of my 2 107 rocket production lines and send it to you. From now on, you can use the 107 rockets as much as you want. We need to save the 191 long-range rockets ourselves. Deal. Zhong Lirui suddenly thought. With the ability to produce 107 rockets himself, combined with the fuel-air explosives obtained from the trade with the Magic City Fortress, wouldn't it be enough to use thermobaric bombs to clear the way for powerful monsters? What would Yang be afraid of a short or medium range? After reaching an agreement, Long Zhanya returned to the Taotai with satisfaction. Watching Long Zhanya return with such a bang, Zhong Lirui felt a bit puzzled, so he asked Yujia, I find it a bit strange that General Long Zhanya would be interested in a gas cannon. Analysis underway. Master, there's a high probability that this is related to the 13 Tombs Fortress garrison, and the sandworms and giant lizard monsters they encountered in the northern border of the 3 North Shelter Belt Forest. Tell me about it. First, standard weapons, TNT charges, for example, 130mm shells, weigh about 15 kilograms. However, 130mm shells are primarily armor-piercing, not armor-piercing. Explosion. 107 rocket shells only have 1.3 kilograms of explosives. And the gas tank cannon, a single gas tank explosion has the equivalent of 150 kilograms of TNT, equivalent to the power of 3,000 hand grenades. And as General Long said, the 13 Tombs Fortress Army can't produce 191 rockets right now, and every one they use is a missing one. Therefore, the gas tank cannon fills a gap in the 13 Tombs Fortress Army's firepower. More importantly, while some of its performance is a bit lackluster, it doesn't detract from the fact that this powerful weapon is incredibly cheap. That makes sense. Continue. Zhong Lirui nodded. I looked up the battles between the northern frontier defenders and the catastrophic level Shadowman giant lizard monsters and the near catastrophic level death worms. I discovered that the local defenders used artillery, helicopter gunships, and ground positions against them. The results were horrific. Only 4 helicopters remained, each carrying 3 or 4 men suspended by steel cables, and they fled in a panic. The rest were devoured. Huh? Zhong Lirui exclaimed in shock. Are those 2 monsters in the northern frontier desert so terrifying? I guess General Long Zhanya. This time, he's probably planning to use the shockwaves and power of the gas tank cannon to deal with these 2 monsters from the northern border. He should be using the Taohai to meet the enemy this time instead of sending another squadron to their doom. Zhong Lirui nodded. I understand. By the way, Master, remember to trade fertilizer with General Long for coal and ammunition for other weapons. Yujia smiled slyly. If we're using the gas tank cannon, how can we do without fertilizer? Zhong Leroy smiled. Yu Jia, you know my heart so well, haha. Chapter 214. After the three armies spent 4 days in the Xi'ou Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, several thousand survivors and tens of thousands of awakened began a new life. Although the fortress had previously fallen, the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress's granaries were intact, and the food supply was sufficient to support the existing population. As previously mentioned, awakened consume less food than normal people, so the nanobots increased the conversion rate of food into energy. Initially, the few thousand survivors were terrified of the awakened, who outnumbered them 20 to 1. However, after a few days of getting along, the survivors discovered that these ragged, slow-moving, and slurred neighbors weren't difficult to get along with, because they were all communicable and negotiable, and their thoughts and desires seemed far more limited than those of ordinary people. Consequently, large-scale conflicts between the survivors and the awakened did not occur. Gradually, the unwavering determination of both the familiar and the newly joined awakened to return to normal lives touched the hearts of the normal people. The tattered, ragged appearance of the awakened also piqued the sympathy of the normal people. So, some citizens began joining the medical team, taking adequate precautions to sew up the awakened's massive wounds. This treatment, though simple, not only accelerated the awakened's physical recovery but also, to a certain extent, soothed their psychological pain. Some citizens also lent a hand, giving clothes to awakened whose clothes were tattered and falling apart. The citizens' spontaneous actions gradually coalesced into a warm force, warming everyone in need. More and more awakened, their voices hoarse, struggled to say thank you. They finally believed that after the nightmare was over, even though they looked a little strange now, they could still continue to live as human beings. Of course, life now was difficult and required a battle. The live stream from Lingen Prefecture has become a favorite for the people of Xi'ou in their spare time. Survivors and awakened alike though, of course, most awakened have lost or damaged their phones long ago. Tune in to the live stream from Lingen Prefecture's internet celebrity, Mushroom June, takes you to see. At Lingen Prefecture's Awakened University, those recovering exceptionally well, remaining in good spirits, practicing Tai Chi, acquiring life skills, and even using traditional Chinese medicine to heal the meridians in their hands and feet. This stream of information has given this city of the dead, a population of nearly 50,000, immense hope. Seeing the awakened of Lingen Prefecture recover to a level nearly resembling that of normal humans, the people of Xi'ou, both normal and awakened, are amazed and inspired. Arue, are my people watching too? Yelena smiled, observing the Xi'ou residents' fascination. Everyone's preparing to live with them again, that's why they're so enthusiastic, Zhong Leroy said with a smile. Disinian sighed softly, I really admire you governors. Arue Yelena, you know, this is also a sign that civilization is recovering. Of course, civilization isn't completely restored to its past. It's possible it will become a new civilization. Yu Jia smiled approvingly in the data world. A week later, due to renewed reports of death worm activity in the northern border, the elite troops of the 13 Tombs Fortress Army needed to return to defend against any unforeseen events. The Lingen Province Moda Coalition forces also had to return. Of course, the well-armed 13 Tombs Fortress Army left behind tanks and a number of light weapons, enough to arm 500 men. Zhong Leroy also left Assault 5 and 30 gas canister shells for the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, and Assault 3 and 4 for the Taotai, along with 60 rounds of shells. Coincidentally, the convoy transporting the 107mm rocket production line, which Long Zhan had promised to Zhong Leroy, also arrived from the Xinjiang area along the highway. Before leaving, Zhong Leroy warned Long Zhan, General Long, the death worm is a near-catastrophic monster. I know your troops are well-equipped and valiant, but I suggest you bring along the thermobaric bombs used in the 191 rocket launchers. Nuclear missiles are not only useless, but also too powerful and difficult to control. Long Zhanya was taken aback, then nodded in satisfaction. That's a good suggestion. Thermobaric bombs are indeed much more practical than nuclear missiles on a tactical level. And Long Zhanya turned to Yelena beside him, and said, Major General Ekaterina, the basic materials for thermobaric bombs will be. Just look for you, right? Yelena smiled and said, I plan to liberate the nearby industrial zone soon. Once it's restored, each of our war zones will have a stable source of super weapons. Tang Xiaoning scoffed, alas. When it comes to fighting and weapons, I'm truly no match for you. From today on, everyone, we governors are all family. This time, Xi'ou in the Central Plains owes you a huge debt. But in the future, if you need help, our Central Plains Special Zone will do its utmost. After a brief farewell, the heroes of the Central Plains War each departed. The Tao Tai, carrying the mixed armored squadron, headed north, while the Bishi, carrying transport vehicles carrying the 107 rocket production line, headed south toward Lingen Prefecture and the Magic City. As the two warships slowly departed, the defenders on the Central Plains fortress walls and countless awakened citizens cheered and bid farewell to the warriors who had saved them and helped them reclaim their homeland. Countless people pulled out their phones to record this moment. At the front of the farewell crowd was Tang Xiong. Her daughter, Tang Yuan, temporarily accompanied the Bishi. Zhongli Rui and Di Sanyan agreed to equip Tang Yuan with a robotic arm on the Bishi on the return journey. Because the transport convoy's cruising speed was 80 miles per hour, the Bishi, while protecting the production line convoy, did not travel at its maximum speed. Uncle Amao, Tang Yuan asked Amao in a childish voice, "Aren't these robotic legs uncomfortable?" "No, not at all," Amao said proudly. "These legs were made for me by a mysterious master named Sister Zhao. With them, I move like the wind and as swift as lightning." He's being modest. He can even climb walls and fly over rooftops. Lu Shi taunted Amao. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up. "Really? Uncle Mao, you can climb walls and run on rooftops?" "Well, of course not here on a warship, but in the city, it's certainly not that difficult." "Great, great!" Tang Yuan excitedly said, "Uncle Mao, you be my master and teach me how to climb walls and rooftops, okay?" Uncle Mao was stunned. LV Shi, laughing with anticipation. Incidentally, Lu Shi was already imagining Tang Yuan, with her steel claws and mechanical arms, following Uncle Mao's lead on climbing walls and rooftops. Yelena, watching Uncle Mao's funny expression and Lu Shi's gloating expression, couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Rui, your companions are all interesting people." At this moment, Zhongli Rui, who was standing beside him in his great Xia Dragon Sparrow armor, was in guard mode, but not wearing it, shrugged. "Yeah. By the way, how's Anna recovering? The medical facilities on your ship are really good, just like our masters. Anna's speech is just a little slow now. When we get back to Lingen Prefecture, I send Anna to Dean Huang's university. Traditional Chinese medicine nourishes the body, and Tai Chi clears the meridians and restores the limbs. Don't worry, she'll be fine." "Tai Chi?" Yelena's eyes lit up. "It's similar to the West Code I learned." Zhongli Rui was secretly complaining. West Code aims to cause maximum damage and pain with minimal energy and movement. Tai Chi emphasizes the harmony between heaven, earth, and man. At this moment, Liaison Officer Wang Xiaoya stepped forward to report, "Excuse me, governors. There's an emergency at the Magic City Fortress." Yelena suddenly became nervous. "Xiaoya, briefly. Your vocal cords have only just recovered." "Don't worry, Governor. I'm a new human now. I recovered long ago and am fine now." Wang Xiaoya smiled slightly, then said seriously, "Governor Yelena, Wang Xiaoya, and Yelena are close, so..." Also known as a nickname, Governor Cheng Yonghua of the 30th War Zone, Hong Kong and Kowloon City-State, has issued an ultimatum to our 22nd War Zone, the Magic City Fortress. We have 7 days to release Master Jiang Shabaxiang and the wife of the Chief Commander, and compensate them for the deaths of their 6 elite soldiers. Otherwise, it will be considered war. Yelena glanced at Zhongli Rui beside her, then recalled the convoy of 107mm rocket production line equipment transporting equipment alongside the warship. She sneered, "Who gave him the courage to start a war, Sister Liang?" Wang Xiaoya looked worried. "Well, Governor, are you planning to go to war with the Xinghong clan of the Hong Kong and Kowloon City-State Special Zone?" Yelena's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. "Those 2 guards, and you, must not die in vain. I was too busy to settle accounts with him, and now he's come knocking on my door. Rui, I got a massive order for you." Zhongli Rui, What's going on? "I'm hiring your Bishi to help me seek revenge for Xiaoya and my 2 fallen brothers. My goal is to capture the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Zone. I split the war items 4 for 1, and you 6 for 1. How's that for the reward?" Zhongli Rui, He stared at her silently. Yelena was puzzled for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "I see. You want more money, right? How about this, 7 for 1, 3 for 1. Before Yelena could finish. "Ouch. It hurts." Zhongli Rui's head slammed against Yelena's. "What are you doing?" Yelena covered her head, looking at Zhongli Rui with a look of grievance. "What's the population of Dakian now?" Zhongli Rui asked sternly. "Over 100,000, what's wrong? How many ordinary people are there in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Zone?" Zhongli Rui continued his cold question. "Over 30,000, What? Do you want half of Dakian, in this tragic apocalyptic state, to start a war of plunder, huh? Zhong Leroy raised his voice. Yelena instantly understood Zhong Leroy's meaning with this question. She bit her lip and whispered, "So, were the lives of those 2 security guards in vain?" "Not in vain," Zhong Leroy said calmly. "I used my own methods to make Chung Yonghua confess to them. Do you have any plans?" Yelena, after all, had been following Zhong Leroy for some time, learning from him, and she quickly calmed down. "That's more like a major general." Zhong Leroy smiled slightly, then said, "Did you forget we still have 2 trump cards? We have his wife in our hands." "Yes." Yelena slapped her thigh excitedly. Chapter 215. After solemnly promising Zhong Leroy that she would never assault anyone again, Yelena and Zhong Leroy revisited Bamboo Leaf Green Zhou Ting. "Madame Zhou, we meet again," Zhong Leroy said calmly. Zhou Ting recoiled in fear at the sight of Yelena beside Zhong Leroy. She would never forget the pain Yelena had inflicted on her last time, minor injuries, intense pain, and profound psychological trauma. It had even developed a physical stress response. "Don't hit me, don't hurt me. I was wrong, Governor Yelena." No, Governor Yekaterina, please let me go." Zhong Leroy pondered inwardly. Zhou Ting had appeared to have a close relationship with Yelena before, so calling her by a nickname seemed like an old habit. Now, he could somewhat understand Yelena's earlier anger. The person he once trusted had murdered someone truly loyal to him, and who had saved his life. This rage of betrayal, even for someone less temperamental than Yelena, would be unbearable. Yelena said coldly, "Hit you? Governor Zhongli, and I don't have the time. We've been busy saving tens of thousands of people these past few days. How could we have the time to torture a little scum like you?" Zhou Ting was shocked and confused upon hearing this. She thought Zhong Leroy and Yelena had come north to save the Central Plains Special Zone. Looking at their glamorous attire, seemingly in brand new general's uniforms, could it be that they had successfully saved the 15,000 people of the Central Plains Special Zone? "Madame Zhou," Zhong Leroy said, his voice pretentiously profound. "For the past few days, we've been busy with matters in Shizhou, Central Plains. Now that we're done, it's time to settle matters in the south. Speaking of which, your husband has been beating us up these days, demanding we release you and Jiang Shiba." Zhou Ting's expression tightened again. May I ask Governor Zhongli, how do you intend to handle the affairs of the South?" Zhong Leroy stared silently into Zhou Ting's eyes, silent for a long moment. In Zhou Ting's eyes, Zhong Leroy's expression wasn't as sharp as Yelena's. Instead, it was deep and calm. This inability to see through was what she feared most. Zhou Ting's body trembled slightly. She felt an invisible pressure emanating from Zhong Leroy's deep eyes, making it hard to breathe. She struggled to catch her breath, trying to calm herself, but the fear within her surged like a tidal wave, difficult to calm. Zhong Leroy finally spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "Madame Zhou, I know your husband has many titles. One of them is the chief of the Xinghong clan, isn't it?" "Yes." "Governor, what do you mean? So your husband is from a gang. Is that correct?" Zhou Ting was a little puzzled by this, but nodded. Zhong Leroy continued, "Before I took over as governor, I held another title, Joint Chief Justice." Zhou Ting's heart skipped a beat, alarm bells ringing. She thought, "Oh no!" Zhong Leroy continued, "Once upon a time, the leader of the largest gang in Lingnan Prefecture was called Tyne and Offing. He slaughtered towns and villages, looted everywhere, and his men raped, burned, and murdered. My brothers and I wiped him out. Finally, we held a grand trial. With the exception of a few who weren't guilty of rape, I executed all of them on the spot." This time, it was Yelena's turn to look at Zhong Leroy with some surprise. She had always thought Zhong Leroy might be too merciful, but she hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Zhou Ting's forehead was already slightly beaded with sweat. "I heard that the Xinghong clan has a long history." Zhong Leroy suddenly changed the subject. "Several centuries ago, before the Great Qian dynasty was established, the Ming dynasty was destroyed by the peasant uprising of the Das Han. However, before the Das Han was even born, the iron hoofs of the 8 banners of the northeast seized the entire land. I heard that the ancestors of the Xinghong clan vowed to expel the Tartar invaders and restore China. They were a group of passionate men and women who cared deeply about the people of the world." "Yes." Zhou Ting, the incense master of the Xinghong clan, ignored her fear when Zhong Leroy began to recount his own history. She introduced herself. "Governor Zhongli, I told you last time that in peacetime, the Xinghong clan has always supported the authorities and the development of the Pearl of the Orient. Furthermore, my husband, chief leader Chung Yonghua, was forced to take charge of the Hong Kong and Kowloon region after the Pearl of the Orient City authorities completely collapsed, leaving the people leaderless and desperately awaiting their demise. I believe it. Of course, I later investigated. It's indeed true. Zhongli Rui nodded and changed the subject. Do you know what Governor Yelena and I have been doing recently? Didn't you go to rescue the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress? Not only did we successfully rescue the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress, but together with General Long Zhanya of Xinjiang, we personally built a new urban area of nearly 50,000 people, full of hope and a bright future. Zhongli Rui's eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke with pride. Zhou Ting was surprised again. Oh, Governor Zhongli, Governor Yekaterina, you actually have such extraordinary powers? Zhongli Rui, however, dismissed the idea and said, of course, some things didn't go smoothly along the way, and there were some minor missteps. Because of this, I even had to intercept a nuclear bomb. Zhou Ting's mind went boom. Any lingering hope or resistance she had left was completely extinguished. Nuclear bomb, nuclear bomb, nuclear bomb. This terrifying Zhongli Rui, what else could possibly stop him? He can even intercept nuclear bombs. Yu Jia, in the data world, burst out laughing. Master, your ability to confuse concepts and bluff has truly reached mastery level. Mighty Governor Zhongli. I understand what you mean. I will do my utmost to persuade my husband to cooperate sincerely with you, so that the people can live a peaceful and happy life. Zhou Ting spoke with immense humility, not even daring to meet Zhongli Rui's eyes. Zhongli Rui nodded gracefully. Madam, you are indeed a wise person. You should rest for a while. I have my men change your clothes later. Governor Yelena and I will have a good talk with your husband. Okay. Okay. Thank you. After they left the room, Yelena said in disbelief, You can kill people? I thought. You still thought I was some elegant scholar from the great Qian dynasty, dressed in flowing clothes and holding a paper fan? Who only counseled people to be kind. Zhongli Rui looked at Yelena with a half-smile. No, that's not what I meant. Yelena shook her head. But is it true? You killed. In peacetime, my archery was very accurate, but it was just for fitness. But after the apocalyptic crisis, I aimed for the center of a skull so many times I can't even remember. From surviving to gradually building the East City Special Zone of Lingen Province, how do you think I got through it? Zhongli Rui's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Times are different now. With singers like you, like angels of light in the dark night sky, we warriors no longer have to kill so ruthlessly. Before, when you weren't around, my comrades and I, 500 brave warriors, bravely fought against an army of 10,000 zombies to protect the people. Yelena was stunned. At that moment, she looked behind Zhongli Rui, where an energy surged, like a sea of blood and corpses. Truly, I'm so happy for the appearance of these singers, Xinyan and Qiyu Tangyuan. Zhongli Rui looked at his hands. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, but I kill to protect others. I experienced so much this year. Yelena looked at her companion, took a deep breath, stepped forward, kissed him 3 times, and then gently punched Zhongli Rui in the chest. My honored ally, my dear brother, let's save the world and rebuild civilization together. You're no longer alone, are you? Thank you. 77% friendship. Yu Jia smiled. This is the purest heart the mixed-blood Governor General has ever shown. An hour later, in the conference room, Zhongli Rui, dressed in military uniform, and Yelena, accompanied by Zhou Ting, who had been freshly dressed, connected with Chung Yonghua, the chief of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. This was Zhongli Rui's first meeting with Chung Yonghua. The current chief was a shrewd and capable middle-aged man. At this moment, he seemed to be staring at his wife, his eyes gleaming with anger. Are you Zhongli Rui, the one who gave Catherine the sword? Chung Yonghua spoke first, his words slowly tinged with disdain for the young man. Yonghua, don't be rude. These two are both major generals and governors general of the Dacian army. Zhou Ting hurriedly said from the side. Major general? Chung Yonghua then noticed Zhongli Rui and Yelena's clothing, and the Yinglong medal on Zhongli Rui's left chest. At the sight of the Yinglong medal, Chung Yonghua's face even flickered with anger. Boy, I don't know what machine tool you used to grind it yourself. Do you know what the Yinglong medal means? You can cosplay as much as you want. But take that broken piece of metal off of me. Excuse me, sir. In what capacity do you order me to remove my medal? Zhongli Rui found Chung Yonghua's attitude amusing. Although I am the leader of the Xing Hong men, I was also a counselor before the Oriental Pearl City system was completely paralyzed. Don't think I'm easy to fool. The Yinglong medal of the Dacian military is awarded only to heroes who have made exceptional contributions or achieved outstanding military merit. You are unworthy. Really? Zhong Lirui said calmly. All right, since you consider yourself a counselor within the system, then, Counselor Chung, please see for yourself whether I am worthy. Yu Jia quickly compiled 2 video clips. The first showed the fierce battle footage between the Bishi and the disaster-level monster Tianji. The second showed the Bishi intercepting a tactical nuclear bomb, saving nearly 50,000 soldiers and civilians in the Central Plains Special Zone. Yu Jia timely transformed into a 3D hologram and explained, the first section of information relates to Zhong Lirui, then a colonel in the Dacian army, leading a joint force of the Lingnan Prefecture and Modu Fortress resistance forces to destroy the catastrophic giant gelatinous monster Tianji with thermobaric bombs, protecting nearly 20,000 soldiers and civilians in Modu Fortress from the threat. The second section relates to Zhong Lirui, then a colonel in the Dacian army, leading a joint rescue force of the Lingnan Prefecture and Modu Fortress resistance forces to successfully intercept a tactical nuclear bomb accidentally launched dozens of kilometers away in the southern suburbs of Shizhou, successfully protecting the Central Plains Special Zone Fortress and the 3 reinforcement forces, saving the lives of nearly 50,000 people. Lieutenant General Long Zhanye, then Commander-in-Chief of the Dacian Army Xinjiang Garrison, personally promoted Zhong Lirui to the rank of Major General and awarded him the Yinglong Medal. Counselor Chung Yonghua, do you have any questions? Chung Yonghua, shock. His expression was filled with shock. He hadn't imagined that the young man before him was such a battle-hardened warrior with such great achievements. Furthermore, the previous footage of the fierce, sustained firepower during the battle between the Bishi and the Tianji, and the final, decisive thermobaric bomb that incinerated everything, had frightened him. Where had the gang leader ever seen a weapon of mass destruction? Yu Jia noticed that both Zhou Ting, aboard the Bishi, and Chung Yonghua, now in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, had a look of unanimous fear on their faces. After a moment, Chung Yonghua gave a tactical cough, then adopted a respectful expression and said cautiously, Major General Zhongli, how are my men? Zhong Lirui didn't answer, but glanced at Yelena. Yelena had long noticed that Chung Yonghua was as terrified as Zhou Ting, so she stepped in and said, Counselor Chung, your people, as you can see, your wife is fine. Jiang Shabaxiangzu has also had his fangs removed, and is now bored and dazed in his room. The others, when they tried to kidnap me, were all killed, and there's no chance of resurrection. You? Chung Yonghua exclaimed angrily. What do you mean by you? Yelena also lost her temper. I sang in Shizhou, and I brought back the sanity of 40,000 people. I'm a major general now. Show me some respect. Your minions killed 2 of my benefactors, and are trying to kidnap me and Governor Zhongli's wife. Do you think we don't know? We already given them a good deal by just giving them a quick death. Not ripping them into pieces is already quite good. At this moment, Yelena also unleashed the aura of a warrior nation, shocking Chung Yonghua. Sitting in front of the connected screen, Chung Yonghua felt as if 10,000 alpacas were roaring through his mind. He had initially believed Yelena was inexperienced and easy to manipulate, so he planned to send Zhou Ting to help build the Magic City Fortress, then reap the fruits and overthrow Yelena, thereby expanding Xinghongman's control. However, now Yelena has become a ruthless person, and her ally Zhong Lirui is an even more ruthless person, who can even intercept nuclear bombs. His own forces have offended 2 such powerful and terrifying forces, which is a huge problem. Chapter 216. Governor Catherine. Chung Yonghua's voice was low, speaking from the other side of the screen. What do you want? Yelena snorted coldly, her eyes glancing at Chung Yonghua with a cold glint. You attempted to kidnap me and Madame Zhongli, and you even killed 2 of my guards. How do you want this resolved? How do you want this resolved? How do you want this resolved? Yelena glanced at Zhong Lirui, a mysterious smile playing at the corner of her mouth as she recalled his previous suggestions and actions. If you don't want to start a war, then shouldn't you sincerely apologize to our 2 governors? And also, sincerely apologize to your men for killing my 2 guards? Chung Yonghua clenched his teeth and remained silent. As a regional governor, if he rashly apologized to a governor of the same rank in another region, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to his authority and status. This not only affected his personal reputation, but also the prestige and interests of the forces behind him. He knew full well that opening his mouth would be tantamount to telling everyone that he, Chung Yonghua, was at a disadvantage against Ekaterina and Zhong Lirui. However, the current situation left him no room for hesitation. Ekaterina's attitude was unyielding, and clearly not something he could easily deal with. Furthermore, with the powerful Zhong Lirui watching closely, his every move could become an excuse for attack. Chung Yonghua took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew that if he didn't give an answer that satisfied Ekaterina and Zhong Lirui, this conflict would be difficult to resolve. Governor Ekaterina, Governor Zhongli, Chung Yonghua spoke slowly, a barely perceptible hint of compromise in his voice. I'm deeply sorry for this incident. I accept responsibility, and will do my best to compensate you. Governor Ekaterina, do you have any further requests? I heard that Oriental Pearl City was once a renowned jewelry trading city. Now it's the apocalypse, and gold isn't very useful. Because even money is useless now. I simply hope that, since you consider yourself governor, you could make 2 gold martyr medals for my 2 fallen guards as compensation. How about that? You? Why would you go to such lengths? Chung Yonghua couldn't help himself. Yelena, however, remained firm. When the Moda crisis broke out, it was my current liaison officer, along with those 2 guards, who saved my sister and me. Otherwise, I would have become a zombie. To you, they're just ordinary guards. To me, they've been my savior since I came to Dakian. Chung Yonghua was stunned. He hadn't imagined Ekaterina would go this far for 2 guards. In his world, profit was paramount, power was king. Guards were merely tools to protect him. If they died, and new ones were trained. He had never imagined someone would go to such lengths over 2 guards. Chung Yonghua was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he slowly nodded. Okay, I promise. I have 2 gold martyr medals crafted as compensation for your 2 guards. Yelena's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she heard this. She looked at Zhongli Rui with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Governor Zhongli, what do you think? Zhongli Rui smiled faintly. Since Governor Chung has already given his answer, that's the end of the matter. So let's move on to the next matter. Chung Yonghua's face was now filled with a ferocious expression, but he was still trying to suppress his emotions. He whispered, Governor Zhongli, is there anything else? Zhongli Rui, however, spoke calmly and kindly. Governor Chung, I heard from your wife that your daughter needs help. The leader's eyes widened. He glanced at his wife, Zhou Ting, standing to the side of the screen, and saw she nodded. Zhou Ting said, Yonghua, please explain the details to Governor Zhongli and Governor Catherine. They are very kind to the civilians. It's said that Governor Catherine and Madame Zhongli awoke tens of thousands of zombie-like people in Shizhou, Central Plains, with their singing. Let's ask them for help. They can save Weiwei. They can save our daughter. Chung Yonghua's expression instantly grew complicated upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Zhongli Rui to mention his daughter, Weiwei, at this moment. Weiwei, the precious daughter, who had always been the apple of his and Zhou Ting's eye, was now locked behind iron gates, transformed into a zombie. Countless nights had he sat behind the iron gates, listening to his daughter's screams and shedding tears, powerless to do anything. It was precisely for this reason that his wife, Zhou Ting, volunteered to try to kidnap Yelena and Disenyan. Governor Chung, what are you hesitating about? Zhongli Rui's tone remained calm. What are your conditions? Chung Yonghua asked coldly. You mean saving your daughter? Isn't that what we're talking about? Chung Yonghua frowned. Zhongli Rui smiled bitterly. You mean, what's the price to save your daughter? Come on! Chung Yonghua said impatiently. Go ahead. My special zone, after all, has a larger population than the 2 of you combined. What do you want? Just tell me. Anything I have. It'd be fine. Nothing, Zhongli Rui said flatly. Huh? Yelena beside him exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Ting covered her mouth in surprise, tears welling in her eyes. Are you sure? Chung Yonghua's expression was incredulous. Are you sure you're willing to save my daughter? All I have to do is ask you. That simple? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What do you want? How could you possibly be so willing to save my daughter? What are you planning? Our adult affairs have nothing to do with the child. Zhongli Rui's voice remained calm. You're married, and you have a daughter. I'm married, and I have a daughter too. I heard from your wife about your daughter's situation. Saving her is our duty. Now that we have the singer, and we already saved tens of thousands of people in Shizhou, your daughter wouldn't be a big deal. On the screen, Chung Yonghua lost his composure. His portrait grew enormous. Everyone knew he had suddenly grasped the laptop screen, overcome with excitement. How could this be? So if I just pleaded sincerely with you, the brave Governor Zhongli, you'd be willing to save my daughter. I done so much, and several of my brothers have died. This is a sin. Across the screen, Chung Yonghua fell into confusion and deep self-doubt. Seeing this, Zhong Lirui couldn't help but grumble. Honestly, Governor Chung, the way you and Governor Yelena initially sought help was deeply flawed. What? Chung Yonghwa's head lit up with a huge question mark. To save your daughter, you initially considered kidnapping Yelena and my wife. And Yelena, in her attempt to save her father, initially planned to drug me, sleep with me, control me, and blackmail me. You too. Why do you both like to play dirty right from the start? Can't you just talk nicely and ask for help? Puff. This time it was Zhou Ting's turn to nearly burst out laughing. Yelena and Chung Yonghwa's expressions matched this time, both looking embarrassed, as if their legs were broken. Zhong Lirui shook his head at their vacant expressions and quietly asked Yujia, can singing through a video phone awaken zombies? Master, the database shows that Madame Xian, the strongest singer with a synchronization rate exceeding 98%, can. Madame Xian singing was heard by Miss Chen Xiaoyu through the Xiaofeng armor surveillance system. Even while poisoned by the VX nerve agent, she experienced a 20-year increase in her maximum lifespan. Therefore, it can be concluded that Madame Xian singing is effective. Whether other singers whose brainwave synchronization rates aren't as high also have this effect remains to be investigated. Okay, I understand. Well done. I appreciate your caution, Zhong Lirui said with a smile. Thank you, Master, Yujia said happily. Across the screen, Chung Yonghwa said impatiently, Governor Zhongli, Brother Zhongli. Is there anything I need to prepare to save my daughter? You're doing this. Zhong Lirui then gave Chung Yonghwa some instructions. Chung Yonghwa's eyes lit up after hearing this. Qingmu Hall. Suzaku Hall Master, listen. Yes. Chief, what are your orders? Put on protective gear, find a few people, and bring the young lady here. Also, we need high-quality public sound equipment, quick. Yes. Chief. Zhong Lirui immediately contacted Di Xinyan. Xinyan, come here, we need your help to save someone. 5 minutes later, Di Xinyan arrived at the conference room. Seeing Di Xinyan approaching and preparing to sing remotely to save her daughter, Zhou Ting pretended to kneel before Di Xinyan again. Madam Zhou, don't be like this. My husband is right. There's no reason to save a child. Madam Zhongli. I'm so ashamed. Faced with Di Xinyan's open-mindedness and selflessness, Zhou Ting felt humiliated. Across the screen, Chung Yonghwa and his team were already frantically preparing. Several hall masters, accompanied by their sturdy subordinates, wearing bite-resistant suits similar to those used at police dog training bases, tightly restrained the frantic, zombie-like Cheng Weiwei and brought her to the camera. Zhou Ting saw her daughter again, feeling inexpressibly distressed. Daughter, bear with it a little longer, it'd be over soon. At that moment, a spherical drone flew out from the ship and hovered in front of Di Xinyan. Madam, you can use this as a microphone to amplify your voice, Yujia explained considerately. Ha Yujia, that's so thoughtful. Thank you. When everything was ready, Di Xinyan began singing into the spherical drone's loudspeaker. Shanghai Bund, one of the 10 most classic Cantonese female pop songs. The familiar, moving melody slowly echoed through the conference room, reaching the ears of Chung Yonghwa and his team, as well as Cheng Weiwei's now zombie-like ears, through the videophone. The singing seemed to carry an indescribable magic that made the originally violent and restless zombies' movements gradually slow down, and the red light in their eyes began to fade. Zhou Ting watched her daughter's transformation through the screen, tears streaming down her face with emotion. Chung Yonghwa was also stunned. He hadn't expected Di Xinyan's singing to have such a miraculous effect. He looked at Zhong Lirui, his eyes filled with gratitude. As the song continued, Cheng Weiwei's eyes finally cleared up. She looked at the crowd before her, a bewildered and confused expression on her face. Dad? Hall Master? Uncle? What am I doing? She asked hoarsely. Weiwei. My daughter? Chung Yonghwa couldn't help but rush over to hug his daughter, but was held back by the Hall Master beside him. Master, be careful. Suzaku Hall Master warned. Governor Zhongli just said to hold you back. The young lady has recovered, but the zombie virus concentration is still high. You get infected if you hold her carelessly. Chung Yonghwa realized what was happening and immediately stopped. He then personally stepped forward to check on his daughter from a distance. Seeing his daughter finally recover, Chung Yonghwa felt a huge sense of relief. He looked at Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan on the screen, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Governor Zhongli, Madam Zhongli, thank you. You saved my daughter and our entire family. Chung Yonghwa said, his voice choking with sobs. Governor Chung, you're welcome. Zhong Lirui smiled and shook his head, but then his eyes sharpened again. This time, you did it for my daughter. But if you dare to go after my wife again, I wouldn't dare. Chung Yonghua chuckled, then said seriously, Governor Zhongli, Madam Zhongli, I owe you a great debt. With that, he shouted to the crowd, Xing Hongmen, all of you, bow. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Yonghua and all the Xing Hongmen Hall masters, incense masters, and brothers present bowed solemnly to Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan on the screen. At this moment, Yelena proudly said to Zhou Ting, who was still visibly overcome with excitement, This is my master, Madame Zhongli, Daqian's most powerful singer. Zhou Ting stepped forward and, like the rest of the Xing Hongmen, bowed to Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan with the traditional Jianghu salute. Governor Zhongli, Madame Zhongli, your kindness will never be forgotten. Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan exchanged a smile. Chapter 217. After the episode where Chung Yonghua's daughter, Chung Weiwei, successfully regained her composure through remote singing therapy, the atmosphere in the conversation between Chung Yonghua, Zhongli Rui, and Yelena became noticeably more relaxed. While Chung Yonghua was now clearly inferior to the two, at least they had saved his daughter's life. On that basis, many other matters became less significant. In the following moments, Zhongli Rui and Yelena began discussing trade matters. So, may I ask, what products are being produced in Lingyan Prefecture right now that are worth trading? Zhongli Rui gave a mysterious smile, then calmly said, Fertilizer. Chung Yonghua was stunned, then a flicker of interest flashed in his eyes. Fertilizer? Yes, fertilizer. Governor Chung, you and I are both governors guarding a region and protecting the people. So, if we work hard to increase grain production, fertilizer is a good thing. Governor Zhongli Rui, you're right. I heard you're a technical expert. So, are you interested in sugar? This time, it was Zhongli Rui's turn to have his eyes light up. He then remembered that Oriental Pearl City, located near the Guangdong and Guangxi regions, is in the tropics and a sugarcane producing region. Therefore, it produces sugar. Sugar. In wartime, it's an absolutely crucial strategic commodity. Finally, after some bargaining, the three of them reached a preliminary framework for trading fertilizer, sugar, and other commodities, including fuel. Governor Chung, now that we've reached an agreement, I will escort your wife and your men to the Magic City Fortress. I believe the plane they're planning to take them home should still be there, right? Zhou Ting, who was nearby, suddenly felt awkward. Chung Yonghua gave a dry laugh. That's fine. Okay, then I trouble you, Governor Zhongli. By the way, Governor Zhongli, how did you find the singer? Chung Yonghua looked at Zhongli Rui expectantly. To be honest, there are still hundreds of thousands of zombie-like citizens wandering the city of Oriental Pearl. Zhongli Rui naturally understood what Chung Yonghua meant, but, to be honest, the singers he encountered were all lucky chance encounters, completely random. It's a matter of chance. All the singers I met were discovered by chance. If I had to point out their characteristics, I can only point out two. First, the singers are all women. Second, the singers' voices embody positive energy and can awaken the zombies. Is that so? Okay. Indeed, if the singers were that easy to find, the world's crisis would have been averted long ago. No, even if there were singers, the speed of rescuing the citizens wouldn't be too fast, Zhongli Rui said seriously. Why? Governor Chung, in order to provide enough food for the citizens, you still need your fellow fishermen at the docks, right? If there are so many more mouths to feed, won't they have to be fed as well? Chung Yonghua finally realized. That makes sense. Suddenly, the head of the White Tiger Hall ran into Chung Yonghua's office, looking panicked. He whispered something to him. Chung Yonghua's expression suddenly changed. He then suggested ending the call. Sorry, Governor Zhongli, Governor Catherine, let's talk next time. I have urgent matters to attend to. Go ahead. Yu Jia had already hacked into Chung Yonghua's computer and set the eavesdropping function to maximum. After the line was disconnected, Yu Jia whispered, Master, Chung Yonghua's subordinates report that a giant white monster, half of its body rising from the sea, is 20 meters tall and is attacking the fishing docks. Data shows that the water depth in the port area between Hong Kong Island and the Jushanlong Peninsula in Oriental Pearl City is approximately 17 meters. This giant white monster could be up to 40 meters tall. It must be a catastrophic monster. Giant white monster? After Chung Yonghua left the room, his daughter, Chung Weiwei, who had just regained consciousness, seemed to hear the commotion in the port area due to her super hearing. Dad? Where are you going? Weiwei, rest well at home. The hall master, incense master, and uncles will protect you. Dad is the chief leader, and the governor. The people are in danger. Dad can't hide behind. A glint of determination flashed in Chung Yonghwa's eyes. Dad, don't go. It's that monster. That monster. That killed me. Chung Weiwei, seeing her father about to confront the white monster head-on, became anxious. Now that she regained consciousness, she naturally remembered that it was the white monster that attacked the port that day that injured her, and later succumbed to her wounds, transforming her into a zombie. Wait at home. Mom's on her way home. Chung Yonghwa steeled himself, turned around, and left with a few others. Dad! Chung Weiwei screamed. She wanted to cry, but couldn't. Her tear ducts hadn't fully recovered yet. White Tiger Hall, all sharpshooters, head to the nearby buildings. Conserve your ammunition and try to find weak spots. Remember, 1 person per building, don't crowd in groups. Those at Shanghai Park, bring out the park's fireworks, and try to lure the monsters to less crowded areas. King Longtang, take the automatic howitzer in the warehouse, get on the helicopter, and follow me. Chung Yonghwa shouted orders as he donned his bulletproof vest and police helmet. When Chung Yonghwa, along with the elite King Longtang troops, arrived at the fishing boat dock in a helicopter left behind by the former TV station, carrying a howitzer, the white monster was already roaring and approaching. Screams erupted again on the dock, and people fled in panic. The brothers from the Xinghongmen Jiahutang, trembling with pistols and crossbows, tried to fight back. Brothers, don't fight on the dock. Get ashore, fight from hiding. Run! Chung Yonghwa shouted through a loudspeaker. Yes! Chief! Here comes the chief! Nearby, high up in the building, the brothers from Hongshuntang brought large fireworks, and set them off one by one from the flanks, trying to distract the white monster. But the white monster seemed unmoved. It approached the harbor, grabbed a fishing boat, and tore it apart. Where are you? Japanese. When it checked for the fishing boat, finding none, it flew into a rage, grabbed the broken boat, and threw it towards the shore. The broken boat struck the houses on the shore with a loud crash, sending up a cloud of dust. The people below, seeing the monster possess the incredible strength to tear and fling the fishing boat, screamed and fled in all directions. People on the shore were trampled and injured. Back of the house, lead the evacuation of the crowd. Stop fighting. Chung Yonghwa shouted anxiously, grabbing the radio. He then signaled to the Qinglong Hall master, who was manning the howitzer beside him. Ah Chi, fire a few shots at this monster to draw it away. The howitzer, using his .40 caliber rapid-fire howitzer, began firing at the white monster's spindle-shaped head. The white monster's flipper-like ears pricked up, and it turned. Several grenades struck its chest and head, sending sparks flying. Gaw! The white monster roared angrily, grabbed the other half of the fishing boat, and hurled it fiercely at the helicopter. Dodge! Dodge! Chung Yonghwa shouted. However, the helicopter's tail was unfortunately struck by the wreckage of half the boat. Damage to the helicopter's tail rendered its rudder useless. The helicopter began to lose control, swaying in the air. Chung Yonghwa's face paled, and he clutched the handrails tightly, trying to remain calm. Ah Chi, keep firing. Don't let it get any closer. Chung Yonghwa shouted, trying to steer the helicopter. The howitzer continued to roar, shells exploding around the white monster, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. However, the .40 caliber grenade struck the monster, leaving only smoke but no damage. It roared angrily, and continued to advance toward the trembling helicopter. Quick! Find a place to land. Chung Yonghwa shouted anxiously. The pilot searched for a suitable landing spot, but the surrounding buildings and trees seemed too dense for a helicopter landing. Just then, Chung Yonghwa spotted an open space and immediately shouted there. Land there. The pilot quickly adjusted course and flew toward the clearing. However, at that moment, the white monster suddenly accelerated, leaped onto the dock, grabbed a large wooden box, and threw it at the helicopter again. Dodge! Dodge! Chung Yonghwa screamed, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the helicopter was hit again, instantly losing control and plummeting. Chung Yonghwa and his fellow Qinglongtang brothers were thrown from the cabin, tumbling through the air and screaming in terror. The white monster continued to roar. The helicopter crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, due to the angle, the helicopter did not explode. In this life-or-death situation, Chung Yonghwa, now lying on the soft ground nearby, suppressed the fear and pain. He quickly drew his pistol and fired at the white monster. At the same time he shouted, "Brothers, don't give up. Spread out and fight with me." The surviving Qinglongtang brothers nearby also drew their weapons, and began to fight back against the white monster. But the pistols were completely useless against the monster. At this moment, the White Tiger Tang snipers inside the building began firing at the monster's eyes and face from all directions. At one point, Chung Yonghua realized the monster's eyes were incredibly hard. The 7.62 caliber rifle bullets fired by the White Tiger Hall snipers were actually deflected by the monster's eyes. But thanks to the sniper's assistance, the white monster's attention was distracted, and the surviving helicopter crew members on the ground quickly and completely hid. Supported by his fellow Qinglong Hall members, Chung Yonghua cast a helpless glance at the massive white monster as it continued its rampage, then followed the others into a nearby building. To the horrified eyes of the Hong Kong and Kowloon residents and the Hongmen heroes, this snow-white, bipedal monster stood a staggering 40 meters tall. Its hands and feet were webbed, its mouth was enormous, and the arrangement of its teeth was surprisingly human-like. Surprisingly, its blowhole was not in its nose, but on its back. Much like a whale. It had a long, complete dorsal fin on its back, and its hands were long and sturdy. When it lowered its hands, its palms rested on its knees. The monster stood on the shore, gazing at the city and its surroundings. It didn't attack the humans again. No. No. Ah! Where are you? Japanese, the monster suddenly roared to the sky. The voice, judging by the tone, was surprisingly female. William Tianzuan today, I, Kun Dao, will slay demons and monsters for the human world. Female Taoist nuns call themselves Kun Dao, while male Taoist priests call themselves Qian Dao. Male Taoist priests usually call themselves Pin Dao. Note that Pin Ni is a nun's self-proclaimed name. On a nearby hill, a Taoist nun, approximately 29 years old, tucked her whisk behind her and raised a World War II-era, wooden-handled, Third Reich issue 12.7 caliber anti-tank rifle. She aimed at the white monster's eye. Evil beast! Stop harming the human world. The young nun, with a glare on her face, pulled the trigger. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out. The 12.7 caliber rifle struck the white behemoth's right eye. At that moment, the white monster inadvertently turned sideways. The bullet missed its right eye, but it knocked off 2 scales near it. Caw! The white monster angrily punched a nearby building. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You two-legged beasts! Where did you hide it? Japanese. Everyone stared blankly at that pitiful building, the target of the monster's wrath. After a long moment, the white monster seemed to realize it couldn't find what it was looking for. Without a word, it retreated back into the sea, leaving the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region in ruins. Master. According to intercepted information, the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region has just been hit by a catastrophic monster invasion. Comparing data, it appears to be waste from a former secret biological experiment in the Kingdom of Ria. A mutant of Edo Bay Waste number 14 Ning In. This catastrophic monster stands 40 meters tall and possesses terrifying strength, capable of grabbing fishing boats with its bare hands, shredding them, and flinging them. Radio transmissions from the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, XAR, during the recent battle, as well as surveillance footage from nearby buildings still online, indicate that Ning In appeared to be searching for something after landing. However, it still inflicted heavy casualties on the XAR. Xing Hongmen's leader, Chung Yonghua, had previously led his brothers in battle against Ning In, and his helicopter had been shot down. What? So what happened to Chung Yonghua? Zhong Lirui asked nervously. After all, Chung Yonghua had just signed a trade agreement with him. If he died, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Master, he's not dead, Yujia continued to report to Zhong Lirui. The monster doesn't seem to have found what it was looking for, nor is it continuing its search. It just suffered some mysterious attack and, after venting its anger on a nearby building, it furiously lashed out before temporarily retreating. Furthermore, testing has revealed that this monster possesses intelligence and can speak Japanese. It's looking for something. Zhong Lirui pondered. Chapter 218. After the white Ning In retreated, Chung Yonghua, clutching his injured left arm, led the remaining Qinglong Tongko brothers out of the building. Master, 2 Qinglong Tang brothers died on the plane, the pilot and the gunner. The other 4 were all injured. 3 White Tiger Tang sniper brothers were injured, and 1 is missing. Missing? Chung Yonghua frowned. The place where those brothers were ambushed was repeatedly struck by the monster, and part of the floor structure has been fused together. 12 brothers from the back hall of the house on the dock were injured, and 15 died. 104 civilians were injured, and 69 died. This time, the White Ning In attacked, and the Special Administrative Region, which he had worked so hard to restore with his brothers and the citizens, suffered over 200 casualties. The entire Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region has a population of just over 30,000, and so many Tang brothers and citizens were killed or injured at once. Damn it! Chung Yonghua hammered hard on the wall of a nearby building with his right hand. Immediately organize personnel, treat the wounded, reassure the civilians, and at the same time, increase security. After calming down a bit, Chung Yonghua whispered an order. The brothers from the surrounding Qing Long Hall and the brothers from the White Tiger Hall, who had already descended from other buildings, sprang into action, some treating the wounded, some reassuring the civilians, and still others increasing security. Chung Yonghua turned his head and saw the damaged howitzer on the helicopter. He suddenly felt that his previous order to increase security seemed so feeble and powerless. This wasn't the first time the white monster had attacked. Its previous attack on the dock had severely injured his daughter. The current tactics used by the brothers from the Qing Long Hall, Jiaho Hall, and White Tiger Hall to fight the monster were actually planned by him and several other hall masters. However, today, facing the destroyed helicopter and howitzer, and the heavy casualties among his brothers and the civilians, he once again felt a profound sense of powerlessness. If the monster attacks again, will his emphasis on heightened vigilance really work? He fell into a long silence. At some point, he hopped on the radio and contacted the leader of the Azure Dragon Hall. Get ready again, I need to contact again. I need to speak to Governor Zhongli. Yes, Chief. As Chung Yonghua and his fellow Xing Hongmen brothers cleaned up the aftermath of the monster rampage, a figure with a sage-like demeanor found her way to the Xing Hongmen headquarters with familiarity. She was dressed in a Cyan Taoist robe, a whisk draped in her left hand, but slung across her back was an old Third Reich anti-tank rifle from World War II. She also had a military-issue 7.62 caliber pistol strapped to her waist. The guards from the Xinghong sect saw her and, instead of trying to stop her, greeted her respectfully. Master Wu Himiai, you're here again! You come at a truly inopportune time. Just now, a monster attacked, and the leader led the brothers to fight it off. Willian Tianzuan, Jingxian muttered his name, then said, I just fought that evil creature myself. Where's your young lady? Master, you arrived just in time. Your young lady is so happy today. Jingxian recalled her nominal disciple, who had recently transformed from a serious injury, and felt a pang of sadness. She had personally sent off the other sisters and brothers, who had similarly transformed into zombies, at the Taoist temple where she practiced. In her youth, she had been a female military leader in the Dacian army. It was only after her husband betrayed her, and had an affair with her cousin, which ultimately led to, that she chose to enter the Buddhist monastic life. Chung Weiwei was introduced to her by Chung Yonghua after 6 years of training. Her master had a long-standing friendship with the Xinghong clan. What good could possibly happen to Weiwei? You really should give her a happy ending. Jingxian ignored the guard's excited expression and spoke to himself. Master, the young lady was brought back to her senses by the singing of a singer from Ling'an Prefecture. Now, she won't attack anyone else. She recognizes each of us. Are you telling the truth? Is there really a way to restore sanity? Jingshuan's hand, gripping the whisk, was trembling. Master, why would I lie to you? I'm so excited. My mother in Wanchai is saved now. The guard's face was filled with excitement. Jingxian ignored the guard's mumbling and walked straight into the high-rise building to find Chung Weiwei. She saw her pale skin, yet her eyes now held a gleam of reason. Master! Chung Weiwei called out with a strained, trembling voice upon seeing Jingxian. The word master completely softened Jingshuan's heart. Only then did she truly accept the reality that her disciple's sanity had truly returned. She quietly lowered her hand, which had been resting on the pistol. In truth, she had come today to give her disciple a quick death. Fool! You suffered. Jingxian looked at Chung Weiwei with an indescribable pity. She was about to step forward and stroke her hair when a brother from the nearby Qing Long Hall warned her, Master Jingxian, do not touch the young lady. After rescuing her, Governor Zhongli of Ling'an Prefecture specifically warned that although the young lady has regained her sanity, the concentration of the zombie virus in her body remains high. Ordinary people like us could still be infected and turn into zombies if we touch her carelessly. Be very careful. Governor Zhongli Rui? Jingxian muttered the name, thinking of the warning he had left behind, and nodded slightly. Well, judging by these few words of advice, this distant governor seems to be a responsible man. Okay. I will listen to him. Afterward, Jingxian carefully inquired about Chung Weiwei's condition, maintaining a distance. Soon after, Chung Yonghua, wounded and wrapped in gauze, returned to the living room. Dad? Dad? Ah. You're hurt. Ah. Chung Weiwei burst into tears upon seeing her father return injured. However, her tear ducts hadn't fully recovered, so she couldn't cry yet. Chung Yonghua quickly consoled her. Weiwei, Dad's fine. Jing Xian, looking at Chung Yonghua, whose head was bandaged and whose left hand was in a splint, sighed with similar emotion. Master, you suffered? Looking at her daughter's master, Chung Yonghua sighed. Alas, Master Jing Xian, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Today, I returned home in a crushing defeat. Jing Xian shook her head. Master, this beast is as big as a mountain. No ordinary person can defeat it. You don't have to blame yourself. Chung Yonghua thought for a moment, then used his right hand to pull up a video on his phone. No, Governor Zhongli of Ling'an Prefecture. He's a master at slaying demons. Jing Xian took a closer look. It was footage of the fierce battle between the Bishi and the Tianji gelatinous monster. Oh! The Linganzhou army actually possesses such formidable firepower? Jing Xian was stunned by the intense battle footage on her phone, but then a doubt crossed her mind. Will Zhongli Rui be willing to save Oriental Pearl City? Chung Yonghua looked at his daughter and sighed softly. A few days ago, this man participated in the battle to save Shio in the Central Plains and saved tens of thousands of people. Later, he rescued Weiwei without asking for any reward. I believe he agreed. Then, Chung Yonghua contacted Zhongli Rui again. When Zhongli Rui saw Chung Yonghua, bandaged and splinted, on the screen, he was speechless for a moment. Governor Chung Yu. Zhongli Rui's voice was tinged with surprise and concern. Although he had known of the heavy damage to Chung Yonghua's unit from Yu Jia's report, he hadn't expected to see Chung Yonghua, the leader himself, so badly injured. Chung Yonghua gave a wry smile and briefly recounted the battle with the White Ning Inn. After hearing the account, Zhongli Rui also shared the basic information Yu Jia had gathered about the monster. Governor Chung, according to our intelligence, the monster that attacked your port and special zone is most likely a product of the abandoned biological research project of the Ria Nation. Waste number 14, codenamed Ning Inn. Furthermore, according to the data, there are more than one of these monsters, composed of multiple biological genes and cancer cells. More than one of these monsters? Chung Yonghua's face suddenly changed upon hearing this. Zhongli Rui's voice was firm, with unquestionable seriousness. Yes, Governor Chung. According to our intelligence, this monstrous creature called Ning'en not only possesses powerful strength and regenerative abilities, but is also extremely difficult to completely eliminate. Worse still, according to intelligence gathered by our AI, due to an experiment going out of control, 2 discarded test subjects, codenamed 14, escaped from Edo Bay. These 2 Ning'en are of different genders, 1 female and 1 male. I learned from the surveillance footage on your on-site building that the one that attacked your special zone was the female Ning'en. It seems that this female Ning'en was searching for her companions, not attacking you. However, even so, the damage she caused is unbearable for mortals. Chung Yonghua's face, already pale from the blood loss from his injuries, turned even paler. After finally calming himself, he spoke earnestly. Governor Zhongli, on behalf of the entire people of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, I formally request assistance from your Linganzhou army. Please save the people of Oriental Pearl City. As for rewards, I'm willing to give you whatever I have. Zhongli Rui waved his hand and said, Governor Chung, it's awkward to talk about rewards at this moment. We're already trading partners. If you're in trouble, I naturally come to your aid. My warship is currently escorting Governor Yelena back to the Magic City Fortress. We'll be back in Magic City in about 3 hours. After sending Governor Yelena back to Magic City, I returned to Linganzhou. After spending 3 hours restocking my weapons and ammunition, I sailed to Beishitu. We support you. During this time, you must prioritize your own safety. If Ning'en emerges from the sea again and attacks the shore, remember, retreat and save your lives. Hold on until we arrive. Do not engage her again. Without warships and heavy firepower, engaging her will only lead to your own death. Chung Yonghua nodded repeatedly. Okay. Then. Thank you so much. Zhongli Rui solemnly emphasized, Governor Chung, you must remember this. If that monster attacks again, your lives are paramount. As long as you're alive, anything can happen again. Hold on until we arrive. Chung Yonghua nodded again. Okay, we definitely remember this. Stay alive. The call ended. With Zhongli Rui's assurance of rescue, Chung Yonghua's tense expression finally eased. Jing Xian, standing nearby, thought to himself, this Zhongli Rui, seeing him today, he certainly has the demeanor of a local patriarch. After hanging up, Chung Yonghua, despite his own injuries, held an emergency press conference for the entire city. He informed all surviving residents of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region that the region was now in a state of emergency. Everyone was urged to make every possible effort, temporarily evacuate the coastal areas, and be prepared to evacuate in the event of a monster attack. Aboard the Bishi, Zhongli Rui met Yelena and a group of officers for an emergency meeting. Yelena, the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region is under attack by a disaster-level monster, and the situation is critical. I will escort you back to the Magic City Fortress. We will then proceed to Ling'an Province for supplies before departing for the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region for rescue. Yelena frowned upon hearing this. After a quick discussion with Wang Xiya and General Liao, he said to Zhongli Rui, Governor Zhongli, our Magic City army has made a decision. Saving Xiao is a rescue, and saving Oriental Pearl City is also a rescue. We won't be returning to the Magic City Fortress yet. You should go directly to Ling'an Prefecture for supplies. This will save you 3 hours. Zhongli Rui was greatly surprised. But then, he chuckled inwardly. Of the so-called Magic City Fortress army, the most useful one is the singer Yelena. The rest are just a visiting group. Yelena's point did make sense, though. If they weren't sent back via Dieter, they could indeed save 3 hours. Which is indeed crucial from a tactical perspective. Okay, we Ling'an Prefecture. The Magic City Coalition forces will go together to rescue the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region this time. That's more like it. Yelena smiled. Ling'an Prefecture, Chen Xiaoyu's villa, underground laboratory. Now, conduct startup tests. Activate the Juzi microelectromagnetic reactor. Golden Crow Wings battlesuit flight system. Conduct unmanned hover test. Fire control weapon module, normal. External weapon module, normal. Dashya Dragon Sparrow battlesuit virtual docking successful. Laser missile interception system, activated successfully. Mirage stealth system, activated successfully. Golden Crow Wings, all systems online. Shanghai Divine Sword, accompanied by a small swarm of cross-country drones, activated successfully. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyu pushed up his high-tech glasses and smiled at his sister, Qin Xiaoyao, who was acting as his assistant. Well, not bad, sister. This is my favorite toy, huh? Sister, is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? Qin Xiaoyao complained. Qin Xiaoyao continued to speak to herself. Oh, by the way, I also treated this thing to protect it from thermal radiation. That way, I won't have to worry about that foolish Governor General taking on a thermobaric bomb again. Qin Xiaoyao, looking at the Golden Crow Wings before her, specifically crafted to complement the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow battle armor, significantly surpassing the Albatross in all aspects, Qin Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This was the extra power she and her sister had created for their sworn brother. Chapter 219. 3 hours later, the Bishi arrived at the Ling'an Prefecture East Special Zone Maintenance Area. As soon as the Bishi docked, Qin Xiaoyao immediately contacted Zhong Lirui. Brother, you're back? Did your trip north go smoothly? Well, it's hard to put it into words. By the way, the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Zone in the 30th War Zone, Oriental Pearl City, has urgently requested assistance from us. The Bishi will need to resupply in 3 hours, and then continue its journey. Huh? You and your sister-in-law are leaving right after returning from the expedition? Zhong Lirui said nothing more, instead showing Qin Xiaoyao an image of Ning'an. Look. A catastrophic monster like this is threatening over 30,000 surviving citizens over there. As the Governor General and a Major General, how can I sit idly by while the people cry out for help? Qin Xiaoyu, who was listening nearby, winked at Qin Xiaoyao. Brother, let's put this together. My sister and I have made you new enhanced equipment while you were away. Send my good niece, Xiaofeng, and the royal guards to deliver it. It'd be perfect for your trip to War Zone 30. New equipment? Zhongli Rui was stunned. Yes, this equipment works with the royal guard's armor, the black mechanical Dark Guard armor, and your special Dashya Dragon Bird armor. It's equipped with the electromagnetic reactor my sister and I developed, so you don't have to worry about running out of power. It lasts until you're physically exhausted, hee. Zhongli Rui's pupil suddenly lost focus. Are you serious? You even developed an electromagnetic reactor. Actually, the reactor on the Bishi is already miniaturized and optimized compared to the reactors on older nuclear submarines. We've simply taken it a step further. Okay. Xiaoyao, you and your sister are truly geniuses. Zhong Lirui explained with emotion. However, he then realized something and said, somewhat angrily, Xiaoyao, You're spying on me again, just like your sister-in-law did last time, aren't you? Brother. We're concerned about you, not trying to harm you. Qin Xiao blushed. Zhong Lirui said generously, Xiaoyao, using my authority as governor, I authorize you and Sister Xiaoyu to establish a department to systematically monitor the interior of the Bishi and the battlefield situation in real time. Qin Xiaoyao was incredulous. Brother, you want us to regularly monitor you and the troops? Indeed. Since you're monitoring, you should be aware of the rebellion Madame Zhou Ting launched during the journey, right? Zhong Lirui nodded, his tone sincere and serious. Xiaoyao, I have always trusted you completely. So I leave my back to you. Qin Xiaoyao was stunned, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, then nodded firmly. Brother, don't worry. I do a good job of monitoring and ensure the safety of you and the troops. Furthermore, I continue to research new technologies and equipment with Sister Xiaoyu to provide you with even more support. Zhong Lirui smiled with relief. Okay, I'm relieved to have you here. Well, I arranged for Xiaofeng and the personal guards to come and receive the equipment, and we set off immediately. Well, brother, be careful on your journey, and make sure you return safely, Qin Xiaoyao instructed. After the call ended, Qin Xiaoyu, watching his sister's excitement, teased, TSK, Xiaoyao, you hold such a high position in his heart. It seems that, besides Sister Xinyan, the person he trusts most in this world right now is you. He's my brother, Qin Xiaoyao said with a sigh, clutching her hands over her heart. My most important brother. All right, Qin Xiaoyu smiled. Is it my sister's turn to protect our eldest brother's back? Qin Xiaoyao smiled. Sister, please. You're much more capable than me. Qin Xiaoyu said proudly. You have good taste. 45 minutes later, Xiaofeng arrived at Qin Xiaoyu's villa with 2 armored vehicles and a transport truck from her personal guard. Xiaofeng, take your sisters and remove the modular heavy machine gun from the armored vehicle. I apply the optical camouflage stealth coating to the exterior and install it on the nose of the Golden Crow wing. It can be used directly from now on. Okay, Auntie, second Auntie. Xiaofeng saluted the two. Seeing her clone call her Auntie, Qin Xiaoyu smiled wryly, and then told the personal guards to begin their intense work. Another hour later, Yujia felt Qin Xiaoyu's call. Yujia, Golden Crow Wings Drive, connecting to the grid. Second miss received. Meanwhile, Zhong Lirui was at the anchorage, nervously directing the engineers and logistics staff to load ammunition onto the Bishi. Replenish 48 rounds of gas tank ammunition. There are only 2 left on the attack. Bring all the 107mm rockets aboard. Sidukong, Major General Zhongli. All? Zhong Lirui said calmly. Now there's a production line for 107mm rockets. Are you still worried about running out of stock? Sidukong smiled wryly. Yes, I'm used to living frugally. This is the first time we had ammunition production back. Also replenish the heavy machine gun ammunition for the attack helicopters. Zhong Lirui pondered. By the way, reduce the special forces by half, and bring up the sniper rifles with the remaining personnel. Yes. General Zhongli, this is preparation for targeted attacks against monsters, right? Yes, Chief of Staff Situ, Zhong Lirui nodded. According to intelligence, Governor Chung of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region led a group of community fighters similar to light infantry to fight against Ning'an, using pistols, fireworks, and regular caliber rifles, with disastrous results. Against monsters of this level, sniper rifle ammunition is only barely enough to penetrate armor. Situkong pondered for a moment and said to the logistics team, equip the snipers with specialized armor-piercing ammunition. Specialized? Zhong Lirui raised an eyebrow. Yes, Situkong pushed his glasses. The charge of the special ammunition is much larger than standard ammunition. It's specifically designed for anti-tank use. Hearing the word specially for anti-tank use, Zhong Lirui nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Chief of Staff, execute it. Also, sir, take me with you on this rescue of Oriental Pearl City. Okay, prepare some protective gear for yourself and get aboard when you're ready. If you can, call your son and say goodbye. How is he recovering? Thank you for your concern, sir. Situkong nodded gratefully. He and the defenders are recovering well. They only stutter occasionally. The boys are in high spirits. That's good. Zhong Lirui smiled knowingly, remembering the recovery method Huang Yuan had developed. He still remembered the huge black pot used to boil the medicine at Jinshan. He never imagined that the prescription Huang Yuan and Dr. Chow had developed would one day become a hope for recovery for the people. Master, would you like to personally inspect the equipment the second young lady developed for you? The Golden Crow Feather Flight Kit for use with the Great Xia Dragon Bird Battle Armor? Okay, I return to the warship first. No, Master. Please keep 3 meters clear. Zhongli Rui was puzzled by this, but he nodded. He then gestured to Sitakong, as well as the guards Tsuna and Tingsha, to move 3 meters away. Master, please open your hands. Zhongli Rui, dressed as a major general, thought for a moment before hiding the Yinglong medal in his uniform pocket. Then, he opened his hands. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the Great Xia Dragon Bird Battle Armor, which had remained invisible nearby, uncloaked itself, stepped forward, and opened, automatically enveloping Zhongli Rui. As the armor's visor closed, a golden light illuminated where the eyes should be. Master, please relax. Everything will reconnect automatically, Yu Jiao warned. Execute, Zhongli Rui said with a smile from his armor. The Great Xia Dragon Bird Armor's leg ejector suddenly activated, kicking up a huge cloud of dust before launching it 15 meters into the air. At this moment, the optically invisible Golden Crow Wings flight suit automatically extended its robotic arms and docked securely with the Great Xia Dragon Bird Armor's backdocking mechanism. Oh! Everyone on the ground, save Tongue Snake and Suma Su, exclaimed in admiration. After the docking was complete, Zhongli Rui took a moment to familiarize himself with the controls and exclaimed, "This is even more fancy than the transformations in the special effects movies I used to see as a kid. I thought it would feel like flying a fighter jet, but it feels more like a flying saucer. What are the Golden Crow Wing specifications and maximum speed?" Master, the Golden Crow Wing has a maximum speed of 330 miles per hour, subsonic, slightly faster than current attack helicopters. Currently, the Golden Crow Wing is armed with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun in the nose with 200 rounds of ammunition, 6 1-meter class dual-purpose air-to-ground micro-missiles with a range of 2 kilometers, and a laser missile interception system capable of intercepting current rockets and air-to-air missiles. Can the laser missile interception system be used actively? Zhongli Rui inquired. Passive use is the interception system. Active use is the laser cannon. Yes. Master, I will add a new mode of use. Also, Master, the Golden Crow Wing also carries a small swarm of Shanghai Divine Swords accompanying drones. Is it similar to the 7-sword system? Master, it is much more powerful than the 7-sword system small drones. Simply put, everything the 7-sword system's drones can do, the Shanghai Divine Sword drones can do. Anything the 7-sword system can't do, the Shanghai Divine Sword can do. The system can do it too. Okay. I want to fly around, try my hand, and see my hometown, Lingnan Prefecture. Understood. With Yu Jia's response, the Golden Crow Wings flight suit, carrying Zhongli Rui, slowly ascended into the air, accelerating in an instant and quickly entering cruise mode. Zhongli Rui deftly controlled the Golden Crow Wings in midair, savoring the new experience the suit brought. He looked down at Lingnan Prefecture below, familiar scenes passing before his eyes: the Great River, the East City Special Zone, the North City University of Technology area, the Jinshan area, the ruined Jiangnan Gymnasium, the Bondao Bridge, and the distant West Lake on the edge of the old city. Watching himself soar over his hometown, an indescribable sense of pride welled up in his heart. Excellent! Zhongli Rui exclaimed. Xiaoyao and Xiaoyu, what a surprise! After circling in the air for a few times, Zhongli Rui decided to return to the Bishi. He maneuvered the Golden Crow Wings and landed steadily on the warship's deck, drawing cheers from the surrounding soldiers. Zhongli Rui emerged from his armor, a satisfied smile on his face. He glanced at Sitakong and his guards, who were waiting nearby, and said, "With the Golden Crow Wings, our combat effectiveness will be significantly enhanced. Get ready. We depart for the 30th War Zone immediately." Sitakong and the others sprang into action, making final preparations for the warship's departure. Soon after, the Bishi started up again, roaring and slowly sailing away from the port of Linganzhou City, heading towards the unknown battlefield. Aboard the warship, Zhongli Rui stood in the command room, gazing at the road ahead, his heart filled with determination. He knew this battle would be extremely difficult, but with the combined efforts of Xiaoyao, Xiaoyu, and all the warriors, they would surely overcome all difficulties and safeguard the peace of this land. For the people, for our homeland, we must win. Zhongli Rui silently chanted in his heart, his eyes gleaming with determination. In Chen Xiaoyu's villa, watching the Bishi embark on another expedition on the surveillance system, the two sisters silently prayed, "Go, our brother, Our Great Hero. Chapter 220. The Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital was now in chaos. The previous battle with Ning In had injured many civilians and members of the Xing Hong Min. Everyone in the hospital was desperately working to treat the injured. There were medical personnel, Xing Hong Min personnel with medical knowledge, who came to assist, and one person's presence caught everyone's attention. She was none Wahimei, Jing Qian. Embracing the principle of saving lives in troubled times, and witnessing the devastation left in the special administrative region after the monster attack, Jing Qian, who had a military background and had served as a medic, did not hesitate to join the medical team and assist in the rescue. At one point, Jing Qian was so exhausted that she was almost staggering, but a helping Qing Long Hall brother quickly steadied her. "None, please rest. I hold you up for a while." Will Yan Tianzun. "Thank you." Jing Qian then walked to a room that had once been a storage room to rest. She pulled a chair for herself, preparing to rest. Suddenly, several silver, seemingly high-end boxes in the room caught her eye. She noticed that they seemed to have built-in refrigeration systems, connected to a nearby power source. Jing Qian immediately approached to investigate, and suddenly discovered that the boxes were all covered with bright biochemical symbols. The seal of one of the boxes seemed damaged. As Jing Qian approached, it unexpectedly opened automatically. Under the fluorescent light, Jing Qian could clearly see the contents of the box. It was a large, organic organism enclosed in plexiglass. It looked like a piece of flesh. Furthermore, on one side of the flesh, she could see thick white skin and scaly tissue. Also, although the flesh was sealed in the plexiglass container, the moment the box opened automatically, she still smelled an indescribable odor. As a former female soldier, Jing Xuan's intuition immediately flashed back to the scene she'd seen through her scope during a previous battle. The corner of the white monsters, I had been injured by her anti-tank rifle. How similar were the scales to the thing before her, and, as a former anime fan, she could understand Japanese. "Where are you?" "Oh no!" Jing Qian was horrified in the room. She immediately rushed out, trying to find someone from the Xinghong sect to contact Cheng Yonghua. But to Jing Xuan's horror, the monster's earth-shattering roar echoed again from the distant sea. "Damn it!" Jing Qian gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. That monster must have smelled this. Oriental Pearl City, 50 kilometers east of the ocean, on the bridge of the Xiangui. "Wife, are you sure?" Chen Jingquan's expression was filled with shock, his mouth hanging open. "I'm certain. The Cerberus project on Lake Ontario is related to the Rhea biological project, specifically the 14-1 and 14-2 wastes. According to logistical information, before the apocalyptic zombie crisis, 14-2 waste was captured by the Dacian Navy off the coast of Oriental Pearl City and dismembered. Parts of its tissue, particularly the head and brain, were shipped in batches to the Biological Project Laboratory in the Lake Ontario region of Gale Country. Do you know who the high-ranking military official who issued this order was?" "Who?" "The one who gave the order to White Rose." "What?" Chen Jingquan stared at the 3D holographic projection of his wife, remembering what had happened to his eldest daughter, and was instantly enraged. "Don't be angry," Bai Lingqin soothed. "You already gotten your revenge." "What? What?" "Your plan of revenge, with no regard for scope or target. During the Blue Star Purification Plan, the heads of state and senior military officials bore the brunt of the attack. Shortly after the crisis erupted, your enemies were infected, driven mad, and transformed into zombies. According to information, the commander of the garrison who came to the rescue, Long Zhanya, was the captain of the Tao Tai. Upon seeing these high-ranking officials transformed into zombies, he ordered his men to blow their heads off. Is that so? Chen Jingquan's momentum deflated, and he shook his head bitterly. But the story isn't over yet. Bai Lingqin pulled up the data. According to the data, not all of the tissue from waste number 2, the 14th dash, was transported to Gale Country. Some of the sealed boxes were left in the storage room of the Hong Kong and Kowloon SAR Central Hospital, and weren't transported in time. Chen Jingquan's eyes widened. So waste number 14, Ning In, repeatedly attacks the Hong Kong and Kowloon SAR because, probably to retrieve her husband. I checked the data, and this Ning In is female. The two Ning In that escaped were a pair of male and female. Suddenly, Bai Lingqin became nervous. This is terrible. Many people were injured in Ning In's previous attack and are currently receiving treatment at the Hong Kong and Kowloon SAR Central Hospital. And the tissue containing waste number 14, Ning In, is... The box containing the second sergeant is right there. If that blind man opens it, Ning In will attack the hospital filled with wounded. Ah Kuan, let's get to the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Chen Jingquan asked doubtfully. According to the intelligence, hasn't Zhong Lirui's Bishi already set off? Honey, not only do we have to protect the people in the hospital, we also have to get the remaining boxes of tissue samples from waste 14-2. I have a hunch this stuff is connected to Project Cerberus. Okay. Chen Jingquan then waved his hand. Kuan Lu, go to the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. Prepare my original battle armor, mechanical black guards, and stealth special operations helicopters. Oh, and equip the Peregrine Falcon 3 and 4 heavy drones with a black mechanical guard each as a backup. Keep Peregrine Falcon 5 for me. Yes, Mr. Chen, Kuan Lu agreed respectfully. But just as he finished speaking, Kuan Lu sounded the emergency alarm. Alert, alert, disaster level monster 14-1 Waste Ning Yin reappeared in the waters off the coast of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. Judging from its trajectory, its target is the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital. It's expected to arrive and attack the hospital in 20 minutes. Chen Jingquan took a deep breath and asked coldly, Kanluo, how long will it take for the Bishi to arrive? The Bishi is currently approaching at cruising speed, 200 kilometers away, about 2 hours. Wife, that guy is close to you. Ask him for help on your behalf. I lead the team first. Take Peregrines 3 to 5, and the stealth transport helicopter, and go and detain that big white creature. We be flying at about 240 miles per hour, faster than the turtle. Support me with long-range artillery fire. Okay. Be careful. Chen Jingquan then addressed Kun Luan. Kun Luan, install extra ammunition packs on the original battle armor and the black-clad mechanical guards accompanying them in flight mode. Also, upgrade all troops' grenades to incendiary ones. Fragmentation armor-piercing rounds are of little use. I only give you 5 minutes, hurry. Yes, sir. 6 minutes later, 3 Peregrine Falcon heavy drones, carrying Chen Jingquan's original armor and 2 other black-clad mechanical guards, formed a makeshift fighter formation from the turtle and took off, heading straight for the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region Central Hospital, 50 kilometers away. Following them were 2 special operations helicopters that had been rendered invisible mid-flight. The bridge of the Bishi was underway. Yu Jia suddenly called out, Master. Madame Bai Lingxin is urgently contacting. Accept. The next moment, a 3D holographic projection of Bai Lingxin appeared on the bridge. Governor Zhongli. I know you're on your way. Emergency. Ningen has appeared again. What? Everyone on the bridge was horrified. When Bai Lingxin explained that she would dispatch 3 makeshift fighters manned by black-clad mechanical guards, actually Chen Jingquan and 2 drones, with 2 special operations stealth helicopters omitted, to stop Ning In, Zhong Lirui's expression became very complicated. Auntie, thank you for your hard work. I rush over as soon as possible. However, even the fastest the Bishi can get here will take 2 hours. Yu Jia then said, Master, if you activate Super Jet mode, the Bishi's speed can double to 200 miles per hour. However, after 1 hour of use, the reactor will temporarily enter a low-energy state, limiting the Bishi's maximum speed to 50 miles per hour for 30 minutes. Furthermore, if the electromagnetic cannon is needed at this time, half of the ship's normal facilities will need to be shut down. Execute? Execute! Zhong Lirui said to Bai Lingxin without hesitation. Auntie, hold out for half an hour. I be there as soon as possible. Okay. After the call was over, Zhong Lirui thought rapidly for a moment before saying to Yu Jia, hurry over here at 200 miles per hour. Prepare the Great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor and the Golden Crow feather set. Rui, don't mess around. Di Xinyan panicked upon hearing Zhongli Rui was about to go into battle, forgetting to use the official title. Zhongli Rui continued, also, Qin Feng Jian attack helicopters number 1 and number 2, ascend to the deck and form a fighter formation with me. We proceed at a cruising speed of 300 miles per hour. Di Xinyan's tone softened slightly when she heard that Zhongli Rui was leading a fighter formation. Captain Zhongli, I understand your anxiety, but isn't this plan a bit risky? Dean D, don't worry. The fighter formation and I aren't going head-to-head with Ningen. Zhongli Rui then spoke to the sky. Yu Jia, in a moment, closely monitor the surveillance footage on me and the fighters. Find the right angle, use the electromagnetic cannon's main gun, and give this troublesome giant a taste of his own medicine. Yes, Captain, leave it to me. This. Wang Gang and Lu Shi's expressions dawned on him. Oh! Commander Zhongli, you're using the fighter formations as scouts, and the Bishi's electromagnetic cannon for long range, Surgical-like precision sniping? That's right. There's no other way. Ningen is approaching the city, and there are buildings everywhere that might be inhabited. I don't dare use 191 long-range rockets or thermobaric bombs. Even the electromagnetic cannon has to be angled carefully. What if it injures civilians? Furthermore, the powerful weapons on our ship are incredibly powerful. If we're not careful and hit a civilian, we'd be wiped out. Zhong Leroy looked helpless. Fighting a monster in an urban area is like embroidery. You have to be as careful as you can. Now I understand how hard those big guys from the M78 Nebula feel when they fight. Wang Gang smiled wryly and nodded. Sir, your concerns are well-founded. While the 191 missile has excellent accuracy, even as a commander, I wouldn't dare order a firing strike in an urban area. The density of tall buildings and people in Hong Kong and Kowloon is too high. Your approach is sound. After listening to Wang Gang's explanation, Di Xinyan finally understood Zhong Leroy's intentions and said with a wry smile, All right. Commander Zhongli, be very careful. Don't worry, if you can't defeat me, I just go invisible. Zhong Leroy spread his hands. Isn't that what Xiao Yao and the others made me this stealth flight suit for? 6 minutes later, Zhong Leroy, wearing the Golden Crow wingsuit and 2 attack helicopters, headed straight for the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. After everyone had prepared for collision avoidance, the Beishi entered jet-accelerated cruise mode. At that moment, everyone inside the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital was in a state of panic. Screams, wails, and chaos filled the air. Jing Xian was holding onto the radio to urgently contact Cheng Yonghua. Master, I think I know why that white monster keeps attacking the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. It's probably after those boxes with biochemical markers in the storage room of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital. Inside these boxes, there might be the body parts of its companions. At this moment, Cheng Yonghua, who was in the Xinghongmen headquarters, heard the news, and a mouthful of blood welled up at the corner of his mouth. He weakly raised his head and asked the Qinglong Hall Master, Governor Zhongli, how long will it take? Master, you weren't feeling well just now. I returned Governor Zhongli's call. Qilong Hall Master said, as he helped Cheng Yonghua to his feet. Master, Governor Zhongli said 6 fighter jets will arrive in about 20 minutes to help. But they can only hold the monster back first. Additionally, 2 warships will arrive in about an hour. Governor Zhongli told us to prioritize evacuation and saving our lives. He will follow the fighter jets. Upon hearing the news that 6 fighter planes will arrive in 20 minutes, Cheng Yonghua's face instantly regained some color. He thought for a moment, then gave the order, send the most skilled motorcyclists. This is a mess, and only motorcycles can get through. Send them to meet up with Nun Mei Wuha at the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital. Grab the boxes, leave the hospital, and drop them off in a less crowded area before escaping. The monsters are targeting those boxes. We have to buy the citizens some time. Hold on for 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, Governor Zhongli's fighter planes will arrive. In an hour, as long as Linganzhou's warships arrive, we can put this monster to death. Yes, Chief. I arrange for them. And Cheng Yonghua gripped Ah Wen's upper arm tightly with his right hand, his eyes as hawk-like and stern as he spoke. Tell the brothers who are carrying out the mission that from today on, they are my brothers. If they die, I swear to take care of their families forever. For those of their family members who have been transformed into zombies, I promise to ask Governor Zhongli to transform them back. Also, I will apply for the Dragon Medal for them. If anyone survives and makes the greatest contribution, I will promote him to Incense Master. Go! Yes. Yes. Chief. Ah Wen, the leader of the Qinglong Hall, replied forcefully. Ah Wen took 2 steps forward and bowed to Cheng Yonghua. Chief, I will lead the team myself. I used to be the king of takeout delivery in Yaomati. My sister, who has been transformed into a zombie, is imprisoned in my room at home. Please, Chief. Take care, Chief. With this, Ah Wen, the leader of the Qinglong Hall, left with a hearty laugh. Cheng Yonghua stretched out his hand with a serious expression. Chapter 221. The leader of the Azure Dragon Hall quickly summoned his most trusted brothers from the past. Brothers, think carefully. If you accept this mission, you'll be chased by monsters. One hit from that 40-meter tall monster will leave you utterly annihilated. Those who don't want to go, leave now. Those who don't want to leave, drink this glass of wine with me. Don't worry, I will never send my brothers to their deaths. This time, I be the first to lure the monster away. The first brother at the head of the line glanced at and suddenly said, Brother One, Can you share that bottle of Coke in your office? We can brew wine now, but we're out of Coke. Drink that Coke, and I go through fire and water with you. Awen glanced at the brother, and suddenly laughed heartily. Okay. Okay. Let's drink together. The 5 brothers from the Azure Dragon Hall, White Tiger Hall, Jiaho Hall, and Qingmu Hall drank their Cokes, and picked up their motorcycle helmets. Amidst the roar of their engines, several men braved the turbulent flow of the crowd, heading in the direction of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital. 8 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital lobby. Jing Xian and several of his brothers from the family were already waiting there. Brothers, it's time to show off your skills. Awen gazed at the boxes on the floor, his eyes determined and his face fearless. Brothers, pick up the boxes and then spread out. Yes. But then, in the distance, Ning Ying grabbed a minibus and hurled it towards the hospital entrance. The minibus fell to the ground and continued to slide forward, destroying the trees along the roadside, destroying the hospital's outer wall, and slamming into the entrance to the hospital's outpatient hall. Several of the brothers' motorcycles were smashed, and 2 of them exploded. Under the shockwave and debris, 2 of the brothers in the hall, who were preparing to take action, were seriously injured. Awen and Jing Xian, sweating coldly at the scene before them, watched. I kill you, big monster. Awen cursed. Jing Xian, seeing this, coldly said, Master Awen, take the brothers and the boxes and run out the back door. Once you're out, spread out, and find an open space to drop the boxes. That way, the monsters won't attack the central hospital. I go to the roof and buy you some time. With that, Jing Xian shouldered her World War II vintage anti-tank rifle. Okay, Nun, take care. Forget the injured brothers. You two follow us? Awen called to the 2 brothers beside Jing Xian. Yes, master. Jing Xian reached the roof of the hospital at top speed. By then, the roaring Ning Ying was only 300 meters away. Inside the alleyway of a nearby building, White Tiger Hall brothers were periodically using their rifles to ambush Ning Ying. This time, the White Tiger Hall brothers had learned their lesson. They didn't snipe from inside the building, but instead stayed in the alley. In case something happened, they wouldn't be trapped inside the building, unable to escape. Jing Xian raised her anti-tank rifle and prepared to fire. Suddenly, she felt a gust of air beside her. Then, several metallic footsteps approached eerily. Instinct prompted Jing Xian to draw her pistol and aim it in the direction of the strange movements. Bai Lingxin, through the surveillance cameras of the black-clad mechanical guards, was watching the Taoist nun preparing for battle. She thought for a moment, and gave the black-clad mechanical guards a command with her mind. Several black-clad mechanical guards uncloaked, and then the one in the front row saluted Jing Xian and called out in a robotic voice, Brave resistance fighters, we are the robot warriors led by Governor Zhongli Rui. Please lower your weapons. Jing Xuan's expression immediately flickered with confusion, but the muzzle of her pistol was already pointed skyward. Female warrior, we will now engage in a sniping engagement against the monsters. Please be safe. With that, several black-clad mechanical guards took their respective combat positions on the rooftop and extended the barrels of their rapid-fire howitzers, aiming at Ning Ying in the distance. Oh! A 40 caliber rapid-fire howitzer? Seeing this, Jing Xian felt a surge of relief. She sheathed her pistol and returned to her sniper position, raising her anti-tank rifle. She considered these robots, like herself, pointing their guns at the monsters, friendly forces. After all, they were so polite, and their firepower far outweighed hers. Just as Jing Xian prepared to fire, 2 bursts of flame appeared on Ning Ying's back. A moment later, a large burn mark appeared on Ning Ying's back. Jing Xian was stunned. Neither he nor the robots around him had opened fire. Who could this be? Then, 3 strange fighter jets flew overhead, answering Jing Xuan's question. 3 fighter jets. Jing Xian exclaimed excitedly. The fleeing citizens, and the White Tiger Hall soldiers, skulking in the alleys and shooting from behind, cheered at the sight of the fighter jets and the explosion on Ning Ying's back. Jing Xian, not even bothering to fire, picked up the radio and contacted Cheng Yonghua. Chief, Governor Zhongli's fighter jets have arrived and are engaged. Okay. Cheng Yonghua's face flushed with excitement, and he immediately grabbed the radio and broadcast on all channels, all halls. Xianju, all brothers, the mission has changed now. Evacuate the citizens. Be careful. Everyone cease fighting. Find a place to hide, as far away as possible from the vicinity of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital. Leave the fighting to Governor Zhongli's troops. Yes, Chief. All the Xing Hongmen members responded in unison. Zhong Lirui and the helicopter, still 2 miles away, picked up the radio and were somewhat amused when they heard the news. The troops currently engaging Ning and were actually sent by Madame by Lingxin aboard the Turtle. However, today, the two families were only temporary allies, so it was okay to be wrong. At the back entrance of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital, Awen and several other Xinhongmen soldiers were carrying boxes marked with biohazard symbols. Just as they were about to leave, several black-clad mechanical guards, led by Chen Jinquan in his original armor, materialized and stopped them. "Who are you?" Qinglong Hall Master On and several of his brothers raised their pistols warily. Chen Jinquan was about to explode when Bai Lingxin's voice rang out, "Husband, calm down. Just give a military salute and tell them to citizens, get out of here. We take care of this thing, and they give it to you. They even think of you as Zhong Lirui's rescue team." Chen Jinquan felt a surge of frustration. He was actually acting in Zhong Lirui's name. But since there was no need to fire, he ordered the black-clad mechanical guards around him to stand in line. Then, facing Qinglong Hall Master On, they all shouted in unison, "Brave citizens. We are Governor Zhongli's troops. It's too dangerous for you to carry out this mission with your flesh and blood. Leave the box to us, and you can get out of here." Upon hearing this, On and the others, though skeptical, were somewhat convinced by the well-organized formation and the mention of Governor Zhongli. They exchanged glances, nodded, and decided to believe it. "All right, I leave it to you." On and the others handed over their boxes and quickly retreated toward a safe area. But after just 2 steps, On and his men ran back to the hospital. "Brother One, what are you doing?" The 2 brothers beside him asked in confusion. "Have you forgotten? 2 of our brothers were injured in the attack at the gate just now, and they're still standing there. How could we abandon them and run away?" The others exchanged glances and nodded. "Brother One, you're so kind. Stop flattering us. Let's go save our brothers." "Yes." Chen Jinquan and the black-clad mechanical guards took the box and immediately turned and left. At the corner, he and the black-clad mechanical guards quickly regained their stealth mode, activated their ejection and 3D maneuvering mechanisms, and returned to the transporting stealth helicopter. "Master, the scan revealed a damaged box. The monster is likely following the scent of this damaged box." Chen Jinquan pondered for a moment, then handed the damaged box to one of the black-clad mechanical guards, and summoned the Peregrine Falcon 5 heavy drone to dock with it. "Fly slowly, and lure the monster away from the street." "Yes, Mr. Chen." The black-clad mechanical guard obeyed, took the slightly damaged box, connected it to the Peregrine Falcon heavy drone, and began to lure the enemy. Ning Yin, who was suffering from the guasha attack all over his body, quickly noticed the damaged box and roared to the sky, "Ah!" It angrily ripped up a steel streetlight pipe and, using it as a weapon, began swinging it at the fighter planes in the air. The 3 Peregrine Falcons, with their maneuverability, deftly dodged each swinging attack in midair. Ningan's missed attack struck the curtain wall glass of a nearby building. Large shards of glass crashed down with a resounding crash, and the street suddenly became a dazzling speck. The black-clad mechanical guards atop the hospital also began providing support fire. Incendiary grenades struck Ning in, sending up showers of sparks. Hiding in a stealth special operations helicopter, Chen Jinquan contacted Kun Luan. "Kun Luan, why don't you fire the electromagnetic cannon in support? Shoot Ningan's head." "Master, Ningen is currently on the street. Behind the beam axis is the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital building. With the penetrating power of the main electromagnetic cannon, the shell will penetrate Ningan's body and hit the hospital building. This crazy, weird-headed monster is so stupid in this position." Chen Jinquan cursed in Linganzhou dialect in anger. Number 5. Continue to lure the enemy into the harbor. Executing. Number 5. The black-clad mechanical guard dodged Ningan's increasingly violent attacks while attempting to lure him in the opposite direction. After enduring countless minimally damaging, yet highly insulting scraping attacks, Ningan's rage finally reached a breaking point. He grabbed several motorcycles from the ground and first aimed at the Peregrine Fighter number 3 in the sky. Chen Jinquan's pupil shrank. Not good. The Peregrine Fighter number 3 was unfortunately hit by the high-speed motorcycle, causing a massive explosion in the air. The blast instantly illuminated the night sky, and fragments of the aircraft fell like a meteor shower, sending sparks flying across the street. Ningan's fury didn't subside. He grabbed another car and flung it toward the roof of the distant hospital building. The black-clad mechanical guards opened fire. One grenade hit the incoming car, but it failed to stop it. The high-speed car smashed into the hospital roof. One of the 5 black-clad mechanical guards atop was severely damaged. 3 fled in all directions using their 3D maneuvering gear, and 1, maneuvered by Bai Lingxin, shielded Jing Xian from the flying debris and rubble. Thank you. Jing Xian was about to say thank you when he realized the heavily damaged, electric-spraying armored visor had opened, revealing no one inside. The fighting on the street continued. At some point, the number 5 black-clad mechanical guard and the peregrine fighter, which had been decoyed, were struck hard on the wing by the steel pipe of the streetlight in Ning'an's hand. The out-of-control fighter jets plummeted toward the side of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital. In an emergency, black-clad mechanical guard number 5 abandoned the peregrine fighter and, using a 3-dimensional machine, forced the shattered body of the aircraft to land on the hospital roof. Then, it fell silent. Jing Xian was horrified to find the slightly damaged box at her feet. She turned to see an enraged Ning Yin, already holding a street lamp, charging towards her. My life is over. Jing Xian closed her eyes in fear. But then, at some point, a voice echoed within her. To think of the people is to live for the great Tao. That was the teaching her master, Master Liaofan, had once given her. She suddenly opened her eyes, and looked at the box with the biochemical symbol, her gaze becoming determined. The young Taoist nun dropped her anti-tank rifle, grabbed the box, and, with all her might, began to sprint across the rooftop. Chen Jingquan's eyes narrowed. What's this little girl trying to do? She wants to jump out with the box, distract the monster and prevent it from attacking the hospital building directly. This Taoist nun is truly benevolent and righteous, Bai Lingxin explained. Jing Xian clutched the box and, with all her might, leaped into the air, taking a leap of faith. As Jing Xuan's figure unfolded in the air with incredible grace, a fighter jet suddenly uncloaked and spun rapidly past behind her. The armor attached to the fighter jet, in the nick of time, firmly grasped Jing Xian with both hands. Jing Xuan's eyes suddenly opened, staring at the dark armor with golden markings that held her, stunned. The armor's face opened, revealing a young yet resolute face. Jing Xian even felt that the man before her seemed younger than herself. Master, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you very much, benefactor. May I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Zhongli Rui, the governor of Ling'an Prefecture and Major General of the Dacian Army. Chapter 222. At that moment, Jing Xian felt Zhongli Rui's iron arms tightly embrace her, and her heart trembled. But the tension quickly brought her back to her senses. Moreover, she was still holding a hot potato. The remains of a monster. Governor Zhongli, this box may contain the remains of a fellow monster. That white monster is likely chasing this thing. Jing Xian told Zhongli Rui as succinctly as possible. In fact, at this moment, Zhongli Rui was having Yujia scan the information on the box in Jing Xuan's hand. Her words immediately made Zhongli Rui's eyes stern. Master Jing Xian, thank you for your information. I will immediately get you to a safe place nearby. Give me this box, I will distract the monster. The monster is now on the street, and my warship dare not use long-range fire support. Okay, Your Excellency, Governor Zhongli, please take care. Jing Xian thought about the monster that had just shot down 2 fighter planes, and a look of worry crossed her face. Don't worry, Zhongli Rui smiled confidently, then closed his visor. He sped up, landing on a rooftop a mile away. After lowering Jing Xian to the ground, he grabbed the box with his robotic arm and began closing in on Ning Yin. Ning Yin, sensing the presence of the box, roared, "Despicable human! Return my husband to me!" Japanese, Yujia translated the monster's roar in real time. This box actually contains the remains of Ning Yin's husband? Zhongli Rui pondered as he flew. Master, focus. Ning Yin's reflexes are sharp, and his projectiles and throws are a significant threat. I know. Missiles 1 and 2. Launch. A cautious Zhongli Rui immediately deployed the most powerful weapons on his flight suit. 2 missiles streaked through the sky like lightning, heading straight for Ning Yin. Seeing the incoming missiles, Ning Yin crossed his arms, shielding his vitals. Missiles 1 and 2 struck Ning Yin's scaly arms, sending up a shower of sparks. Damn human. Despicable human. You deserve a horrible death. Ning Yin roared, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Master, I detected that Ning Yin's regeneration rate, while not as fast as Tianji's, has still reached C2 level. Zhongli Rui's heart sank. This guy is a formidable opponent. Looking at the radar screen, Zhongli Rui saw only 3 friendly forces left. King Fengjian 1 and 2 attack helicopters, and the remaining heavy unmanned combat aircraft, similar in design to his own Golden Crow wingsuit, dispatched by the Xiangui, still maintaining operations in the air. The stealth helicopter carrying Chen Jinquan and the other black-clad mechanical guards was in stealth mode, undetectable by radar. Yujia, fetch Madame Bai Lingxin, as well as Blue Blade Swords 1 and 2. Zhong Lirui said after a moment's thought. After connecting with his wingman and Bai Lingxin, Zhong Lirui quickly outlined his plan. Friends, colleagues, please cooperate with me and lure Ning'an back to the sea near Xiangwan Harbor. Once Ning'an is at sea, both the Bishi and the Xiangui can use long-range firepower to engage this monster. Bai Lingxin agreed, good idea. But Governor Zhongli, you're carrying a monster flesh sample, so be careful. The peregrine fighter wouldn't be able to withstand Ning'an's throw just now. Your Golden Crow Wings flight suit is probably in serious trouble too. When Chen Xiaoyu was developing the Golden Crow Wing suit, Bai Lingxin actually provided considerable assistance. Much of this assistance included the Peregrine Falcon drone's body data. Don't worry, I be careful. As he approached Ning'an, Zhong Lirui didn't waste his missiles. He looked at Ning'an's enormous eyes, and came up with an idea. Yujia, activate the laser cannon attack mode and shine it into Ning'an's left eye. The laser cannon's light instantly blazed, firing directly at Ning'an's left eye. Ah! Damn human! Japanese, Ning'an, his eye damaged, roared in fury. Yujia sighed inwardly. This use of the laser missile interception system was truly unexpected. Ning'an roared in pain, his hands covering his left eye, his body trembling violently. Master, the attack was effective. Ning'an's left eye has been temporarily blinded. Do we need to continue blasting his right eye? We're attacking like this to provoke him, making him chase us faster, rather than blinding him and causing him to attack indiscriminately. Roger that. As Zhong Lirui had predicted, the laser cannon attack, which blinded one eye, was both devastating and humiliating to Ning'an. With the box containing her husband's remains in Zhong Lirui's hands, Ning'an began to pursue Zhong Lirui's Golden Crow flight suit with all her might. Okay, the big fish has taken the bait. Zhong Lirui then addressed the friendly aircraft in the air. All aircraft continue to provide cover and harassment. Ning'an is following. Qifeng Sword 1, I got it. Qifeng Sword 2, I got it. Don't worry, Peregrine Falcon 4 will provide support fire, Bai Lingxin replied. Then, Zhong Lirui, sporadically firing his weapon at Ning'an, clutched the box and retreated in the opposite direction, towards Xiangwan Port. On either side, 2 attack helicopters fired machine guns from a distance, harassing from the flanks. From overhead, the Peregrine 4 occasionally unleashed a few incendiary grenades. Following the fighter jet's tactic of fighting and retreating to lure the enemy deeper, Ning'an, clutching a steel pipe from a streetlight, angrily chased Zhong Lirui into the sea. When Ning'an jumped into the sea, it immediately stirred up a considerable wave, sweeping much of the car wreckage on the shore into the water. After all, Ning'an was a monstrous 40-meter-tall monster. Good job. Chen Jinquan exclaimed excitedly from the invisible helicopter. This guy is really capable. Ning'an really got tricked into going into the sea. Wife, wait for the right moment, and give him a shot. Yes, I'm already aiming, Bai Lingxin said with a smile. At this moment, the turtle, closing in at a distance of 20 kilometers, fired its main electromagnetic cannon. The electromagnetic cannon shell, traveling at Mach 8.8, streaked through the sky like a meteor, carrying a powerful kinetic energy and electromagnetic pulse, heading straight for Ning'an. Before Ning'an could react, a hole was pierced through his lower abdomen. Furthermore, the hole was small at the entrance, but vast on the back. Ning'an clutched his stomach and let out a deafening cry. Master, it was the turtle, 20 kilometers away, that fired its main electromagnetic cannon. The effect was significant, and Ning'an is currently seriously injured. The turtle's main cannon performs the same as the Bishi, Zhong Lirui said calmly. He then observed the effects of the bombardment. Indeed, the electromagnetic cannon's powerful penetrating power had severely damaged Ning'an, but it seemed insufficient. Yujia, how close is the Bishi? Master, the Bishi is currently 17 kilometers away, and its reactor is already in a low-energy state. Orders, 191 large-caliber rocket launchers, 107 rocket launchers, mount the deck. Shut down general equipment. After the electromagnetic gun fires, the 191 launchers fire a single basic rocket, then the 107 rocket launchers load the thermobaric rockets, 6 rounds each. Master, are you sure you want to use the thermobaric rockets? Yujia asked cautiously again. Yes, launch. Master, please notify Allied aircraft to evacuate 500 meters from Ning'an. Although the thermobaric bomb launch this time is not as powerful as the father of bombs, please be extremely cautious. I understand. Zhong Lirui switched channels. King Fengjian 1, 2, Xiangui. The Bishi will soon launch a thermobaric rocket. All aircraft, disperse and evacuate. At this moment, Ning Yin, whose abdomen was pierced, let out a wailing cry that echoed across the sea. Its body began to tumble violently in the water, trying to escape the pain. However, the damage inflicted by the electromagnetic cannon had already rendered it ineffective, and its movements became slow and clumsy. Zhong Lirui watched Ning Yin's agony, but he felt no pity. He knew that this monster had brought great disaster to the city, and must be completely destroyed. Yujia, is the Bishi ready? Zhong Lirui asked. Master, the Bishi is ready. The 191mm large-caliber rocket launcher and the 107mm rocket launcher are on deck, and the thermobaric bombs have been loaded, Yujia replied. Alright, fire the electromagnetic gun, the 191mm, and the 107mm thermobaric bombs in that order. Zhong Lirui ordered decisively. Following Zhong Lirui's command, the Bishi launched a series of attacks. Following the Black Turtle, the Bishi launched another electromagnetic cannon. A streak of light streaked across the sky, striking Ning Yin's back with pinpoint accuracy. This time, the shell pierced Ning Yin's chest. Immediately afterwards, a fierce salvo of 191mm large-caliber rockets rained down, covering Ning Yin's entire body. Explosions echoed, and huge waves rose on the sea. Ning Yin roared in despair under the continuous attack, his body gradually becoming unstable, seemingly unable to struggle to stand. However, at this moment, 6 thermobaric bombs fired from the 107mm rocket launcher exploded in the air, forming a huge crimson fireball. The powerful shockwave and high temperature instantly engulfed Ning Yin. The fireball suddenly blazed so brightly that everyone in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region couldn't open their eyes for a moment. Dear, I'm sorry, in Japanese. Ah. Amidst the fireball and flames, Ning Yin let out his final wail. The massive fireball rose, forming another spectacular mushroom cloud. When the smoke cleared slightly, Ning Yin's upper body, shattered and burned, was reduced to just half. Only one arm and half his chest remained, his head and upper chest completely blown away. The remaining skin was charred black by the intense heat of the thermobaric bomb. Soon, what remained of Ning Yin's body slowly fell into the sea, sending up another wave that crashed against the shore of Shenyang Harbor. From a distant rooftop, Jing Xian watched Ning Yin's end with a long sigh. Flowers bloom and fall, life and death cycle. Ashes to ashes, earth to earth. A young Taoist nun, fresh from the war, gazed down from a rooftop at the devastated Hong Kong and Kowloon. After a silent gesture, she began chanting, the secret of purifying the heart. With a single heart, free from all attachments, one is free from the past and present. A pure heart is like water, pure water is the heart. A gentle breeze stirs no waves. Sitting alone among the bamboos, I whistle and play my zither. In Zen tranquility, poisonous dragons flee. My heart is pure, and heaven rewards diligence. My righteousness is so strong that even ghosts and spirits are frightened. My passion overflows. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring or the chirping of birds in the forest, carrying an indescribable tranquility and peace. In the war-torn and devastated Hong Kong and Kowloon, as the final note fell, Jing Xian slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with determination and compassion. She gently brushed off the dust. May there be no more war in the world, and may all beings find peace and happiness. Jing Xuan's chanting was captured by the surveillance system atop the building, catching the attention of the data subjects in Yujia, and by Lingxin's 2 monitoring areas. Ah, finally, we dealt with Ning Yin. Oh! This Taoist nun who sacrificed her life for justice is actually also a singer? Bai Lingxin smiled. Honey, what do you think? I saw it with my own eyes. What else can I do? Chen Jingquan said unhappily. But this is good. This war zone is in need of singers, and now we have one, right? Do you remember that funny gang leader, the governor, who wanted to kidnap his wife to get a singer? But after being wiped out by Zhong Lirui and his men, wasn't the wife tortured to death? That's not right. It wasn't that boy Arui who tortured her, it was that half-breed Rakshasa girl, the governor. Bai Lingxin was at a loss for words, as she recalled the surveillance footage from the Bishi. If Zhong Lirui hadn't shown up in time, Zhou Ting would have been crippled by Yelena, that half-breed Rakshasa girl. While Bai Lingxin and her husband were lightheartedly bantering, the cautious Zhong Lirui and Yujia continued their flight above the monster. Master, the scan confirms that the head and heart of the catastrophic monster Ning Yin have been shattered. We detected that tissue regeneration has ceased. Yes, Ning Yin is completely dead? Yes, master. Okay, announce to all troops. We won. Thank you for your hard work. Zhong Lirui then sent the scan results back to the battleship. Everyone aboard the Bishi cheered. Of course, Zhong Lirui also didn't forget to inform Cheng Yonghua, Governor Cheng, the monster is completely dead. Rest assured, the people of the special zone are safe. Governor Zhongli. Thank you. Cheng Yonghua felt completely exhausted upon hearing the words the monster is completely dead, and tears and snot streamed down his face. Soon, news of the victory spread throughout the special zone. The residents of the special zone emerged from their previously hidden basements and garages, standing by windows or gathering on the streets, gazing up at the sky, their eyes gleaming with the joy and excitement of having survived. They embraced one another, leaping for joy, celebrating this hard-earned victory. The citizens shouted, as if, at that moment, all fear and sorrow had been replaced by the joy of victory. Yu Jia quietly monitored the changes in the city. By the way, master, after the battle just now, we detected audio fluctuations that matched the singer's criteria. The brainwave match for this suspected target was 91.33%. Zhong Lirui was greatly surprised. Oh, this singer has such a high match. Where is she? Location locked. Master, the suspected singer is the Taoist nun you just saved. Huh? That fighting nun who sacrificed her life for justice? Chapter 223. Under the setting sun of Oriental Pearl City, Zhong Lirui hovered over Xiangwan Harbor. Let's go, quickly find that nun. Zhong Lirui said to Yujia as he turned the golden crow wings. Master, the scan shows that the nun has already gone downstairs. Please detach your flight suit and use the 3D maneuvering gear to land on the ground and meet her later. Okay. Jingxian silently emerged from the building when she suddenly heard the sound of something landing nearby. She cautiously drew her pistol again and aimed in the direction she instinctively felt something approaching. Before her, a black mechanical armor with golden glowing patterns suddenly materialized. Zhong Lirui, freshly landed after detaching from the golden crow wings, appeared before Jingxian. The visor opened, revealing Zhong Lirui once again. Nun, please don't be nervous. It's me. Zhong Lirui smiled gently, then said calmly, don't worry. The Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region is safe. The monster Ningen is dead. Jingxian quickly put away his pistol, bowed slightly to Zhong Lirui with some embarrassment, and said respectfully, Willian Tianzuan, Governor Zhongli has slain demons and saved tens of thousands of citizens, bringing great benefits to the people. Your merits are immeasurable. Looking at the hero who saved Oriental Pearl City before her, and remembering how he had saved her earlier, a blush crossed the 29-year-old Taoist nun's face. TSK, 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 TSK. Detecting the target's emotional value reveals a certain shyness, typical of women. She's a little tempted to become immortal. Master, it seems you're about to seduce this nun, Yujia teased with a hint of sarcasm. Don't be ridiculous, Zhong Lirui said softly, rolling his eyes helplessly. Then, sternly, he addressed Jingxian, Nun, you're being too kind. I don't even know your Dharma name. Realizing she had lost her composure, Jingxian quickly composed herself. She pulled a whisk from behind her back, bowed solemnly with Taoist etiquette, and replied solemnly, my Dharma name is Jingxian, and I am a disciple of the Qincheng sect's lay Buddhist master Liaofan. My given name is Wuhimiai. Yujia then added, Master, you can address this Taoist nun before you as either Wuhimiai nun or Jingxian nun. I suggest calling her Jingxian nun, as it's more polite and less distant. Zhong Lirui immediately accepted the suggestion, replying, so it's Jingxian nun. Nice to meet you. By the way, nun, the governor needs your strength. The Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region needs you. Hearing Zhong Lirui's words, Jingxian, who had previously felt somewhat shy, suddenly felt stunned and confused. Governor Zhongli, what do you mean by that? I am but a small Taoist priest, with few men and few forces. Although I served in the military in my early years, and have some experience in combat, in today's battle, if it had not been for your intervention, I would have perished. Now I realize how insignificant I am. I wonder what you mean, Governor. Why do you need me? Zhong Lirui pondered for a moment, and activated the video playback function on his armor. It played a recording of Di Sinyan and Yelena singing a song aboard the Bishi and Shizo, awakening 20,000 zombie-like citizens. Watching the video recording, Jingxuan's eyes widened. These two female donors actually possess such magical powers. These two saved 20,000 people with extraordinary skills. Even the legendary masters, who have achieved the Golden Core Great Tao wouldn't possess such magical powers. Golden Core cultivators? Zhong Lirui's face darkened. He then said, Master, these two of my companions are known as the Singers. The principle by which the Singers awaken the zombie-like citizens isn't magical power, but scientific principles. Science, not force? Yes. Afterwards, Zhongli Rui spent 15 minutes patiently explaining to Jing Xian the basics of the new humans and the basic abilities of the Singers. Governor, if what you say is true, I am also a singer? Yes, Zhongli Rui said sincerely. Governor, are you joking? If someone was so capable, how could I not know about it? Jing Xuan's expression was filled with disbelief and a gloomy look. If I had such ability, I wouldn't have watched my junior brothers and sisters die helplessly. She recalled that day in the chanting room, when she had raised her pistol to her desperate junior brothers and sisters, and her heart tightened. And that pistol was now at her waist. Master, what I say is true. Zhongli Rui's eyes were sincere, his voice earnest. This master's excellent AI assistant can identify singers. Yujia? Yujia then appeared in the form of a 3D holographic projection. Master, did you chant the Qingxinju at the end of the war? Jing Xian was shocked, indeed. How did you? There are surveillance cameras on the rooftop, Yujia said calmly. During the battle, I monitored the entire area's surveillance. As the master says, this is science. Okay, then, I was inspired and did chant the sutra at the time. Is this related to this incident? Master Wahimiai, it was from your chanting that this AI identified your potential as a singer. Your singing of the Qingxinju could awaken those citizens of Hong Kong and Kowloon, who are still wandering around without reason. Jing Xuan's face lit up with disbelief upon hearing this. Seeing this, Zhongli Rui patiently continued, Master, singers are a beacon of hope in troubled times. Because of your presence, we no longer need to raise our butcher knives against our neighbors, friends, and fellow villagers who have lost their minds to the zombies. Your songs will awaken their dormant sanity. Master Jing Xian, for the sake of all people, please help us. I beg you. With this, Zhongli Rui bowed solemnly. Observing Zhongli Rui's solemnity, Jing Xian felt a surge of responsibility and mission. She took a deep breath and returned the salute, her eyes gleaming with determination. Governor, although I may be a woman, I understand that every man bears responsibility for the fate of his country. Since you have confirmed my ability, I feel obligated to do my part to save the people. Excellent. Zhongli Rui smiled with relief. With Master Nun's help, why worry about the Hong Kong and Kowloon special administrative regions not returning to peace soon? Zhongli Rui immediately contacted Governor Cheng Yonghua. Governor Cheng, how are you now? How is your injury? Governor Zhongli, it's a minor injury. I'm not in any danger. Cheng Yonghua's voice was now filled with excitement. Governor Zhongli, thank you so much for your great benevolence and generosity. I and the 35,000 citizens of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region will forever remember your kindness. Ah, Governor Cheng, you're too kind. By the way, I have another important matter to discuss with you. Where is your headquarters located? Governor Yelena and I will come together to meet with you. This matter is of great importance, no less significant than defeating Ning In. Oh! Cheng Yonghua hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Very well, Governor Zhongli. I host a banquet for you and Governor Yelena to thank you for coming all the way to save our lives. Zhongli Rui contacted everyone on the Bishi, agreeing to meet at the governor's mansion, the Xinghongmen headquarters. Of course, Zhongli Rui also specifically instructed Yelena to bring Zhou Ting and Jiang Shiba along. Then, he took off again, carrying Jing Xian. As Zhongli Rui's iron arms once again embraced her, Jing Xuan's face flushed red. Seeing Jing Xuan's expression, Yujia in the data world uttered a disapproving TSK, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. You, a cultivator, have wavered in your Taoist aspirations, and are yearning for the mortal realm. During the flight, Zhongli Rui instructed Yujia, after arriving at Governor Cheng Yonghua's gate, fly the Golden Crow wings, take this box back to the Bishi, and then use a reliable container to order the black-clad mechanical guards to repack it. Can you do that? It's important to take the contents of this box back to Xiaoyao and Xiaoyu. They should be able to uncover some relevant clues. I'm deeply concerned about why the Dacian authorities collaborated with the Liao and Lifeng nations to capture the 14th Dashi. Waste number 2, and the body parts will be transported to the Gale nation. I have a feeling this matter won't end so simply. Yes, Master. However, Madame Bailingxin should know more about this matter. According to the information Madame Bailingxin shared a while ago, from her on-site investigation in Gale Nation's LA City, she led the turtle, including clues related to catastrophic monsters like Ning In and the fleece-blooded hellhound, all point to a large-scale interest complex in Gale Nation. the Ontario Interest Complex. For more information, I suggest you consult her at your convenience. Okay, I understand. As Zhongli Rui and Jing Xian slowly descended to the entrance of the Xinghong sect headquarters, a special operations transport helicopter carrying everyone aboard the Bishi arrived at a suitable square nearby. Zhongli Rui, holding Jing Xian, slowly descended from the hovering Golden Crow feather flight kit using the steel cables of the three-dimensional maneuvering device. Yelena observed this with a rather amused expression. TSK, 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 why is Arui here with a Taoist nun? What's his habit? Disanyan, clad in black mechanical dark guard armor, saw her husband embrace Jing Xian, with a look of gloom so intense it could drip with water. She stepped forward, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Arui, who is this? Zhongli Rui quickly released Jing Xian and introduced her. Oh, this is Master Jing Xian of the Qingcheng sect, a friend I met in battle. Master Jing Xian, this is my wife Disanyan. Jing Xian bowed slightly. Greetings, Master D. Disanyan forced a smile and returned the greeting. You're very polite, Master. Since she's Arui's friend, she's our friend. Although she said so, everyone present could hear the displeasure lingering in her words. Yelena, watching the scene from the side, couldn't help but jokingly say, Oh Rui, you really have a hidden preference, haha. Zhongli Rui shook his head helplessly, and said sternly, Alright, enough kidding. Yelena, Governor Chung is waiting for us inside. Let's go in quickly. Everyone nodded and walked into the Xinghongmen headquarters together. Chung Yonghua had been waiting in the conference room for a long time. Upon seeing everyone arrive, he quickly stood up to greet them. Governor Zhongli, Governor Yelena, Donor D, Master Jing Xian, everyone, please take a seat. After Zhongli Rui and the others had taken their seats, Chung Yonghua spoke first. Governor Zhongli, Governor Yelena, I am deeply grateful for your assistance in saving the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region from this dire situation. Please accept my greetings. As he spoke, Chung Yonghua was about to bow deeply to Zhongli Rui and Yelena. Zhongli Rui quickly stopped him, saying, Governor Chung, why are you doing this? We are all doing this for the people of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. This is what we should do. Chung Yonghua was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing this. Governor Zhongli, Governor Yelena, you are the benefactors of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. Your kindness shines as brightly as the sun and the moon. Zhongli Rui patted Chung Yonghua's uninjured shoulder and said, By the way, Governor Chung, your wife, and your brothers, we brought them with you as well. Then, at the signal of Liu Shi, Wang Gang, and Sidikong, the special forces brought up Zhou Ting and Jiang Shiba, both dressed in clean clothes. Seeing his wife and brother, who had been undercover for him for so long, Chung Yonghua felt a mixture of emotions. Once upon a time, he had plotted to take control of Yelena's Demon City fortress, hoping to expand his influence. Later, his daughter tragically transformed into a zombie. After discovering the singer's secret, he plotted to have his wife and brother kidnap the singer to rescue his daughter. But now, with the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region in dire straits, it was the two governors he had once plotted against who led their troops to the rescue. The contemporary leader of the Xinghongmen stepped forward, shook his wife's hand, and then bowed deeply to Zhongli Rui and Yelena again. Governor Zhongli, Governor Yekaterina, you repay evil with kindness, your righteousness is unparalleled. I am in awe. Faced with Chung Yonghua's genuine gratitude, Zhongli Rui said calmly, Governor Chung, please go in first. I have something important to discuss. Chapter 224. As he spoke, Zhongli Rui glanced around at the various Xinghongmen brothers, then gave Chung Yonghua a meaningful look. Chung Yonghua naturally understood that Zhongli Rui had some things he couldn't say in public, so he sympathetically said, Come on, how can we let our distinguished guests wait at the door? Let's have the feast, let's have the feast. In the banquet hall, the various hall masters and brothers took their seats, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhongli Rui, Yelena, Disanyan, and Jing Xian were seated at the main table, next to Chung Yonghua and his wife. At the banquet, Chung Yonghua raised his glass frequently, expressing his gratitude to Zhongli Rui and Yelena. He said with emotion, Today, the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Regions have been able to escape danger and achieve safety, thanks entirely to the unwavering support of the two governors. I, Chung, hereby swear that from now on, the Xinghongmen and your organization will maintain a friendly relationship for generations to come and work together for development. Zhongli Rui smiled and replied, Governor Chung, you are too kind. We are all descendants and should support each other. Today's matter is also our responsibility. As the banquet progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The various hall masters came forward to toast Zhongli Rui and Yi Lina, expressing their respect. Jing Xian, on the other hand, sat quietly by the side, taking in this rare moment of peace and harmony. As the banquet gradually drew to a close and everyone dispersed, Zhongli Rui approached Cheng Yonghua and said, "Governor Cheng, I have something important to discuss with you." Cheng Yonghua's expression froze. "Oh! Governor Zhongli, please speak." "I understand, Governor Cheng, that you once attempted to kidnap someone to save your daughter, right?" Governor Zhongli Rui, I'm deeply ashamed of this." Zhongli Rui raised his hand to stop Cheng Yonghua from apologizing. He said sternly, "Governor Cheng, a special zone with a singer is a source of hope for its future. Today, although it was a chance encounter during the battle, I discovered a local singer." "Oh! Who is it?" Cheng Yonghua's initial drunkenness vanished, and a hopeful look shone in his eyes. Zhongli Rui turned to look at Jing Xian. "This person is Master Jing Xian." Cheng Yonghua dropped his chopsticks, his mouth hanging open. Realizing his loss of composure, he quickly recovered his composure and said bitterly, "I planned everything, searching everywhere, but I never imagined that the person next to me would be... Well, it's all fate. Governor Zhongli, Master Jing Xian is an old acquaintance of mine, and my daughter's master." "Ah, this?" Zhongli Rui smiled bitterly. So they were acquaintances. And thus, all the introductions he had planned were in vain. "Governor Cheng, since you and Master Jing Xian are old acquaintances, that's all the better. However, I would like to remind you that the restoration of the zombie-like citizens requires a gradual and cautious approach." Cheng Yonghua recalled that Zhongli Rui had raised this issue during their last communication, and replied, "Governor Zhongli once reminded me of the food supply issue. Don't worry, I keep it in mind." Not only that, Zhongli Rui looked at Cheng Yonghua seriously. "Governor Cheng, the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, SAR, where you are located is the most populous of the 5 SARs currently home to the Dakian survivors. Governor Cheng, once your war zone has the singers, who will be prioritized for recovery. The issues of resettlement and food supply after recovery are complex, so you must be extremely cautious. In this regard, my Ling'an prefecture started earlier and has a smaller population, so the burden is relatively light. Shizhou now has only a little over 2,000 survivors, while the awakened are approaching 40,000, practically turning it into a city of the dead. But thanks to Major General Tang Xiaoning's skill in farming, the granaries are plentiful, so the problem isn't too serious. Governor Cheng, you have 35,000 survivors under your jurisdiction. When the time comes, whose relatives will be prioritized for recovery, and the subsequent resettlement work, that will be a much heavier burden than the 3 places I mentioned earlier. The issue mentioned here is a classic one. The larger the city, the more difficult it is to manage. In fact, Cheng Yonghua's previous desire to annex the Magic City Fortress stemmed more from his focus on reclaiming the nearby industrial zone, which would resolve fuel supply issues. Energy supply becomes a challenge once both the Magic City Fortress and the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Regions reach a certain scale. Cheng Yonghua looked at Zhongli Rui with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. He was surprised that Zhongli Rui, looking only around 25, possessed such profound insight. This calmness and sophistication seemed completely inconsistent with his age. He nodded sincerely. "This matter is indeed of grave importance. I will certainly proceed with caution. Thank you, Governor Zhongli Rui, for your reminder. By the way, I have a question." Cheng Yonghua looked at Zhongli Rui, who wore the Yinglong medal on his chest. Zhongli Rui had now detached from the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, which stood nearby as a bodyguard. "Governor Cheng, you're welcome. Please speak." "Governor Zhongli, what are your thoughts on the current state of the Great Qian Empire?" Like a candle in the wind, only the 5 long night lighthouses still stand proudly, protecting the lives of those who survive. Zhongli Rui recalled his own struggles in starting a business in Ling'an province, and his battles for Shio and Oriental Pearl City. He was inspired by what he had seen and heard. Of course, Zhongli Rui also looked at Cheng Yonghua meaningfully at this moment. "Oh!" Cheng Yonghua, seeing the look in Zhongli Rui's eyes, immediately understood that the 5 lighthouses Zhongli Rui was referring to also included himself. "I am deeply humbled by the esteem bestowed upon me by Governor Zhongli. I am the current leader of the Xinghong clan, and a former counselor of Hong Kong and Kowloon. When the people of Hong Kong were in dire straits, I was compelled to act and defend the region. I'm pretty much the same." Zhongli Rui smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "Governor Cheng, if it weren't for these turbulent times, where I risked my life for the lives of my friends and family, I essentially be a mere landlord. Governor Zhongli, you're too modest. I believe that among the 5 beacons in the long night of the world, yours shines brightest. Wherever you lead, your forces are unstoppable. Governor Zhongli, have you ever considered taking command of Dakian once again, reigniting the empire and ushering in a new era of prosperity? Looking at Cheng Yonghwa's earnest gaze, Zhongli Rui was speechless. Cheng Yonghwa had been suppressed by him, and now, having owed him a great favor, he was actually trying to persuade him to become Emperor of Dakian? This was a severe case of Stockholm Syndrome, wasn't it? At this moment, the several parties eavesdropping through the Daxia Dragon Bird battle armor held their breath, awaiting Zhongli Rui's response. These individuals were Bai Lingxin on the Xiankui, Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu in the Linganzhou monitoring room, and the AI Yujia. Several women, including the AI, were waiting for Zhongli Rui's response. Zhongli Rui picked up his wine glass, took a small sip, and said calmly, Governor Cheng, when I was restoring order in Ling'an province, I once defeated a would-be emperor. Now, we live in an era of highly developed technology, a highly educated population, and a world where everyone values equality, fraternity, the rule of law, and freedom. I'm not the first, nor will I be the last, to oppose the restoration of the feudal monarchy. Governor Cheng, in Dakian, the title of governor is both an honor and a heavy responsibility. It represents the trust and expectations of the people of this region in those of us who bear the title. We, the governors, like those of Dakian in the past, are the guardians of civilized order in each province, especially the first guardians of democracy, the rule of law, and civilization. Governor Cheng, the 6,000 citizens of Ling'an province behind me, and the 35,000 citizens of Dongcheng behind you, are all watching you and me. What do you think? But Governor Zhongli, you are, after all, the most powerful of the 5 current governors-general in Dakian. Furthermore, Dakian's other war zones, including the Hong Kong and Kowloon special administrative regions, someone is the self-proclaimed name of an ancient Jianghu gang leader, are indebted to you. If you were to become emperor, no one would object, and no one would have any objections. Cheng Yonghua continued, undeterred. Governor Cheng, you are wrong, Zhongli Rui said frankly. First, I already said I don't want to be emperor. This is my sincere opinion. Secondly, my position as governor of Ling'an Prefecture and Major General was granted only after Major Generals Long Weili and Long Zhanye, 2 veteran generals, recognized me as an elected representative who upholds law and social order. If I betray them, I would be condemned by the world and betray my integrity. Furthermore, Governor Cheng, you claim that I am now the most powerful governor in Dakian. That's not true. What? Cheng Yonghua exclaimed in surprise. You just stormed 1,000 miles and annihilated this 40-meter-tall monster, and you're saying you're not the strongest in Dakian. The governor? Zhongli Rui's eyes rolled secretly, then he spread his hands and said, General Long Zhanye, who personally appointed me Major General and showed me great kindness, commands the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Army, which is far more powerful than my Ling'an Prefecture Army. His army now has fighter jets, and they're capable of air-launched nuclear missiles. Like me, he has land-based carriers. Furthermore, he's far more powerful in both manpower and firepower. I have some powerful weapons, like thermobaric bombs, but the mushroom bombs are still under the control of the 13 Tombs Fortress Army, the former garrison. So there's always someone better than you, isn't there? Is that so? Cheng Yonghua exclaimed in surprise at Zhongli Rui's words, seemingly taken aback. Hearing Zhongli Rui's rhetoric of shifting the subject rather than lying, Chen Xiaoyao, caught on camera, gave a wry smile. Qin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Well, our good brother is truly a kind man without ambition. If Cheng Yonghua and Yelena had supported him, he might have reached the pinnacle of power. But he actually turned it down like that. And I can tell he genuinely doesn't want to be emperor. Qin Xiaoyao, this is my brother, his true self. He's not that ridiculous muscle-bound Iron Man off phone. Yu Jia was secretly communicating with Bai Lingxin at this time. Bai Lingxin smiled and said, My daughter, your master is truly a master of misleading. Yes, what he said is true, but he deliberately downplayed the fact that he could intercept nuclear bombs. He also failed to mention that the Taotia's firepower could be completely intercepted by the Bishi, and that, due to the generation gap, the Taotai would be instantly destroyed by the Bishi or Xuangui's electromagnetic cannons. He deliberately praised Long Zhanye and the northern Xinjing Fortress Army in this way, and it made me want to laugh. Yu Jia smiled briefly, then said, Mom, I understand the master's intentions. First, what he said is true. He really doesn't want to disappoint those who trust him. Second, the master is truly A kind-hearted person from the grassroots. Or rather, he has always represented the ordinary people of society. Can we say that he persists in this? Or that he hasn't forgotten his original aspirations? You may not understand this about the master, and therefore you may have been suspicious and wary of him. But deep down, the master has always considered himself a representative of those who come from the grassroots. During the time I've been with him, he hasn't changed. The changes in his psychological data that I gathered are proof of that. Ah, daughter. Keep a good eye on him. We still have a lot to do later. By the way, daughter, after Zhongli Rui finishes his meeting with Cheng Yonghua, please make an appointment with him for me. I need to have a private meeting with him regarding the 14th-waste number 2. Mom, are you finally going to tell the master everything about the Fierce Wind Nation? He already knew some of it, and he have to face the consequences sooner or later. It's better to tell him sooner so he can be better prepared. Got it. Chapter 225. While Bai Lingxin and Yu Jia were secretly communicating, Zhongli Rui continued his conversation with Cheng Yonghua. Governor Cheng, since you brought up this topic today, I might as well share my thoughts. I believe that in today's Dacian Empire, since the original system no longer exists, with 5 governors, each deeply trusted by their respective people, shouldering the burden, it would be better for 5 beacons to simultaneously support this eastern homeland than to create a new supreme ruler. Zhongli Rui said with great sincerity. Oh! Governor Zhongli means that the Dacian homeland will be governed jointly by the remaining 5 governors? Cheng Yonghua asked with surprise. This is already a reality. Based on the actual situation, speaking truthfully, isn't this the most practical approach? By institutionalizing this, the 5 governors can consult and discuss matters together, jointly confronting challenges when encountering major issues. Through unity, collaboration, and mutual assistance, they can shoulder the responsibility for the future of Dacian. Wouldn't that be better? Furthermore, this avoids arbitrary dictatorship and individual misjudgment. I must admit, Governor Zhongli, you are truly selfless and generous. I once had inappropriate feelings for your family, and you complained with a sense of virtue. And now you invited me to join you on such a significant undertaking. I really don't know what to say. But? Yes, Governor Zhongli, it's important to know one's own limitations. Cheng Yonghua's eyes were filled with sincerity. With Ning'an's attack, I fully realized my own weakness and insignificance. How can I stand alongside such powerful and dazzling figures as Governor Zhongli and Governor Long, and jointly support the great nation of Dacian? Zhongli Rui waved his hand. Governor Cheng, there's no need to be so modest. In my opinion, each of our 5 governors has his own unique characteristics and strengths. Let me start with myself. I'm a capable fighter, but I excel at surprise attacks. Of course, my greatest strength is probably the innovation and application of new technologies. And then, General Long, he's a professional troop commander. As I said before, he's more powerful than me. Furthermore, unlike me, he excels at large-scale military operations, fortresses, defensive lines, and overall tactical strategy. He's a former garrison commander, after all. Although Major General Tang Xiaoning comes from a cultural troop, surprisingly, she's the best among the 5 of us at managing farming and granaries. In the future, she'd be indispensable for the trade in high-quality wheat seed and grain, right? Major General Yelena comes from the Rakshasa Kingdom's Air Force. Her greatest strength is that she's a singer. Being a governor, and also a singer, is a great way to win hearts and minds in this day and age. Of course, she also has excellent subordinates familiar with construction engineering. Speaking of the 5 war zones, it's probably her and Major General Tang's troops who are responsible. The weakest. But the citizens of the Magic City Fortress, using a unique method to build the majestic Magic City Fortress's massive bastion, have managed to survive. This is also astonishing. Of course, once her side returns to normal, she will be indispensable for energy and fuel production. As for you, Governor Cheng, Zhongli Rui raised his glass and toasted Cheng Yonghua again. Former Counselor Cheng, Chief Leader Cheng, you are an outstanding counselor and a master of administration and system management. A small portion of the surviving normal population of Dacian now resides in your Hong Kong and Kowloon special administrative regions. Not only do you manage it perfectly, but the current management system of the Magic City, established by your madam and key personnel, who only help Yelena and the others, is surprisingly reliable. Governor Cheng, when it comes to administrative management of large cities, none of our 5 governors can match you. Governor Zhongli. Cheng Yonghua's eyes were filled with emotion. This recognition made him so excited that he could hardly contain himself. The 5 of us each have our own talents and strengths, each of us guarding our own territory. Zhongli Rui smiled frankly. So, my position is that it would be better for the 5 of us to discuss and jointly govern the former Dacian Empire than to elect a single emperor. Cheng Yonghua pondered for a moment, sighed, and said, since Governor Zhongli has proposed this, I have a second suggestion. Several centuries ago, before the fall of the Ming dynasty and the establishment of our Xinghongmen, the Ming dynasty had an institution called the 5 Military Governor's Office. Now that our Dacian does not have an emperor, but instead intends to have 5 governors co-governing, would it be better to use the Ming dynasty's 5 Military Governor's Office? The name of the governor's office? Listening to Cheng Yonghua's new suggestion, Yu Jia, who had already disconnected, laughed and said, Cheng Yonghua and his group, the Hongmen, truly dream of restoring the past of the Ming dynasty. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and smiled. That's a good suggestion. We can contact the other governors later on. This matter needs to be finalized by all of us. Cheng Yonghua smiled and raised his glass. Okay. While Zhongli Rui and Cheng Yonghua were discussing the top-level design for Dacian's future, Yelena noticed something off about the aura between her adopted master and the young nun Zhongli Rui had brought back. While the two exchanged pleasantries, Yelena felt a chilling chill, as if invisible swords were flickering in the air. By this time, Jingxian, 2 years older than Di Xinyan, who had experienced a failed marriage and the loss of a child, had a rough idea of what was going on. The governor's wife, before her, was likely jealous of her being sent back by Zhongli Rui. Naturally, she felt a sense of injustice. Zhongli Rui's rescue was an accident. Taking her back to Cheng Yonghua was also a convenient move. As a nun, she didn't particularly want to dwell on such matters. However, she inadvertently recalled how her scumbag ex-husband, in collusion with Bai Yueguang, had wronged her and, after the tragic death of her child, she refused to endure further injustice. Suddenly, her competitive spirit intensified. And so, this hidden rivalry, typical of women, continued for a long time. Yelena, watching from the side, was naturally in a state of amused confusion. Over here, after Zhongli Rui and Cheng Yonghua had reached a tentative agreement on the initial design of the 5 military commandery system, Yu Jia quietly reminded him, Master, would you mind intervening? Madam, and the nun seemed to have a misunderstanding. A uniquely female rivalry is underway? Hearing this, Zhongli Rui looked at the conversation and movements between Di Xinyan and Jingxian, realizing that something was amiss. Governor Cheng, let's leave it at that for now. The 5 of us will have a virtual meeting to discuss the details someday. I excuse myself for now. Okay. As Zhongli Rui approached Di Xinyan and Jingxian, Zhou Ting, who had been watching the show for a while, whispered to Cheng Yonghua, Honey, Governor Zhongli seems quite the playboy despite his youth. Over there, Madame Zhongli and Master Jingxian seem to be secretly feuding over Governor Zhongli? Huh? There's even this? Cheng Yonghua said with a malicious smile. Zhongli Rui's monster-slaying prowess is undeniable. Let's see how he handles this. The couple exchanged a tacit glance and began to happily bask in the spectacle. As Zhongli Rui approached, noticing the already tense atmosphere between Di Xinyan and Jingxian, his mind raced. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, his expression returning to normal. He stepped forward to try to smooth things over. Xinyan, Master Jingxian, it's a good thing you're both here. I was just discussing something with Governor Cheng. I was thinking of introducing you two to each other. Huh? At this, Di Xinyan and Jingxian both frowned. They were already so at odds with each other, and Zhongli Rui was actually trying to introduce them. What kind of harem scumbag statement was this? The expressions on the faces of Cheng Yonghua and his wife, Yelena, the Xing Hongmen, and the people on the Bishi, who were watching the spectacle, were all very interesting. Zhongli Rui pretended not to notice the others' expressions and continued, Of course you should get to know each other better. Xinyan, this Master Jingxian is the first singer discovered in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. As her senior, I needn't elaborate on her importance. Di Xinyan's eyes widened upon hearing this. Her previous hostility toward Jingxian vanished, and she was instead filled with shock. Master Jingxian, so you're a singer too, a companion of ours. Then, as if a thought struck Di Xinyan, she turned to Zhongli Rui and asked, Rui, did you bring her back immediately after discovering she was a singer during the battle? Zhongli Rui nodded seriously. You singers are incredibly important to your region. So important that you can't afford to make any mistakes. Right? Di Xinyan's face lit up with sudden realization, realizing she had misunderstood Zhongli Rui, and a look of shame washed over her. Governor Zhongli, madam, what do you mean? Jingxian, standing by, was still unaware of Di Xinyan's drastic and rapid transformation. Before Di Xinyan could respond, Zhongli Rui introduced her. Master Jing Xian, if you are the first singer discovered in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, then my wife Di Xinyan is the first singer discovered in the Lingnan Prefecture East Special Administrative Region. Moreover, my wife became a singer before you did. She's your predecessor. Master, in the video you saw, 2 people saved 20,000 people with one song. That was my wife, along with Governor Yelena, and the others. Oh, that's right. Governor Yelena was the first singer discovered in the Magic City area. The 3 of you, as singers, are the beacons of hope in this zombie apocalypse. With these words, the atmosphere at the scene shifted dramatically. Everyone cast fervent, hopeful eyes upon the 3 women. Yelena, who had been enjoying the melon, suddenly had a look on her face as if her leg had broken. She'd been happily enjoying the melon, but how had she suddenly been dragged into the conversation? And it sounded like she was being flattered. Jing Xuan's expression, as she looked at Di Xinyan, and Yelena shifted to one of deep respect. She waved her whisk and saluted, William Tianzuan, Madame Zhongli, and Governor Ekaterina, you 2 have saved tens of thousands of lives, your merits are immeasurable, and you are my role models. Since Governor Zhongli mentioned that I'm also a singer, then please, Madame Zhongli, as a senior, teach me how to save people. Di Xinyan quickly returned the greeting, Master, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it, you're too kind. At these words, Zhou Ting, who was standing beside her, gasped in amazement, Governor Zhongli, what a master. He can even handle this kind of peak Shura situation. Amazing, truly amazing. This is a master, truly amazing. Chapter 226. Seeing Di Xinyan's jealousy fade and Jing Xuan's resistance temporarily dissipate, Zhongli Rui stepped forward and said in a voice only Di Xinyan and Jing Xian could hear, one more thing, Xinyan, you must carefully guide Master Jing Xian. Yujia has tested her, and she, like you, is a powerful singer with a compatibility of over 90%. At least, similar to Anqi. I suggest you also teach her about the effects of positive and negative energy. Di Xinyan was stunned, her expression suddenly solemn. She didn't immediately agree. Zhongli Rui said seriously, Xinyan, I know what you're worried about. However, I suggest you educate Jing Xian about the deep connection between state of mind, positive and negative energy, and singer abilities. This will allow her to, like you, be confident in her state of mind and the effects of her abilities when unleashing them. This is the best option. After all, she, like you and Anqi, is a powerful singer with over 90% compatibility. You remember the last time Anqi activated her singer abilities during her inner demonic state, and the destructive power they possessed, right? Rather than remaining silent out of fear of potential dangers, it's better to be honest and allow her to exercise control. What do you think? Looking into her husband's sincere eyes, Di Xinyan nodded silently. Honey, don't worry. Leave this to me. Yes. Thank you for your help. At this point, Di Xinyan actually agreed with what Zhongli Rui had just said. She also turned her gaze to Yelena, thinking that even though her own humble apprentice, Yelena, hadn't even surpassed 80% compatibility as a singer, however, this disciple's outbursts were truly terrifying. She was known for her extreme actions. To save her father, she even attempted to drug Zhongli Rui. To save the citizens of Magic City, she launched a self-destructive charge. To avenge her friend, she nearly tortured Zhou Ting to death. If this disciple, too, were to activate her abilities while possessed by inner demons, it would likely lead to disaster. Since one was teaching, then 2 were also teaching. After calming down, Di Xinyan decided to mentor the 2 younger singers together. So, Di Xinyan invited Jing Xian and Yelena to leave the banquet for a private discussion. Cheng Yonghua watched Yelena leave, then recalled Zhongli Rui's earlier mention of the 5 military commands jointly governing the country. Reflecting on his own feud with Yelena, he quietly summoned An, the leader of the Azure Dragon Hall. An arranged for 2 of the brothers, who previously worked in jewelry and gold and silverware, to come. An was stunned. Master, are you really going to admit your mistake to that half-blooded girl? Normally, that would be called admitting your mistake. But now, she and Governor Zhongli have traveled thousands of miles across 2 states to help us eliminate the giant monster and save our city. She and Governor Zhongli are our great benefactors now. We're expressing our gratitude now, not bowing our heads in humiliation. Not only will we receive the martyrs' medals for her 2 guards, but remember, make 2 larger city medals of honor for the 2 governors. Let the citizens of Hong Kong and Kowloon know that the great heroes, Governor Zhongli and Governor Catherine, were invited by me and are my friends. And I, Cheng Yonghua, know how to repay a favor, don't you understand? An, a seasoned veteran, understood immediately upon hearing this, his eyes sharp and piercing. I understand. Don't worry, Chief, we have several incense masters in our back hall who are jewelers by trade, and they have skilled craftsmen under their wing. We do a great job. Very good, go ahead, Chung Yonghua nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, his wife, Zhou Ting, beside him, sighed softly. The Jianghu isn't just about fighting and killing, it's also about the ways of the world. That night, the banquet ended with everyone enjoying themselves to the fullest, most exhilarating moment. Today's victory belongs to today. Tomorrow, the severely damaged Special Administrative Region will need to be rebuilt to the best of our ability. The dead and injured citizens, and the Xinghongmen fighters will need compensation. There's much to do. As Zhongli Rui and his men were preparing to head to the lodgings Chung Yonghua had arranged for the night, Yu Jia reminded them, Master, Madame Bai Lingxin called. She wants to meet with you regarding waste number 14. Where? On the hospital rooftop. She really knows how to choose a location. Okay, we be there right away. Thinking to himself, Zhongli summoned the great Xia dragon bird armor, donned it, and, with Xiaofeng and Tingsha, headed for the rooftop of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital. Another core member of the Royal Guard, Zhu Su, remained by Di Xinyan's side. Zhongli Rui and 2 Royal Guard members, using a 3-dimensional maneuvering device, quickly reached the rooftop of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Central Hospital. Above the rooftop, the night breeze rustled gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Bai Lingxin had been waiting for a long time. A black-clad mechanical guard opened its visor, and the light of a 3D holographic projection flashed in the air. Using the black-clad mechanical guard as a temporary body, she stood on the edge of the rooftop, gazing out at the dimly lit city lights in the distance. Zhongli Rui and his group arrived, automatically removing their masks to reveal their handsome faces. They smiled as they approached Bai Lingxin. Mrs. Bai Lingxin, why are you still calling me so late? Is the matter of waste number 14 urgent? Child, my 2 daughters are your sworn sisters. Shouldn't you call me Auntie? Auntie. Zhongli Rui followed a reasonable suggestion. Haha, you're so adorable. Bai Lingxin chuckled, then said with a hint of seriousness, you brave child, thank you for your hard work in this 1,000-mile expedition to save the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. As the governor, the protector of the people, saving citizens in distress isn't hard work at all, Zhongli Rui said calmly. You're neither arrogant nor impetuous, and you're dedicated to serving the public good. Very good. Bai Lingxin nodded. Auntie, you flatter me. I come from a humble background. I don't want to see Ning'an wreak havoc and cause innocent civilians to suffer. You're such a kind and good person. Bai Lingxin nodded admiringly. By the way, during the battle, did you obtain the last piece of debris from number 14? Yes. Child, could you please give me the box containing that last piece of debris? At the mention of this topic, Zhongli Rui suddenly became wary. Madam, why do you want the box containing the debris from number 14? That box, like number 14, is fraught with uncertainty and danger. Why do you want it? Seeing Zhongli Rui's wary expression, Bai Lingxin gave a wry smile. It was no wonder he was so wary. After what her husband and Changsheng Life Science had done before, it was almost impossible for Zhongli Rui to fully trust her now. Seeing Bai Lingxin's silence, Zhongli Rui escalated his tone. Madam, please tell me honestly, what are you going to do with the remains of waste number 14? Today, you must give me a reasonable explanation. Bai Lingxin's holographic projection sighed slightly, then spoke calmly. I have 2 goals. The first is to study the remains of waste number 14 and obtain clues to gain insight into the full scope of the Ontario Interest Group's military biochemical program in Gale Country. This will provide more complete information, thereby providing intelligence to all resistance forces and contributing to the restoration of world peace and the reconstruction of civilization. The second is to protect you. What? Bai Lingxin's few words made Zhongli Rui sense the immense amount of information contained in them. Auntie, please tell me in detail. Seeing Zhongli Rui calm down and listen, Bai Lingxin smiled with satisfaction. Then, with a serious expression, she began to recount the intelligence she and Chen Jinkun had gathered after crossing the Pacific Ocean to LA City in Lifeng Nation, through direct network intrusion and the capture of local samples. What? The Alpha virus was already wreaking havoc on Lifeng Nation before the Blue Star Purification Plan? To suppress the situation, Lifeng Nation colluded with former Dacian military brass, commanding by Chiangwei, to steal Changsheng Group's core nano-robot technology and harm your entire family. Bai Lingxin's 3D holographic projection nodded painfully. Auntie, you and my sisters have suffered, Zhongli Rui said with deep heartache. It's all over. I should thank you. You protected Xiaoyao and redeemed Xiaoyu. You're far better than me and my husband. Aunt, you're too kind. Many things are just coincidences. I looked at the data, and many are not coincidences. It's because of your composure and your emphasis on equipment and tactical application that we come this far. It's also because of this that I'm confident in leaving the Bishi and Yujia in your care. I don't deserve it, I really don't. Zhongli waved his hand, then continued, the Lifeng nation has truly sinned. In its attempt to resolve its own crisis, it has dragged other nations, and the entire world down with it. What a sin. This time we're going to Lifeng. In LA, the US discovered that things were not as simple as they seemed. Gale State was not a monolithic entity. The remnants of the Gale State government and the Ontario Interest Group were now locked in a fierce conflict across the North American continent. The US authorities had stolen the core nanorobot technology, possibly to utilize its powerful healing properties against diseases and viruses to suppress the crisis. However, various intelligence and indications indicate that the biotechnology laboratories under the control of the Ontario Interest Group were using the alpha virus, nanorobot technology, and the genes of the previously abandoned RIA biological project, the enlarged waste number 14, for actual military purposes. Zhongli pondered for a moment, a cold sweat breaking out. So, the fall of Area 51 in Gale Nation, the organized, planned, and targeted attack by 3 Cerberus of fleece-blooded hell, actually. Oh my god, the militarization of a catastrophic level monster. How terrifying. Indeed, how terrifying, Bai Lingxin continued with a heavy expression. Based on our current analysis of our combat capabilities, we conclude that the turtle can only barely handle 1 Cerberus of fleece-blooded hell. If 2 formations attack together, only a timely retreat is necessary for survival. Your Bishi, since you have weapons of mass destruction like thermobaric bombs on board, probably. It can barely hold its own against 2. For now, let's also include the old Tao Tai from Xinjing. The Tao Tai can probably only handle 1 Cerberus of fleece-blooded hell. And the trouble is, if there are more of them, it won't be able to escape. The Tao Tai is also a previous generation product of my Changsheng group. So, Auntie, you want the body parts of this monster to understand their plans, and find an effective way to deal with the Cerberus of fleece-blooded hell? Child, you really are quick to grasp. Yes, I want this monster sample for exactly this purpose. You're absolutely right. Although home base number 1. It's gone, but I now have other bases with sufficient facilities to study these samples. Secondly, I'm in the dark now, so I can secretly study this. You and the other 4 governors are in the open. First, you don't have the technical support to study and weaken this monster. Second, this thing might cause trouble. Look at what happened to me in the open before, and you understand. Ah, Zhongli said, with mixed feelings. Auntie, I really misunderstood you. I understand what you mean. Zhongli thoughts shifted, and he said to Jia, Jia, dispatch a black-clad mechanical secret guard aboard the Golden Crow's wings. Bring over the box containing the discarded remains of number 14. Yes, master. Good boy, thank you. By the way, I pass all the data on to Jia now. I suggest you unite the other 4 governors of Dakian, work hard to revitalize and develop the country, and prepare for war. I have a feeling that sooner or later, we have a war with the Ontario interest groups across the ocean. The militarization of catastrophic-level monsters is a threat no less threatening than the indiscriminate use of nuclear weapons. I understand, Auntie, Zhongli replied solemnly. Up on a distant rooftop, Chen Jinquan, with 2 black-clad mechanical secret guards, secretly monitored the hospital rooftop with long-range observation equipment. Zhongli and his wife reached a friendly agreement. Chen Jinquan recalled what Bai Lingxin had said before they arrived. If you speak nicely, many things can be resolved in a different way. Chen Jinquan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, speaking nicely is much more effective when dealing with this guy. Chapter 227. Son, thank you for your efforts in rebuilding this world. The road ahead is difficult, take care. Auntie, take care of yourselves too. Thank you for your support in this battle for the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Regions. Good boy, you're very kind. I pass on the results of my research to Jia once I come up with something. Okay, thank you. The black-clad mechanical dark guard armor, playing by Lingxin's 3D holographic projection, stepped forward and patted Zhongli shoulder armor. Then, carrying the box containing the last remains of waste number 14, boarded the Peregrine Falcon and departed. Zhongli only took a quick look at the Peregrine Falcon as it slowly ascended, and he understood its connection to his Golden Crow wings. He also realized that Bai Lingxin had secretly supported Chen Xiaoyu and Qin Xiaoliao in building stronger equipment for him. The Peregrine Falcon fighter is essentially a mass-produced Golden Crow wing flight suit. Its firepower, armor, and engine are inferior, and it lacks a laser missile interceptor. Furthermore, the Peregrine Falcon fighter lacks an electromagnetic reactor, limiting its combat time. Scanning the master's emotions, gratitude towards Madame Bailingxin, 35%, respect similar to one's mother, 25%, admiration, 23%, and a sense of camaraderie similar to fighting alongside a comrade, 17%. In the data world, Yu Jia silently recorded Zhong Lirui's emotional fluctuations and smiled softly. When Zhong Lirui returned to reunite with Di Xinyan and the others, Di Xinyan had already completed the advanced singer training for Jing Xian and Yelena. In the room Cheng Yonghua had arranged for Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan, Yu Jia activated the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Mecha to conduct an anti-infiltration and anti-eavesdropping scan, confirming that there were no issues, and then exited the room. Rui, thank you for your hard work. Di Xinyan gently hugged Zhong Lirui's back and gently massaged his temple. This city, this special zone, is saved. All the hardship is worth it. But I don't tire so easily now. Zhong Lirui smiled, turned around, and shook Di Xinyan's hand. Seeing her husband's somewhat provocative actions, Di Xinyan changed the subject. Rui, you're good in every way, except sometimes you're too pushy. You know, being your wife can be a bit exhausting sometimes. Zhong Lirui was stunned. Wife, are you still bothered by what happened just now? Didn't I tell you? You're right. Perhaps you don't have any selfish motives. But your playful actions are truly stirring. I'm no little girl. I can tell at a glance that your heroic actions probably made that none aspire to become immortal. Yu Jia chuckled to herself over her high-tech monocle. Di Xinyan is incredibly clever, and she's not so easily fooled. Perhaps she held back her outburst earlier to save Zhong Lirui's face? Wife, don't be like that. Zhong Lirui was speechless. He assumed Di Xinyan had let his earlier explanation go. But as soon as the door closed, she began to settle the score. With no other options, Zhong Lirui confessed, Wife, let me put it this way. After I discovered this nun was a singer on the battlefield, I immediately handed her over to Cheng Yonghua. It was entirely for your and Yelena's safety. Huh? Di Xinyan was stunned upon hearing this. However, she was a smart person after all, and managed to react. Oh, you're so anxious because of that last time Yelena and I were almost kidnapped by Zhou Ting. Zhong Lirui spread his hands and said sincerely, Yes, I don't want to be constantly on guard against these thugs, who might be plotting against my wife. Although I discovered her by chance after the battle, since she's a local, I thought I'd give her to Cheng Yonghua as a favor. So, he wanted the singer before, and now he has her. Isn't that enough? At this point, Di Xinyan finally understood Zhong Lirui's selfish motives. After all this fuss, he was so diligent in sending the singer to Cheng Yonghua because he wanted to protect himself and Yelena. Furthermore, this perfectly reasonable explanation proved that Zhong Lirui not only had no feelings for Jing Xian, but was completely devoted to her. At this moment, Di Xinyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Ah, Rui, are you so afraid of me getting hurt? Zhong Lirui coughed lightly, then said sternly, Of course, my dear, you are my life. I risked countless lives to finally marry you, so of course, I will do my utmost to protect you. I always said that my world only has meaning because of you. Di Xinyan reached out and scratched Zhong Lirui's nose. Okay, I understand your feelings. However, you should also be mindful of the impact. After all, you're now the governor of a region, and you need to act like a superior. Zhong Lirui shrugged. What's the point of being superior? To you, I will always be your Rui. Di Xinyan's heart warmed at this, and she hugged Zhong Lirui tightly. Rui, you're so kind. The two embraced, savoring this rare and tender moment. Master, 100% love. Madam, 95% love. 5% emotion. It seems that Master loves Madam more. Yu Jia silently tallied up the data in the data world. She also recalled her observations from the last time Zhong Lirui spoke with her. 5% love for high-tech gadgets. Master, it's okay. I will protect your lifelong happiness. Until you complete your life as a carbon-based organism, I will wait for you in the data world. Yu Jia secretly re-resolved her resolve. The next day, Cheng Yonghua, under the gaze of 35,000 people from all over Hong Kong and the other 9 SARS, awarded medals to Zhong Lirui and Yelena, the 2 leaders of the Demon City Coalition, who had come thousands of miles to support Lingen State. The ceremony was also live-streamed for the people in the other 4 war zones to watch. Governor Zhong Lirui, Governor Ekaterina, Thank you both for your heroic efforts, traveling thousands of miles to rescue and destroy the gigantic monster Ning In, protecting the lives and homes of 35,000 citizens of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region from destruction. Now, I, Governor Chung Yonghua, on behalf of all the citizens of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, present you with these 2 Pearl of the Orient City Hero Gold medals. Your achievements are truly remarkable, and the history of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region will forever remember this moment. The future development of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region still requires the unwavering support of the 2 governors. As Chung Yonghua finished his words, countless soldiers and civilians watching the live broadcast, both at the scene and on the city streets, erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Long live the 2 governors! Thank you, our heroes, for saving us. Amidst the warm atmosphere, Chung Yonghua, his face beaming, presented the medals to Zhongli Rui and Ekaterina. Zhongli Rui gazed at the golden medal, feeling deeply moved. In the center of the 18-karat gold medallion, a dazzling platinum-wrought image of the Pearl of the Orient stood before him, against a backdrop of skyscrapers and a surging sea. These 2 medals, exquisitely crafted, symbolized the prosperity and splendor of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Regions. Zhongli Rui knew this wasn't just an honor, but a heavy responsibility. It was a testament to his and Ekaterina's bravery in times of crisis, and a promise of continued protection for this land in the future. With a slight nod, Zhongli Rui solemnly accepted the medal, his heart surging with immense pride and resolve. Yelena, standing beside him, gazed upon this medal of such significance, and a momentary look of shame crossed her face. This was because she knew that throughout the battle with Ning'an, she and the troops from the Magic City Fortress had been sitting on the battleship, watching over them without firing a single shot. The fierce battle with Ning'an was fought between the Zero Anzhou army, the Bishi, and the mysteriously powerful Xiangui. Now, accepting this medal, she felt guilty. Chung Yonghua, taking advantage of Yelena's confusion, decisively placed the medal on her. Governor Ekaterina, I heard you were incredibly brave in your battle against the disaster-level monster Tianji. This time, you even set aside past grudges and joined Governor Zhongli to rescue me and the people of Oriental Pearl City. I will always remember this act of repaying kindness with kindness. Governor Chung, that's too much, Yelena said hesitantly. Also, Governor Ekaterina, I'm a man of my word. These 2 gold martyr medals are what I promised to forge for the 2 soldiers who died heroically under your command. Please accept them. This honor is theirs, and it's also a token of my sincerity. As he spoke, Chung Yonghua handed over 2 more 18K gold Dakian Army martyr medals. Seeing the 2 gleaming golden medals, Yelena sighed deeply. She nodded slightly and said, Governor Chung, you truly are a man of your word. Well, today, I have seen and felt your kindness and sincerity. Okay, I accept this honor. I accept this honor on behalf of these 2 loyal souls. Seeing Yelena accept the city medal and the 2 martyr medals, Chung Yonghua lost no time in saying, Thank you, my friends, my partners, Governor Zhongli and Governor Catherine, for saving this historic eastern city. I look forward to our solidarity and mutual assistance in the future. Hand in hand, we will defend the world together. Shenjing 13 Tombs Fortress. Long Zhanya and his adjutant watched the live stream and smiled. This young man is quite good. Adjutant, take a look at the battle log. Can the Tao Ai defeat Ning In? General Long, the analysis shows that the Tao Ai can defeat this white Ning In. However, the analysis shows that the Tao Ai may suffer 15 to 20% damage to its external armor. Well, as long as we can defeat him. Hearing his adjutant's words, Long Zhanya's expression brightened. Xi'o's Central Plains Special Zone. Major General Tang Xiaoning was holding her daughter, Tang Yuan, also watching the live stream. Mom, did Uncle Zhongli Rui and Aunt Ekaterina, who came to rescue us last time, defeat the giant monster? Tang Xiaoning smiled. Yuan, you're right. They're both heroes. Chapter 228. Just as Long Zhanya and his adjutant were watching the live broadcast of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region's medal ceremony with great interest, the intelligence unit issued an urgent report. Signs of activity from the quasi-disaster level monster death worm have been detected near observation post number 12 on the 3 North Defense Line. Preliminary detection of the number. There are 3. Average length 25 meters, each worm an average of 5 meters thick. At this, the faces of the soldiers in the command center changed drastically. Long Zhanya's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a low voice. Based on previous combat experience, if 3 death worms are detected, there should actually be 4 or 5. Furthermore, The strongest one or two should be the last to attack. Orders. Personnel at Post 12, retreat by helicopter, with the detection system set to automatic. Ignore the tanks, they can't defeat them, but they can't escape. Also, the Taotai land cruiser is ready to depart, accompanied by a squadron of armed helicopters. And, 10 kilometers to the rear, a swarm of drones carrying tanks is accompanying them. We already know that the Death Worm's acid attacks and fangs can only damage tanks and armored vehicles. Note, damage, not consume them, and have no effect on the Taotai. General, I suggest we dispatch pterodactyl patrol drones to provide surveillance. After the Death Worms appear, that disaster-level monster, the Sandman Snake, the giant sand dune lizard, will also appear, preying on the Death Worms for food. By the way, Letkuimpan, a large patrol drone carrying large bombs and thermobaric bombs, hovering in the nearby sky on standby. Also, the base fighter jets also carry thermobaric bombs, ready to provide support at any time? Adjutant Xiaopu suggested at this time. Long Zhanya nodded approvingly. Young man, you're very cautious. Excellent. This is the way to deal with these monsters that endanger the people. Pass the order. Yes. 15 minutes later, the armored, ground, and airborne combined forces from the Xinjing 13 Tombs fortress marched in a mighty procession toward the defensive outpost 90 kilometers away, where they had encountered the enemy. 50 minutes later, the combined armored forces arrived at the battle zone near the outpost. Aboard the Taotai land cruiser, Long Zhanya, baton in hand, quickly marked targets and routes of action on the virtual combat map. He calmly analyzed the situation and issued orders to the various units. Outpost 12 personnel have been safely evacuated. The drone swarm is in place, and the pterodactyl drones have begun aerial reconnaissance, Chief of Staff Xiaopu reported. Long Zhanya nodded, his eyes fixed on the image on the screen. He saw the gigantic death worms tumbling and moving across the sand, their bodies, like connected train carriages, emitting a terrifying aura. 130mm main gun, fire a few grenades. Long Zhanya ordered decisively. As shells from the main rapid-fire guns fell, explosions echoed, sending clouds of dust billowing from the sand. However, the death bugs seemed unaffected by the bombardment, continuing their foray through the dunes and approaching the Taotai. These guys are incredibly resilient. Xiaopu couldn't help but sigh. The 130mm grenades aren't having much of an effect. Return the aerial cannon drones for recovery. Return the howitzer drones. Replace the armor-piercing rounds with incendiary grenades. Assault ships 4 and 5 head up deck and prepare for the bombardment. Long Zhanya continued his orders. General, are you really going to use those 2 civilian products in a war? Xiaopu hesitated. Xiao Xiao, how much explosive charge is in a single 130 caliber artillery shell? 6.25 kilograms of military explosive charge, Xiaopu blurted out. According to calculations, 1 round of those civilian goods has the equivalent power of 150 kilograms of military explosives. Do you understand? Long Zhanya stared sharply at Xiaopu. Before using expensive, bulky items like the 191 thermobaric rockets and 500-kilogram large aerial bombs, use this stuff. Blow them up. Xiaopu was stunned by the statistic equivalent to 150 kilograms of military explosives before barely realizing it. Yes, General. 2 reinforced gas tank cannons, modified by the Lingyan State military, slowly rose and reached their firing position on the Taotia's small surface deck. Several scouts on the warship, wearing exoskeletons and equipped with the 7-sword system, used the drone detection system to pinpoint their coordinates. 3 death bugs at 2 o'clock, range 864, 2 salvos, fire, Xiaopu commanded. As they stormed points 4 and 5, 2 gas cannons roared. A deafening explosion echoed instantly as 2 gas cannon shells streaked through the air, striking the death bug over 800 meters away. The moment they struck, the death bug was enveloped in a vast cloud of white smoke. At the impact point, flames mingled with air currents and dust, like a raging death storm, enveloping the death bugs near the impact point. When the smoke cleared, the monitor showed a smaller death bug, its head shattered by the sudden attack, revealing its internal structure. The headless death worms remain slammed heavily onto the sand dune, motionless. Radar shows 1 death worm has been silenced. Xiaopu clenched his fists excitedly. This civilian stuff is so powerful. I didn't expect it. But then, he remembered Zhong Lirui's battle record in the archives, how he used 3 of these gas tank cannons, and 500 militiamen to hold off an attack by a 10,000-strong zombie army, commanded by elite C2 and C3 zombies. He nodded affirmatively, grateful that General Long had brought this powerful weapon with him during their previous meeting in Shizhou. General, it seems our tactics are working, Zhao Pu shouted excitedly. General, the other 2 death worms have burrowed into the sand and are no longer detectable by radar. The radar operator reported in real time. Humph, thinking of attacking us from underground? Wishful thinking, Long Zhanya sneered, then his voice turned cold. Land the battleship where it is. Activate the ground-penetrating radar. Yes. Land cruisers like the Bishi, Xiangui, and Taotai operate at low speeds similar to hovercrafts, hovering about a meter in the air. Therefore, stopping in place is called landing. Furthermore, they have specialized radars that can detect underground activity. The newly activated ground-penetrating radar indicated that within the immediate battle zone, within 5 kilometers, 600 meters away, 2 death worms were approaching the Taotai. Another 2 kilometers away, a death worm larger than the previous 2 was also approaching the Taotai. 500 meters behind the death worm, a larger entity was lurking and following it. Judging from its shadow, this enormous entity was over 60 meters long and over 15 meters wide at its widest point. General, that death worm in the distance must be the leader of the 4 that appeared today. The shadow of the monster further away doesn't look like a death worm. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I'm not mistaken, that giant creature hiding in the back must be a mutated giant lizard called the Shatman snake. It knows tactics, and its intelligence is quite high. Let's deal with the death worm first. Video footage of the battle shows that the Shatman snake has the terrifying power to bite off a main battle tank and throw it aside. Be careful later. Long Zhanya adjusted his body armor, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Chief of Staff Xiao, the swarm of missiles, surround the Taotai within 50 meters, prepare to fire. Kunpeng, fly over the Taotai and prepare to launch the 500 kilograms large bomb. Helmsman, prepare to move rapidly. When those 2 death worms approach us, ready to expose our secrets, they emerge. Let's treat them to a drink. The idea that a 60-meter long, 15-meter wide Satomara can chew up a main battle tank and throw it is not an exaggeration. 160 million years ago, a giant beast called Pliosaurus valenceri, nicknamed Hunter X in paleontology and discovered in 2004 on the Norwegian archipelago of Svalbard, appeared. It was only 15 meters long and weighed approximately 45 tons. However, its bite force was at least 10 times greater than that of sharks and crocodiles, and about 4 times greater than that of Tyrannosaurus rex, once the dominant force on Earth. With a single movement of its jaws, it could easily rip a Tyrannosaurus or even a Hummer into shreds. If a 15-meter-long Pliosaurus valenceri could shred a Hummer, then the idea that a 60-meter-long, 15-meter-wide Satomara can chew up a main battle tank and throw it is not an exaggeration. Yes, General. The helmsman and Zhao Pu answered simultaneously. Death worms, approaching underground, 500 meters away. Hold steady, Long Zhanya said calmly. 400, 300, 200, 100 meters. Contact in 20 seconds. Long Zhanya waved his hand. Taotai, emergency start, full speed. Following Long Zhanya's command, the Taotai land cruiser, like a giant beast awakening, suddenly burst into astonishing speed, swerving sideways across the ground with incredible agility. Everyone on board clung to nearby objects to avoid being flung away by the sudden acceleration. At the same time, the 2 death worms hidden beneath the sand seemed to sense the Taota's movements. They suddenly burst forth from the earth, their massive bodies tracing terrifying arcs through the air. However, the moment they broke through the ground and soared into the sky, the surrounding swarm of attack drones were already poised for action. Dozens of drones instantly launched a fierce attack on the death worms. Incendiary grenades rained down like raindrops, engulfing the massive bodies of the death worms in blazing flames. The death worms struggled in agony within the flames, but their skin was so thick that even missiles could not inflict fatal damage in a short period of time. However, the sea of fire created by the incendiary grenades effectively trapped the 2 death worms that had emerged. Meanwhile, the Kunpeng large patrol drone in the sky was ready. It dropped a 500-kilogram bomb, which swooped down on the 2 death worms struggling in the flames. The bomb traced a graceful arc through the air, ultimately striking its target accurately. A massive explosion echoed, and flames and smoke instantly engulfed the death worm leader. Shortly after the explosion, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, reaching tens of meters in height. When the smoke cleared, attack helicopters reported that the 2 once frightening giant worms had been shattered from the head to approximately 25% of their body length. The other one was struggling on the spot, dying. 191, 107mm rocket launchers. Load conventional rockets. 130mm main gun. Load high explosive grenades. Fire volleys. Send it on its way, Long Zhanya ordered expressionlessly. Following Long Zhanya's command, the various weapons aboard the Taotai opened fire. Rockets and 130mm high explosive grenades rained down like raindrops, accurately hitting the still struggling death worm. The explosions were deafening, and flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding sand dunes in a crimson glow. Under the intense fire, the death worm finally succumbed to the intense attack, its massive body crumbling and disintegrating, ultimately reducing it to a pile of shredded flesh and smoke. Report: the 2 death worms have been confirmed eliminated. Chief of Staff Xiaopu excitedly reported. Long Zhanya nodded, his eyes never leaving the image on the screen. When the 3 attacking death worms were completely slain, the largest one suddenly soared skyward from the sand dunes a kilometer away, opened its bloody maw, resembling that of a lamprey, and unleashed a roar of fury that shook the entire area. This is the Insect King leader. Engage with caution. Also, be wary of sneak attacks from the unseen Shadowman snake mutant lizards. Long Zhanya had barely finished giving his orders when something unexpected happened. Amidst an even louder roar, a gigantic Shadowman snake mutant lizard burst from the surface of the sand dunes a little further away, opened its even more terrifying maw, and bit the Death Worm King's neck. This! The soldiers aboard the Taotai were momentarily stunned. Under this sudden attack, the Death Worm King struggled violently with its massive body, but the Shadowman snake mutant lizard possessed incredible bite force. Its massive jaws clamped down on the king's neck like a pincer, and no matter how hard the king struggled, he couldn't break free. What's going on? Xiaopu stared at the scene on the screen, jaws agape, completely unable to believe his eyes. Long Zhanya's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the screen, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation. He hadn't expected these monsters to fight each other, and it seemed that the Shadowman snake mutant lizard had some kind of natural enemy against the death worm. General, what should we do now? Chief of Staff Xiaopu, regaining his composure, quickly asked Long Zhanya. Long Zhanya pondered for a moment, then decisively ordered, let's wait and see what happens. See what this mutated giant lizard, the Shadowman snake, is up to. Meanwhile, prepare for battle. If it attacks us, retaliate immediately. Upon hearing this, the soldiers aboard the Taotai quickly took their positions, and prepared for battle. They nervously watched the images on the screen, fearing to miss a single detail. The mutated giant lizard seemed oblivious to the Taotia's presence, completely focused on dealing with the Death Bug King in its mouth. Under the lizard's fierce attacks, the Bug King's struggles grew weaker. Finally, with a final wail, the Death Bug King ceased to move. Chapter 229. After the Death Bug King's death, the Shadowman snake-like mutated giant lizard roared to the heavens, as if declaring itself the true king of the desert. Then, it opened its bloody maw, completely ignoring the Taotai, and began tearing apart the Death Bug King's corpse, devouring it with relish. The Death Bug King's blue blood splattered profusely across the nearby sand dunes. The scene was incredibly bloody and shocking. The Shadowman snake-like mutated giant lizard scales gleamed eerily in the setting sun, and each bite was accompanied by a chilling sound of flesh tearing apart. Its eyes were filled with greed and brutality, as if, at that moment, the world consisted only of it and the food before it. The surrounding desert seemed to tremble at this brutal feast. Long Zhanya stared at the scene before him, silent. At this moment, his mind raced back to the border garrison, the soldiers at the 4th and 5th outposts, and later, the 1st Giant Bee subjugation team. The video footage sent back showed those soldiers similarly devoured by the behemoth before them. Furthermore, many zombie-like civilians near the northern border had been devoured by the monster. By that calculation, the number of people devoured by the Shadowman snake might have exceeded tens of thousands. Long Zhanya took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil. He knew full well that the Shadowman snake, a mutated giant lizard before him, was not only a brutal predator but also a significant threat to the security of the northern border. If it wasn't eliminated, even more people and creatures would fall prey to its devastating prey. He also began to recall the videos of the military engaging the Shadowman snake. The main battle tank's 125mm main guns had little effect. The tank's gun-launched missiles had some effect. The conventional rounds fired by the 107mm rocket launchers previously carried by the field troops were effective. The infantry's rocket launchers could only barely damage it. However, this 60-meter-long behemoth has an astonishing regeneration speed. Generally, within about 5 minutes between attacks, its wounds are fully recovered. This lizard, having eaten so many zombies, its regenerative ability might only be slightly inferior to Tianji's. And the defensive power of its biological armor is incredible. Long Zhanya muttered to himself coldly. General, this Shatman snake has 2 long-range attacks. We must be careful. Within 300 meters, it will spew 100 C of flammable, acidic corrosive material. It can also fire acid-coated spikes from its back for long-range attacks, with a range of up to 1 kilometer. Watching the Shatman snake devouring the corpses of the insect king, arrogantly ignoring the state of his own battleship, Long Zhanya silently ordered, reload the 130mm main guns. Replace the high-explosive grenades with armor-piercing discarding sabot rounds. Prepare the attack. 107mm rocket launchers. Load thermobaric rounds, single-shot mode. Attack helicopters, prepare anti-tank missiles. All on standby. Base fighter squadron, send 4 fighter bombers over, 3 of them with you. Judgment Blade, air-launched hypersonic missiles, 1 carrying the father of all bombs heavy thermobaric bomb. Return with the drone swarm, and restock the incendiary grenades. Zhao Pu swallowed. General? Do we really need to launch thermobaric missiles at such close range? It's risky. For the tens of thousands of civilians and soldiers who died in the north. Long Zhanya said coldly. We must spare no effort against this creature, even more terrifying than Tianji. Execute. Besides, I didn't say to fire a salvo of 107mm thermobaric rockets. One by one, the blast radius is still acceptable. Yes, yes. Zhao Pu silently calculated. The blast radius of a single 107mm thermobaric rocket is 250 meters. The blast radius of a single 191mm thermobaric rocket is 350 meters. Given the Shatman snake's current range of 1 kilometer, if they're careful, it shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Zhao Pu added an order, all troops, wear sunglasses and face protection. Zhao Pu's order was to inform the entire army to prepare for combat in the event of a thermobaric bomb release. Thermobaric bombs also generate thermal radiation, which is especially harmful to helicopter pilots circling close to the enemy. Even if they aren't injured by the shockwave or blast cloud, they could still be burned by the thermal radiation. Hearing Zhao Pu's additional order, a touch of warmth crossed Long Zhanya's stern face. Chief of Staff, that's very thoughtful. General, we always support your decision. Okay, wait a minute. When the fighter planes arrive, launch Judgment Blade. A hypersonic missile hits the target, and as a signal, all troops open fire. Yes. 10 minutes later, the fighter bombers, which had taken off scrambled, arrived at the combat zone. Tao Tai, this is the advance team. Please give your instructions. Advance Team 4. Judgment Blade, launch. Roger. The fighter pilot's thumb pressed the red launch button. On the lighting screen, the fighter plane had locked onto the Shatman snake. The missile detached from the fighter plane, repeatedly breaking the sound barrier with a loud crackle. Like a streak of silver lightning, it streaked across the sky at a speed of Mach 10, heading straight for the Shatman snake mutant lizard. The Shatman snake mutant lizard seemed to sense danger. It stopped eating, its massive head turned toward the sky, and a hint of vigilance now shone in its eyes, brimming with brutality and greed. However, it was too late. The Judgment Blade hypersonic missile struck the monster's body with near-instantaneous precision, piercing its abdomen. However, the hypersonic missile's penetrating power was too strong. After piercing the monster's body, the missile exploded in the outer sand dunes. All troops, open fire. Long Zhanya shouted loudly into the communicator. As soon as he finished speaking, the artillery and rocket launchers on the Tao Tai began to roar, and shells and rockets fell on the body of the Shatman snake mutant giant lizard like raindrops. The sound of explosions, flames, and dust intertwined together, forming a shocking picture. The attack helicopters in the sky weren't idle either. They launched anti-tank missiles at the Shatman snake, each strike causing its massive body to tremble. Meanwhile, a swarm of drones circled overhead, continuously firing incendiary grenades at it, igniting its body. Flames and black smoke intertwined, transforming the desert into an inferno. Long Zhanya saw the Shatman snake, now 12 meters tall, 60 meters long, and 15 meters wide at its widest point, showing signs of collapse. He decisively ordered, drones, recover all. Attack helicopters, detach 2.5 kilometers away. Tao Tai, full speed retreat. Vanguard 1, stand ready. Vanguard 1, always ready. Replied Vanguard 1, carrying the ultimate thermobaric bomb, from the squadron of fighters in the sky. At this moment, the Shatman snake, having endured countless attacks, looked up angrily at the retreating attack helicopters and the retreating Taotai, a thoughtful expression on his face. After the Taotai retreated to a distance of 2.5 kilometers, Long Zhanye decisively ordered, First Board Fighter No. 1, Father of Bombs, Gliding Thermobaric Bomb, launch. Following Long Zhanye's command, the pilot of First Board Fighter No. 1 quickly adjusted his flight attitude, preparing to launch the Father of Bombs heavy thermobaric bomb. The pilot took a deep breath and firmly pressed his thumb on the launch button. With a violent jolt, the heavy thermobaric bomb, weighing several tons, detached from the fighter and headed straight for the Shatuoman snake mutant lizard. The Shatuoman snake mutant lizard seemed to sense the impending danger. It glanced at the remnants of the Deathworm King nearby, and a sinister glint flashed in its eyes. Suddenly, the sand snake roared, a deafening roar. Immediately, it launched a massive wall of sand and a cloud of dust. The glide bomb continued its graceful descent toward its target. In a moment, the sandstorm completely obscured the silhouette of the sand snake mutant lizard, while the heavy thermobaric bomb hurtled toward its unknown target. Long Zhanye stared intently at the radar screen, silently praying for a precise hit. Amidst the sandstorm, deafening explosions erupted, and flames shot skyward. The next moment, a sea of blazing fire erupted around the target. Heat waves and shockwaves raged, flattening the surrounding sand dunes. The roar of the sand snake mutant lizard was abruptly silenced by the explosion. As the dust gradually cleared, a massive bomb crater appeared before everyone's eyes. At its center, the sand snake mutant lizard was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, the high-flying pterodactyl drone zoomed in, revealing a single, charred corpse, approximately 21 meters long, at the center of the crater. Furthermore, this crater extended towards the Taotai, revealing the remnants of a ditch or tunnel. Long Zhanye's pupils shrank slightly. Oh no! That's the corpse of the Deathworm King. The Shatman snakes are attacking from underground. Land. Radar operators. Switch modes. The rapidly switching radar screen revealed a massive figure rapidly approaching the Taotai. It was none other than the Shatman snake, a mutated giant lizard. It darted through the soft sand beneath the dunes, rapidly closing in on the Taotai. Long Zhanye reacted quickly, shouting, Taotai, prepare to retreat and move horizontally at high speed. All forces, prepare to engage again. The soldiers aboard the Taotai sprang into action. Simultaneously, ground troops and helicopter gunships in the air also prepared for the attack. A mutated giant lizard, the Shatman snake, burst from the ground, its massive body tumbling through the air. Its maw opened wide, bearing sharp fangs, it charged straight at the Taotai. Almost instantly, the Taotai slid back again, barely avoiding the Shatman snake's melee attacks. All troops, open fire again. Long Zhanye shouted, including machine guns. The Taota's cannons and machine guns roared, raining down shells and bullets on the Shatman snake. However, the beast's scales were incredibly tough, easily deflecting most of its attacks. The attack helicopters in the air weren't idle either, firing anti-tank missiles and machine gun rounds at the Shatman snake. While these attacks inflicted some damage, they failed to halt its advance. At that moment, the sand snake roared, and the scales on its back stood up. Then, several 2-meter-long spines, coated in corrosive acid, suddenly shot towards the squadron of helicopter gunships in the air. These spikes flew at an incredible speed, carrying a whistling sound as they headed straight for the helicopters. The helicopters evaded the attack, but 3 were still hit, instantly corroded by the corrosive acid and plummeting into the sky. Long Zhanye's heart sank as he watched the scene. He knew full well that the strength of the sand snake mutant lizard far exceeded their imagination. If they couldn't destroy it quickly, the consequences would be disastrous. Vanguard Team, prepare a secondary attack with the Judgment Blade missiles. Long Zhanye ordered decisively. Yes. The pilots of the Vanguard Team responded quickly, locking onto the sand snake mutant lizard again. However, this time, the Shatuoman snake seemed prepared. It suddenly accelerated, closing the distance to the Taotai to within 100 meters. Taotai! The monster is too close to launch hypersonic missiles. Long Zhanye's heart sank. He hadn't expected the Shatuoman snake, a mutant giant lizard, to be so cunning. It used its speed advantage to quickly close the distance with the Taotai, making it difficult for the hypersonic missile attack, which posed a significant threat to the monster, to launch. At that moment, the Shatuoman snake, 100 meters from the Taotai, opened its massive maw and launched a close-range acid-spouting attack. Chapter 230. Acid poured down on the Taotai like a torrential downpour, corroding the ship's protective coating with a sizzling sound. Alarms blared aloud, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. On the battleship's deck, a scout's thigh, left hand, and torso were sprayed with toxic acid. His calf was instantly corroded away. Other parts of his body were also melting away. The scout fell to the ground, screaming in agony. His companions rushed forward, trying to save him. However, the deck was filled with dangerous acid. "Tiger! Squad leader! Don't come over!" the scout roared, trying to stop his comrades from their suicidal rescue attempt. He then pulled out his pistol and managed to sit up. "Deputy squad leader! What are you doing? Big monster! Take my last blow. Telekinesis, focus." At that moment, 7 seven-sword shuttles, all mounted on the scout's back, launched into action, swooping down on the now-healed wound on the Shadowman snake's abdomen. "Detonate!" 7 micro-drones instantly detonated in the Shadowman snake's abdomen. Although these shuttles were small, each one contained a C4 charge capable of destroying a tank. This small but powerful targeted explosion once again opened the wounds of the Shadowman snake giant lizard monster, causing its massive body to tremble. "Ah!" The Shadowman snake shook its massive head in pain, temporarily pausing its torrent of acid. The deputy scout squad leader laughed bitterly. "Shadowman snake, see you in hell." Bang! He opened his 7 swords full-face helmet, aimed his pistol at his temple, and fired the glowing bullet. Deputy squad leader Hu Zi, one of the 7 swords reconnaissance soldiers, wailed and fell to his knees. But beside him, his squad leader immediately pulled him up. "Stop crying. Follow second squad leader's lead. Keep opening the wound and detonating. Prepare to focus your telekinesis." Second squad leader's trick just now was very effective. The other 3 7-sword scouts wiped their tears and stood up. Telekinesis, focus. 21 microdrones once again swooped down on the wound in the Shadowman snake's abdomen, launching a concentrated self-destruct attack. Detonate! With a series of loud explosions, 21 7-sword shuttles exploded one after another at the Shadowman snake's wound, shattering the already precarious wound even further. The Shadowman snake let out a deafening wail, its massive body twisting frantically, trying to escape the endless agony. Seeing this, everyone aboard the Taotai felt an indescribable surge of excitement. They knew this was a precious opportunity, earned at the cost of the deputy reconnaissance squad leader's life, and it must not be wasted. Meanwhile, the bridge of the Taotai, corroded by the breath attack, had already corroded the roof. Several people were already injured. Long Zhanye, observing the reconnaissance squad's deputy leader's heroic and effective actions on the display screen, immediately ordered, "Swarm, machine gun drones, grenade drones, concentrate on attacking the wounds of the Shadowman serpent." In the sky, a swarm of 48 larger drones equipped with heavy machine guns, along with 48 restocked drones with incendiary grenades, converged near the Shadowman serpent. All drones aimed their weapons at the wounds previously inflicted by the hypersonic missiles. Fire! At Long Zhanye's command, 96 drones simultaneously opened fire, heavy machine gun bullets and incendiary grenades raining down on the Shadowman snake's wounds. The bullets ripped through the monster's scales, while the grenades exploded in the wounds, igniting bursts of flames that enveloped the Shadowman snake's massive body in a blazing inferno. The Shadowman snake roared in pain, its massive body twisting frantically, trying to extinguish the flames. However, the drone swarm's attack intensified, continuously pouring fire into the monster's wounds. Seeing this, a fierce fighting spirit surged within the people aboard the Taotai. They knew it was time to strike back. They must not give the Shadowman snake a chance to breathe. Thus, the ship's other weapons also launched their attacks, their artillery fire interweaving into a dense web of fire that trapped the Shadowman snake firmly. At this moment, on the deck, having lost the guidance of the 7-sword system, the only remaining operational Assault No. 5 gas tank cannon, with the assistance of several scouts, who had used up their drones, once again aimed its muzzle at the Shadowman serpent. "Squad leader, without the 7 swords, how can we aim?" "Rookie! Who says cannons need guidance to fire? I do it! Listen to my aim. Ready!" With this, the reconnaissance squad leader raised his thumb and aimed at the Shadowman serpent. The thumb aiming method has been widely used throughout history, especially on battlefields without modern rangefinders. It's simple to operate, and suitable for quickly estimating distances in emergency situations. For example, in World War I, mortars widely used this method to attack enemies hidden in trenches or behind hills. Incidentally, the thumb aiming method is indeed suitable for heavy mortars, like the gas tank cannon. Fire! With a deafening roar, shells from the assault tank cannon No. 5 whistled out, streaking across the sky and striking the massive head of the Shadowman serpent. The serpent roared in pain, its massive body nearly collapsing. The people aboard the Taotai cheered, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. However, the Shadowman serpent did not give in. Suddenly, it raised its head, its venomous gaze locked onto the drones. The Shadowman serpent opened its massive maw and launched a wide-area breath attack into the air. The swarms in the air were mostly within 50 to 100 meters. Consequently, dozens of drones were not spared, struck by the acid and plummeting to the ground in a shower of black smoke. Some even exploded mid-air, due to battery shorts or ammunition detonation. During this process, some of the Shadowman snake's vomit was ignited mid-air by the attacking weapons. Thus, the toxic strafing attack instantly transformed into a ranged attack of flames. This in turn caused a number of drones to explode mid-air. Long Zhanya, huh? Its vomit is flammable. Instantly, the swarm of combat-capable drones was reduced to only a dozen or so. What? The soldiers aboard the Taotai were stunned. Before anyone could react, the Shadowman snake spun its massive body and slammed its wound into a nearby sand dune. As a result, the flames ignited by the incendiary grenade at the wound were completely extinguished. This guy actually knows how to put out his own fire. Zhao Pu's eyes widened. Before the soldier's shock subsided, the Shadowman snake aimed at the bridge and raised its dorsal scales. A wave of spikes shot through the air. General Long Zhanya shouted, "Everyone on the bridge, get down." The tunnel structure atop the bridge was already riddled with holes from the corrosive substances. Under the powerful onslaught of spikes, the top of the bridge was blown away. Additionally, several spikes struck the Taotia's power unit below, damaging one of its hovering engines and slowing down its speed. When Zhao Pu opened his eyes again, he saw that General Long Zhanya's left hand was gone not far away. He was covered in blood, dying. "General!" Zhao Pu roared, rushing towards Long Zhanya, trying to help him up. However, Long Zhanya shook his head vigorously, signaling him to stay away. "Ignore me, continue the attack." Long Zhanya's voice, though weak, was filled with determination. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth, turned around, and picked up his portable radio. "Swarm, continue the attack," Zhao Pu commanded. The remaining drone swarms regrouped and launched a fierce attack on the Shadowman snake. Though their firepower was significantly reduced, every bullet and grenade accurately struck the Shadowman snake's vital points. However, the significantly reduced firepower seemed to have failed to stop the Shadowman snake. With a defiant attitude, it slowly approached the already severely damaged Taotai. "Are we really going to lose?" Zhao Pu muttered to himself as he watched the approaching behemoth. Just then, a firm voice echoed in his ears. "No! We must not give up." Zhao Pu turned and saw that it was Long Zhanya who spoke. Although severely wounded, his eyes were still full of fighting spirit. "General, you're still injured," Zhao Pu said worriedly. Xiao, don't forget that array beneath the bridge." Zhao Pu suddenly realized, "General, that's right. This thing hasn't been used for a long time, because it doesn't attack the enemy." Long Zhanya nodded slightly, and continued with almost all his strength. "Lure him to open his mouth and spit, then use this array, aim at his mouth. Its spray can be ignited. Once you succeed, order number 2 and number 3 to go first, and blow his head off." Zhao Pu took a deep breath and nodded. "General, hold on, I execute." Then, Zhao Pu walked forward to the control panel, which was now mostly destroyed, grabbed the microphone, tested it, and found that it still worked for amplification. "Prepare the missile array forward. Fire all colored flares." "Yes." The soldiers of the fire control team responded quickly. Several colored flares were fired from above the Taotai, attracting the attention of the Shadowman snake. Zhao Pu then grabbed the microphone, took a deep breath, and roared at the approaching Shadowman snake. "You foolish giant lizard. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're big? Come here. What other tricks do you have? Use them. Whether it's spitting or spitting, is that all you can do? Come here. Come here." As if not satisfied yet, Zhao Pu waved the fallen red battleship flag in the air. It seemed that the waving of the red flag had successfully provoked the Shadowman snake. It roared at Zhao Pu, the flag-waving man, and then prepared to spray and attack. A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Pu's eyes. "Fire the abdominal anti-aircraft missile array." Instantly, 24 missile launch ports appeared on the belly of the Taotai, beneath its bridge. The Shadowman snake's eyes widened, but it was too late. 24 small anti-aircraft missiles were barreling towards it. Most of the missiles struck its head, but 3 penetrated its mouth and exploded, a violent internal explosion of the flammable, toxic, and corrosive substances it had been preparing to release. The Shadowman snake's massive body trembled violently, its mouth gaping open in a deafening wail. Flames and smoke erupted from its mouth, its eyes red with agony as it stared intently at the Tao Tai. Vanguards 2 and 3, launch Judgment Blade. Zhao Pu commanded loudly, gripping the radio receiver tightly. Vanguards 2 and 3 launched hypersonic missiles from 2 angles. One missile penetrated the beast's body at an angle and exploded in the cavity of its hind leg. Another blast pierced the Shadoman snake's massive skull, triggering a massive explosion right in the center. After the smoke and dust cleared, everyone discovered that the Shadoman snake's massive head had been shattered and vanished. The warhead of an air-launched hypersonic missile is actually a large tactical missile with a substantial charge. Furthermore, the internal explosion, once the flammable and explosive chemicals within the monitor lizard have ignited, multiplies its power. Hence the shattered head. Consider the combat performance of Russia's Dagger hypersonic missile. Its massive body collapsed onto the vast expanse of yellow sand, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing the Shadoman snake's massive form, now completely motionless. Zhao Pu, however, remained silent. All troops, all units capable of firing weapons, fire again. Following Zhao Pu's command, all weapons aboard the Tao Tai unleashed another barrage. Shells, missiles, and bullets rained down like a torrential downpour on the lifeless mass of the Shachuoman snake, ensuring the beast's utter destruction. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing the battlefield. The Shachuoman snake's once majestic form was now shattered, unable to move. Its head had been completely shattered, its massive frame riddled with holes from the explosions. Its scales were pockmarked with bullet holes and burns from the flames. The soldiers aboard the Tao Tai cheered, their cries of excitement resounding through the air. The 3 remaining scouts, holding onto the remaining assault tank cannon, stared blankly at the now silent beast. Scout Huzi turned again to look at his deceased deputy squad leader, weeping bitterly. "General, we won," Zhao Pu said excitedly, approaching Long Zhanya. The dying Long Zhanya raised his right hand tremblingly and grasped Zhao Pu's. "Xiao Zhao. This monster ate tens of thousands of people. We killed it. Avenged. The people. And the soldiers. Right? Yes. General. We succeeded," Zhao Pu replied excitedly. "Hold on, the medics will be here soon. Kid, tell Major General Zhongli and the entire army. I will be the first to reach the site. It's done. We killed 4. Near disaster level. 1 particularly powerful disaster level. That should be enough to save 12,000. Right? General, stop talking. Hold on." Zhao Pu burst into tears as he saw Long Zhanya breathing more heavily than he was breathing in. "Is it enough?" Long Zhanya suddenly opened his eyes wide and demanded sternly. "Enough. Absolutely enough. General, if we don't destroy it, the soldiers and civilians of the Xinjing 13 Tombs fortress will be in danger. The people in the northern border, who could have been saved, will also be in danger. General, you fulfilled the first come first served rule, a meritorious service. Thank you, son." The old general smiled and closed his eyes. His only remaining right hand drooped. "General, General, General," Zhao Pu wailed. Back on the Xiangui, returning to the Luijia mountain base, Chen Jingquan and his wife, through Kunluo's infiltration, watched the entire process of the Tao Tai defeating the 5 behemoths and Long Zhanya's sacrifice. "He truly is the military soul of Dakian," Chen Jingquan sighed with emotion. "These frontline soldiers have always lived up to their oaths. Today, glory belongs to them." Bai Lingxin's 3D holographic projection also nodded. However, some of the Shadoman snake's attacks are somewhat similar to those of the fleece-blooded Cerberus. "You mean spike firing?" Chen Jingquan looked thoughtful. It seems that the former Dakian military brass, in order to collect materials for the Ontario Interest Group, actually obtained a lot of genes from strange creatures. Judging from today's battle, General Long is probably unaware of this. "Indeed. Wife, send the battle data and the blueprints of the old Tao Tai to Zhongli immediately. The Xinjing 13 Tombs troops suffered heavy losses in this battle. I remember there's a shipyard capable of repairing ships in the Demon City Fortress Industrial Zone. He and that half-blooded Rakshasa girl will have their hands full again." "Oh, I get it." Bai Lingxin shook her head and smiled wryly. Chapter 231. At the same time, in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, after the awarding ceremony, the combined forces of Ling'an Province and the Demon City Fortress prepared to return to Ling Province and the Demon City region. "Governor Chung, I would like to follow Governor Zhongli Rui and study with Dean D. Sinyan for a period of time." Once I have achieved sufficient academic success, and my Taoist heart is solid, I will return to assist Governor Chung in the revitalization of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Jing Xian solemnly addressed Chung Yonghua. Also, I would like to consider the common people and visit the Awakened University in Ling Province to observe and learn how humans and awakened can live in harmony. Chung Yonghua and Zhou Ting expressed approval upon hearing this. Master Jing Xuan's ambition is truly a blessing for the people of Hong Kong and Kowloon, Chung Yonghua replied with a smile. You go ahead. I be here, helping the citizens repair the damage caused by the monster. Zhou Ting nodded and said, Master Jing Xian, I hope you can use what you learned to benefit the people of Hong Kong and Kowloon and bring greater prosperity to this land. You become an international student, haha. Jing Xian felt a surge of warmth in her heart upon hearing this. She bowed deeply and said, Thank you, Governor Chung and Governor Zhou, for your assistance. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Jing Xian then earnestly explained her intentions to Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan. Dean Di, please accept me as your disciple on the path to becoming a successful singer, Jing Xian said sincerely. Di Xinyan looked embarrassed. Nun Jing Xian was 29 years old, 2 years older than both herself and Elena, and now she was asking him to take her in as his disciple? She turned to her husband with a look of helplessness, seeking his advice. Zhongli Rui smiled and said, There's a sequence in how one approaches the way, and there are specializations in certain professions. That's all. Age has nothing to do with it. Xinyan, Nun Jing Xian is so sincere and cares deeply about the people. Her merits are immeasurable. You should accept her as your disciple and help her realize her aspirations. After hearing Zhongli Rui's words, Di Xinyan's reluctance gradually dissipated. She looked into Master Jing Xuan's eager eyes and sensed her sincerity and determination. She nodded slightly and formally agreed, Okay, Master Jing Xian, from now on, you will be my disciple, Di Xinyan. I will teach you everything I know and help you realize your vision. Master Jing Xuan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. She bowed deeply again and said, Thank you, Master. I will study diligently and live up to your high expectations. Zhongli Rui watched this scene with great joy. From then on, Master Jing Xian accompanied Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan to Lingzhou, beginning her journey of study and cultivation. Amidst the farewell throngs of Hong Kong and Kowloon residents, the Beishi slowly departed the harbor. Zhou Ting supported her husband as she watched the warship depart. Honey, you worked hard. Yonghua, it wasn't that hard. At the end of this trip, Wei Wei was rescued, the special zone was saved, and we're no longer isolated. While this outcome isn't what we originally envisioned, it's not bad either. From now on, this great Qian Empire, husband, will rely on you and the other 4 governors. Aw, 5 of us? Chung Yonghua looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Alright. This might be a good idea. The Beishi sailed back to the Magic City via the Eastern Sea at a speed of 100 yards per hour. On the way back, Yu Jia received a message from Bai Lingxin about the battle in the northern border of the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Army. Master. Yu Jia was about to report this when the Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Army contacted her. The moment Zhongli Rui saw the background displayed on the screen, he was shocked. The background of the Taotia's bridge was actually the sky? When did the Taotai become an open-top battleship? Chief of Staff Xiao Pu appeared on the screen, his face bandaged and his head wrapped in gauze. Major General Zhongli. Zhongli Rui was shocked. Chief of Staff Xiao Pu, why are you contacting me? Where's General Long? And why is your Taotai now open-topped? Xiao Pu suppressed his grief and reported the entire northern frontier war to Zhongli Rui as calmly and as thoroughly as possible. Major General Zhongli. The Xinjing 13 Tombs Fortress Army eliminated 1 disaster-level monster, the Shadowman Serpent, and 4 semi-disaster-level monsters, the Death Worm. The mixed armored fleet suffered 6 fatalities, 22 serious injuries, and 31 minor injuries. Among the dead was the commander, Major General Long Zhanya. Major General Zhongli, we are now without a general. Please lead us. Zhongli Rui fell silent. Major Xiao Pu, how many officers above the rank of colonel are left in this squadron? General, including me, there are 12 remaining. 2 were killed in this battle. Of the 6 who died, how many had their heads intact? 4. Among them is General Long, who lost his left arm. According to current circumstances, the bodies of these fallen comrades may regenerate as zombies within 1 to 24 hours. I offer you 2 options. Hold an emergency meeting with the remaining 12 colonel-level officers. Option 1. Let these comrades rest in peace. Then, pick up your pistols and shoot them in the head. From now on, you, The 13 Tombs Fortress Army will be under my command. Option 2. Bring your best sound equipment and maintain a remote connection. I arranged for several of my singers to use their abilities to resurrect the general and his men. General Long will still lead you. However, after resurrection, they will no longer be ordinary humans. Like Shizo, they will be called awakeners. Zombies are rational, while awakened ones are rational. However, after they are resurrected, you normal people must keep your distance from them. Zhongli Rui calmly stated, Major Zhao Pu, this choice is yours. General Zhongli. Zhao Pu's voice trembled. Don't waste time. Call a meeting quickly, and then quickly inform me of everyone's decision. If we wait too long, our dead comrades will regenerate and rise again. Zhao Pu saluted. Yes. General Zhongli, I call a meeting right away. Then, the wounded Zhao Pu turned and left to call a meeting with the officers. Yu Jia then interrupted, Master, I was just trying to report on the 13 Tombs Fortress Army's battle in the northern border. Madame Bai Lingxin monitored the entire battle. Master, I discovered that what you previously told Cheng Yonghua has been partially confirmed. The 13 Tombs Fortress Army was well equipped and powerful, and, following your advice, they brought thermobaric bombs and hypersonic missiles. Yet, it was still a Pyrrhic victory. Madame Bai Lingxin estimates that if this battle had been fought by the Xiangui or the Bishi, it might have taken even longer. Because their mid-range and short-range firepower is far inferior to that of the Tao Tai. However, both ships possess rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons, meaning they can eliminate the need for a head-on confrontation like the Tao Tai and directly decapitate the Shadowman Serpent. Zhongli Rui was less optimistic. He said, thoughtfully, Zhao Pu also told me the true situation of the battle. In this fierce battle, General Long and his men were actually very well prepared. This monster was simply too formidable. General Long and his men launched a total of 3 hypersonic missiles, and 1 father of bombs in this battle, and only then were they able to win the battle in such a tragic manner. In terms of speed and power, hypersonic missiles are even superior to electromagnetic guns. Moreover, General Long and his men have fought these monsters several times before, and were fighting with full intelligence. Our Bishi, on the other hand, is far inferior to the Tao Tai in close-range firepower, and we have no previous experience or intelligence with the Shadowman Serpent. I judge that if we engage in a battle, we will likely suffer heavy losses. At all times, we must remain cautious. This is very important. Yu Jia was stunned. The module began calculating Zhongli Rui's considerations, and found a 78.33% probability of validity. She then humbly said, Master, you are right. I keep that in mind. 10 minutes later, the open-top bridge of the Tao Tai reappeared. This time, it showed over a dozen fortress officers, including Zhao Pu. Although many of them were injured, their gazes remained resolute, and their military appearances neat. General Zhongli, we have already held a meeting and discussed this matter. We are unanimous. Please, General Zhongli, send the singer to revive General Long and the other 4. Please, Zhao Pu said solemnly. Please, General Zhongli. The surrounding officers and first-class officers chorused. Zhongli Rui nodded and replied solemnly, Soldiers, I understand your decision. Okay, the Ling Anzhou army will assist you in resurrecting them. Now, have the technicians prepare the equipment and carefully bring over the bodies of eligible comrades. Protect yourselves when moving, and ideally, have uninjured soldiers do the lifting. Execute. Yes, as ordered. Across from them, the officers saluted in unison and quickly dispersed to get back to their respective duties. Master, why aren't you leading them? Yu Jia inquired. Don't you see how important General Long is to the soldiers of the 13 Tombs Fortress? If I were to lead the 13 Tombs Fortress, they'd probably dislike my leadership. Instead of that, it's better to do them a favor. After all, General Long only lost his arm, unlike that scout who suffered a head injury, so there's still hope for recovery. And how should I put it, this is a bit ironic. If there weren't the zombie apocalypse, death for ordinary people would be a complete loss. Now, with nanobots embedded in everyone's bodies, life has a second chance. It's truly a twist of fate. Yu Jia nodded slightly, as if understanding something. Master, what should we do next? Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment, then said, Once they're ready, call Disanyan and all the other singers to assist with the resurrection. More people are needed. We must ensure everything is foolproof. Yes, Master, I understand. I notify Madam, Governor Yelena, and Nun Jingxian. Should we notify little Tang Yuan? Why her? Oh, I forgot, she's also a singer. Zhongli Rui suddenly realized. Furthermore, in terms of her fitness score, Hers is even higher than Governor Yelena's, and her character is even more stable, Yu Jia added. Call them, Zhongli Rui shrugged. She's sing for Shizhou's revival someday too. So, let's practice with the seniors. Yes, master, Yu Jia said with a smile. I go get the beautiful women and girls. Beautiful women and girls? Zhongli Rui thought about it, and felt a mixture of anger and amusement. A counselor and the hospital director, Di Xinyan, a major general pilot, Yelena, a military master, Jing Xian, and a schoolchild, Tang Yuan? Such a strange mix of women, all singers, going to save the world together. Alright, without the aid of an exoskeleton, Jing Xian was single-handedly using a Third Reich anti-tank rifle from World War II. The recoil was immense, and it didn't have a muzzle brake like a modern sniper rifle. Most new recruits couldn't do that. She was a military master, haha.